My parents drained my $50,000 college fund to pay for my sister's wedding and told me to just get loans. 13 years later, they begged me to pay off their debt. I was 18 years old when I first found out that the college fund my grandparents had set up for me even existed. It wasn't a grand reveal. There was no sit-down conversation about my future. My mom just let it slip one rainy Tuesday night at dinner when she and my dad were bickering over finances again, a toxic routine they treated like a competitive sport. "Well, thank goodness Ethan has that college fund from your parents or we'd really be underwater this year," she muttered, aggressively stabbing a piece of chicken on her plate. I froze, my fork hovering halfway to my mouth. The kitchen suddenly felt completely silent except for the humming of the refrigerator. I remember looking up at her, my heart doing a weird flutter, and asking, "Wait, what college fund?" She blinked, her eyes darting to my dad for a split second like she'd genuinely forgotten I was sitting 3 feet away from her. That was the exact moment, the very first time in my life, that I learned I had $50,000 sitting in a bank account somewhere. It was all thanks to my dad's parents, who had passed away when I was in 7th grade. They weren't wealthy people by any stretch of the imagination. My grandfather was a mechanic, and my grandmother worked in a local bakery. But they were fiercely responsible. They lived modestly, clipped coupons, drove the same sedan for 15 years, and saved whatever they could scrape together. Apparently, after they died, they left a significant chunk of their life savings specifically for me. It was meant to help with my college tuition. It wasn't for the family to use as a rainy day fund. It wasn't for household emergencies, roof repairs, or car payments. It was just for me. It was my future, my education, my one clear shot at getting out of that suffocating house and actually doing something meaningful with my life. I was absolutely stunned. I was overflowing with gratitude for my grandparents, of course, but I was also deeply confused and slightly hurt as to why no one had ever bothered to tell me. My mom just offered a dismissive little shrug and said something along the lines of, "We didn't want you to get a big head or start slacking off in your classes just because you knew you had a safety net waiting for you." That excuse didn't sit right with me even then, but I was a teenager. I hadn't even started sending out my college applications yet, so I let it go. I didn't press the issue. I trusted them. I really should have known better. My name is Ethan. I'm 33 years old now, and typing out this story still makes my stomach twist into a tight, nauseating knot when I think about the sheer betrayal of it all. Back then, we lived in a modest, aging 3-bedroom house in a quiet, aggressively average suburb outside of Chicago. My parents weren't overtly terrible people, at least not at first glance. They were the kind of people who kept the lawn mowed and waved to the neighbors. My dad was a regional manager for a logistics company, and my mom worked part-time as a receptionist at a dermatology clinic. We weren't destitute, but money was always tight. I did my chores without being asked. I kept my grades up, took AP classes, and stayed entirely out of trouble. But I was never the golden child, not even close. That prestigious title belonged exclusively to my older sister, Chloe. Chloe is 4 years older than me and has always been the absolute center of the universe in my parents' eyes. She was bubbly, loud, outgoing, and constantly talking about her big dreams. I, on the other hand, was quiet, bookish, and apparently way too serious for my own good. When Chloe dropped out of her university after 3 semesters, it was never treated as a failure in our house. She bounced endlessly from one trendy job to the next, managing a boutique clothing store, doing a 6-month stint in a spiritual life coaching program, trying to become an artisanal candle maker, and dabbling in freelance photography. My parents didn't care. They lovingly called it Chloe exploring her unique path. Meanwhile, I worked 2 exhausting part-time jobs during my senior year of high school, one at a local bookstore and another wiping down tables at a diner just to save up enough money for my own textbooks and a decent laptop. I did this because I didn't want to touch a single penny of that college fund until I absolutely needed it for tuition. I had this incredibly naive, foolish idea that if I just worked hard, stayed humble, and planned meticulously, things would naturally work out for me. When Chloe got engaged at 26 to a guy she had known for barely a year, our house transformed into a chaotic wedding war room overnight. Every surface was covered in pastel color swatches, glossy bridal magazines, catering menus, and venue brochures. It became a second full-time job for my mom. My dad didn't say much about it, but I could physically see the stress carving deep lines into his forehead. Chloe wanted a fairy tale dream wedding, and she absolutely refused to compromise on a single detail. She booked a historic, French chateau-style estate an hour outside the city. It featured a sweeping marble staircase, crystal chandeliers, and a literal horse-drawn carriage package for her grand exit. The venue rental alone cost more than most people's annual salary. I remember standing in the kitchen, looking at the glossy brochure, and joking, "Unless you're secretly marrying a tech billionaire, I have no idea how anyone affords this." Nobody laughed. The kitchen went dead silent. My mom actually turned around and shushed me, shooting me a glare so venomous you'd think I had cursed at her. I was 20 at the time, living at home and commuting to a local state university to save money on room and board. Every single time I saw Chloe's absurdly expensive wedding plans sprawled across the kitchen table, I felt a toxic cocktail of awe and creeping dread in my gut. There was absolutely no way my parents could afford any of it. They were already stretched so thin they complained about the electric bill going up by $20. I just figured Chloe's fiancé's family must be loaded and footing the bill. I never asked, and no one ever volunteered the information. Then, one night about 5 weeks before the wedding, I overheard a conversation that made the blood freeze in my veins. I had come downstairs at around 2 a.m. to grab a glass of water. The house was pitch black, but I could hear hushed, frantic voices coming from the kitchen. It was my parents. I stopped on the bottom step, hidden in the shadows. My mom was whispering fiercely, "Well, once we clear out the rest of Ethan's college fund, we'll be okay for the final catering deposit. I'll just have to put off getting my dental crown fixed for another year." My dad let out a heavy, ragged sigh. I know. I'll call the bank tomorrow to authorize the final transfer. We're just going to have to max out the emergency credit card for the floral arrangements and look into refinancing the house after the wedding." I stood there in the dark, entirely paralyzed. My lungs forgot how to pull in air. I didn't make a single sound. I didn't confront them right then. I just slowly turned around, gripping the banister to keep my hands from shaking, and crept back up to my room. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it echoing in my ears. I didn't sleep a single second that night. I didn't sleep the next night, either. My brain was a chaotic storm of denial and panic. I desperately wanted to believe I had misunderstood the conversation. I wanted to believe that the parents who raised me would never, ever do something so unfathomably cruel to me, but deep down, in the pit of my stomach, I already knew the absolute truth. They had drained my fund. The $50,000 my grandparents had painstakingly saved and set aside for my future was gone, evaporated, swallowed whole by imported peonies, artisan crab cakes, and silk chair covers for a wedding that wasn't even mine. And the absolute worst part? They hadn't even had the basic human decency to tell me. They were just going to let me find out when it was time to pay my tuition and the account came up empty. I confronted them 3 days later. I waited until Saturday morning when Chloe was out getting her hair highlighted. I walked into the kitchen, my hands shoved deep into my pockets to hide the fact that they were trembling violently. I stood at the end of the table and looked my parents dead in the eye. "Did you spend my college fund on Chloe's wedding?" I asked. My voice didn't even sound like my own. It was completely hollow. My mom froze, her coffee mug stopping inches from her lips. My dad suddenly found the pattern on the kitchen wallpaper incredibly fascinating. Neither of them immediately denied it. The silence in the room was deafening. Finally, my mom set her mug down and launched into a defensive, hyper-emotional speech. She talked about how Chloe had struggled so much to find herself, how she deserved her one special fairy tale day, and how weddings are a once-in-a-lifetime family milestone. My dad finally looked at me, his expression a mix of guilt and irritation. "We figured you would understand, Ethan. You've always been the mature one. You're smart. You always figure things out." I stared at them, completely utterly disgusted. I felt like I was looking at two strangers. "How am I supposed to pay for my tuition next semester?" I asked, my voice cracking just a little. My mom waved her hand in the air, giving me this incredibly dismissive, annoyed look. "Oh, please, don't be so dramatic. Most people just take out student loans. You'll be absolutely fine. You have your whole life to pay them off." That was the exact moment that whatever fragile string was keeping my love and respect for my parents intact violently snapped. I didn't scream. I didn't throw anything. I didn't even cry. I just turned around, walked upstairs, grabbed my duffel bag, stuffed as many clothes into it as I could fit, grabbed my laptop, and walked out the front door. I didn't say a single word as I left. I crashed on a friend's lumpy futon for 2 weeks until I found a disgustingly cheap, mold-smelling basement apartment near my university campus. I dropped down to part-time classes. I picked up a third job working the graveyard shift at a hotel front desk. I applied for every single scholarship, grant, and financial aid program I could find. And yes, I took out crushing, high-interest student loans just to keep my head above water. It took me 6 grueling, exhausting years to finally finish my degree. I spent my early 20s running on 4 hours of sleep a night, living off clearance aisle bread, instant ramen, and the sheer, spiteful willpower to prove them wrong. I did it entirely without them, without a single cent from the fund that was supposed to be mine. Chloe's wedding was absolutely gorgeous. By the way, I attended solely because I didn't want to cause a massive scene and give them a reason to play the victims. But I stood in the back of the room the entire night. I didn't eat the food. I barely forced a smile for the family portraits. I felt like a ghost, standing in the shadows, watching my entire financial future get poured into crystal champagne flutes and a grand horse-drawn sparkler exit. Not a single person thanked me. Chloe didn't mention the fund once. She just stood at the microphone during her toast, tears glistening in her eyes, talking about how incredibly blessed she was to have the most supportive, generous parents in the entire world. Update 1. Fast forward 13 years. I'm 33 now, and I have clawed my way into a genuinely fantastic life. I live in downtown Chicago. I work as a senior data analyst for a major tech logistics firm. I make a very comfortable 6-figure salary. I own a beautiful, sunlit 2-bedroom condo, I drive a reliable car, and as of last December, I finally paid off the very last cent of those suffocating student loans. I haven't had a real conversation with my sister Chloe in almost a decade. We grew completely apart, and honestly, I stopped putting in the effort to pretend we were family. As for my parents, we maintained a highly superficial, low-contact relationship, a text on birthdays, a brief phone call on Thanksgiving. But it was never the same. The foundation had rotted out, and I had zero interest in rebuilding it. Then, exactly 5 weeks ago, my phone rang out of the blue on a Tuesday afternoon. It was my mom. I answered out of sheer curiosity. Her voice sounded thin, frail, and overly sweet, the exact tone she always used right before she asked for a favor. She spent a painfully awkward 5 minutes asking about the weather in Chicago, how my job was going, and if I had a girlfriend yet. I just gave one-word answers and waited for the inevitable pivot. Ethan, honey. She finally sighed, her voice trembling slightly. Your father and I are in a bit of a terrible situation. We're in some rather severe debt. It's mostly credit cards and a second mortgage we took out a while back. The interest rates adjusted, and things have just gotten entirely out of hand. We were wondering, hoping, really, if you might be able to help us out, just a little bit. Just to keep the bank off our backs until we get back on our feet. I leaned back in my office chair, staring blankly at my monitor. How much are you short? I asked, my voice completely flat. She hesitated. It's about $38,000 to clear the immediate arrears and stop the foreclosure warnings. I laughed. I honestly couldn't stop myself. It wasn't a cruel, maniacal villain laugh. It was a genuine, involuntary bark of pure, unadulterated disbelief. You're joking, right? I asked. You want me to hand you $38,000? Ethan, please, it's not funny, she cried, her voice immediately spiking into a hysterical pitch. We are drowning. We could lose the house. Why on earth would I help you after what you did to me? I asked, my tone dropping to ice. She started full-on sobbing into the receiver. She told me I was their only son. She told me I was doing so incredibly well for myself, living in a fancy condo, while Chloe's husband had lost his job last year and they couldn't contribute a dime. She said they were desperate, terrified, and out of options. You should have thought about your retirement before you bought Chloe a horse-drawn carriage. I said softly, call the bank and ask them for a loan. I hear you have your whole life to pay those off. Then I hung up the phone. They did not stop calling. I didn't block their numbers immediately. I told myself I was leaving the channel open just in case they finally experienced a moment of total clarity and offered a genuine, groveling apology. I wanted them to admit what they did was abhorrent. But I should have known these people better. My parents possess a truly weaponized form of selective amnesia. They can remember exactly what dress Chloe wore to her 8th grade dance, but they somehow completely blanked on the fact that they stole $50,000 from my future. The voicemails started piling up. At first, it was just my mom leaving tearful, guilt-laced audio novels. We're losing everything, Ethan. It just doesn't feel fair that you sit in your luxury apartment and won't even speak to the people who gave you life. Fair. That word bounced around my skull like a rogue bullet, like it had been fair to drain my inheritance while I was asleep. Like it had been fair to let me eat instant noodles for 4 years while Chloe bragged about her custom floral arrangements. Then, the tone aggressively shifted. My dad, who rarely spoke on the phone, started leaving long seething voicemails. His voice was tight, dripping with absolute contempt. This isn't just about money, Ethan, he growled in one message. This is about family loyalty. I don't know what kind of arrogant, selfish ideas you've gotten into your head since moving to the city, but you are not better than us. You owe us respect. I never thought I was better than them. I just worked my absolute ass off to build a life they guaranteed I'd have to suffer for. And now that I had built the castle, they were banging on the gates demanding entry. The absolute kicker came 3 weeks later. It was a Sunday afternoon. I was sitting on my couch watching football when my phone buzzed with a text from an unsaved number. You could have just said no without being such a smug, selfish prick. I didn't need caller ID to know it was Chloe. I hadn't spoken to her in almost 10 years. She didn't come to my college graduation. She didn't call when I bought my condo. But now, suddenly, she was descending from her throne to scold me like I was a disobedient dog. I stared at the screen for a full minute before my thumb started moving. That's incredibly rich coming from the woman who spent my entire college fund on imported peonies and silk chair covers. I watched the 3 little typing dots appear, vanish, and reappear for almost 5 minutes. Finally, her response came through. It wasn't your money, Ethan. Mom and Dad said it was a family emergency fund, and I'm the one who actually needed it for my wedding. You're just a bitter sociopath holding onto a grudge from a decade ago. Grow up and help our dying parents. That text physically broke something inside of my chest. It wasn't the insult that hurt. It was the absolute, unshakable delusion. The sheer ease with which she rewrote history. She was entirely convinced that the money was never mine, and that my sacrifices meant absolutely nothing. The next morning, I received a cold, clinical email from my dad. The subject line was simply, urgent, help. The body of the email contained 3 paragraphs detailing their exact debt, their crushing monthly payments, and a PDF attachment of their overdue mortgage notices. The final sentence read, "We expect a basic level of financial support from our son, who we raised, fed, and gave absolutely everything to." Everything. I stared at that word until the letters blurred on my screen. They gave me everything except my grandparents' trust, except a fair shot at life, except basic human respect. That week, the stress finally caught up to me. I stopped answering texts from my friends, I stopped going to the gym. I found myself sitting in my car in the underground parking garage of my building for an hour after work, just staring at the concrete wall, completely paralyzed by a suffocating wave of old, familiar depression. I felt like I was 20 years old again, the invisible, disposable son who was only ever meant to be a backup plan for the golden child. I actually broke down crying in my car one night. Just quiet, bitter, exhausting tears. I gripped the steering wheel and whispered to the empty garage, why wasn't I ever enough? But after the tears stopped, the sadness completely evaporated, leaving behind a cold, hyper-focused, absolute rage. I realized that if I let them win, if I let them break me down and guilt me into writing a check, I would be validating every single horrible thing they ever did to me. I was completely done being the victim in their twisted family narrative. I decided to stop ignoring them and start fighting back. But I wasn't going to scream over the phone. I was going to be surgical. The first thing I did was contact the county records archive in the town where my grandparents passed away. I submitted a formal request for a copy of their last will and testament, as well as any probate records related to the trust they established. I wasn't entirely sure what I would find, or if I even had the legal right to access it, but the clerk informed me that as the named beneficiary of the trust, I had full legal standing to request the disbursement records. The agonizing wait took 2.5 weeks. During that time, the rumors started bleeding into my extended family. My phone started blowing up with texts from aunts, uncles, and cousins. Aunt Teresa texted, "Ethan, I am so deeply disappointed in you. Your parents are losing their home and you won't even take their calls? What happened to you?" Chloe posted a highly filtered, tearful video on her public Instagram page. She was sitting on her couch in an oversized hoodie, wiping away non-existent tears, talking about the heartbreak of losing a sibling to corporate greed, and how some people let a little bit of money turn them into absolute monsters who abandon the people who love them first. The comments were flooded with her church friends and our relatives validating her, calling me a monster, a narcissist, and a disgrace. They were running a full-scale smear campaign to destroy my reputation so I would cave under the social pressure. Then, the manila envelope from the county archives finally arrived in my mailbox. I opened it on my kitchen island, my hands completely steady. Inside were 3 documents. First, the original will. I scanned down the pages until I found my name. The legal text was highlighted in bold black ink. The sum of $50,000 is to be held in a secure trust for our grandson, Ethan last name, to be dispersed and used, solely and exclusively for the purpose of his higher education tuition and associated collegiate expenses. Not for a wedding, not for a family emergency. Solely for education. The second document was a bank transfer receipt dated exactly 7 months before Chloe's wedding. It showed a total withdrawal of $50,000, effectively closing the trust account. The third document was the kill shot. It was a notarized release form, signed by both my mother and my father, submitted to the estate attorney managing the trust. In order to get the funds released early, they had submitted a sworn, handwritten statement declaring that the $50,000 was being actively transferred to my university to cover my upcoming tuition costs. They hadn't just drained the account. They had legally falsified documents to the estate attorney. They committed textbook trust fraud. My parents had perjured themselves and misappropriated protected fiduciary funds under entirely false pretenses. I stared at their signatures, my mother's looping cursive and my dad's rigid block letters. I didn't feel sad anymore. I felt like a goddamn sniper who just got the green light. Update 2. I didn't rush. I spent 3 days meticulously preparing my counterattack. I reached out to a highly recommended estate and inheritance attorney in Chicago. I walked into his office, laid the county documents on his mahogany desk, and told him the entire story. He reviewed the papers, his eyebrows climbing higher and higher up his forehead. "Ethan," he said slowly, "this is blatant breach of fiduciary duty and misappropriation of trust assets." While the criminal statute of limitations might be a gray area depending on the jurisdiction, civilly, you have an absolute slam dunk case to sue them for the principal amount plus 13 years of compounding interest and damages. They committed fraud. I don't want to drag this out in court for 3 years, I told him calmly. I want to terrify them into absolute silence. I want a formal, legally binding demand letter. The lawyer smiled. I can draft a very aggressive notice of intent to sue, outlining the exact statutes they violated, attaching the proof of their perjury, and demanding immediate restitution, lest we file a civil complaint that will absolutely require full financial discovery of all their current assets. Do it, I said. Send it via certified mail. Require a signature. But the legal threat was only half of the plan. The other half was the court of public opinion. My family wanted to use social pressure to break me? Fine. I was going to nuke their entire social standing from orbit. On a quiet Wednesday evening, I sat down at my laptop with a cup of black coffee and drafted an email. The subject line was clear and professional: clarification regarding my parents' financial situation and recent family rumors. In the BCC line, I added 25 email addresses. I included every single aunt, uncle, and cousin who had texted me. I included the admin of the extended family Facebook group. I included Chloe's husband. I even managed to track down the email address for Chloe's mother-in-law, who had been actively sharing Chloe's tearful videos online. The email was divided into 3 extremely polite, devastatingly factual sections. Section 1. The truth about the money. I explained exactly what the $50,000 was, who left it, and what its legal purpose was. I stated, without any emotional adjectives, that my parents had secretly drained the account to pay for Chloe's wedding venue, catering, and carriage rental, leaving me with $0 for college. Section 2. The receipts. I wrote, because I know this is a heavy accusation, I have attached the legal proof. I attached high-resolution PDF scans of the grandparents while highlighting the solely for education clause, the bank withdrawal receipt, and the crown jewel, the notarized letter bearing my parents' signatures where they lied to the estate attorney about using the money for my tuition. Section 3. The present situation. I detailed exactly how much debt my parents had recently demanded I pay $38,000 and explained that when I declined to finance their poor financial decisions, they and Chloe launched a coordinated campaign to brand me as a selfish monster. I ended the email with this exact paragraph. I am not sending this to invite debate, nor am I asking for anyone's sympathy. I survived my 20s, paid off the crushing student loans my parents forced me into, and built a successful life entirely on my own. I am sending this because I refuse to allow my character to be assassinated by the very people who stole my inheritance and committed legal fraud to fund a party. If you still wish to side with them after reading the attached legal documents, that is your choice. But you will no longer do so in ignorance of the truth. Please do not contact me regarding this matter again. I proofread it twice. I took a deep breath, feeling a massive, crushing weight physically lift off my shoulders, and I clicked send. The fallout was biblical. For the first 12 hours, there was absolute, stunned silence. Then, my phone practically melted. My Aunt Teresa, the same woman who called me a disappointment, replied to the email thread replying to everyone, "Oh my God, Ethan, I had absolutely no idea. I am so incredibly sickened by this. I am so sorry for what I said to you." My cousin Maya texted me, "Holy shit, you brought receipts. Uncle Dave and Aunt Linda are going to have to move to a different state to escape this embarrassment." Another uncle replied to the thread simply stating, "This is a disgrace. Stealing from your own child's education to pay for a wedding is vile." 2 days later, the certified legal letter from my attorney arrived at my parents' house. I know exactly when it arrived because my dad called me 6 times in a row, back to back. I didn't answer a single one. He left a frantic, hyperventilating voicemail. All of his previous arrogant swagger was completely gone. He sounded like a terrified, cornered animal. "Ethan, please, pick up the phone. You sent a lawyer after us? You sent our private financial documents to the entire family? Your mother hasn't stopped crying for 2 days. Chloe's in-laws are demanding answers from her. We can't afford a lawsuit, Ethan, you know we're broke. Please, just call off the lawyer. We're begging you. We're sorry, okay? We're sorry." It was the very first time in 13 years I had heard the words "we're sorry," and it only took the threat of financial ruin and total social excommunication to drag it out of them. I didn't call him back. I forwarded the voicemail to my lawyer to keep in the file just in case we ever needed to prove they admitted guilt. I found out through the family grapevine a week later that my parents were in absolute shambles. The extended family had completely turned on them. Aunt Teresa apparently drove to their house and screamed at my mother in her own driveway, calling her a thief. My parents were so terrified of my impending lawsuit that they immediately listed my dad's SUV for sale and contacted a realtor to fast-track the sale of their house to avoid both foreclosure and the legal damages I was threatening. As for Chloe, her mother-in-law saw the email, Saw the proof that her daughter-in-law's lavish wedding was entirely funded by stealing from a teenager's education fund, and absolutely lost her mind. Chloe deleted her Instagram account, deactivated her Facebook, and has gone completely, utterly dark. The golden child's shiny veneer was completely shattered. I received a handwritten, 4-page letter from my dad last week. It was pathetic. It was full of excuses about how they thought they could pay it back eventually and how they just wanted Chloe to be happy. He begged me not to take them to court, promising they would never, ever contact me for money again if I just let them sell the house in peace and move into a smaller apartment. I took the letter, folded it neatly, and placed it in the folder with the rest of the documents. I shoved the folder into the bottom drawer of my desk and locked it. I haven't officially filed the lawsuit, and honestly, I probably won't. I don't need their money, and you can't squeeze blood from a turnip anyway. The absolute terror of the unknown hanging over their heads is punishment enough. For the first time in my entire life, my mind is completely quiet. The anger that I carried in my chest for over a decade is just gone. I am no longer the invisible backup plan. I am no longer the family ATM. I am just Ethan. I am 33, debt-free, successful, and completely free from their toxic orbit. And that peace of mind? That's the real inheritance they could never steal from me. Top comments. User 1. Holy hell, this is the most satisfying nuclear revenge I've ever read. The fact that they not only stole your money but actively committed perjury and fraud to do it, and then had the sheer audacity to ask you for $38K, the absolute delusion is staggering. Sending the receipts to the mother-in-law was a masterstroke of genius. Enjoy your peaceful, debt-free life, OP. You earned every bit of it. User 2. The sister's text calling you a selfish prick while literally wearing the wedding dress paid for by your stolen education fund makes my blood boil. Golden child syndrome is a literal mental illness for these parents. I'm so glad you didn't just let them sweep it under the rug. Let them sell their house and live with the shame. Do not ever let them back into your life. User 3. Estate attorney here. You played this perfectly. The statute of limitations on trust fraud can sometimes be paused if the beneficiary was unaware of the fraud due to active concealment by the trustees, which they absolutely did. The threat of civil discovery alone is enough to make people like your parents completely fold. Keep that folder locked and loaded just in case they ever try to pop back up. Bravo. I uncovered my father's affair with my aunt and his business fraud. I reported them to the IRS. A day later, they were broke and begging me for mercy. This whole issue began approximately 2 years ago, and I'm a 30-year-old man. To make anything make sense, though, I suppose I need first explain a few things. On paper, we were essentially the ideal family, as everyone would say. Immediately following his marriage to my mother, Linda, my father, Michael, a 50-year-old man whom everyone called Mike, founded this construction business. 22 years had passed since their marriage. Mom is from a large Connecticut Catholic family. In the past, her 4 sisters were very close, even finishing each other's words. When I was growing up, Julie, her younger sister, was constantly present. She was that cool aunt who would cover for me when I did stupid teenage things and sneak me extra dessert. We had a lovely home in Lexington that was comfortable, but not extremely wealthy. When I was about 12, Dad's business really took off, and all of a sudden we were living comfortably. Disney World family vacations every other year, brand new automobiles, etc. Mom was very active in religious activities, and organized large charity events that were well known throughout the community. Aunt Julie was a kindergarten teacher at the neighborhood elementary school, and because she was so amazing with the children, all of the parents adored her. We would always have these enormous family dinners on Sundays. Unless you were actually in the hospital, everyone had to be present. All of my aunts would bring their particular foods, and Dad would light up his nice grill, the one he spent much too much money on but wouldn't acknowledge it. Everybody fought over Julie's delicious mac and cheese every time. On a Sunday, perhaps 4 months prior to everything happening, my cousin Ethan, Julie's child, made a joke about how his mother was constantly texting someone these days. Julie became quite strange about it and said it was only work-related. Immediately after that, Dad knocked over his drink. Even though I didn't see the warning signs at the time, I will always remember the day it all went south. We had our yearly Memorial Day cookout. Everyone was present. All of my cousins, aunts, uncles, and even a few of my neighbors. Every time we had a big picnic, people would come and go all day. Dad was acting strangely the entire time. Strangely, he kept checking his phone, and left to answer business calls. Even though it was Memorial Day. What kind of construction is taking place on Memorial Day? It was really strange for Julie to be late because she typically arrives first to assist with setup. She was agitated when she arrived, and claimed that our suburb was congested on Memorial Day. Yes. To assist with carrying some food out, she set her phone down on the table. That's when it occurred. At the age of 15, my cousin Ethan reached for what he believed to be his phone. Their blue iPhone case was identical. Or whatever. He was going to show his girlfriend some TikTok. But, man, they were there when he opened it. My dad and Julie exchanged hundreds of mails. Not just standard communications, but also explicit content, images, and meeting schedules. They were told that they were destined to be together, and that they would soon find a way to notify everyone. In the backyard, Ethan lost it and began yelling at his mother. He simply held up the phone and began reading texts aloud, as everyone rushed to see what was happening. What followed was unlike anything I've ever seen. It was my cousins shouting. My aunts were in tears. Julie's husband, my Uncle David, appeared to be about to vomit. As I watched this nightmare play out in real time, I stood still. I never imagined my father would get this far. He and my mother, after all, had been my pillar of support, my safety net, and the one thing I believed I could always rely on. However, I had to stuff my hands into my pockets because they were shaking so much. And I experienced an odd sense of detachment, as if I were watching someone else's family disintegrate on TV instead of seeing my own life come apart. The wailing and shouting weren't even the worst part. It was the brief period of silence that followed Ethan's completion of the last message. Then Julie made this noise. It was something between a sob and a giggle, and then it all blew out. It dawned on me at that point. Really got to me in the stomach. After this, our family will never be the same. Once something breaks, it's impossible to put it back together. And my mother just stood there, locked in place. While Julie attempted to take the phone from Ethan, she continued to hold this platter of potato salad in her hands and stare at nothing. No one even bothered to pick up the potato salad as it simply fell off the platter. That's what comes to mind the most. This potato salad blob was resting in the grass while my whole family fell apart. Dad attempted to explain that it wasn't what it appeared to be. Isn't it classic? However, Julie broke down in tears, and said they had no intention of it happening. They were unsure of how to tell anyone that they had fallen in love. Julie even dared to admit in front of everyone, including her mother, that she and her father had a genuine bond that was undeniable for a long time. I can still hear my mother's voice. She made this strange gasping sound, as if someone had suddenly shoved her underwater. But it wasn't really a cry or a scream. After that, she simply turned around, entered her room, and locked the door. Although we were unaware of it at the time, it was likely the last time she would be herself for a very long time. Of course, that was the end of the BBQ. With the exception of Catherine, my mom's eldest sister, who stayed to attempt to speak with her through the door, everyone went. To give everyone time to gather their thoughts, Dad packed up his belongings and departed. Ethan screamed after Julie as she fled outside sobbing, and I spent hours sitting on our back patio, looking at that dumb potato salad on the floor, trying to figure out how my entire existence had suddenly collapsed in about 12 minutes. After the cookout, the following few days were just bizarre, like a weird limbo where no one knew what to do. Mom would only leave her room to use the restroom, and even then, she would wait until she believed I was asleep. At night, I could hear her pacing and walking back and forth for hours on end. Sometimes when I checked later, the food I had left outside her door was gone, but most of the time it was still there. Dad never stopped messaging and calling me. He was sending lengthy texts about how life may be complicated, and that things aren't always clear-cut while he was lodging at a motel in Cambridge. That's what you're going with, really? He even made an effort to persuade me that he and Julie had battled their feelings for years before coming to the conclusion that they were soulmates. Wanted me to know that it wasn't a cheap affair, as if it somehow improved the situation. Even horrible was Julie. She began to arrive to our house at random times, and utilized the bedroom door to try to explain things to Mom. I had to practically threaten to call the police to get her to leave, because she would stand there sobbing and screaming things like, "But you have to understand, Linda. When love is real, you can't fight it." She would simply lie there, sobbing or gazing blankly. My dad, meanwhile, doesn't give a damn. He was already playing house with Julie. Together, they used funds from Dad's business to purchase an apartment. Julie abruptly became too stressed to work as a teacher, so she quit. They began sharing content on social media about choosing happiness and making a fresh start. The way they began distributing their version of events throughout the town was the worst part. Julie informed everyone at church that Mom's cold and aloof behavior had alienated Dad. said that mom neglected dad since she was preoccupied with her charitable work. It was even implied that mom had been aware of them for months but chose to play the victim by pretending not to notice. Julie's son, Ethan, was going through a really difficult period. He refused to visit his mother and lived full-time with his father, Julie's ex-partner. However, Julie also misrepresented that, claiming that I had poisoned Ethan in order to harm her and her father. Like, Julie, no. When you ruined our families, I'm very sure you did it alone. It became evident at the end of the first month that mom would not be returning home anytime soon. We visited another mental health hospital. After the physicians suggested a longer-term care facility, I had to get some of her belongings and carry them there. And it broke my heart to find clothing for her. Her Sunday church dress, her gardening trousers, and her favorite sweater were all just hanging in the closet like nothing was wrong, as if she would return at any moment to don them once more. I realized at that point that nothing would ever be normal again. The individuals who had ruined our family had already moved on, as if nothing had occurred. After mom went to the hospital, life fell into this strange rhythm as the rest of us tried to pick up the bits that had been shattered. Every Wednesday and Sunday after work, I would go see her. According to the doctor, she would feel more stable if she followed a regular schedule. Initially, she would merely nod or shake her head during visits rather than saying much. However, after 4 months or so, mom began to have good days when she would genuinely look at me when I discussed my job or my cousin's situation. Then Julie made her first shocking revelation. She shared a picture of a sonogram along with the entire thing on Facebook. Pregnant with twins, not simply pregnant. God's blessings, love finding a way, and how thrilled she and her father were the main topics of the message. She tagged everyone we knew, including some of mom's church acquaintances and her sisters. Who does that? My cousin Claire later told me that Julie had actually stopped taking birth control months before the affair was discovered. She informed Claire that she was praying for an accident because she believed having a child would force dad to leave mom. I guess she got exactly what she wanted. When dad learned of the pregnancy, he went absolutely crazy, began referring to the twins as their miracle babies, and sharing daily updates about his expanding family. He even had the audacity to message me and ask if I would be interested in helping them set up the nursery in their new home. Yes, they used the funds from his firm to purchase this enormous property in Newton. The amount of money my father was making from that firm astounded me. For example, the building industry was doing all right, but it wasn't purchasing homes worth millions of dollars. When mom learned she was pregnant, her physicians had to change her medication. For a while, she stopped eating once more. Ethan's visits to her were the only thing that appeared to make a difference. He was also in pain, so it seemed as though she could take hearing about his life. Dad and Julie, however, wouldn't let me be alone. They continued to arrive at my apartment without warning. With her palm on her belly, Julie would stand there and talk about how the twins would need their big brother and how families must support one another during happy times. The woman was acting as like we should all be celebrating after ruining her sister's life. When she was around 6 months pregnant, the true insanity began. After the twins were delivered, she started calling me several times a day to ask for help, said that she and her father needed someone to watch the kids 3 days a week because they were so busy with their business. She would email me lengthy guilt trips about how children are innocent, and how I was punishing kids for adult issues when I didn't return her calls. Then Emma and Ethan, the twins, were born. Julie also began sending me photos of the twins every day, along with phrases like missing their big brother or waiting for Uncle David to come meet them. When that didn't work, she started sending them videos of themselves sobbing along with statements suggesting that they felt their family wasn't complete. It was outright manipulation of emotions. When they began to appear at my job, it was the worst. During my lunch break, Julie would come with the twins and weep in the lobby over the high cost of childcare and their need for family support. My coworkers were really uneasy. Even though my supervisor volunteered to call security a few times, I was concerned that it would only make things worse. Dad attempted a different strategy. He began discussing the possibility of me becoming a company partner, stating that he wanted a trustworthy person to assist with management while he concentrated on his new family. Claimed that if I came to work with them and support the twins, he would offer me a 25% share. In retrospect, given my knowledge of the industry, that offer makes me giggle. They even enlisted others to exert pressure on me. Julie would complain to churchgoers that I was ignoring my own siblings, and that I was allowing jealousy to sour my relationships with defenseless kids. In fact, A few religious women visited my apartment to offer me advice on forgiveness and family responsibilities. I continued encountering these individuals who attempted to lecture me, so I had to move to a new grocery shop. But it was Julie's comparison of herself to Mom that really got to me. She would say things like, "I'm being a better mother than Linda ever was. And at least I'm emotionally available for my children." She even claimed that the twins were fortunate not to have their mother around because they were worthy of better than her instability. Her arrogance completely sickened me. Julie and her father had this entire scenario figured out by the time the twins were 5 months old. In order to give them some alone time, they requested that I take the twins every weekend. Claimed that it would be beneficial experience for when I had children of my own. Julie even began telling others that she was reserving a room for me in their home, as if she genuinely believed that I would want to join their dysfunctional little world. While these two pretended to be happy family despite the evidence of their treachery, I couldn't help but think of my mother lying in her hospital room, taking her medication, participating in group therapy, and gradually attempting to rebuild herself. I began to pay close attention to Dad's business documents at that point. Not because I had any plans at the time. The deed didn't even have Julie's name on it. Probably because Dad realized it would be simpler to track down the money if her name was on it. Before everything was made public, Julie and her father exchanged letters about how they could utilize the firm to launch their new lives. In reality, she was assisting him in transferring funds. There were lengthy email exchanges concerning opening new bank accounts and moving money around even before she started working there. They continued to try to coerce me into becoming a part of their lives. When I was discovering this information, Julie used to write me lengthy texts about how quickly the twins were developing and how I was losing out on important times. In the meantime, I'm sitting there examining proof that she assisted my father in stealing millions of dollars. The more I investigated, the clearer it appeared that this was more than a little tax evasion. Dad had been operating this entire scam scheme for years. He was using shell corporations to launder money, had fictitious workers on the payroll, and most likely placed individuals in danger by cutting corners on building supplies. Finding out that he had begun to ramp up the fraud about the time he began dating Julie was what really got me. As if he was aware that establishing his new life with her would require additional funds, he simply began stealing more as a result. When he bought Julie jewelry or took her on weekend vacations that Mom was unaware of, there were these significant increases in material expenditures. I began recording everything I discovered in a thorough log. Copies of every bank statement that showed the account movements were downloaded. Discovered these dubious offshore accounts that were created by Dad. In an attempt to evade taxes, he was transferring funds through them. I had been going to see my mother in the mental health facility all this time, watching her gradually try to piece her life back together, and these two were not only living off the fraud money, but also plotting to steal much more. I came to the realization that I could no longer ignore this fact. For the first time in their lives, they had to deal with the repercussions. I sat on this evidence for about a week, trying to decide what to do with it. Although I knew it wouldn't be sufficient, there was a part of me that wanted to simply give it all to the IRS anonymously and get it over with. It was imperative that these folks understood precisely who had brought them down and why. This odd Tuesday morning was the last straw. Julie arrived to my flat at 7 a.m., while I was getting ready for work. I didn't even send the first text. As soon as I opened the door, she forced her way inside with the twins, who were also crying. She was a complete mess, hadn't even combed her hair, and began to babble about their nanny's abrupt resignation. Very likely as a result of their improper payment of her. In retrospect, she required me to watch the twins for the next 3 days since she and her father had a crucial meeting with possible investors. She literally plopped down on my couch and wouldn't go when I told her no. Began to cry, as they talked about how the twins needed stability, and how they were having trouble with the business, because no one wanted to support family anymore. I'm staring at these two infants the entire while she's speaking, unaware that their entire existence has been based on lies. I informed her that she had to go. At that moment, she took her phone out and put her father on speaker. He began to rant about how I was betraying the family, and how my mother would be very upset with me if I didn't support my siblings. That was all. That's when I lost it. I went to my workstation, took out one of the hard drives that contained everything I had collected, and just held it up while telling them that I knew all there was to know about the company, including the bribery, money laundering, and bogus firms. Julie's expression turned white. Dad's phone became quite quiet. Then Julie attempted to downplay it by claiming, "I was just confused about normal business practices." Dad intervened, attempting to explain how difficult it is to run a construction company, and how sometimes you have to get around rules in order to remain competitive. I'm fairly certain that bribing building inspectors isn't a typical business practice. I explained everything to them, Dad. I explained to them what I had discovered. Julie became agitated and accused me of fabricating stories because I was envious of her new family. Dad went into threat mode and threatened to make sure I never worked in Boston again if I made a foolish move. I took out my phone at that point and showed them the email I had previously written to the IRS Criminal Investigation Division, along with all of its attachments and a thorough chronology of the crime. I informed them that I have duplicates of everything stored in several locations. Therefore, it was too late even if they attempted to destroy the proof. Julie went totally crazy, began yelling that I was terrible for wanting to put their father in jail, and that I was attempting to ruin her children's future. The twins were crying, most likely because they were afraid of all the shouting. Still yelling that I would regret this, she took them and fled. For hours following that, Dad continued to text and call. Initially, they offered me money to help me forget what I had witnessed in an attempt to reason with me. He turned to threats when that failed, claimed that he would tell everyone that I had assisted in the fraud, and that I had supported it for years. However, I had documentation proving that I hadn't worked for the corporation since my undergraduate summer jobs. I waited until precisely 9 in the morning. I sent the email with everything I had when the IRS offices opened. In case my father tried to drag me into it, I made sure to describe how I found out about it and my minimal involvement years ago. I then gave my Aunt Catherine a call and told her everything. With the exception of Julie, she conference phoned all of my other aunts. They were obviously shocked, though not very surprised by the scam. It seems that everyone was curious about how Dad and Julie were able to support their way of life. The days that followed were very demanding. The IRS wanted to schedule an interview and replied really promptly. Even though I hadn't done anything wrong, I hired a lawyer just to be sure. Both Dad and Julie made every effort to get in touch with me, including sending church members to my place. They continued creating fresh email addresses to get in touch with me even after I banned their phone numbers. Julie even attempted to message me, using phony social media accounts. Sometimes in the same message, they alternated between pleading, threatening, and guilt-tripping. I went to see my mother that evening. I haven't yet told her what I did. She wasn't prepared for that kind of stress, according to her doctor. However, when I entered, she genuinely grinned at me for the first time in a very long time. In some way, she sensed that things would shift at last. After I sent that email to the IRS, things happened far more quickly than I had anticipated. For example, I assumed that nothing would happen for months or even years. However, no. Everyone who had ever worked for Dad's company was being interviewed by IRS criminal investigators in less than 2 weeks. The raid on Dad's main office was the first indication that things were seriously going south. During their affair, Julie had been using the company's accounts to write checks to herself for consulting services. But in reality, she was using the money to pay for upscale hotels and expensive goods. When they were trying to conceive the twins, she had even paid for fertility treatments with corporate funds. Dad was offered a 5-year sentence by the prosecution if he assisted them in locating all the money. Given how quickly he accepted the arrangement, his attorney most likely advised him to accept it. However, Julie was left out of the agreement, since she attempted to delete evidence once the investigation had begun. Unaware that the feds already had copies of everything, she attempted to shred documents and erased numerous emails. Because of the twins, social services became engaged. Since Julie's ex-husband and his new wife had prior experience raising her child, Ethan, they temporarily placed them with them. When Julie learned, she went utterly crazy. It goes without saying that my dad's construction business failed. I regret that all of the honest workers lost their jobs. But the inquiry revealed that the majority of the new hires were merely names on paper. Dad was keeping the money for himself by claiming salary for non-existent persons. They took almost everything away from them, including their house, Julie's car, their main vacation, and all of their bank accounts. Ethan's stepmother was the sole reason the twins still had toys and clothing. Yes, Julie's ex-husband got married, packed up their belongings, and visited the property before it was confiscated. Therefore, the true drama was taking place in our extended family and community while Julie was handling her own legal issues and Dad was incarcerated in a federal facility. People I had known my entire life began to reveal their true selves as a result of this whole circumstance, which essentially divided everyone into factions. This private Facebook group was created by my mom's side cousin Claire, for the sake of family healing, or whatever. This entire area became a battle zone. In some way, Julie joined it, and began writing lengthy tirades about how everyone was ignoring her during her difficult time, and how her kids were suffering without their family network. The twins were actually getting along great with Julie's ex-husband and his wife, Kimberly. Since Kimberly works as a child psychologist, she was able to assist them with adjusting. Considering his initial feelings toward the circumstance, it was quite remarkable that Ethan was even beginning to form a bond with his half-siblings. However, witnessing her ex-husband rear her children once more was too much for Julie to bear. Kimberly was attempting to take her place as the twins' mother. She began to inform everyone. She even attempted to report them to CPS using fictitious allegations of abuse. However, the social worker saw right through it, especially since Kimberly had kept track of everything since the twins moved there. Watching Julie attempt to control Ethan during all of this was the worst part. She began to guilt-trip him by telling him that by failing to defend her in front of the family, he was deserting his brother and sister. In order to cope with everything, Ethan ultimately had to begin therapy. In the end, his father obtained a court order compelling Julie to cease speaking with Ethan directly. Then there were all these strangers emerging from the woods, claiming that Julie or Dad owed them money. For example, this person showed up at my flat claiming that his father had committed to fund his startup. Julie allegedly stole money from her to invest in the building company, according to another woman. As it turned out, they had been operating this whole hoax, obtaining investments from churchgoers. The logistics of it all aren't even the most difficult aspect. It's observing how this has radically altered our identities as individuals. Mom is doing better in therapy, but she now feels heavier than she did before. That's typical, according to the doctors. That recovery does not entail going back to your pre-trauma self. It entails coming to terms with what transpired, and constructing something fresh from the fragments left behind. I have no idea what our family will look like in the future. The previous iteration of ourselves has vanished, irreparably broken. But perhaps that's all right. From the ashes of what they destroyed, perhaps we may construct something more powerful. Something that excludes anyone who may cause such severe harm to their own family and still want us to go on. Ironically, my father instilled in me the values of accepting responsibility for one's actions, admitting one's faults, and dealing with the fallout, one prison day at a time. I suppose he's finally learning the lesson himself. For my part, I'm concentrating on Mom's recuperation, and letting the judicial system handle things. You shouldn't give such folks another chance to ruin your life. I'm concentrating on supporting my mother for the time being, and leaving the rest to the lawyers. Once destroyed, certain bridges should remain ashes. First of all, they continued discovering new problems with Dad's business operations. So his sentence might have been prolonged. A follow-up hearing regarding the fresh evidence they discovered was scheduled for next month, but it has been postponed. They discovered him in his cell 3 days ago. According to the official declaration, it was self-inflicted. I'm still having trouble understanding it. I haven't seen the letter yet, but the guard who discovered him indicated there was one. I am not certain if I want to. Julie has gone utterly insane. At 3 in the morning, she arrived at my apartment, yelling, "That's what I did to him." She would not stop screaming about how I ruined our family, and how I would always have to deal with this. I simply stood there and allowed everything to soak in. To be honest, I have no idea how to feel. For example, should I feel relieved, angry, or sad? In addition to destroying my mom's life and stealing millions of dollars, he was still my father, the individual who chose to have an affair with my aunt, and then assumed that everyone would just accept it ruined our lives. The person who attempted to blame me for not wanting to play happy family with their children from an affair. Mom's response was surprising. She simply fell silent as I informed her, and then she murmured, "I forgive him. I forgive him. I forgive him. I forgive him." She said it was for herself, not for him or me, and claimed that holding on to her anger was impeding her ability to recover. According to her physicians, this is actually a very good step in her recuperation. The twins remain with Kimberly and Julie's ex. They'll most likely remain there for at least 2 or 3 years, because Julie is dealing with her own legal issues. With them, Ethan has been fantastic. Asserts that they shouldn't be responsible for their parents' actions. Mom is stronger than anyone anticipated, but her doctors are keeping a tight eye on her to make sure this doesn't cause a setback. She's even mentioning the possibility of returning home soon. Declares her desire to take back her life. Julie is still being prosecuted for her involvement in the company scam. Her attorney attempted to use her father's passing to win the judge over. But the prosecutor has emails that show she was the one who devised some of their plans. Does it make me a bad person to be relieved? While a part of me is depressed, another part of me thinks that perhaps everyone can now begin to move on from his attempts to control things from prison. My wife called me boring to cover her affair. I need excitement, she smirked. Days later, my next move made her collapse, in desperation. The first fissure in my marriage was not caused by yelling or banging doors shut. A laugh was its origin. A small laugh that was full of scorn and contempt, almost cruel in its dismissiveness, came out of Sophia's mouth during a cookout that we had on a Saturday evening with some of our friends. I was in the middle of narrating a story that involved my job. It wasn't anything too big. It was simply a small moment that put smiles on everyone else's faces. Then, all of a sudden, she interjected by saying that Finn doesn't really do exciting stuff. He is steady. Without a doubt. It struck with greater force than it ought to have. Although everyone chuckled in a courteous manner, I could feel my cheeks begin to heat up, and my fingers were fidgeting with my cup. This is not due to a sense of embarrassment. I had gotten used to swallowing that a long time ago, but this time around, there was something new behind her tone, something piercing, something remote. That was then I realized that her emotions went beyond just unhappiness. From what was she pulling away and continuously retreating? From me or from anybody else? I did not inquire at that point in time. I simply gave a small, strained grin and let the discussion to progress. However, as I laid beside her while she browsed through her phone endlessly later that night, the screen was turned away from my direction. The calm conviction made its way down to my very bones, and I could feel it there. Her personality has been altered by something, or someone. We led a life of simplicity. My employment was at a warehouse that specialized in automotive parts. Extended work periods with consistent scheduling. She was employed in the field of marketing for a real estate agency, located in the city center. Only in the evenings did our schedules coincide with one another. And even then, she had been returning to her residence later and later, carrying with her that little scent of citrus perfume that was not familiar to me. According to her, it was from the office. I simply observed, and did not engage in any sort of argument. She would welcome me with extended embraces, playful pecks on the cheek, and inquiries about how my day was going. At this point, she flung her luggage onto the couch and said, "I'm tired," before vanishing into long baths or venturing out onto the balcony for calls she never took in my presence. However, the most significant difference was to her eyes. When she would gaze into my eyes, they would become less hard. They were now flickering with impatience. I attempted to make up, devised intimate evening plans, prepared her favorite dishes, and even came up with ideas for her to do over the weekend. She consistently refused, citing the same indistinct reason. "All I require is some room." A short and memorable phrase that is used in advertising. You are causing me to feel overwhelmed. An experience that is beyond one's capacity to deal with. Even though I did not see her very well, I did my best to remain calm. I observe patterns. And patterns are not deceptive. It was always the case that whenever she claimed that she was too tired for me, she would suddenly find the energy to get dressed, curl her hair, apply perfume, and make her way to the workplace for some additional work. Figuring out what that meant did not require me to have detective-like skills. However, I did not approach her because I would not be able to obtain the truth if I confronted her. However, silently observing her would be another story. She was getting ready to complete a late project when, one night, she left her iPad on the bed. Typically, she treated her devices with the same level of caution as if they contained nuclear codes. However, she made a mistake and slipped up that evening. There was a sneak peek of the message. A man's name, a heart emoji, and the time and place that were all visible on the screen. I had a sudden, sharp intake of breath. Not due to shock, but more due to the fact that the subdued suspicion that I had been harboring had crystallized into reality. She was more than merely aloof. Simply being bored does not adequately describe how she was feeling. She was under the impression that I would never realize that she was constructing a whole new life for herself. The tablet was not touched by me. I choose to take a picture of the preview instead. Minor, delicate, yet significant enough for me to be able to recall myself in the future that this was not psychosis on my part. This is how it all started. She woke up with a radiant appearance the following morning, despite not having had sufficient rest. The way that a person shines when the things that they want are being fulfilled somewhere else than where they are. With a tone that was light and casual, she stated that she would be staying late at work once more. She made her coffee, hummed a tune to herself, and then made the declaration. At that point in time, my heart became fixed in its position. It is great if she desired excitement, if she thought that I was predictable, or if she considered that I would never be anything more than a calm, uninteresting man. Allow her to hold this belief. This is due to the fact that while she was chasing after cheap thrills, I was quietly getting something ready that she would never be able to forget. Such a fact, which was so absolute and indisputable, and which had been so meticulously put together, that it would strike every individual in her vicinity with the force of a blow when it came. It was not my intention to elevate the volume of my voice. Begging was not something that I intended to do. I had planned to watch, collect, document, prepare, and when the time came, I would bring a reckoning that she would not expect. That evening, Sophia exited the apartment while wearing a navy-colored outfit that I had never before laid eyes on. It is far too new to have been something that she purchased for use in her job. While she was getting into a gray SUV that did not belong to any of her coworkers, she was unaware that I was watching her from the window. She was unaware that my phone had the capability to record each and every license plate number, timestamp, and further information. Furthermore, she was unaware that the fact that she had disregarded this husband as being uninteresting, was precisely the point at which he had already began to unravel the threads of her secret life. For several days, I was in a state of being a person who was essentially divided in two. I flawlessly fulfilled my duties in all outward respects. Serene, tranquil, unfazed, and even willing to lend a hand, I nodded in understanding, and offered to prepare a warm meal for her when she returned home past her usual time, yawning involuntarily, and giving vague accounts of missed deadlines. I washed the dishes as she remained in the bathroom for hours with her phone. I merely tied the scarf around her neck for her, and expressed my hopes that she would have a good day when she told me that she was going to leave early for team meetings. However, something altogether else was taking place behind the scenes. She logged in promptly for each meeting that she attended into the late hours. She disappeared into each business dinner she attended, leaving a mark. I observed her reflection in the balcony door as she went outside to make each phone call, and it was recorded in quiet. I had stopped making guesses. I was putting together the truth, one component at a time. I did not have an angry demeanor. At this point in time, no, the work that I was required to complete would have been compromised by anger. I had to maintain a consistent, undetectable, and foreseeable presence. That very thing that she made fun of ended up becoming my most powerful tool. The very first assurance that was legitimate came on an evening during the week that happened to be Friday. She did not remember to silence her phone. A message appeared and began to light up just as she was brushing her hair in the mirror. It's the same location we went to the previous time. I made a reservation for the accommodation, a space for relaxation rather than for dining or meetings. This particular space is referred to as. For a moment that lasted half a second, her hand was completely still, long enough for her to demonstrate that she was aware that she ought not to be smiling. That faint, intimate smile that she attempted to conceal in the mirror was burnt into my brain. She put the phone away when she had finished typing on it at a rapid pace. She was unaware that I had seen every single one of the letters. Everything became clearer and more distinct starting at that point in time. She decided to cease wearing her wedding ring while she was at work, and I took notice of it. The way in which she purchased a fresh bottle of perfume, spritzed it on before she departed, but then washed as soon as she came home. The way in which she protected her phone as if it were a covert life support machine. The way in which she found herself with brand new lingerie receipts jammed into the back pocket of her pocketbook all of a sudden. Every single particularity is a separate narrative line. And I continued to pull. I retained the services of a private investigator named Edward, who was an elderly gentleman who was quiet and non-curious. He simply shook his head slowly as I elaborated on the specifics of the job I wanted him to do. I instructed him to ensure that everything was above board, and to maintain a clean record. There is only proof. There are no risks. And there are no dangerous traps. Every single instance in which she believed that I would not be able to see it, I have provided her with evidence that is both convincing and indisputable. He was able to provide pictures of her climbing into the SUV. Footage of her, accompanied by a man wearing a charcoal suit entering a hotel located in the city center. A hard copy of the official document that certifies his marriage, indeed, matrimony, photographic evidence of the texts that they sent to each other. Security camera footage showing static images of them in the corridors. Making eye contact with each other. There is no swapping of colleagues. Henry Carter was the man's name, and he was 42 years old. He was married to Laura Carter, and they had 2 daughters together. As an employee in the office, she works as a regional director. A man who removed his wedding band on the same evenings that Sophia removed hers. Each of the new folders that Edward gave to me was both a source of pain and an odd sensation of relief. That meant that I was not just imagining things. That meant that the issue did not stem from me. This implied that the reason she had been pulling away from me was not due to my shortcomings. The reason was that she was in pursuit of something that was both reckless and unlawful, something that she thought she could conceal under a veil of obscurity and justifications. However, I found something even more sinister when I progressed farther in my investigation. This was not something that had not happened before. Before I had any inkling that something was amiss, their messages stretched back months in time. Discussions held at all hours of the night over the subject of why enthusiasm feels greater than loyalty. Sending each other flirtatious texts on our anniversary. Photographs that she forwarded to him, after she informed me that she was too exhausted to engage in conversation. And to top it all off, there was one message from her to him that said, "He's harmless. He'll never do anything. He's too boring to even question me." Boring. Once more. This time, I was not broken by it. It stole from me. This is due to the fact that there is nothing more dangerous than a man who is silent, watchful, and underestimated. Once I had closed the last folder, I found that I was no longer experiencing feelings of grief. I experienced a sense of clarity. Clarity of the sort that burns gently, slowly, but ultimately. I did not wish to face her. At this point in time, no. Chaos results from confrontation. Confusion conceals what is actually happening. In a state of confusion, those who engage in dishonest behavior have the opportunity to manipulate the narrative, alter the sequence of events, and unjustly accuse the innocent. Instead, I made myself smaller, quieter, and nearly unnoticeable in her presence. She made the mistake of believing that stillness indicated a lack of strength. However, it was a deliberate decision. She strolled across the room while humming to herself and grinning at her phone, behaving as though the entire world had bestowed a remarkable gift onto her. Each falsehood that she spun for me got increasingly effortless and polished. The idea that she was invulnerable was a belief that she held. She held the belief that the shadows were there to safeguard her. The fact that she was unaware of, was that shadows appear to take on a different form, when someone is observing them from a different perspective. She returned home at a late hour the day before everything came crashing down, once again emanating a bright light. "Finn, you have such a kind heart," she added. "You never question anything, and I value that." Value. She removed her heels with a kick before giving a slow smile. It was as if I were nothing more than a convenience, a placeholder, a quiet observer of my own betrayal. However, she was unable to perceive the disparity that was reflected in my eyes. She did not seem to take note of the fact that I was no longer consuming pain medication. I was committing her face to memory, in anticipation of the storm that she had no idea was approaching. If excitement was what she was after, she was going to be stunned in a way that she had never before imagined. It would not be loud, nor would it be aggressive, but it would be devastating because it would be the truth presented to the one set of people she never wanted to disappoint. Her parents, his wife, everyone who had faith in the fact that she led a life that was stable and respectable, and she would discover precisely how unpredictable I was. It was on that morning when everything changed. It was an odd sense of tranquility that it evoked. Excessively serene. It was as if the universe was providing me with a brief respite from all things prior to the moment that everything ultimately exploded. Sophia had departed prior to this moment in order to go to her place of employment. After having left a trail of the fragrance's aroma, she only made reservations when it was for her late projects. With a tune on her lips, she stepped out the door. She was completely oblivious that the quiet man whom she assumed she was in control of had spent the entire night preparing the ultimate blow. Sunlight was pouring over the surface of the table when I took a seat at it in the kitchen. My laptop opens, and all of the evidence that I have gathered is carefully organized into files. There are screenshots, videos, timestamps from the hotel, copies of her texts, and images of her getting into Henry's car. The same grin that she once had when she was with me can be seen on her face, soft and familiar. It was no longer painful to get stung. I had already passed through that phase by now. Everything came across as if it were operating on automatic pilot. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, the private investigator by the name of Edward, had completed the delivery of the final file. The first time that he had hesitated since we began collaborating, it was when he passed it over to me. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Are you absolutely certain that you want to proceed with this?" I did not pause to reconsider my decision. Indeed. This is because there are instances when silence does not constitute forgiveness. The silence is a form of preparation. At this point, all I had left to do was relay the truth to the appropriate individuals. My first stop was Laura Carter, the wife of Henry Carter. It was her right to find out, and this was not out of wrath or cruelty. No woman should have to endure living in a lie when her spouse is pretending to be someone else in the privacy of their own house. I wrote a first version of an email. Just the facts, nothing sensational, and nothing sentimental. You have a right to know what really happened, Laura. And that is why I am sending this to you. I waited for a moment after hovering over the connected files, before pressing the transmit button. I felt a subtle change come over me when the email left my outbox, as if an old door were shutting. Following them were the parents of Sophia, John Harris, and Zoe Harris. Two individuals who had faith in the fact that their daughter was a paragon of virtuousness and elegance. I was aware that this would cause them to be devastated, but they also deserved to know the truth, so they adored her. I made sure that I packed the evidence in a meticulous manner, and included a brief and consistent message. I am disclosing this information with you because I think that being truthful is preferable to being silent. I made no accusations. I did not say anything disrespectful about their child. I only demonstrated to them what she had been up to for a number of months. I hit the transmit button. The email address to which the final message was sent was the personal email address that Henry Carter used exclusively for communications with his family, the man who robbed his wife and children of precious time, in order to pursue thrills with me. I have appended a single compilation file. Not all of the details, just enough so that he can plainly see his own reflection. After that, I shut the laptop and reclined. It was completed. There were no cries of anger, no shouting matches, and no confrontations that may be interpreted as fault. There was only the straightforward, unambiguous, and unequivocal delivery of the truth. I had presented her with just the thing that she had expressed a desire for. A sense of excitement enveloped her, but this was a type of excitement that she had not anticipated. My phone began to buzz as the late morning approached. The first thing that happened was that I received a phone call from a number that was not familiar to me. I did not respond to you, Laura. Following that, Sophia received a series of text messages from her mother. Lengthy passages that are punctuated with incredulity. Is this actually happening, Finn? When did this all begin? What was the reason for you withholding this information from us until now? While I calmly read each one, I allowed the emotional burden of their astonishment to sink in somewhere that was distant from my heart. Following that, it was Sophia who placed the phone calls. 3 in a row, then 4, and then 8. I did not answer the phone when it rang. I wanted her to remain seated in the state of perplexity until she was fully aware of the reality. The door to my apartment suddenly swung open by itself at approximately 12 o'clock. It is quite probable that she pleaded with the building management to allow her in that morning, because she had misplaced her key. Breathless, with her voice quivering from an emotion that was something between fear and wrath, she shouted out, "Finn, I did not respond to you when you were in the kitchen." I held off till she walked into the room, and saw that the laptop was still open on the table made of wood. The last email that she had sent was still shown on the screen, and her eyes were fixed on it, taking in the bright blue characters that were printed there. In an instant, all the color left her face. She cautiously approached and in a hushed tone asked, What is this?" Her voice trembled as she spoke. She was not panicking because of me. "What did you do, Finn? Why did you send?" she exclaimed. Our marriage was not the reason behind it. Her image, her reputation, and the life that she had meticulously crafted were all at stake. I did not indulge her by allowing an explosion to occur. I refrained from shouting or insisting on an explanation. I just leaned back against the counter with my arms crossed, and watched as she fell apart. In a subdued voice, I stated, "You were seeking for thrills." She shook her head in a fast manner, her hands trembling as she reached for the laptop. "I think starting with honesty would be a good idea," she said. She wouldn't have kept it secret for months if it didn't have any significance. "You can't. Finn. You shouldn't have done that. This isn't what you think it is. This is. You weren't supposed to do that. This didn't mean anything." She wouldn't have gone out and purchased outfits exclusively for him, if he didn't mean anything to her. She wouldn't be trembling uncontrollably at this moment if it had no significance. I responded in a composed manner by saying, "That is something that you will have to work out with them. Your parents, his wife, his family. I'm done carrying it." She covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. The type that originates from the state of panic that results from being exposed. Not the calm and peaceful type. Once more, her phone rang while she walked back and forth across the living room. It is her mother. Sophia's mother did not appear to be prepared to listen to any sort of clarification, as seen by the volume that was coming out of the speaker. Trembling, she responded with the words, "Mom, I can explain." But Sophia only stared at the screen, horrified, before she spoke. At this point in time, no. She was insisting on receiving answers, insisting on being told the truth, and insisting on being informed as to how it was possible for her daughter to betray not only her husband, but also the ones who had the most faith in her. Sophia felt her knees start to buckle, with her forehead clutched by one hand as though she were attempting to maintain her bodily integrity. She made her way to the couch and gradually sank herself into it. The moment that she directed her gaze in my direction, it was difficult to hear what she was saying. I looked her directly in the eyes, and maintained the same tranquility that she had once misunderstood as a sign of weakness. "How could you do this to me? I didn't do anything to you, Sophia." I responded to her. "You are the one who did this?" "All I did was stop protecting the lie," she said, her breath catching in her throat. She gazed at me with the same intensity that she would have had if she were looking at me for the very first time. Someone who was very different from the uninteresting, foreseeable person she had before discarded, but rather someone whose capabilities she had severely underestimated. I experienced a sense of deep significance welling up within me as she rushed to gather up bits that she had never anticipated dropping. Not vengeance, but rather closure. The intention here was not to penalize her. The primary goal was to liberate myself. And it had been functional. For several hours, Sophia was unable to stop shaking. She slumped down into the couch in a manner that was reminiscent of a person who has just witnessed the dramatic and gradual disintegration of their entire existence. The screen of her cell phone continued to light up, not only her parents and her sister, but also co-workers who must have received pieces of information about what took place from the Daltons. Every little tremor caused her to instinctively recoil. I remained silent, allowing the burden to fall just where it was supposed to fall on her decisions. It was not long before the meticulously maintained equilibrium of her universe started to disintegrate. Another name showed on her caller ID approximately in the middle of the day: Laura Carter. The phone did more than just ring this time around. It was buzzing on account of its anger. There is no doubt that Laura has read everything. There is no doubt that every single piece of evidence has been viewed. She was undoubtedly aware that the marriage she had been making every effort to keep together was being destroyed by two individuals who played a game of hide and seek with their loyalty. Sophia remained silent in her response. She was not capable of doing so. Her gaze was fixed on the monitor, as though it were scorching her. "Finn, I'm going to lose everything," she murmured at last. There was a period in my life when such statement would have completely devastated me. This is a moment when I would have taken her hands to comfort her. At one point in time, I would have apologized for things that I did not do in order to maintain harmony. However, that man was no longer standing in front of her. "You lost everything the moment you walked away from what mattered," I explained in a calm manner. "You chose this. Not me." Tears flowed down her cheeks at long last. Tears that came in heavy, irregular, and frenzied bursts as a result of the realization that she would be unable to undo what had been done. It was as if she believed that she had the authority to completely lose her composure in my arms as she grabbed for me. However, I took a step back. Before her hand gradually descended, it trembled as it hung suspended in the air. "Please, Finn. Please. We can fix this. I'll stop everything. I'll change my number. I'll talk to my parents. Just give me a chance to explain. Please elaborate." She had enough time at her disposal to provide an explanation for her late-night activities. It may take a few months to modify or clarify conduct. Months passed with no admission of the truth on her part. Her choice was to be thrilled. I gently whispered to her, "The thing that you are attempting to repair is no longer ours. It's yours, and you have to face it. I'm done carrying it." She swallowed back a sob while her chest grew constricted. "I didn't think you'd ever do something like this. That's something that I'm aware of," I said in response. That was the problem. She had constructed her relationship on the basis that I would not speak out, that I would continue to act in a predictable manner, and that I would ignore whatever was going on indefinitely. She failed to realize the extent of what those who are reserved are capable of doing when they have reached their breaking point. She was finally able to confront her parents. She took hold of her coat and departed at approximately 4:30 in the afternoon. She did not cast a glance behind her. With a gentle click, the door shut behind her, and the apartment seemed to feel a little more spacious and lighter all of a sudden, as if it were no longer a place that was concealing any secrets in its corners. I approached the balcony and took a deep breath of the frigid air that filled my lungs. What I experienced was not joy. It was not a victory. It was something that was much quieter in nature. Feelings of relief. The reality could no longer be concealed. The dual existence that she had constructed had come to an end. The reason for this was that I had put an end to holding it up, not because of any destruction that I had done to it. On that particular evening, I packed a tiny bag. I was not fleeing from anything, but rather, I was in need of some breathing room, which was something she never granted me. I went to a hotel in the city center, checked in using my own name, and for the first time in a long time, slept through the night without having to wait for a door to be opened at midnight. I got a final message from her, the following morning. It was a lengthy text message that contained apologies, expressions of sorrow, uncertainty, and a desperate attempt to prevent me from going away. I made sure to pay close attention to every single word. I then switched off my phone, and I did it not because I was angry, but because I wanted to feel calm. Reconciling does not need entail resuming a relationship every single time. In certain cases, it involves moving on. Sophia desired a life that was filled with surprises and thrills. The reality eventually came to light and confronted her. Which is how she came to learn of the situation, rather than from another man. In addition, I was able to finally receive what I was due. The awareness that being uninteresting was not the issue, along with a fresh beginning, and a conscience that was rid of guilt. Putting one's faith in an untrustworthy individual. I uncovered that my girlfriend used my company to fund her affair. You can't lie anymore, I said. Now. She begged me as I took back everything she stole. Free next week. As I presented the divorce papers to my wife, I mentioned that first. No warning, no easing. The man she thought was naive said something she never expected. Emily froze. Her breath jerked. She was shattered when she discovered the blind man had snapped. She didn't know I saw hotel receipts. I had no idea I tracked every Wednesday night. Every man's line is uncrossable. Those who felt their snap should follow this story because everything explodes. At 3:45 a.m., M's phone flashed up inches from my face. I wasn't really asleep. Just lying in that heavy silence you get when two people share a bed. But in a different universe. Screen brightens. Fresh message. Still recalling last night. Last night, not the meeting or presentation. My throat dried, yet my thinking was sharp. I avoided the phone. I didn't investigate at night. Just staring at that line etched it in my mind. Some describe me reserved, stubborn, and work-focused. I'm not stupid. I wasn't born yesterday. Emily breathed slowly and steadily beside me like nothing was wrong. First time in 15 years. I didn't suppress the feeling. I let it settle cold and heavy in my chest. Would discover if this was nothing. If there was something, I'd find out. I closed my eyes and promised. I won't look away next time. Next night, in our frigid Boise kitchen, that promise would be tested. Nighttime Boise is honest. Cold air and your thoughts. No noise to hide behind. The next night, the house was quiet. Bedtime for the kids. A TV was off. The kitchen sink glow was the only light, soaking the ancient wooden table in a dull yellow hue. Later than Emily said, her car pulled into the driveway. 3 late meetings that week. She entered smelling more than perspiration and worry. A pungent, male aroma clung to her like a stranger's fingerprint. Instead of kissing my cheek or asking about my day, she kicked off her heels, dropped her luggage, stated she was wiped, and went to the shower. The water was harsh, like she was attempting to scrub an evening off her skin. I stood alone in that kitchen, feeling my gut knot solidify. Men have limits. Busy is one thing. Being lied to at home is another. I drank unnecessary coffee, sat at the table where we'd established a life, and glanced down the corridor toward my office. Stopped guessing if something was incorrect. I got up, went to my desk, opened my laptop, and I saw something different on our shared schedule than what she was selling. Can't shake it. Text, fragrance, and her glance away. I grabbed my keys and headed to work instead of retiring to bed. Harris Technologies is distinct after hours. Small lobby, dark hallway, my name on a frosted glass door, and the monitor's pale blue glow in the dark. Sitting at my workstation, I woke the screen and opened our shared calendar. Together, we established this enterprise. That calendar included sales calls, client demos, and kids' school events. Our roadmap was expected. I looked up her networking event. Nothing. No mixer, investor dinner, or time in line with her door-to-door pitch. Scrolled back a few weeks, then more. Then I saw it. Personal time, 5:30 p.m. Wednesday, to 10:45 p.m. Clean, hidden, week after week. I wrote each date and hour on a legal pad. My hand held steady. My chest wasn't. There was more to this unpleasant feeling. This was typical. Patterns leave traces. You can't unsee a pattern. From 5:30 until 10:45 on Wednesdays. Personal time. I didn't need drama then. I needed figures. Numbers are truthful. I accessed our business credit card site for travel, software, client dinners, mine, hers, same account, different cards. I filtered by her card, then Wednesdays. Screen filled quickly. This happened repeatedly. Silverstone Hotel, downtown Boise restaurant costs in same building. 2 meals, desserts, and a bottle of red cost more than our monthly groceries. Everyone labeled client entertainment. Sitting back in my chair, I stared at the computer for a moment, feeling cold, clean rage. My marriage was no longer the focus. She ran her affair via our firm, employees' paychecks, and kids' future. You don't risk our future. My house. My name. Or this. I took images of every line item, date, and money with my phone. I wondered what more was in the statistics if this came up in 5 minutes. My anger subsided after skimming those charges. People who know you are scared by your quiet, focused calm. After staring at the screen for a while, I grabbed up my phone and hit James's name, my older brother, my lawyer, the guy who's seen marriage's worst. His response came on the second ring. Late, David. Everything okay? No, I need divorce and business advice. Same person, issue. Turned silent. That heavy legal silence that almost sounds like gears churning. Told him everything. Text at 3:45 a.m. Silverstone Hotel hosts client entertainment Wednesday nights. You need clean evidence, he concluded. No hacking, shady stuff. Financial records. Shared accounts. Anything you can legally access. Maintain cleanliness. Especially with the company. I found our partnership agreement from years ago, when we believed in forever. James helped write it. Page 12, he wrote, infidelity clause. If a partner uses company resources to fund an affair, we trigger a discounted buyout. I skimmed it. Activated infidelity clause. Not simply a husband anymore. I prepared for war as a company owner. War would be my kids' meal the next morning at our kitchen table. Morning came as usual. School alarms, cereal cartons, coffee smell, everything inside me had changed. Sophia noticed first. 16, sharp, too observant for herself. She continued looking between me and Emily like she was watching a show without subtitles to predict the plot. Emily went slower than usual. Black lines under her eyes, false grin, tapping her phone, screens down. She worried it would explode if she gazed at it too long. Lucas rushed through the kitchen, grabbed toast, filled a protein shaker, and avoided eye contact with us. He's 13 and learning to live in emotional conflict. Legs swinging, Isabel sat in her usual chair. Mommy, why do you look sad? She said directly. Emily faked laughter. I've got a big lunch meeting today, honey. Long day. I might be home late. I saw her lie to our daughter exactly like she said vows. Something hardened me. My kids always come first. Rinsed my mug, dried my hands, and maintained my voice. Emily, I said, ignoring the youngsters. We must talk after school today. She nodded without looking at me after a half-second pause. Sophia noticed the brief pause. Lucas heard my tone alter. Everyone felt it. The backpacks left the door, and the home went quiet, making this Tuesday different. Finally, stillness in the house. No lunchboxes, cartoons, or slamming doors. Emily. Myself. And everything she'd been hiding. She sat with arms folded and phone face down at the kitchen table. That's more than cheating, Emily. Theft. My voice remained steady, but my line was evident. I refused disrespect, pushing the folder closer. Call Jack, I said. Declare him free next week because I'm divorcing. She had no response for the first time. This was when she understood the clueless man had taken over. The shock was brief. This never happens to someone who's used to negotiating. The tears began. David, please. A mistake. I was alone. You've been absent. Always working. Always at work. I couldn't reach you anymore. I let her talk. Let her say every justification she'd been planning. As she spoke, it became evident. 15 years. Emily. I said. You had 1,000 chances to use your words. You chose lies. Negotiations followed. This is fixable. Going to therapy. We won't tell kids. Say we're having a tough time. Don't waste our lives on bad choices. Shaking my head. Not wasting anything. You did that by making our vows optional. Her eyes tightened. The victim mask fell. The real Emily arrived. She snapped if pressed. My target is the firm. Half of everything. I built Harris Technologies. You won't escape. Crossed line. Read your signed cooperation agreement. I mentioned infidelity, corporate resources, and buyout at lower valuation. James documents everything. Get only what you're owed. She stared at me, gasping, speechless for a long time. My wife ceased being my partner and became the mother I had to explain everything to for our kids. Sophia was my first because she knew more than she said. They see everything at 16. She was invited inside my office to latch the door. Sitting on the chair edge, her hands curled in her hoodie, she looked at me. Dad. What's up? I didn't decorate. Your mother and I are divorcing. First. She didn't cry. But her jaw tightened and fingers sank into her palms. I sensed something was wrong. She whispered. All the late hours. Odd energy. I had no idea how horrible it was. Sorry I didn't see it sooner, I told her. I'm sorry you felt it first, but I need you to hear this. None of this is your fault. Nodding, she blinked swiftly. Kids shouldn't pay for adults' errors. So I added, you, Lucas, and Isabel, deserve better than lies in your own home. She wiped her tear with her hand. What happens now? We figure it out, I add. I'm filing. I'm not leaving, but Lucas and Isabel look up to you. I'll need your aid. She took a deep breath and met my eyes. Saying, we'll be okay, Dad. She changed from my daughter to my right hand in that moment. We sat in the living room that evening, TV off, phones away, just the three of us on the couch. The kind of setup kids instantly know means serious talk. Lucas leaned back, arms crossed, pretending he didn't care. Isabel tucked herself under my arm, clutching her stuffed rabbit like a life preserver. I breathed. You guys know I love you, right? More than anything. Isabel nodded immediately. Lucas shrugged. Teenager for yes. Your mom and I paused, felt the words land in my chest, and said, we're divorcing. Isabel snapped up. Did I do something bad? Was I inadequate? It split my heart, and I pulled her closer. This is between Mom and me. Your actions were fine. I've never had anything better than you. Lucas looked hard, like boys do when they're breaking within, but he didn't show it. Now what? Who leaves? He inquired. There'll be a schedule, I continued. Your mom will visit. My presence remains. This house, wherever we are, should be safe. My job, I'm not running. Here I am. Isabel clutched my neck like I was going to evaporate. In my shoulder, she said, Dad, I trust you. I knew what I was fighting for then. Not the marriage, kids, or home they deserved. No huge dramatic scene happened. No screaming match, no shattered crockery, just 4 luggage by the door and a house that felt too huge. That afternoon, Emily moved swiftly. Remove clothes from racks, empty drawers, clean bathroom cabinet. She didn't ask the youngsters to help. Not asking if I did either. She moved like she was attempting to escape her mess. After finishing, she placed her house key on the kitchen table silently. No goodbye for Sophia, Lucas, or Isabel via note. A woman who couldn't look me in the eye and metal against wood. The door closed behind her. Soft but final. The house seemed to lose air for a moment. 15 years of quiet and empty rooms. I went to the garage and rearranged unnecessary tools because my hands were shaking. Wrench. Drill. Any place to redirect nerves. It hurt. Yes, it did. However, deep within the hurt was something unexpected. I reclaimed my life. Monday brought the next test of that decision. Wearing my wife's fragrance and suit. Coffee, status meetings, and a full inbox are typical Harris Technologies Monday mornings. It had something extra that day. Michelle buzzed my office. A person is looking for David. Calls it crucial. His name is Jack Turner. It got chilly and still in my stomach. I ordered him in. He entered like a boss. Perfect haircut, nice suit. Overconfident tech bro smile from too many easy wins and not enough penalties. He introduced David Mercer, reaching out. I'm Summit Innovations Technical Manager, Jack Turner. I've considered your proposal. I didn't move as I studied his hand and face. His smile flared briefly. He continued, seated without being asked. I thought we should chat. Man to man. A dude, I whispered. Avoid sleeping with other men's wives. He lost some color in his face. He sought to merge business and personal. Just about the deal. No. I answered. You entered my home. You entered my firm. You personalized twice. Real men defend their families. Standing, I opened the office door. You want to evaluate the proposal? Do it from your office. I add. Right now. Get out of mine. He pondered a creative way to save face. He found none this time. He left. And I knew I'd hear his name again. I locked the door when Michelle closed it behind him. We wouldn't have this chat in the corridor where my employees may hear. Jack squirmed in his chair, losing his smugness. I said, clarify. You represent Summit Innovations. You're judging our job, therefore don't judge it by your drama with my wife. He faked laughing. Come on, David. You and I are adults. Trying to be professional. Man to man. Leaning forward. A man doesn't sleep with another's wife and go to work calmly. That silenced him. You had plenty opportunity to tidy. I continued. Recusal from the contract was possible. Limits may have been set. You incorporated my personal life into a transaction that benefits my team and kids. I watched him till he looked away. This will happen. I add. You're going to review that proposal fairly, or you're going to tank your own reputation. This industry talks. People remember who mixes business with bedroom decisions. His jaw shut. He didn't speak once I unlocked the door. But I knew that encounter would have repercussions. 2 days later, I was in my office staring at a spreadsheet, half focused on figures and half on custody schedules, when my phone lit up with an unfamiliar number. Speech by David Mercer. Mercer, this is Patricia Alvarez, Summit Innovations CEO. Have a minute? My spine instinctively straightened. Yes, of course. I know you and our technical manager Mr. Jack Turner, who's handling your proposal, have some personal overlap. I used words carefully. A crisis arose. I've tried to keep my side professional. She didn't dodge it. We prohibit conflicts of interest. Jack is on suspension for an internal review. Takes effect immediately. Off your account. Without realizing it, I exhaled. She added that a merit-based team will review your submission. I wanted to say that directly. We don't care about your personal life until it affects ours. I meant it when I said thanks. I stared at the emblem on the wall in the quiet office after we hung up. NEI. NEI. We're allotted Tuming, HE. NDA. First time in weeks, something worked. It wasn't victory, but it was a bright spot in a gloomy tunnel. Kids hold it together longer than expected. Everything hits at once. That night, the home was too quiet. The heater's gentle hum and doors closing softly were Sophia's room's only sounds. Walking by Isabel's room, I heard it. Kids' broken breaths when trying not to cry. On her bed, she hugged her pet bear so tightly that its ears bent. Hey Peanut, I whispered. Scoot over. Her hands and eyes were swollen. Is Mom returning? She'll see you, I said. But she's not living here anymore. Did I do something wrong? Cut deep. Pulled her to my chest. No, you did nothing wrong. This is between me and Mom. Grown-up choices. Grown-up consequences. Lucas stood in the doorway, trying to be unaware, jaw tense, arms crossed, eyes gleaming more than he wished. Come here, I said. He paused. Then sat across. My arm wrapped around them. I'm here, I said. I'll carry the weight, not you. We're a team. Nobody in this house goes through this alone. The three of us held on like the world was shaking. It was, in many ways. Sophia expressed her anguish in words, while Isabel cried. The next day, she entered my office with her phone, and that looked determined, afraid, and decided. Dad, she said. I posted something. You need to see it. Instagram. Simple photo of our front porch with big description. She tagged Emily, Jack, and Summit Innovations. It began with, "Since my mom decided to live her life publicly, I'm going to tell the truth." She wrote about the affair, the hotel, Emily leaving without saying goodbye, and how I remained calm, courteous, and honest even when I could have exploded. The weight of what this meant for her squeezed my chest, not shame. "Sophia, once something is out there, it doesn't come back," I whispered. Nodding, she said, "People will pick sides. Your relationship with your mom might never look the same. Dad, she lied to us and everyone. This home deserves truth. You didn't abandon her. What she did to herself. I'm done pretending." I hugged her, saying, "I admire your bravery. Be careful. The internet doesn't forget." By dinner time, Emily's name lighted up Sophia's phone, and the fallout came quickly. Sophia's phone lighted up with Emily's name when we were in the living room, partially watching a TV we didn't care about. She looked at me and responded, yelling almost immediately, "Do you realize what you did? You made me appear monsterish. Sophia. Take it down now." Sophia responded. I told the truth, holding the phone a few inches from her ear, teeth tense. "You cheated. You left. Mom, you announced your start first." Emily continued firing guilt, fury, manipulation. "Your father made you do this. He's turning you against me. You'll regret this later." I clenched my fists but kept quiet. "Sophia's moment." She continued. "When you're ready to actually apologize to Dad, steadily, and stop lying about what happened, call me back. Until then, don't." She hung up. Just like that. Cut cable. My heart broke for her, and grew proud. Losing is sometimes winning. My kid stopped seeking her mother's approval, and started choosing her own item. Emily didn't hit next. From James. He called me at my desk the next morning. Half in emails, half elsewhere. "Got a minute?" His tone indicated I wouldn't appreciate what followed. "Go ahead. I've been combing through the joint accounts like we discussed." He adds, "That savings bucket you'd labeled for the Fort Collins move? The down payment fund?" "Yeah," responded I. A knot formed in my stomach. "What about it?" "It is not there anymore, David. $65,000 transferred out 2 weeks before you confronted her." I heard blood in my ears. "That account was for the house," I concluded. "For the kids? For starting over somewhere better?" "I know," he said. "But she moved it into a personal account in just her name. Before filing for divorce. Not a coincidence. It's planning." I held my desk edge till my knuckles became white. "You don't burn the house down and then act surprised it's on fire. Can we get it back?" I asked. "We can fight for it," he said. "It's strong evidence, especially paired with the affair and the company charges. But it'll be a battle." Saying then we battle. Every dollar. She can't steal from our kids and start over. The marriage was over. Now the struggle over what was left began. After hanging up with James, I stared at the wall, feeling like $65,000 had been ripped from my ribs. I took my keys. One person needs to know Emily's true actions. Rachel lived across town in a modest beige house with too many porch wind chimes. People expect a fight when she opens the door with that apprehensive face. "I'm not here to argue," I said. "Just hear this from me." Not her. We stood in the doorway like two individuals on opposing sides of a line neither drew. I said Emily didn't cheat by accident. She transferred $65,000 from our Fort Collins fund to her own account. 2 weeks before I addressed her, she planned her departure. She planned to escape. Rachel paled. "She told me you were freezing her out, and she needed to protect herself." "Check the dates," I said. "Look at the transfers." I didn't touch anything until I found the invoices. She leaned against the doorframe, eyes blurry, realizing, "I'm protecting my kids and the company," I said. "You don't have to choose. Just telling. In court, all of this comes out." I left the porch. Out there, I pointed to the roadway. Everyone can spin a story. In there, I pointed to the courthouse. It's just facts. I left her at the doorway with her sister's undetected bits. She might hide after all that. She didn't. Sophia stormed into the kitchen 2 days later, phone in hand, fingers quivering with righteous wrath. Emily's Instagram said, "Dad, look. A well-lit Silverstone snapshot. Per receipts, same hotel. Her and Jack clinking wine glasses, beaming like they hadn't just killed a family." Captions hit harder than photos. "New start. Sometimes you must let go of the past to move forward." She noted the spot. Tag Jack. Left our filth off screen like she'd tidied up clutter. It was seen by neighbors. Our old buddies. Employees. Comments started flooding in. Little heart icons. Congratulations, girl. You deserve it. Sophia's voice vibrated. She calls nuking our life letting go of the past. We are past. After reading her phone twice, I put it on the counter. We're not going to play her game. I add. Let her perform for the internet. We'll stick to reality. So, we just say nothing? Sophia asked. Flaming eyes. Not nothing. I said. Under oath, we speak the truth to the proper people. Not outsiders who simply see filters and subtitles. It went against my nature to defend myself openly. Some disputes are fought in court, not comments. Emily had no concept how different those arenas are. A week after Patricia's first call, I was in the office early, staring at a slide deck and wondering how many ways a life may split. Mr. Mercer, Alvarez. My posture improved. Good morning. I wanted to update you personally, stated. Our internal review on Mr. Turner is complete. I waited. Jack was fired today, she said. Conflict of interest. Failure to disclose. Unprofessional conduct regarding a key vendor. His actions endangered our company. Not anything I ignore. I accepted that as clarity, not revenge. Actions have repercussions. She responded. Your proposal has advanced to the final round. It's a strong package. My team will be evaluating it strictly on merit. I said. Thank you, and meant it. After we hung up, I stared at my office's glass door in silence. Harris Technologies. My name on that door. My staff in the cubicles beyond. My kids at home depending on me to survive. Emily and Jack selected drama. I showed up, worked, and kept my hands clean. First time in a while, maybe the world noticed. Legal parts were falling into place, but emotional ones were still disorganized within the house. Lucas knocked on my office door after supper instead of barging in. Knocked. I knew this was serious from that. Got a minute? Always, I said. What's up? Changing feet. He stared at the carpet. He said, I want to talk to Mom, finally. Like, really talk. Tell her she needs to give the money back. My chair reclined. The $65,000? He nodded. That was for our new house, for Fort Collins, for our future. She doesn't just get to take it and pretend it's hers. I watched him becoming a man without permission too early on. I gently told him. That's not your responsibility. That's mine. Court, lawyers, judges. That's on me. We're a team, aren't we? Shot back. You always say that. I did, I said. And we are. But a father's job is to show up for the heavy stuff. Your job is to be 13, play ball, pass your classes, and be a good brother. I'll carry the weight that has my name on it. He stared at me, eyes steely and suffering. You promise you won't let her get away with it? I promise I'll fight for what's fair, I add. For you? For your sisters? He nodded tightly, then stepped up and gave me an awkward teenage hug. I fought for more than money then. I fought for my son's future manhood. Imaginary divorce is one thing. In court is another. James brought over a briefcase that seemed as heavy as Isabel one Saturday. He opened it on my dining table and stacked folders. Receipts, GPS logs, credit card statements, Emily's New Beginnings post printouts, and more brick-thick layers. He continued. This, tapping the top file, is your story, but in paper. We read everything page by page. Hotel fees, Wednesday night timestamps, and partnership agreement screenshots with the infidelity provision highlighted. Though familiar, this time it wasn't only suffering. Proof existed. I rehearsed answering questions in the bathroom mirror after the kids went to bed. Short, straightforward, peaceful. Truth without cheap shots or criticism. My life was ruined. This wasn't drama. Rebuilding what was left. I reconstruct softly. Strong man. James pushed the final form across the table for testing, and I read, signed, and took the pen. After that, no turning back. The next destination was a Boise courthouse with indifferent lights. Not glamorous. Boise family court. Beige walls, old carpet, fluorescent lights humming. Life is halved under the dullest brightness. Judge Helen McCarthy sat high above us, glasses low on her nose, searching our file like she'd seen every version of this story. Emily sat at the other table with her attorney, a slick navy-suited woman whose job was to make me look bad. I barely glanced at Emily. She was smaller than I remembered. But the options were the same. Her lawyer began. "Your Honor, my client has been emotionally abandoned," remarked. Mr. Mercer grew distant, controlling. He used his financial power to isolate her, and now seeks to punish her by cutting her out of the business she helped build. I stared at the judge, hands folded. "Let James work." On his turn, he stood and opened a tabbed binder. "Your Honor, the facts are simple. Mrs. Mercer engaged in an extramarital affair, repeatedly used company funds to finance it, and transferred $65,000 from a joint savings account into a personal one shortly before separation." He showed the judge receipts, GPS data, calendar blocks, and bank transfers. No feelings, just proof. A marriage is built on trust. It didn't shatter. It was deliberately drained. Judge McCarthy closed the file after hours. "My ruling," she said. "The infidelity clause in the partnership agreement is clear and enforceable. Mrs. Mercer will be bought out under those terms. Additionally, 75% of the $65,000 removed from the joint account is to be returned pending final division of assets." Emily's attorney objected. But the judge intervened. "Your client doesn't get to raid marital funds on her way out and call it equity." No gavel slammed. She went on to something else. "I heard anything substantial for the first time in a long time. The consequences are finally here." Court emptied awkwardly as heels and paperwork shuffled. James went to file something with the clerk, and I entered the corridor, craving air without old carpet and cheap perfume. "David." I turned. Emily was red-eyed and mascara smeared, gripping her pocketbook like a lifeline. "Don't do this," she wailed. "Please, you don't have to push so hard. Jack already lost his job. We're struggling. Can't you ease up a little?" I stared at her. "Not the woman I married. The woman who emptied accounts, lied to our kids, and then toasted new beginnings at the hotel she cheated in." I said. "You're asking me?" Slowly. "To fund the life you built with the guy you blew up our marriage for." She gulped. "I'm asking you to have some compassion." "I do," I said. "But not for you and Jack. My compassion is for our kids, for the future you gambled with. That's who I'm protecting. That's where my mercy stops." She opened and closed her mouth. Script gone. Losing is sometimes winning. I nodded to myself, not her, and left. The house felt different that night. Not louder or sadder, just honest for the first time in a while. I was alone in the kitchen, where it all began. Emily's chair was empty. No fragrant air, heels by the door, or hidden falsehoods. For the first time, stillness wasn't scary. It felt like the truth could breathe. After washing my cup and turning off the final light, I checked the kids' rooms down the hallway. Fixed blankets, doors cracked, deep breathing behind each. I realized then, I stopped being mad. I didn't practice speeches or recite receipts. The storm ended. Peace can also be harmful. It provides previously disregarded information. I went to bed, closed my eyes, and as I fell asleep, my phone lit up with a name I hadn't seen in weeks. Emily. Suddenly, the silence felt unsettling. There was no major statement or breakthrough that healed. It arrived in crayon on Tuesday afternoon. After work, I dropped my keys in the bowl and found it on the kitchen table. A folded pink construction paper with Isabel's wobbly letters writing my name on the front. "Open it, Dad," she urged, hopping. Inside, she wrote, "Dad is my hero." She drew a stick figure with broad shoulders holding 3 smaller ones. Us. A bent heart in the corner was colored so hard the paper almost tore. A knot formed in my throat. I had to look away to avoid crying in front of her. "Do you like it?" she inquired, blushing. "Sweetheart," I murmured. "This might be the best thing anyone's ever given me. Everyone deserves a safe home, especially the kids staring up at you like you're the only solid thing left." I went to the fridge and placed the card in the center with a magnet like a prize. Stepping back, I observed "Dad is my hero," and grinned. Not my months-long courteous grin. Genuine, warm. First time in a while I felt like we weren't just surviving. A few weeks later, Sophia and I drove north to Fort Collins alone. Isabel's playdate, Lucas' practice. Michelle covered the home. For once it was just father and daughter and a highway between our past and future. We entered Colorado State, and felt open. Big skies. Clean air. Youngsters with bags and coffee walking to class. Talking about anything but lawyers and custody. We explored the quad, student union, library, and campus. Sophia took it all in gently, as she does when serious. We stood near a row of trees watching students throw a frisbee like it was nothing. She put her hand in mine like she was 8 again. "It feels right," she said. Just 2 words. But they landed heavy. I surveyed. Distant mountains. Big enough for opportunities. Tiny enough to breathe. A place for my kids to write stories other than about their mother. Walking away saved me. "Sophia," I asked, "how would you feel if we didn't just send you here, but moved here, all of us? New house, new start." She turned, eyes wide, hope breaking through the fatigue. "For real?" "For real." I decided on campus. No more living in the rubble. Time to develop somewhere fresh. A few days after my Fort Collins trip, I was at my desk, half in invoices, and half in mortgage calculators, when Summit Innovations sent me an email. Subject: Harris Technologies Proposal Decision. I stared at it. I clicked. Summit Innovations is proud to announce Harris Technologies as our cloud and infrastructure partner after final assessment, Mr. Mercer. I didn't finish straight immediately. So I leaned back, closed my eyes, and let it hit. We succeeded. I left my office, held out my phone, and exclaimed, "We got it." The room went nuts. Clapping, cheering, and hugging began with my team. Michelle wiped tears. "About time someone noticed." She laughed. Mark, my senior dev, came into the office later that day, and I slipped a packet toward him. "I want you to step up as lead on this account," I add. "We're building the next chapter, and I need you in that seat." Dawn illuminated the meeting table through the open window. I constructed this from nothing. From nothing. Not alone. When the contract arrived for signature, I didn't hesitate. I signed, returned it, and saw years of work finally open a way out of our situation. Moving truck was a basic white box you've seen 1,000 times on the highway. However, when it stopped in front of our house, it seemed like a conclusion and a start. Cardboard cartons everywhere. Black marker on Sophia's room. One purple crayon box containing kitchen books. Isabel's room. Gets. Ime da. Engine. Important stuff. Muscles strained as Lucas carried weights and sports gear down the driveway. His uncommon genuine smile. "Going to need a bigger garage." Lamented. It was the happiest complaint I'd heard recently. Sophia took pictures in each empty room. One last look, then a porch selfie with new chapter. Simple goodbye closure. Inside. The house echoed. Only outlines of our life remain. I paused in the living room, recalling. First steps, Christmas mornings, slammed doors, whispered disputes. It piled up like paint. After leaving, I locked the door for the last time. No looking back. I handed the keys to the new owner at the curb. Metal exiting my palm felt like my chest unhooked. I reclaimed life. Continue to Fort Collins. A new house, a new vista, and finally a future without faking. First morning in Fort Collins, I woke up to unfamiliar light. Soft sun streaming through wide glass doors that stared straight out to a line of blue. Steady mountains on the horizon replaced the Boise street lamp glow and the ancient maple in our yard. The place smelled like new paint and cardboard. White cabinets, clean counters, and a new wooden table without our history brightened the kitchen. Sophia wall hung a framed portrait from a chair. No one else was there save Sophia, Lucas, and Isabel. And typical Saturday. No, Emily. For once, the gap wasn't painful. It felt real. Lucas walked in stretching. "What time is wrestling practice?" He was planning his new normal. Isabel was already running laps around the living room, socks sliding, laughing at space alone. Then it hit me. The noises, voices, and laughter. No hidden strain. No waiting for a door to slam or a fight. Our house felt peaceful for the first time in a while. It felt like starting. We didn't open the new house with a family recipe masterpiece. We had greasy pizza, unsealed boxes, and canned Coke. The table was little shaky. Not all curtains were up. Half-packed boxes lined the hallway. It felt more real because of all that. I open a 1.5 liters, fill 4 plastic glasses, and sit across from my kids in our new kitchen. A few minutes of quiet eating followed. Everyone tired well. You feel it in your legs from hauling boxes, not secrets. I grabbed my cup. "To a safe home," I said. Sophia raised it. "To honesty." Lucas grins. "To the team," he said. Grinning, Isabel lifted her cup with both hands. "To Dad." We clinked plastic, sounding cheap and perfect. I looked around the table at the girl who discovered her voice online, and the boy who volunteered. The child who felt I could cure anything. Not everything was clear. Court dates, co-parenting schedules, and scars remained. However, with pizza boxes as centerpieces and Coke as champagne, I noticed something. We no longer identified ourselves by loss. We started living with what we had. Old stories can ring your phone in a new residence. James texted me when I was organizing bills at the kitchen counter. For your information, Jack declared bankruptcy. Emily has been ringing family for money. Long moment of screen staring. Clarity, not joy or pity. That message used to tear me up, make me feel terrible, and tempted to tidy up things I didn't do. Now all I felt was hard-earned distance. Another notification came from an unknown number I recognized. A text wall. Emily. Words about hard times. Kids. Help us once. I read every line. No words were typed while my thumb hovered above the keyboard. You can't play me. Not anymore. I pushed send, set the phone face down on the counter, and resumed my life. My kids giggling in the next room. Homework on the table. Dinner in the oven. Avoiding someone else's chaos isn't harsh. Respect can be self-respect. The gym showed the future, while my phone showed the past. Lucas's first large Fort Collins wrestling event was noisy. Whistles in the stands, parents shouting advice their kids couldn't hear. Lively chaos, not harmful. He paced near the mat, headphones on, jaw clenched. He nodded gently when he saw me in the stands. It was our thing. I see you. I'm here. As his match began, the globe shrank. Only he and the other boy clutching, flailing, battling for position. Watching someone get thrown off balance and decide to stand up reveals a lot about them. Lucas trailed midway in the second period. Old Lucas may have failed. Not this version. He dug in and took down two. The ref slapped the mat pin. The gym exploded. I wasn't aware I'd stood up until I was shouting with everyone. He emerged from the mat flushed and sweaty. A metal ribbon around his neck. I hugged him, perhaps embarrassing him in front of half the team. I said, "I'm proud of you," into his shoulder. For fighting back, not simply winning. Sophia recorded his hand raising on her phone in slow motion. I'm their father. I show up in that noisy gym with my son's medal shining under cheap lights. I could feel it. Little pieces of our family stitching themselves back together. Isabel showed me what starting over really looked like the week after Lucas's tournament. Isabel was on the rug holding another little girl's hand, laughing at something only kids understand. Her teacher, Miss Harper, came over with a smile. These usually feel like small talk and bad coffee. But this one mattered. I simply wanted to tell you, she added. Isabel is amazing. Opens up. Participates. She seems secure here. Secure hurt. Harder than she realized. I thanked her deeply. Like a father trying not to choke up in front of a stranger. Isabel strapped up and stated, Dad, I don't get scared at night anymore. On the way home. No. I asked. Why? Because this house is happy, remarked. It doesn't feel sharp. As my daughter said, love isn't supposed to feel like walking on glass. The actual storm was inside our walls, not outside. After homework, dishes, and the usual chaos, the house finally settled. Sophia was on a call with a friend, Lucas was scrolling in his room, and Isabel was out cold with that same stuffed bear. I stepped out onto the back porch with a mug of tea, and no agenda. Fort Collins cool air wakes you up without slapping you. As I sat down past the fence, the mountains looked like they'd been waiting all along, solid and indifferent to my little disaster. I thought about the man I'd been a year earlier, staring at a glowing phone at 3:45 a.m., pretending his gut wasn't screaming, the husband explaining away late nights, the dad trying to keep a sinking ship looking normal for the kids. A little harder, a lot clearer, and less ready to barter my serenity for someone else's comfort. Pain taught me what peace is. I took a slow breath. And realized I wasn't bitter. For the first time, the past felt like a chapter I could shut without ripping the pages out. A few nights after that calm porch moment, my phone lit up with a name I hadn't seen in weeks. Emily. I took it up after staring at it for 1.5 rings. Yeah? That voice was gentler than I remembered. David. I want to see Isabel this weekend. Just us two. Eliminate her. Try keeping her longer. This version of me didn't scramble, over-explain, over-accommodate, or try to keep the peace at my own price. We have a timetable, I added. Please see her on weekends and stick to it. We don't freelance the rules, you do. She sighed. Do we need to be that rigid? I'm trying. So am I said. Boundaries for kids, For me, we arranged custody. We comply. That prevents a fresh escalation. No ranting, guilt tripping, or past dragging. A clean line. I'm not your enemy, David, she added. I'm not your safety net either, I said. I'm not begging. I want to go on and be a decent dad. Want to date them? Show up properly. The following Monday, the Colorado sky was that sharp blue that makes everything look cleaner than it is. I dropped Isabel at school, fist bumped Lucas before practice, and Sophia texted me a quick love you, Dad, between her classes. Harris Technologies was printed on the glass of my new office in a small building on a side street in Fort Collins with a view of the foothills. Same name, new city, new clients, new story. Inside, I saw my team moving around, laptops open, coffee cups in hand, and a whiteboard full of notes for the Summit Innovations rollout, and 2 other contracts we'd picked up. Michelle saw me through the door and waved. They're all waiting on you, boss. I paused, hand flat against the cool glass, taking it all in. My name is on that door. Not as the husband who didn't know. Not as the guy who got cheated on. As the man who built, protected, and brought it here anyway. Breathing, I straightened my shoulders and opened the door. Good morning. Let's work. I'd have laughed in your face a year ago if you'd told me I'd be saying this. All I could see was what I'd lost. I no longer feel rage, or replay arguments when I think about Emily. She's a chapter, not the whole book. Instead, I think about sitting at our Fort Collins table, and watching Isabel do homework without flinching at every raised voice. Lucas dropping his exercise bag at the door and shouting, "Dinner?" Sophia calling me to talk about classes. Not crisis. Our house is safe, not perfect, not dramatic forever, just safe, warm, honest. The company we built from nothing survived the blast and came out leaner, cleaner, stronger. So did I. Be honest. Respect yourself. Own what you do. Betrayal didn't break me. It rebuilt me. Sometimes losing someone isn't the end of your story. Sometimes it's the moment you finally get yourself back. If you've lost trust but rebuilt yourself like David, comment, I rebuild. If you're still struggling through your hardest journey, say still fighting. I read every reply. My girlfriend went out on a date with another man. To check the market, I locked her out, cut off her access, and left her staring at her bags on the porch. Hello viewers. If you would want to see more stories like this, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel before we start the video. Regards. Her desire to cheat wasn't the most offensive thing, I guess. Humans are dishonest. It's unsightly, but it occurs. The fact that she believed she could arrange it like a dentist appointment, like a regular checkup on her libido, for which I was supposed to wait in the lobby, was the thing that truly shattered me, the thing that turned my mind from unconditional love to complete indifference. You must comprehend the dynamic in order to comprehend why she felt at ease doing this. She is 30, and I am 32. Let's give her the name Emily. For the past 4 years, I have been Kate's pillar of support. She detested her housemates, and was drowning in credit card debt when we first met. It was me who bought the suburban home, had a career in logistics, and paid off her Audi so she wouldn't have to worry about monthly payments while pursuing her master's degree. It didn't bother me. I cherished her. I wanted to provide a secure existence for her. However, at some point, she began to find safe to be very dull. Around 7 months ago, when she reconnected with her college friend Rebecca, the transformation began. Rebecca is the type of single person who makes you value your alone time. She is dissatisfied at the age of 33, and constantly ends up in the beds of men who don't text back. Misery, of course, enjoys company. The fact that Kate had a paid-off automobile, and a devoted fiancé who prepared dinner every night infuriated Rebecca. She then began spraying Kate's ear with poison. I once heard Rebecca say, "You're in your prime," over speakerphone. Instead of shutting it down, Emily began to absorb it. You've been with him since you were 24. How do you know there isn't someone better out there if you've never looked? You're settling for comfort, Kate. Don't be a suburban housewife before you've even lived. The complaints began modestly. I was too realistic. I had work at 8 a.m. on Tuesdays, so I didn't want to go out to clubs. I was in charge of our finances since I proposed that we invest in a Roth IRA rather than have a third trip to Tulum this year. Last week, when I urged her to lock the front door, she rolled her eyes and said, "You act like my dad." It's suffocating. I need excitement. I need a spark. I provide a home, Emily. I managed to say, maintaining a steady tone of voice. She turned back to her phone and whispered, I provide a future. That's not suffocating. That's life. That's your life. I ought to have anticipated it. However, I didn't realize how much fantasy Rebecca had instilled in her. It took place on Friday. I was looking forward to ordering Thai food and watching a movie with her, after a 55-hour workweek. Upon entering, I discovered Emily sitting at the vanity, putting on a red lipstick hue that she often reserved for special occasions like weddings. I got her a dress on our anniversary, and she was wearing it. Black, gorgeous, backless. She wasn't dressed for Thai cuisine. Going out with Rebecca? I said, as I undid my necktie, and attempted to suppress the knot that was starting to grow in my gut. Emily faced me as she turned on the stool. She didn't appear to be guilty. No, she responded quietly, seeming enlightened, as if she were going to impart tremendous insight to me. I halted in my tracks and said, I'm going on a date. A date? With whom? She said. His name is Ryan. We matched on Hinge a few days ago. With such casualness that she could have easily told me she had changed toothpaste brands. I gazed at her. You're joking. I'm not, she declared as she straightened the dress and got to her feet. She approached me without making physical contact. She was standing just beyond my personal space, staring at me with this pathetic, patronizing gaze. She started by saying, Look, I love you, while reading from a screenplay that I knew Rebecca had assisted her in writing. But I've been feeling really unfulfilled lately. I feel like I settle for the first safe option that came along. Rebecca thinks, and I agree, that I owe it to myself to see what's out there, to check the market. Check the market, I said again in a bland voice. You live in my house. You drive a car I paid for. And you're telling me you're going to go FK another guy to see if you like him better? I'm not going to fay him, she insisted, taking offense at my impoliteness. It's just dinner, drinks, a vibe check. I need clarity. I need to know if the spark is gone because of us. Or if there's just someone out there who aligns with my soul better. She adjusted an earring, and looked at herself in the hallway mirror. I need to do this for me. She went on. If you truly love me, you'll let me have this night to figure it out. If I come home to you, you'll know I chose you. You won't just be the default option anymore. You'll be the choice. She expected me to plead as she gazed at me. She anticipated that I would yell, cry, and stop her from leaving. She desired the drama. To feel like the winner, she wanted me to stand up for her. I didn't feel angry, though, as I stood there in the house. I paid the mortgage on and watched her as she checked her cosmetics for another man. I experienced the abrupt and brutal demise of 4 years of love. It simply vanished. It was like staring at a guest who had overstayed her welcome, a rude, entitled outsider. Okay, I replied. She blinked. Okay. Yeah, I replied. I went by her and opened the refrigerator in the kitchen. I picked up a beer. My hand remained steady. You're right. You shouldn't settle. You should be absolutely sure. I opened the beer and took a sip. I stared at her with a blank expression on my face. I said, Take your time. Have fun with Ryan. For a moment, she appeared perplexed. A glimmer of uncertainty on her face as I didn't pretend to be the desperate boyfriend. However, she ignored it because of her ego, and the vibration on her phone that indicated Uber was arrived. She grinned, a little, arrogant smirk that suggested she had me completely under control. She perceived me as a contemporary, compassionate spouse. I was waiting, she thought. She murmured. Thank you for understanding. And reached for her clutch. I won't be too late. We can talk about my feelings when I get back. Don't worry about it, I replied. She left through the door. The lock clicked, and I heard it. The Uber door slammed, and I heard it. For precisely 15 seconds, I stood in the quiet of the kitchen. After that, I put down the bottle, went to the garage, and picked up a roll of sturdy trash bags. She was curious in the experience of not settling. She was going to learn. I didn't become angry. I didn't burn her shoes on the front lawn, or toss her things out the window. A man who still cares does that. That's passion. I was no longer passionate. All I had was efficiency. I was like a foreclosure agent. Cold and methodical in my approach. I began in the bedroom. I went to the closet and got her baggage. The Samsonite opened them on the bed and remarked, I bought her for our trip to Italy last year. I checked her drawers. Her shirts were folded by me. I matched her socks. Her jeans were packed by me. I was so calm it was almost frightening. The actual remains of our relationship were in my hands, and I couldn't stop thinking about how much more room I would have in my closet. The difference in wealth between us became physically apparent as I packed. I wasn't merely packing her belongings. I was gathering my cash. I spent $650 on the Dyson Air app, which she used every morning, for her birthday. She browsed Hinge on the MacBook Pro. When her old laptop died during finals week, I purchased that. $2,500. The never-ending Sephora haul on my MX vanity. I packed everything. Not a single item she utilized was retained by me. I wanted the house to be totally sanitized of her presence, but I also wanted her to have everything, so she couldn't say I took her belongings hostage. Restroom. Next. A box containing a toothbrush, face creams, and partially filled shampoo bottles. Her framed picture of us, her chargers, her trinkets, and her home office. I put it in a box, face down. Her whole existence was packed into 5 sturdy cardboard boxes and 4 suitcases by 10 p.m. The digital eviction followed. To be honest, this felt more pleasant than the actual one. I took a seat at my computer and launched the dashboard for my smart house. User Emily, please remove your fingerprint from the smart lock. Uninstall the garage door opener app. Take away access. I modified the password for the Wi-Fi. I clicked sign out of all devices. Updated the passwords for Netflix, Hulu, HBO, and Spotify, and logged in. Perhaps it was trivial, but she wanted to experience life without me. My gigabit internet and 4K streaming subscription were not part of life without me. I was perspiring a little by 10:30 p.m., but the mansion had changed appearance. It appeared quieter and larger. I moved the boxes and bags to the front porch. In order to keep them dry in the event of rain, I carefully piled them behind the awning to the left of the door. I wasn't a monster. I had just finished. I wrote the note after returning inside. I didn't pick up a piece of paper. From my desk, I reached for a thick piece of cream-colored cardstock. I wrote using a good pen. I wanted this to be readable. I wanted it to last forever. I hope you refuse to settle. I also made the decision not to. I pinned the note at eye level to the handle of the biggest luggage. After that, I returned inside, locked the door, and switched off the porch light. It was dark inside the house. The doorbell camera's flashing blue ring, and the street lighting were the sole sources of illumination. I poured myself another drink, turned on my phone's live feed of the front door, and sat in the dark on the couch. I waited after that. She returned sooner than I thought she would. 11:50 p.m. I saw the Uber pull up on the screen. She didn't appear to be a woman who had fallen in love. She appeared irritated. She undoubtedly noticed that the Wi-Fi didn't automatically connect when she got out of the car, looked at her phone, and strode up the driveway. When she was prepared to start a battle, she would walk with that particular stomping rhythm. In the drive, she had most likely practiced her speech. She needed more time, but she was going to tell me the date was fine. Alternatively, she might have told me Ryan was a jerk, but that didn't absolve me. To get her back, I still had to take charge. She ascended the stairs. She did not turn her head to the left, the bags were not yet visible to her. She grabbed the handle of the door, and entered her code. Beep. 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 Red flashed on the lock. She scowled. Her acrylic nails clicked violently against the keypad as she typed it in once more forcefully this time. Beep, beep, beep. The light is red. What on earth? Through the camera's microphone, I could hear her murmuring. On her phone, she attempted to launch the app. I saw her frantically tapping the screen. Then she stopped. She realized she was locked out of the system as she gazed at her phone. She noticed the wall of bags as she looked up at that point. In real time, I saw the knowledge dawn on her. It took some time. She initially appeared perplexed, as if Amazon had sent a huge delivery that she had forgotten about. Then she saw that the suitcases were Samsonite. With her hand flying to her mouth, she took a step back. As she approached the bags, she noticed the stock remark on the card. She read it after ripping it off the handle. I sipped my beer while sitting 6 feet away from her in the dimly lit living room across the door. Her face contorted on the screen. Shock gave way to full, unmitigated wrath. She hammered on the door after turning around. "It was Jake!" she cried. I remained still. "Open this door. Is this a joke? Open the ****king door. Once. Twice. 12 times. She rang the doorbell. I didn't flinch when the chime reverberated around the quiet house. She screamed, You can't do this. Her voice breaking. She was already changing history when she said, I live here. You can't just kick me out because I went on a date. We talked about this. You said it was okay. I never said, come back. She took out her phone and contacted me. I had said, take your time. On the sofa table, my phone buzzed. I allowed it to ring. She kept calling. She resumed banging on the door, after realizing I wouldn't respond. My cue was, I'm going to call the cops. This is an illegal eviction. The door was not opened by me. I didn't shout from the woods. I just hit the Ring app's chat button. My voice was clear and metallic when it came from the speaker on the porch. She started and looked around for the source of the voice before making eye contact with the camera lens. You don't live here, Emily. You're not on the deed. You're not on the lease. You've never paid a utility bill in 4 years. You are a guest who overstayed her welcome. She yelled at the camera. Are you serious right now? I went to one dinner and you packed my whole life up. You are so insecure. This proves everything Rebecca said about you. You're a controlling narcissist. I calmly said, I'm not controlling anything, into the microphone. I'm setting you free. You wanted to check the market is open. Go find that spark. She cried out. Where am I supposed to go? Now the tears were beginning. Tears of anger. Weaponized. It's midnight. I have nowhere to go. I remarked. You have Rebecca. She thinks you shouldn't settle. Go sleep on her couch. I'm sure she'd love to hear about your date. Jake, stop it. Let me in. We can talk about this. Grabbing the doorknob, she gave it a violent rattle. If you bang on that door one more time, I replied in a lower pitch. I'm calling the police and reporting a trespasser. Grab your bags and get off my porch. You settled for me, remember? I'm doing you a favor. I stopped the audio stream. I spent an additional 3 minutes observing her. She looked at the camera lens as if she wanted to rip my eyes out via the internet, her chest heaving as she stood there. She gave one of the boxes a kick. Then she saw how pointless it was. The home was a stronghold. There were no lights. The uninteresting, secure man she had made fun of had turned into an impassable barrier. She took out her phone and dialed a number. I thought it was Rebecca. She was acting like the victim, crying now and waving her hands. After 25 minutes, a dilapidated Honda Civic arrived. Rebecca. I saw Rebecca, dressed in sweats and wearing a weary, irritated expression, assist Emily in packing the boxes into her tiny trunk. Not everything fit. The final package had to be crammed into the rear seat. Emily was crying the whole time. Rebecca didn't appear to be a helpful best friend. She appeared to be someone who didn't want to be dealing with this, and had work in the morning. I finally felt it as they drove away, leaving my driveway silent and deserted. Tranquility. I walked upstairs to sleep in the center of the bed, after shutting down the camera app and finishing my beer. She didn't anticipate the immediate fallout. But it did happen. The smear effort started the following morning. Emily claimed to have been abandoned by a domineering narcissist who couldn't tolerate her expressing her truth in a lengthy, heartfelt Instagram tale that was a black screen with white writing. She omitted the date information. Naturally, she presented it as me tossing her on the street in reprisal for her merely requesting some breathing room. Approximately 7 hours were spent as the victim. Rebecca hyped her up in the comments by calling me garbage, insecure, and nasty. Speaking your truth, however, frequently brings the real truth to the gathering. Dude, are you serious? You kicked her out for asking for space. I texted Tom, a mutual acquaintance, a screenshot of the text Emily had sent me just before she left. Going to dinner with Ryan. Don't wait up. I need to see if there's a spark. If I come back, you'll know I chose you. Tom didn't respond to my message. Rather, he openly responded to her Instagram story. Didn't you tell him you were going on a date with another guy to test the market while he paid your rent? Pretty sure that's why your bags were packed, not because you asked for space. 15 minutes later, she removed the story. The story fell apart. Then there was the Ryan case. Ryan, the guy from Hinge who was meant to be her exciting new spark, reportedly witnessed the scene taking place. He wasn't seeking for a homeless woman having a public breakdown and a bitter ex. He was looking for a casual hookup. She attempted to text him for a second date or perhaps simply someone to cry on, as I subsequently learned. Her number was blocked by him. Before the spark ever ignited, it was put out. Rebecca was left. Emily's own hell was living with Rebecca, and I don't feel sorry for her. Rebecca lives in a bachelorette pad with one bedroom that smells like cat litter and incense. Rebecca detests having to share her restroom, but she adores the notion of supporting women. Within 3 weeks, the fissures were visible. I was in the midst of canceling our shared cell phone plan when I received a notification about data consumption. Since Rebecca didn't have high-speed Wi-Fi, Emily was likely using Rebecca's couch to browse TikTok while consuming massive amounts of data. The financial reality check followed. Emily texted me on the 1st of the month. She had not contacted anyone since the lockout. Emily, hey. The payment for the Audi is due on Tuesday. The portal says it's not set to auto-pay. Can you handle it? I'm in a really bad spot right now, and I need the car to get to interviews, since my job is remote, but Rebecca's internet sucks. I was staring at the phone. In fact, the audacity was astonishing. Since the lease was in her name, she honestly believed that since I had always paid it, I would keep doing so out of habit. My response: it's your car, Emily. Your name is on the lease. I paid for it when you were my partner. You resigned from that position. Emily, OP. Please. I literally have $400 in my account. If I miss a payment, my credit will tank. Just this one time. For old time's sake. Me asked Ryan. Her number was blocked by me. Tom informed me 2 weeks later that Rebecca had requested Emily's departure. It seemed that Kate was depressing the atmosphere and was unable to cover her portion of the utilities. Kate was forced to return to her parents' house. She had been attempting to get out of a small house 3 towns over for the past 6 years. She had moved from her childhood bedroom with a controlling mother and a load of debt to a 3,000-foot smart home with a partner who loved her. She hadn't just been hit by karma. It had backed up, parked on top of her, and ran her over. My life didn't simply stabilize for months. Without her tuition, car, Sephora habits, and emotional instability as continual drains, it thrived. Every month, I was saving around $2,200. I joined a gym for boxers. Because I wasn't arriving at work, weary from late-night disputes about my lack of edge, I was promoted. I was getting better sleep. I appeared more attractive. Her voice was gone from my memory. Then she showed up. The night was a Tuesday. I was feeling really fantastic, and a little exhausted as I left the gym with my bag over my shoulder. She was there as I made my way to my car, a brand new pickup I had purchased for myself as a congrats gift for not compromising. She was resting against my truck's panel. She had changed appearance. There was no longer any radiance. A faint vibrating anxiousness has taken the place of the main character vigor she had exuded. She wore her hair in an untidy bun. It's the I haven't washed it sort. Not the stylish kind. I recognized the hoodie she was wearing. She used to paint in it, and it was old. I bought her some fashionable boots, but she wasn't wearing them. Her sneakers were scratched. She straightened when she spotted me. Her lip trembled as she attempted to grin. She glanced at me, taking in the new truck, my obviously fitter physique, and my new clothes. I watched as regret struck her eyes like a blow to the body. Hey, she murmured. I came to a stop about 6 feet away. The truck was not unlocked by me. Emily, you're trespassing again. She encircled herself with her arms and murmured. I needed to see you. I've been calling. You blocked me. Yes, I said. That's what blocking means. She moved closer to me. Jake, please, can we just talk? 6 minutes. I drove 45 minutes to get here. My mom's car. It's a piece of junk. I just need you to listen. I glanced at my timepiece. You have 3 minutes. After inhaling deeply, she threw herself into it. The screenplay. I messed up, she said, her voice shaking. I know that now. These last few months, they've been a nightmare. Rebecca was toxic. She got in my head. She made me feel like I was missing out on something, and I was stupid enough to listen. She gave me that look that used to make me fold at the sight of her huge, teary eyes. But going on that date, it was the best thing that could have happened, she stated. I arched an eyebrow. Really? Yes, she demanded, stepping forward once more. Because the second I sat down with him, I knew. I knew he wasn't you. I knew I didn't want excitement or drama. I wanted home. I wanted us. She made an attempt to touch my arm. I stepped back. I learned my lesson, she begged. I did the research. Jake, I checked the market just like I said I would. And you won. You're the best man I've ever known. I chose you. Doesn't that count for something that I went out there, saw what else was available, and I came back to you? She honestly thought she was complimenting me, and she smiled through her tears. I'm ready to come home. she muttered, believing that she was the prize, and that by coming back, she was giving herself to me. I'm ready to settle down. I won't ever ask for a spark again. I just want you. She waited for me to embrace her as she stood there. The movie moment was what she was waiting for. I gave her a look. I turned to face the woman who had left me sitting on the couch, while she put on a black dress for an unknown person. Telling me I was dull. I had no emotion at all. I said, "Are you done?" Her smile wavered. Between us, the stillness lingered, thick and uneasy. She squinted, perplexed by my voice's lack of warmth. "Done," she said again in a little voice. "I'm pouring my heart out to you." "You're pouring out desperation, Emily," I replied. "There's a difference." My workout bag was moved to my other shoulder. I didn't bend over. I didn't become any softer. "You have this story in your head where you went on a hero's journey," I replied, maintaining a conversational tone as if I were giving a junior employee an explanation of a logistical blunder. "You think that by leaving, failing, and coming back, you've proven your love. You think telling me I chose you is the ultimate compliment." "It is," she demanded, her eyes now streaming down her cheeks. "I saw what else was out there and it wasn't as good as you. I realized I was lucky." "No," I replied. "You realized you were expensive. And you realized that guys like Ryan don't pay bills. They don't pay off a safety." I moved closer to make sure she heard everything I said, not to intimidate. "You didn't choose me, Emily. You were rejected by the market you were so desperate to test. Ryan didn't want you. Rebecca couldn't stand living with you. Your parents are probably driving you crazy. I'm not your choice. I'm your safety net. I'm the path of least resistance." She wailed. "That's not true." And reached for my hand once again. I avoided her. "It is true. If Ryan had been rich, exciting, and willing to commit, you wouldn't be standing here in a parking lot begging me. You'd be with him. You're only here because the gamble failed." She stopped. She was struck by the harsh, unvarnished reality of it. She gave up attempting to play the role of the heroine weary of love. Her face twisted into true sorrow. "Please," she muttered. "I have nothing. I miss our life. I miss who we were. I can be better. I swear I'll be the wife you wanted. I'll stop listening to Rebecca. Just give me a chance to fix it. Don't you miss me at all?" I gave her a look. I searched for it, and gazed at the woman I intended to marry. The hurt, the longing, the wrath, yet nothing. The interruption of my nighttime routine was really a slight nuisance. "Sincerely, I don't miss you," I said, and that surprised me. Too. But the last 5 months have been the most peaceful months of my life. My house is clean, my bank account is full, and nobody is telling me I'm boring for wanting a stable future. I opened the truck after taking my keys out of my pocket. Her tear-streaked visage was illuminated by the flashing headlights. "To make sure you weren't settling," I said, opening the driver's side door. "You said you were going on a date. And you were right to do that. Because it made me realize something, too." After getting inside the cab, I gave her one final glance. I was the one settling. Emily. I was settling for someone who needed a safety net more than a partner. I don't need a project anymore. I need an equal. "Jake, don't." Grabbing the doorknob, she sobbed. "Don't leave me like this. You left yourself like this," I replied. "You wanted a spark? Go find it. But you won't find it in my driveway." I closed the door. Before it latched, she released her grip. When I pulled out of the parking lot, I didn't check my rearview mirror. She stood there in the exhaust fumes. And I didn't need to see her. I was fully aware of her appearance. A woman who lost everything she had staked on her own ego. I took a car home. I placed an order for Thai food. I didn't have to worry about it being too heavy for her because it was extra spicy just the way I liked it. I ate it in my tidy, peaceful kitchen. I passed the location where her bags used to be at the door later that evening. The room was deserted. The sentiment was still there. But the message was gone. She had no intention of settling. I also eventually quit settling because of her. Thank you for viewing. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. How do you feel about this narrative? Post it in the comments. My wife demanded a divorce at my mother's funeral, but I signed the papers without hesitation. Now, she begs for forgiveness. After I inherited $2 million. Hello Reddit. After my mother's funeral, my wife served me with divorce papers. Perfect timing. She said. Exactly. One less thing to worry about. I was still in my funeral costume when I signed them in the parking lot. She was unaware that I recently received a $3.5 million bequest from my mother. She also received absolutely nothing as a result of the prenuptial agreement she had insisted on 3 years prior. Even her attorney was giggling uncontrollably. Allow me to reiterate how we arrived at this point. I'm James, a 4-year-old 4th grade elementary school teacher in Minnesota. I adore the kids and my job, but the compensation is terrible. Although I make enough to get by on $45,000 a year, I'm not exactly rolling in it. I've been a teacher for 8 years. Margaret, my mother, was a saint. After my father died when I was 6, I was left to raise my sister Emily and myself. For the majority of my youth, Mom worked 2 jobs. Cleaning offices at night while working as a secretary during the day. Never once did I complain. Made sure we had everything we required, even if it meant she didn't. Emily and I were the only people who knew about Mom's financial prowess. Since the 1,980 seconds, she had been investing every dime she had while doing those jobs. Consistent, modest amounts, nothing out of the ordinary. In the 1,990 seconds, when rental houses were inexpensive, she purchased them, bought tech stocks before to their explosion. She had subtly amassed a sizable portfolio by the time I started college. But she never displayed it. Still operated a vehicle that was 15 years old. Coupons are still clipped. She continued to reside in the small home she had purchased in 1987. Let me now tell you about Sophie, my ex-wife. I first saw her at a friend's wedding 4 years ago. She worked as a real estate agent for upscale properties, and had a gorgeous smile and long dark hair. She earned a respectable salary, possibly $110,000 annually on commission. I was a fool who thought with portions of his body that aren't the brain, even though the warning flags were there from day one. Her family was the first warning sign. This enormous home in a wealthy area was the residence of her parents. Her mom didn't work and spent her days at country clubs, while her dad ran a series of auto shops. They had a old money mentality, demeaning anyone who performed a routine job. Her father asked me what I did for a living over our first family meal. The room became around 40 degrees colder when I stated primary school instructor. Teaching? Her mother asked again, as if I had mentioned that I cleaned sewers. Sophie stepped right in and said, "How noble of you," adding that teaching was only a stepping stone and that I was about to transition into administration. I was attempting to create a good impression, so even though I hadn't planned anything like that, I chose to ignore it. Ryan, her brother, was much worse. He earned 6 figures while doing essentially nothing at their dad's dealership. Boasted about his downtown condo and Audi on our initial meeting. He genuinely chuckled when I told him that I drove a 2009 Honda Civic, saying, "That's cute, like a starter car." However, Sophie didn't seem like her family, or at least I believed that she did. She would tell me that she didn't give a damn about money, and that what was important was that I enjoyed and excelled at my work. She said that her family was materialistic, but she wasn't. In hindsight, all of the statements were false. After a year of dating, we became engaged. It was an easy suggestion. I took her to the park where we went on our first date, and proposed with a ring I had saved for 6 months. I could afford it. Even though it wasn't much. Perhaps half a carat. When she spotted it, her smile momentarily wavered before she was able to correct it. It was only a split second, but I saw it. I ought to have focused on that particular moment. Should have understood that a simple engagement ring disappointed the money nomad woman. The planning of the wedding was a nightmare. This large, 250-person country club event was what her parents intended. I wanted something more reasonably priced and smaller. We made a deal, which meant that since her parents were already covering the majority of the costs, I gave in on everything. 200 of the 250 guests were friends and business associates of her family. This crazy mansion with a price tag that made me sick was the venue. My automobile was less expensive than her clothing. Everything needed to be outstanding and flawless. 3 months prior to the wedding, my mother approached me with an offer. In order to prevent me from feeling totally wooed by Sophie's parents, she wanted to offer me $25,000 to help with the wedding costs. I was surprised. That was far more than I had assumed my mother could afford. It's my money, and I want you to have a wedding you can be proud of. Not simply something her parents plan. I spent $12,000 of it on the rehearsal dinner, and my portion of the wedding. Mom, that's too much. I can't accept that. Save the remaining $12,000. I kept the entire sum. My mother gave me a secret from Sophie. I felt compelled to keep that to myself. The prenuptial discussion followed. Sophie brought it up at dinner, 3 months before the wedding. We were asked to sign a prenuptial agreement that her family's attorney had prepared. She said, "It's just to protect both of us," and moved the paper across the table. I read it and saw. My parents think it's smart given the family business and everything. The vocabulary was rather simple. In the event of a divorce, each person's contributions to the marriage remained theirs. Unless the marriage lasted more than 10 years, there would be no alimony. Inheritances remained distinct property, but assets earned during a marriage would be divided 50/50. I was impressed by how much it favored her. It was obviously written with the assumption that she was the one having property to safeguard. There were provisions protecting her commission income, her trust fund, which I was unaware she had, and her future inheritance from her parents. "Your parents really think we need this?" I responded. "It's just smart business. In any case, we will never get divorced. It's merely a formality." This is where I made a choice that saved my life. I informed her that before I signed, I wanted to have it reviewed by my own attorney. She instantly became defensive, claiming that I didn't trust her family's attorney was offensive, but I refused to back down. I wanted someone to protect my interests, if we were signing a legal instrument. He discovered a family law specialist named Robert through a teacher buddy. He offered me his evaluation after going over the prenuptial agreement. This document is designed to protect wealthy people from gold diggers. Your fiancé's family clearly thinks you're the gold digger. To be honest, though, this also protects you because of the discrepancy in your salary. You owe her nothing if you get divorced. Additionally, any inheritance you get remains solely yours. That final sentence stayed with me. Any inheritance remains distinct property. I put my signature on it. Sophie was overjoyed that I had changed my mind at last. Her parents appeared happy that I had made the correct decision. Everything went according to plan for the wedding. For the first 6 months of their marriage, everything went well, nor outstanding, nor awful, simply adequate. Our combined income allowed us to live in a respectable 2-bedroom apartment. I continued to teach, and Sophie continued to work in real estate, but gradually things began to change. My income was the subject of Sophie's remarks, which were slights with a hint of humor. She would gripe that my teaching pay prevented us from taking more luxurious trips. She would point out homes that her clients were purchasing, and lament that we would never be able to purchase such a thing. It was terrible with her relatives. Her parents' Sunday dinners become opportunities for passive-aggressive criticism of my professional decisions. Her father would ask me how the ABCs were going after discussing Ryan's most recent promotion or Sophie's largest commission. Her mother would ask me when I intended to advance in my job, and show me images of her friends' children, all of whom were in the fields of finance, medicine, or law. I began to dread those dinners, and came up with reasons to avoid them. When I failed to attend family gatherings, Sophie would become upset, and accuse me of embarrassing her. I would point out that her relatives insulted my career the entire time. She would accuse me of being overly sensitive. Mom saw how I had changed. Although she had misgivings about the family, she had always liked Sophie. After a visit, she drew me aside around a year into our marriage. She inquired frankly, "Are you happy?" "Yes," was what I wanted to say. I wanted to think I was content. I couldn't lie to my mother though, as I sat there staring at her. I don't know. At times, it seems like Sophie married me for what she believed I could become rather than for who I am. Mom gave a slow nod. She was obviously correct when she said, "That's not a marriage, sweetheart. That's a disappointment waiting to happen." Mom was right about people all the time. In the second year, things worsened. Sophie began discussing my career change more seriously. Unable to purchase a home in the desired community. Unable to join her buddies on their vacation in Europe. Unable to join the country club that her parents belonged to. We were doing well financially, I might add. We weren't hurting, we had savings, and the only debt we had was my tiny school loan. For Sophie, however, achieving well was insufficient. She desired more. Around this time, Mom's health began to deteriorate. She had been diagnosed with early-stage heart disease, at the age of 68. It's not life-threatening, but it's enough to frighten us all. In order to assist with appointments and errands, Emily and I began sharing weekend stays. Sophie detested it. Said that I was staying at my mother's place too frequently. Said that Mom could care for herself. Sophie rolled her eyes and accused me of being overly theatrical, when I explained that after raising us for decades, it was now our responsibility to assist our mother. About 6 months ago, shortly after our 3rd anniversary, Our marriage reached a breaking point. Sophie had been working longer hours, receiving calls in the other room, and becoming more and more aloof. I missed the pattern because I was too preoccupied with Mom's concerns. Mom's heart has gotten worse. She was monitored in and out of the hospital. Her heart was weaker than expected, according to the doctor. And surgery might be necessary. I was scared, as was Emily. Sophie was already dismissing her when I made the statement. Well, she lived a good life. At least she's had time to get her affairs in order. Mom wasn't dying, she was sick. There's a difference. I started looking for the receipts at that point. Costly meals at eateries I had never visited. Sophie justified the hotel room expenditures on our joint credit card as client meetings. I bought flowers but never got them. I'm not a moron. I was aware of the situation. However, I was too preoccupied with my mother to address my failing marriage at the same time. I simply allowed it to occur. Stopped posing inquiries. Lost interest in Sophie's whereabouts and companionship. Before I could say anything, Mom noticed. She's cheating on you, isn't she? She asked me across the kitchen table one weekend when I was staying with her. I didn't even try to deny it. She simply nodded. Mom said, "What are you going to do about it?" Mom leaned across the table and grasped my hand, saying, "I don't know. Deal with it after you're better." I can't handle both crises at once. I have something to tell you, James. My estate lawyer has been meeting with me, arranging everything in case something goes wrong. Over the years, my investments have performed well, better than you think. You and Emily will be taken care of when I'm gone. Incredibly well cared for. She refused to give me precise figures. Simply stated that we shouldn't worry about money when the time came, because she had accumulated a decent sum. I thought she was referring to a split of perhaps $200,000 or $300,000 between Emily and me. Not revolutionary, but sufficient to be beneficial. I didn't know. Mom underwent the procedure 3 months ago. She never fully recovered, but it went as smoothly as could be anticipated. Her heart simply wasn't strong enough. Emily and I worked turns at the hospital, while she was in and out of consciousness for 6 weeks. Sophie came twice. She spent less than an hour on both occasions, primarily using her phone to check work-related emails. The nurses mistook her for Emily's friend rather than my wife. She was so cut off from my family. On a Tuesday morning, Mom died. When she left, I was holding her hand. She gave my fingers a final squeeze before leaving, whispering, "You're going to be okay. Better than okay, trust me." The sorrow was overwhelming. Sophie was upset with me for taking a week off work because I was pouting. She wanted me to return to normal as soon as possible so we could continue living our lives. As if her routine was disrupted by my mother's death. The following Saturday was set aside for the funeral. I wrote the eulogy, made arrangements, and selected the music that Mom would have liked over the week. While coping with her own sadness, Emily did her best to assist. Her spouse was very helpful, looking after their children so she could concentrate on the plans. Sophie was not there at all. Claimed to have crucial client meetings. Weir stated that she was unable to reschedule. Mom would be aware that work comes first. I was trying to fall asleep in bed on Friday night before the funeral, when Sophie arrived late from another alleged client meal. I sensed something was about to happen, as she sat on the edge of the bed. Her words, "We need to talk." Fantastic. The English language's 4 worst terms. I'm not happy. I haven't been happy for a long time. This marriage isn't working. I think we should get divorced. I was simply staring at her. 4 days ago, my mother passed away. She was currently requesting a divorce, and the funeral was scheduled for tomorrow. "Can this wait until after the funeral?" I replied. "I think it's better to be honest about where we stand. I've already spoken to a lawyer. The papers are being drawn up. We can make this quick and painless if we both agree to the terms." The terms? The prenup is pretty clear. We each keep what we brought in. We split the joint savings 50/50. The apartment is a rental, so we just need to figure out who moves out. I gazed at her as I sat up. Observe her closely. The night before my mother's burial, this woman I had married 3 years prior was requesting a divorce. I said, "Who is he?" She was polite enough to appear shocked. "What? The guy you've been seeing? Who is he?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Sophie, I've known for months." She sat silent for a long time before saying, "I just didn't have the energy to deal with it while Mom was dying." "So, who is he?" She then gave a shrug. "His name is Jason. He's a commercial real estate developer. We met through work. How long? Does it matter? How long, Sophie? About 8 months. 8 months, in fact. While my mother was dying. She had been unfaithful to me for 8 months. He treats me like I deserve to be treated. He's ambitious. He's successful. He's not content being a school teacher for the rest of his life. And then it appeared, the actual problem. I wasn't successful enough for her, not because I had done anything wrong. It wasn't enough ambitious. Wasn't earning enough money. Fine. I said plainly. If you want a divorce, we'll get divorced. But can we please wait until after I bury my mother to discuss the details? I think it's better to have everything out in the open now. Better for who? You. Because it's sure not better for me to be dealing with this right now. She rose up. I'll sleep in the guest room tonight. I've already told the lawyer to have the papers ready by Monday. We can sign them next week. She went out. I sat there in the dark, wondering how my life had gone apart so thoroughly in less than a week. The next morning was the funeral morning. I put on my suit, made some notes for the eulogy, and headed to the church where the event was being conducted. Emily was already there with her family, greeting guests as they arrived. The church filled up soon. Mom had a lot of friends from her years in the neighborhood, her former co-workers, neighbors, people from church, my fellow teachers who'd heard about her passing. It was standing room only by the time the service started. Sophie showed up 15 minutes late, slipping into a pew in the back. Didn't sit with me, didn't acknowledge me, just sat there checking her phone. The service was lovely. The priest spoke of Mom's generosity and kindness. Emily offered a heartfelt statement about what a great mother she'd been. Then it was my turn. Didn't even pretend to care enough to come to the graveside service. We got through the burial. People came up to give condolences, share memories of Mom. Tell me what a fantastic woman she'd been. I was on autopilot, thanking everybody mechanically while my brain fought to process the reality that my wife had walked out of the funeral. After the burial, there was a reception at a local restaurant. Emily had organized it, and it was great. People dining, exchanging tales, celebrating Mom's life. I was standing at the buffet table when my phone buzzed with a text from Sophie. Sophie was leaning against her car with a manila letter in her hand as I stepped outside and said, "I'm in the parking lot. We need to talk now." She appeared agitated, as if I were preventing her from doing something crucial. "Sorry to interrupt your day," she remarked cynically. She handed me the envelope and said, "But I need you to sign these." When I opened it, I discovered fully completed divorce paperwork. I only need signatures. You couldn't wait one more day. You had to bring these to my mother's funeral. Perfect timing. Actually, one less thing to worry about now that your mom's gone. You won't be distracted by taking care of her anymore. We can both move on with our lives. I was just staring at her. My mother's passing was a convenient time to file for divorce, according to the guy I had married. You know what? She was correct. Sign them. Let's just get this over with. I took out a pen, leaned against her car, and signed each sheet that required my signature. Why drag it out? I asked. Neglected to read the fine print. I didn't bargain. I just signed. She appeared taken aback by my speedy completion. That's it. You're not going to fight this? Why would I fight it? You clearly don't want to be married to me. You've been seeing someone else for 8 months. You just called my mother's death convenient timing. I'm not going to beg you to stay. I returned the paperwork to her. She accepted them, appearing strangely disappointed that I had not resisted. I'll have my lawyer file these Monday morning. You should start looking for a new apartment. I'm keeping our place since I make more money and can afford it on my own. Fine, take the apartment, take whatever you want, I don't care anymore. She got into her vehicle and left. In my funeral attire, I stood in the parking lot. On the day I buried my mother, I formally divorced my wife. You mean rock bottom? However, I had no idea what was going to happen. On Monday afternoon, Mom's will was supposed to be read. I went to the lawyer's office to meet Emily. David was a man who had spent years managing Mom's estate planning. That morning, Sophie texted me to let me know that she was preparing the divorce paperwork. My marriage was so formally over by the time I arrived to David's office. David was an elderly man with gentle eyes and a nice demeanor. After offering his condolences for Mom, he began to work. Your mother was very specific about her wishes. She made multiple revisions to her will over the years, but the final draft was finished only 3 months ago. Mom realized she might not have much time left following her operation 3 months ago. David started reading after opening a folder. The first things were heartfelt. Emily will receive mom's jewelry. We will divide her photo albums. And different friends and family members will receive her personal belongings. Then he reached the property. 3 rental properties were owned by Margaret. In the 1,990 seconds, she bought 2 houses as investments in addition to the one she resided in. Together, the 3 properties have a current market worth of about $1.2 million. Both Emily and James are to share these equally. Emily and I looked at each other in disbelief. $1.2 million worth of property. This exceeded our expectations. Even though Mom had informed us she had done well with investments. David went on. Margaret also had investment accounts with different companies, equities, bonds, mutual funds, and some recent cryptocurrency purchases. James and Emily will split the roughly $2.5 million total value of these accounts evenly. The room began to swirl. An investment of $2.5 million. My mother, a former janitor and secretary, had amassed $2.5 million. Additionally, a $450,000 life insurance policy, and other bank accounts totaling about $350,000 will be divided equally. David's eyes averted from the pages. The total estimated worth of Margaret's estate is around $4.5 million. You each stand to inherit about $2 million after taxes and legal fees. I was having trouble breathing. I have $2 million left by my mother. Emily was in tears. Tears of gratitude, disbelief, and happiness were mixed together. With an equally shocked expression, her husband wrapped his arm around her. However, my mind was calculating. I was specifically considering the prenuptial agreement I had signed 3 years prior. Inheritances remained separate property according to the prenuptial agreement. Sophie had insisted on the prenuptial agreement to safeguard the fortune of her family. David had much to accomplish. Margaret left detailed directions as well. She knew about James's marital troubles. He produced a sealed letter in my mother's handwriting that was addressed to me. David gave it to me, while continuing to speak. She wanted to ensure that in the event of a divorce, this inheritance would be completely protected. She worked with me to structure everything, so that not a single dollar could be claimed as marital property. The prenup you signed helps, but she went further. Everything is in trusts with specific clauses preventing any spousal claims. I saluted the letter as I opened it. It started, "My dearest James," in Mom's tidy handwriting. "If you're reading this, I'm gone. And I'm so sorry I can't be there with you, but I need you to know something. I've been watching your marriage for the past few years. And I've seen how Sophie treats you. I've seen how her family looks down on you. I've seen you dimming your own light to make her feel brighter. That's not what love looks like, sweetheart. Real love builds you up. It doesn't tear you down for not making enough money, or not being ambitious enough. You are exactly who you're supposed to be. Teaching those kids, making a difference in their lives. That's worth more than any executive salary, or fancy title. I've left you enough money that you'll never have to worry about finances again. You can keep teaching because you love it, not because you're stuck. You can leave that marriage if it's making you miserable. You have options now. Use them wisely. And James, that prenup Sophie insisted on. Best thing that ever happened to you." I read the letter twice and then a third time. Not a penny of this inheritance is hers. I made sure of it. All my love, Mom. My mother had been aware. She had been preparing for this moment, and had witnessed everything. Emily began smiling through her tears as she read over my shoulder. She was correct when she said, "Oh my gosh. Mom basically just gave you the ultimate revenge." That morning, I had signed divorce papers. Documents modeled like a prenuptial agreement intended to safeguard Sophie's possessions. Documents that she had hurriedly filed, presumably out of concern that I would attempt to take part of her money in the divorce. However, Sophie was unaware that my mother had recently bequeathed me $2 million. Furthermore, none of it was marital property because of the prenuptial agreement she had insisted on. I owned it, totally, completely my. David had a small smile on his face. Margaret had foreseen this. She requested that I provide you this additional letter to give to your soon-to-be ex-wife. With a frustrated expression, she replied, "What do you want? We're divorced. You don't get to just show up here." I gave her the sealed envelope containing her name, which had been sent by Mom's lawyer. "I know. I just wanted to give you something." She viewed it with suspicion. "What is this?" "A letter. You should read it." I turned to leave, but I remained near enough to hear her open it. I wanted to see this moment. Call me petty. There was a rustle of paper, quiet, and then what sounded like she had choked on something. "Wait," she exclaimed. I turned around and said, "Wait. What is this?" Her face was pale as she stood in the doorway with the letter. Is this real? Your mom left you over $2 million? Yep. Day after you served me divorce papers at her funeral. I found out at the will reading. Sophie's hands were shaking. But you signed the divorce papers. We're divorced. This is all yours thanks to that prenup you insisted on. Every penny is mine. Inheritances remain separate property. Remember, you wanted to protect your family's money from me. I saw her realize. Worked out great. It protected my mom's money from you. She was likely concerned that I would attempt to claim a portion of her commission income, or future inheritance, which is why she hurried the divorce, and pressured me to sign it. Before I could receive any of her money. She had wanted to put an end to the relationship. Rather, she had terminated our relationship just before I inherited a fortune. You knew, she charged. You knew when you signed the papers. I didn't. Actually, Mom never told me how much she had. The will reading was scheduled for Monday, but I signed your papers on Saturday. I had no idea what was coming. Sophie's face turned red instead of pale. You can't do this. This isn't fair. We can contest the divorce. On what grounds? You want it out? You served me papers at my mother's funeral. You made me sign them in a parking lot. There's nothing to contest, but the money is mine. It's protected by the same prenup you insisted on to protect your family's assets. Funny how these things work out. I observed her as she processed this. I saw her realize that she had forfeited more than $2 million, because she was unable to wait another week to file for divorce. I heard you're already living with Jason. Bet he's going to be disappointed to find out you're not the rich, successful real estate agent he thought you were. James. Wait. Let's talk about this. Maybe we made a mistake. Oh. We made a mistake. You made a mistake when you cheated on me. Made a mistake when you walked out of my mother's funeral. Made a mistake when you called her death. Convenient timing. And you made a really big mistake when you pushed me to sign those divorce papers before asking if Mom had left me anything. Her neighbor had came outside to investigate the disturbance. Seeing this, Sophie lowered her voice. Please, James, we had good times. We can have them again. I made mistakes, but we can fix this. We had good times when you thought I might have potential to make more money. The second you realized I was happy being a teacher, you checked out. The only reason you're interested now is because I'm about to have more money than you. That's not true. It's completely true. If Mom had left me nothing, you'd be thrilled with this divorce. You'd be bragging to your friends about upgrading to Jason. But now that I'm actually worth something to you, suddenly you made a mistake. I accessed my texts after taking out my phone. Found the one she'd sent the morning of the funeral. See this? This is what you texted me about my mother's death. That it was perfect timing. You didn't even have the decency to pretend to care. And now you want me to believe you've changed? Sophie was crying uncontrollably. This time, she shed real tears instead of the phony ones she'd used when she needed something from me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about all of it. About your mom. About Jason. About everything. I believe you're sorry. Sorry you're not getting any of the money. Her expression stiffened. The tears ceased. The real Sophie was there. Your mom must have been laughing her head off writing that will. Setting up her son to screw over his wife. Ex-wife. And Mom wasn't screwing you over. She was protecting me. There's a difference. I strolled back to my vehicle. Sophie alternated between apologizing and getting angry as she called after me. I chose to ignore it all. For the final time, I got into my car and left that phase of my life behind. The result was stunning. Within days, Sophie's family learned of her mother's inheritance. ADOT. The invambly nut. Small-town rumors spread quickly. According to reports, her parents were incensed that she had hurried the divorce. In an attempt to mend fences and suggest that Sophie and I look into reconciliation, her brother Ryan actually called me. I informed him that Sophie was living with Jason, and she appeared content with her decision. He ended the call. Sophie made several attempts to call. She sent me lengthy emails when I didn't respond, explaining that she had made terrible mistakes but that if I just gave her another chance, we could overcome them. How she still loved me despite the pointlessness of the situation with Jason. Without answering, I forwarded each email to my attorney. He said they would be helpful if she attempted to challenge the divorce, which she was unable to do, and he thought they were hilarious. It seems that the boyfriend, Jason, also learned about the inheritance. He broke up with Sophie in a matter of days. According to Emily's friend who knew someone who knew him. I guess he didn't want to date a woman who had recently given up millions. A true stand-up comedian. When Sophie's reputation suffered, her real estate company suffered as well. It turns out that serving divorce papers at a funeral makes people not want to work with that person. She was dropped by several clients. According to reports, her parents were providing her with financial support as she re-established her clientele. In the interim, my life significantly improved. I left teaching because I wanted to do it my way. Not because I didn't love it. Used a portion of the inheritance to launch a small tutoring company for children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Families are charged according to their financial capacity. Some pay nothing, while others pay the full price. Without worrying about scores on standardized tests, I'm actually changing the lives of children. Purchased a modest home in a pleasant area. Nothing ostentatious. It's just a cozy 3-bedroom house with a yard, paid with cash, no mortgage. Emily and I established a scholarship fund in Mom's honor, using some of her money. Full-ride scholarships for low-income students seeking degrees in education. That would have delighted Mom. I finally made the trip to Japan that I had always desired, but had never been able to afford. 3 weeks of exploration. End of Yuli. Resumed dating. At a community gathering, I met a woman named Claire. She loves her job as a librarian, and earns about $45,000 annually. I haven't told her yet, and she doesn't know about the inheritance. Sophie's mother texted me 6 months after the divorce. To make things right, she wanted to get together for coffee. Curious about what she would say, I consented to meet her. She started right away, after ordering a complex drink. Sophie deeply regrets how things ended. She was going through a difficult time and made some poor choices. She made a lot of poor choices. I concurred. Starting with cheating on me for 8 months. She pinched her face. Yes. Well, that was regrettable. But people make mistakes. What matters is that she's learned from them. I'm sure she has. Good for her. James, you and Sophie were good together before things got complicated. Maybe if you both tried again? You mean now that I have money? She was graceful enough to appear ashamed. I mean, now that certain financial stresses aren't a factor. The financial stress wasn't ever a factor for me. I was happy with my teaching salary. Sophie and your family were the ones who had a problem with it. She discussed forgiveness inside the family, and tried a few more topics. I listened courteously, and declined everything. At last, she became irate. You're being vindictive. You're punishing Sophie for making one mistake. One mistake? Let's count them. She cheated for 8 months. She insulted my career for 3 years. She walked out of the funeral. She served me papers the day after my mother died. That's not one mistake. That's a pattern of behavior. Everyone deserves a second chance. I gave her 3 years of second chances. I'm done giving chances to people who don't respect me. Sophie tried one last time. She arrived after hours at my tutoring center. She knocked while I was packing. Can we talk? Really talk. No lawyers, no family, just us. I opened the door for her. I'm not here to ask for money. I know that's what you think, but I'm not. Okay. So, why are you here? To apologize. Really? Apologize? Not because I want something, but because you deserve an actual apology. I waited. I treated you terribly. You were a good husband. You were kind and patient and loving, and I repaid that by constantly criticizing you, trying to change who you fundamentally were. That was wrong. You deserved better. Yes, I did. The thing with Jason was inexcusable. I got caught up in this idea of what success looked like, and you didn't fit that picture. So, I found someone who did, but it was hollow. Sophie, I appreciate the apology, but it doesn't change anything. I know. I'm not asking for anything to change. I just wanted you to know that I see now what I had and what I threw away, not your money. You, the person you are, the teacher who cares about kids, the man who took care of his mom. She got up to go. I hope you find someone who appreciates you for who you are. I think I already have. She gave a sorrowful smile. Good. You deserve it. She turned around after making her way to the entrance. Your mom was right about me, wasn't she? She saw through everything from day one. Mom was good at reading people. Tell her I'm sorry, too, even though she's not here to hear it. I think she knows. Sophie departed. I didn't see her again after that. I've heard that in order to start over, she eventually relocated to a different city. Life is nice for me. Excellent. I live in my own home, teach on my own terms, and date a woman who loves me for who I am. I found my roommate in my bedroom with my boyfriend. He's mine too, she smirked. I gathered evidence and pressed her in charges. Finally, she was arrested. Roommate Emily has dubbed my boyfriend Ethan our boyfriend for 2 months. I thought it was a joke. I'm terrified. I dated Ethan for 4 months. He visits every 2 weeks for 4 or 5 days but attends university 1.5 hours away. My roommates agreed first. He cleans, cooks, and maintains. Perfect man. Emily was discarded October. Then everything changed. Started tiny. Emily waited in the kitchen as Ethan served dinner for me and housemates, out of politeness. Sweet man. My ex couldn't. Lucky you. She eagerly awaited his response. She watched his strength fixing, installing hooks, and moving furniture. So strong, my dude must be. Ethan fled to my room when uneasy. Jokes about our boyfriend followed. Ethan gave me coffee and Emily exclaimed, "Aw, our boyfriend is so thoughtful. He did grocery." I said, "Look at our boyfriend being helpful. Nothing amusing. Relax, it's just a joke. We're basically sisters, so we share everything, right? We pals. We share a fridge, not boyfriends." Behavior rose. She followed. Safety comes from location sharing apps. If we didn't react to Emily's, "Where are you guys? Can I join?" text, she'd show up. Emily claimed to meet us at movies, restaurants, and a romantic park walk. She entered my bedroom without knocking, so we locked it. She smiled if we forgot, just wanted to say hi to our boyfriend. Midterms prompted a small roommate party. Drunk. I called Ethan. Emily snatched my phone. Her strength beats mine. She informed him her sex life. "Make sure you hit it deep," she joked when he paused. "What? Can't handle girl talk about our boyfriend?" Ethan visited less. He scarcely left my room when he came. Emily was at my door. Sometimes I heard her breathing. The breaking point was last week. Ethan surprised me in class on our 4-month anniversary. Lily texted, "Your boyfriend's here, but something weird is happening." I hurried home to find Emily in my bedroom, wearing my lingerie, sitting on my bed with Ethan backed against the wall, scared. "What the hell?" Emily stood slowly. My red lace set too small. "I was just showing our boyfriend what he's missing when you're not around." "Get out. Get out," he yelled. "It's my apartment too." And he didn't seem to mind. "Did you, Ethan? I told you to leave me alone," he said. "I was waiting for Sophie, and you just came in wearing that. You didn't lock the door." That's basically an invitation. Emily is on the lease, but I called our landlord that night. I cannot evict her. I was told by campus security it's a roommate quarrel without violence. 2 days prior, Ethan refused to visit. "She scares me. So she wore your underwear last time. What's next?" I understood. But it hurt. Emily damaged my relationship yesterday, while using my laptop in my room. We shot intimate, non-explicit images. Get away from my computer. Our partner looks fantastic in these. Made copies for myself. Please excuse me. Illegal. Calling the police. What proof? They're on my phone. Might have taken them anywhere. Maybe Ethan sent them to me. Perhaps we have something special. He would never. Which person would people trust? Crazy furious girlfriend or roommate who received photos? Then I saw something else on my lid. Unwritten draft to Ethan. Leaving him. Shouting nasty things. Emily wrote, "Don't worry. I didn't send it yet. But I could. I know your password. You should change it from your birthday." I changed my passwords that night. Despite a message under my bedroom door this morning, I texted Ethan at 2:30 a.m. "Locks won't stop me from our boyfriend. Check your phone." I didn't text. Was asleep. I carried my phone all night. Ethan texted back. "Who is C? Her reason for coming? What's up, Sophie?" Emily's car is gone from the lot. It takes 1.5 hours to reach Ethan's university. She left 2 hours ago. I don't know what she's telling him. I'm shivering as I call Ethan again, 4th time to voicemail. Emily had been at his campus for at least 20 minutes, and I don't know what she's telling him or doing. I wander from the kitchen to the living room and back, checking the location app every few seconds. Emily's dot is still on Ethan's dorm building. Airflow is constricted and my chest is tight. I call again and get voicemail. He's either ignoring my calls, or Emily broke his phone. No decision helps me. At midday, Lily comes out of her room in her jammies and sees me pacing in the living room. I must seem furious. Feeling wild. Explaining what's happening. I'm not sure the fast-flowing words make sense. Fake text. 2. 2. 2. Emily departed 2 hours ago. No reaction from Ethan. Sitting on the couch, Lily says Emily has been acting suspiciously, talking about Ethan and looking through my possessions in class. Her stomach drops. Lily knew but didn't tell me. Last week, Lily saw Emily walking through my wardrobe, holding up my things, and staring in the mirror. She considered speaking but didn't want to make trouble. Drama? This isn't the worst drama. I choose immediately. I'm driving to Ethan's institution 1.5 hours away, even though I have an exam tomorrow. I don't care about exams. Ethan must be reached before Emily does more damage. I'm so grateful Lily offers to help me that I nearly cry. I'm too scared to drive alone. My shaking hands make it hard to focus. We both thought Emily was weird and lonely after her split, but reading Lily's notes proves it. This is worse than roommate craziness, and riskier. First text from Ethan an hour into trip. I grab my phone so fast I almost drop it when it buzzes. My heart stops at the message. Your roommate is here, and she's telling my RA, you sent her to check on me because you're worried about my mental health. This is ridiculous. Where are you? Emily says I sent her. I reread everything. She proves it with that false text. She makes me look like the worried girlfriend or the dominating girlfriend who sends others to check on her guy while she looks like the concerned friend. Type back with shaking hands. I text immediately to say Emily sent that message from my phone without authorization. I'm headed there. Ethan texts and watches the screen. 3 dots appear. Disappear. Then return. His reaction is finally there. Emily's calmness scares me because she wears my underwear, duplicates my photos, and stays calm even when she makes the worst mistakes. Lily suggests we stop at a gas station to record everything on my phone. She says we need evidence if this gets to court. Legal issue. I hadn't thought that. Lily is right. Take the next exit, and park at a petrol station. I screenshot Emily's morning position at Ethan's college, the bogus text with a 2:30 morning timestamp, and Emily calling our lover Ethan in prior texts as Lily buys coffee. Evidence fills my photo album. After returning, Lily helps me put coffee in a folder, and put today's date in case. We arrive at Ethan's campus around dusk, but I hardly see the orange and pink sky. My palms shake again as we park outside his dorm. Ethan texts that Emily is in the common area talking to his roommate Ryan like she's my agent to discuss our connection. An official? Like I consented. As I sent her. Feeling sick. Lily touches my arm and asks if I'm ready. I'm not. But we leave the car. Emily and Ryan are sitting on a couch and laughing like old friends. Emily has makeup, a sweater, and down hair. She appears regular and nice. Ryan laughs at her comment. When I arrive, Emily stops smiling. Emily has thin lips and steely eyes. She appears unfazed and upset. I showed up. Her voice blasts across the room. She stands slowly and grins sharply. Sophie, I'm delighted you made it. Don't we need an honest talk with Ethan? We planned this jointly, she says we. A girl at the window talks to her friend. I sweat and feel everyone gazing. There is no us. Leave now. I spoke slowly despite shivering. Emmy tilted her head like I said something funny. Ethan seemed delighted to see me when I arrived. We discussed all your issues well, she says. He understands now. Ethan blushes and retreats, appearing ill and uncomfortable. Ryan looks bewildered. Ethan says, I asked you to leave about 6 times, Emily. You kept stating you concerned about Sophie, and needed to check on her. Ryan crosses his arms, and nods. She arrived almost an hour ago. She seemed normal, so I thought she was your friend. But every time we asked her to leave, she altered the subject, or said she needed 5 more minutes. Ryan has lost his welcoming smile, and is inspecting Emily more attentively. Lily pulls up her phone screen and chats, while swiping screenshots. Emily watches them for months using their GPS app. She enters Sophie's room unlawfully. She faked a 2:30 a.m. text from Sophie's phone. Lily swipes and gives him more unusual text photos. Emily's restaurant and movie appearances sequence. Ryan's eyes enlarge, and his body language alters. He walks away from Emily, and stares at her like a new person, breaking Emily's calm. Everyone is making this so big. I wanted Ethan to know Sophie moans about him when he's away. She constantly wishes he went to this school instead of 1.5 hours away. She finds you clinging. She faces Ethan, and says, she actually sent me here to break up with you because she's too scared to do it herself. Ethan pales. She faces Ethan. She faces Ethan. I grab my phone and check email using my shaking hands. Look at this. Emily typed this as myself on my laptop. I never wrote this. Ethan reads my phone and glances up at Emily. You actually sat at her computer and wrote a fake breakup email. His voice turns harder. Ryan opens his mouth while reading over his shoulder. The residential advisor enters looking serious, tall and with brown hair pressed back. She has a staff badge. I say, "What's up?" Lily shows the RA her phone with screenshots. Ethan shows her a fake email. Ryan verifies that Emily resisted multiple attempts to leave. She listens seriously and faces Emily. You must exit this building immediately, Emily wailed. I have every right to attend a friend's campus. You can't make me leave for a conversation. RA pulls out radio. Campus security responds soon. RA tells what happened while showing Lily's phone. One cop invites Emily outside. Emily yells and blushes. Sophie is pushing everyone against me because she can't tolerate Ethan liking me more. Emily worried and kindly asked about Ethan's classes and housemates. Then his biology professor. University. Library work schedule. And gym time. Sophie never told her about my regimen, so she must have read our messages. His voice cracks. Security guards write faster. Back inside, Ryan says he'll leave us alone and goes to the library. Ethan sits on his bed with his head in his hands. She sat on the couch and told me you'd been crying and talking about breaking up. She said you sent her to check on me because you were too upset to come. His eyes are on me. She almost convinced me. I felt odd when she mentioned my timetable. She knew I had chemistry labs on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and knew my lunch place near the scientific building. How could she know? His eyes are sweaty. His stomach drops. I check my settings on my phone. Ethan helps me reset my passwords, social media, email, everything. A chilling email login history shows Emily's IP address logins for 3 weeks. She reads my emails for a month. Ethan finds more proof in my cloud. Emily browsed my private photos for me and Ethan. I claim she's everywhere. My voice is distant. I check my email login history. Emily reads everything for weeks. Ethan accesses the design in my photo storage. She frequently copied my private photos to her device. Hands shake so badly I almost lose my phone. We check my social media, and find she's signed in, reading my personal messages to loved ones. She knows my life. Every discussion, plan, and private idea shared with trusted people. Ryan knocks on the door after leaving the library. After Ethan lets him in, Ryan sees us on the bed with phones and laptops and looks serious as we show him what we found. He snaps images of his phone's login and access history, and says we must capture everything before Emily hides or destroys evidence. When Lily texts to check on us, I tell her what we found. She immediately says she's felt watched, like someone was looking through her stuff when she wasn't home. She'll check her accounts now. Ethan finds a non-created record in my cloud storage showing his class schedule by day and time. 2 months after Emily was abandoned, the document details his campus library job shifts, friends and roommates, gym and dining hall trips, favorite coffee shop, and normal orders. Ryan reads over Ethan's shoulder and says, "This is serious stalking behavior, not just a roommate being weird or jealous." He advises us to report this level of surveillance and plotting to university police immediately. It's almost midnight. But I'm too scared to wait in the morning. Ryan suggests sleeping on the couches in the common area to stay on campus with people and security. Ethan agrees quickly, and Lily texts that she's sleeping at her girlfriend's house tonight because she feels unsafe at the flat. Ryan takes us down to the common area where several students are studying late. A security guard walks through every hour, making the space feel safer. Ethan and I share a couch while Lily uses the other. Ryan brings bottled drinks and blankets from his room. No sleep. Ethan finally admits to being afraid since the lingerie incident. He didn't make me choose between him and my living condition, because he knew I couldn't afford to break my lease or move out. He keeps thinking about Emily coming to his door, or following him around campus, making it hard to sleep and study. He feels bad for not being more clear about his anxiety, but he didn't want me to think he was theatrical. I argue he wasn't exaggerating, and I should have taken it more seriously from the start. We spent hours analyzing the warning signs we ignored or rationalized away. The breathing outside my door, the constant location checking, and how Emily integrated herself into every area of our relationship, made Ethan stop seeing me, because he was afraid of what Emily would do next. Ryan sleeps in a chair nearby, But Ethan and I watch the sun rise through the windows. Students move to early classes, or the dining hall as morning light floods the common area. I'm exhausted but anxious about the future. So I call my older sister Megan for advice. I explain Emily drove here uninvited, and the stalker proof we got yesterday and last night. Megan listens, and is quiet after I finish. She asks if I've called police, and I say we're going this morning. Megan says she's driving down and will arrive in a few hours. She says stalkers increase when their target sets limits or withdraws. Obsession with surveillance and information collection usually worsens without help. She urges me not to return to the apartment alone, and to wait in public until she arrives. Hearing her voice and knowing she's coming soothes me. After Ethan wakes Lily up, we drink campus cafe coffee. Emily worried and kindly asked about Ethan's classes and housemates, then his biology professor, university library work schedule, and gym time. We go to Ethan's room, and Ryan will testify since he saw Emily refuse to go yesterday and heard her threaten. We walk across campus to the administration building police department, where Officer Flynn O'Brien interviews us in a small room. Sophie never told her my regimen because we rarely talk about it. While Megan takes notes, I narrate the scenario from the start to avoid forgetting anything. Officer O'Brien listens and asks about dates and times. The login history and surveillance document Emily made are requested. Ryan recounts Emily's resistance to leave despite multiple pleas yesterday. Ethan describes how Emily's behavior has worried him and hindered his ability to operate. After we finish, Officer O'Brien says that while one event may not be enough for criminal charges, a 2-month pattern of behavior could support a restraining order. Stalking cases are difficult to prosecute, but our proof, especially the digital footprint revealing unauthorized access to my accounts in the surveillance file, is strong. He advises us to save every text, email, and message, document when Emily appears, and try to collect photographs or videos to enhance the case. Officer O'Brien copies our evidence, and says he'll work with my university police, since Emily and I live in the same jurisdiction. He gives me his number and tells me to call immediately, if Emily calls, or shows up. He also advised me to notify school housing about my living situation because sharing an apartment with someone like this is unsafe. I leave the police station happy we disclosed everything but frightened. Megan puts her arm around my shoulders, and says I did the right thing by involving authorities, even though it's scary. Ethan appears exhausted and anxious. My life can't end because of Emily. Lily texts that she checked her apartment and Emily hasn't returned, but some of her things have moved. Megan insists on returning to the flat with me for a few days to keep me safe. Ethan wants to go but has courses. So he'll stay at university and will video talk nightly. The 1.5-hour drive back feels long. Lily welcomes us at the apartment parking lot, and we enter it. The living room's picture frame and TV remote have moved, indicating someone was in our place. When we enter my room, I see someone inside despite locking it. My door has a simple paper-clip pickable push-button lock. My dresser drawers open slightly. My desk papers are mixed. My closet door isn't latched. My stomach drops as I look for missing stuff. The birthday sweater from Ethan and our boxed photos are gone. Emily stole my journal about our relationship and intimate thoughts, like she's collecting evidence of our relationship or trying to seize our belongings. Lily's scarf and book, which Emily may claim were borrowed or shared, are also missing. Emily's physical invasion of my life and privacy hurts more. Megan immediately says, "We're changing the lock on my bedroom door right now." We drive to a hardware store and buy a keyed lock. My phone automatically backs up images and messages to a cloud account Emily doesn't know about, and Megan uses her own email to create it, so Emily can't find it or access it even if she gets into my devices again. We changed my passwords to long random phrases Megan writes down and puts in her phone and use two-factor authentication, so Emily can't log in without my phone codes, even if she obtains them. Megan is on the couch in the living room, and Lily is in her room. Around midnight, I hear hallway footsteps outside my door. Heavy footsteps pause at my door, then the beating begins. Emily smacks her hands at my door, shaking it. She shouts that I'm irrational and theatrical. I shouldn't be a victim, she just wanted to borrow some items. Her beating increases, and she keeps turning the doorknob. She shouts that I can't shut her out of her flat. In the hallway, Megan tells Emily to stop and go to her room in seconds. Emily shouts back that Megan has no business here and should leave, kicks the door, and Megan calls the police with the address. Emily must hear this because she screams that I'll regret this, and set everyone against her. As Emily leaves her room, Lily tells her to calm down, But Emily calls Lily a traitor and orders her to shut up. The next 15 minutes felt like hours. I shut myself in my room and hear Emily pacing the corridor. Her mutterings are lost on me. Fridge is humming. We relax in my closed room while Megan brews tea. I hear Emily on the phone in her room. Her voice penetrates thin barriers. Her voice is rising as she speaks. She accuses me of stealing her guy. I'm turning everyone against her, she says. She claims I'm lying to get her in trouble. More agitated, her voice rises. She claims Ethan loves her, and I'm jealous. Megan shakes her head as I glance. We sleep little that night. Megan scheduled my campus counselor appointment for the next morning. In the Student Health Center, Violet Mitchell works in a soft-lit office with comfortable chairs. She listens without interrupting, as I recount everything. After I finish, she adds Emily's doing something serious. Erotomania and compulsive attachment are her terms. She says some people obsess over unavailable others. She claims fantasy and control are involved, not love. She believes stalkers typically think their victims desire them despite rejection. Violet helps me plan safety. She records everything on paper. She suggests I take different routes to class, so Emily can't predict me. She provides me campus security and emergency contact numbers. She advises me to inform my teachers. She helps me find safe persons in university buildings for aid. When victims create boundaries, stalking worsens, she says. She says Emily may escalate now that cops are involved. Though that scares me, Violet thinks it's vital to prepare. I get weekly appointments, and her emergency contact info. She suggests calling anytime if I feel unsafe. The college legal assistance office is my next stop after Violet. Sarah Miller joins me in a small conference room. Student harassment victims receive free legal aid from her. Every document I show her is thoroughly reviewed. She takes notes and asks date, time questions. She believes I have a strong case for a civil restraining order. The process will take weeks, she says. First, we request an interim order. A judge decides if it's permanent at a court hearing. Sarah says a restraining order won't remove Emily from our residence immediately. The lease complicates that. But the order forbids Emily from contacting or approaching me. She informs me many stalkers break restraining orders. She advises me to document and report every transgression. Each offense can lead to charges, she said. Sarah helps me finish the paperwork immediately. She explains each section and ensures I include all relevant information. She says we'll file tomorrow and serve Emily with the temporary order in a few days. Lily closes my door that night. Tired and afraid, she is. She refuses to live here. She's breaking her lease early and moving off campus with her girlfriend. She regrets leaving me but doesn't trust Emily. I assure her I comprehend. I'm glad she's leaving. This shouldn't affect her. I can meet Lily for coffee anytime since she'll be around. If needed, she will testify for the restraining order hearing. Packing begins that night. I hear my phone buzz in class 3 days later. Sarah texts that Emily has received the TRO. Stomach drops. Emily will be outraged. The permanent order court date is 2 weeks away. In 2 weeks, I must explain everything to Emily in court. 2 weeks of waiting, and wondering what Emily will do. I leave class early and return home. Miss Lily is gone. Her room is empty. We share walls and a kitchen in this apartment with Emily, who can't come close me. I can't concentrate while I study alone. The court date, and seeing Emily keep coming to mind. Telling a judge about the lingerie incident, stalking, and everything else. My phone buzzes again. Ethan has asked if I'm okay. He praises me after I inform him about the restraining order. He hopes he could be here. But he has exams. We video call that night, and seeing his face calms me, but I'm still afraid. 2 weeks feels long. The next day, my phone is full of notifications. When Emily posts 3 times since last night on social media, my stomach drops. Just vague messages about phony pals and betrayers when you need them most. She writes about how some individuals can't handle the truth, and turn everyone against them instead of fixing themselves. She shares a quote on loyalty, and how true friends endure. All who know us will know who she references. As I read the comments, my hands shake as others ask if she's okay, offer encouragement, and say they're here for her. She's already creating a victim narrative. I put my phone down and try to prepare for class, but my mind keeps going. Today, Emily is altering her tale to make herself seem victimized. I wonder how many will believe her before hearing my side. 3 individuals had asked about Emily and me, by lunchtime. My biology classmate sends a long text, alleging Emily told her I was envious and bossy about her friendship with Ethan. Another friend asks if I'm attempting to kick Emily out for nothing. Another person said I lied to seek attention. Reading these messages makes me sick, because Emily is spreading lies, and some people believe them. Write comments for 1 hour, citing proof and screenshots. When proof is presented, some apologies instantly. Others remain silent, making me question if they trust Emily more than me. After I tell them everything, my close friends support me, but I still feel isolated knowing that some people believe I'm insane. Lily emails me that Emily has been posting in group chats, playing the victim and claiming I overreacted to innocent jokes. I'm frustrated because some people will always believe Emily's story despite my evidence. Ethan calls me that night with a new, tight voice. He says he had a panic attack in economics class today because someone who looked like Emily passed by. He had to leave class due to breathlessness. His lecturer now feels he's skimming crucial stuff. He can't study when he's anxious about Emily returning, therefore his grades are slipping. I talk to him for 2 hours, and tell him the restraining order will help, and that she can't come near him legally. But I can hear his worry that won't go away. His daily class itineraries vary, and he checks the parking lot before leaving his room. It's hard to sleep because he thinks someone is outside his door. We feel more apart now, like we're drowning separately instead of together. I despise Emily's damage to him, us, and our beautiful relationship before she decided we belonged to her. We resolved to chat every night and stay strong, but after we hang up, I cry because I don't know how much stress our relationship can handle. I notice anything incorrect when I go home from afternoon class a week before court. My bedroom door opens. Really open, not just unlocked. I locked it this morning using my key. My pulse races when I enter, and discover my room utterly destroyed. Dresser drawers open, clothes everywhere. Papers on the floor at my desk. My closet was bare with hangers gone. I run to my workstation and find my laptop charger gone. My grandmother's necklace and 2 Ethan rings are missing from my jewelry box. My Ethan and I photos are vanished from my wall. You can't keep what's meant to be shared. Emily's scrawled letter on my bed shakes me as I take phone photos of the debris and note before touching anything else. This is worse than previously because Emily destroyed my lock, entered my space, and stole my possessions. Officer Carter, who knows our case, arrives within 20 minutes and I show him everything, shaking my voice as I detail what's taken in the note. The message is clear and scary, and I know it's illegal. He slowly walks through my room, taking photos from multiple angles, and making detailed notes about each stolen or damaged item. He examines my door lock and finds scratches around the keyhole where Emily must have picked or forced it. He carefully packs and labels the message as evidence, indicating a major temporary restraining order breach. Officer Carter remains patient and meticulous throughout the hour-long process, noting every detail. I show him my phone images of me wearing my grandmother's necklace, and he records the laptop charger type and serial number from my purchase. We wait for Emily with Officer Carter at my flat. He stands in the living room to watch the entrance door. He says this violation, and the burglary charges boost my case for the permanent restraining order. Emily comes in with shopping bags and seems shocked when she sees Officer Carter. He identifies himself and tells her she's detained for restraining order violation and burglary. Emily panics and screams at me, saying I ruined her life, that I'm selfish and nasty and can't share, and that Ethan would have chosen her if I hadn't poisoned everyone against her. Officer Carter moves quickly and professionally as Emily's eyes widen and she retreats toward the door. Officer Carter arrests her as she shouts and cries, and mascara runs as he reads her rights. With Emily's consent, other cops search her room and find my laptop charger and several wall photos she took. Emily cries and yells about how unjust this is as they bag everything as evidence. I'm devastated when Michaela calls me the next day to tell Emily posted bail. I wanted her to stay in jail until the court hearing, but her parents paid to release her. Michaela says the judge added rules that ban Emily from returning to our flat, and require her to officially arrange for police monitoring to retrieve her items. This is fantastic for me because I won't see Emily about the unit without police. Emily warns me she may retaliate in other ways while on bail, so I must stay vigilant and document everything. Knowing Emily can't legally return here makes me feel better. But I'm worried about her next move. People who breach restraining orders usually do it again, and Emily has shown she doesn't care about legal consequences when she wants something. Next morning, my landlord, John Adams, and I discuss my options at his office. This middle-aged man with sympathetic eyes listens as I describe everything, showing him police reports, restraining orders, and photos of my ransacked room. He shakes his head, saying he had no idea it was so bad. John carefully reviews the lease, and notes that violating a lease usually costs 2 months' rent. But he's willing to make an exception due to the criminal charges and restraining order. I cry with relief since I can escape and find refuge before the lease expires without punishment due to my safety and confirmed illegal activity. Since Emily is legally excluded, he'll try to obliterate her identity. John sympathizes, saying he has a college-aged daughter, and would want help in a similar situation. He offers me 30 days to find a new place, and move out, and he'll handle the paperwork. We drive around campus on Saturday to look at homes, but most are too pricey for me since I shared rent 3 times. Megan can move into a simple studio apartment 15 minutes from college with good locks and key card access. Since my safety is more important than money, Megan calls our parents immediately to explain. My mom calls back within an hour to offer to cover the rent difference each month. She seems terrified and upset about everything, but she only wants me safe. Because I don't want to beg for money but need to escape that flat, we put down a deposit that day, and the landlord lets me move in next weekend. Having a plan and a safe place to go helps me breathe again. 2 weeks after filing, the permanent restraining order hearing is on schedule. I wake up scared because I have to testify about everything to a judge. Michaela informs me what to anticipate in the courthouse. My hands shake as we wait in the hallway outside the courtroom. Emily sits at a table with her lawyer, a sharp-looking woman in an expensive suit, when they call us in. Emily doesn't look at me, but her jaw is clenched. Older woman judge is harsh but fair. Michaela charts Emily's behavior with images, text messages, police reports, and witness accounts. I testify about the lingerie incident, getting home to a looted room, and Emily's phony text from my phone. Emily's lawyer says she was a worried friend in turmoil. She claims, I overreacted to roommate disputes, and that Emily's mental illness makes her a victim. But the evidence is too powerful. Officer Carter's break-in and arrest testimony seems credible. The judge reclines and checks the final documents before speaking, staring at Emily and then at me. Based on repeated police complaints, witness testimony, and boundary violations, she grants a 3-year permanent restraining order. The judge says Emily must stay 500 YDs from me, avoid Ethan, and avoid our campuses and other frequented locations. Any disobedience will result in instant arrest and criminal proceedings. For the first time in weeks, my body relaxes, like I broke the surface after holding my breath underwater. Emily looks at me with pure loathing while the judge talks, as if trying to recall my face or send me a message. So happy the order is in place, but afraid because that expression tells me this isn't over in her mind. Michaela gently touches my arm, and suggests leaving by the side exit to avoid hallway conflict. While Emily sits with her lawyer, we gather our papers, and leave. The following weekend, Megan arrives early Saturday morning with boxes and cleaning supplies. Lily and her girlfriend meet us at my new studio apartment, and Ethan drives 1.5 hours to assist me move. Leaving the old apartment takes most of the day. Good thing Emily isn't there. But I can tell she's been in my room again because things are rearranged and a few things are missing. Like a hair clip and desk portrait. I don't care anymore. I want out. We drive Megan's car and the truck to the studio in 2 trips. The new place is tiny compared to my others. My landlady installed a deadbolt and chain lock at my request, and I sit on the floor and breathe after unpacking the last box and setting up my bed. The door and window locks are good, but the bathroom is so small I can touch both walls. Key cards are needed to enter the building. Ethan sits next to me and hugs my shoulders. I can breathe deeply without worrying about who might walk through my door for the first time in months. My locked environment with eye control feels like actual safety since this started. Lily buys pizza for everyone and we eat on the floor since I don't have furniture. The first month in the new apartment is uneventful until Emily breaks the restraining order twice, first in Tuesday morning class. Megan promises to help me find cheap thrift shop stuff next weekend. As I cross campus to the science building, I find her passively watching me from the bike racks 40 feet away. After freezing, I capture her photo with my phone. She leaves, but I call campus police immediately. Officer Carter confirms that 40 feet is inside 500 feet. The second violation occurs 2 weeks later when I receive a friend request from an unfamiliar account and visit its profile, which is false. The 3-day-old account, which has no postings, has a profile picture of Ethan Emily stolen from my laptop. I capture and send Officer Carter everything before blocking the account. He warns Emily's lawyer that further infractions could result in jail time instead of probation. Ethan is too afraid to visit my new house, so we have 3 or 4 video conversations a week. He fears Emily is watching my apartment, and will follow him if he visits. I share his fears, but distance makes it hard. We've gone from spending weekends together to watching movies together, so our calls are now about our concerns and needs. Ethan says Emily entering his room startled him more than ever, and he still has trouble sleeping. Although the distance is rough, we're communicating better than when he was visiting regularly. We plan for safer times, places we want to visit, and other relationship issues we couldn't focus on before. Even though we're 1.5 hours away, his honesty about our fears brings us closer. Violet and I meet monthly for stalker trauma therapy. She helps me do activities to realize I didn't cause it, and couldn't have predicted Emily's behavior. I blamed myself for not setting boundaries sooner, not taking early warning signs seriously, and being too polite, and making Emily think we were closer. Violet says stalkers gently test boundaries and make victims doubt themselves. She rages. Emily turned a nice thing into fear. I had no idea that a roommate's joke about our relationship would lead to a break-in and identity theft. I'm furious that she made Ethan terrified to visit me and read my texts, emails, and photos. Violet teaches me that anger is normal, and that I have a right to be furious about what occurred. She helps me manage my rage without making me feel weak. Each session is exhausting, but I feel lighter and more in charge of my story. Michaela calls me 3 months after the restraining order concerning Emily's criminal case. Emily agreed to probation instead of jail time for breaking the restraining order and burglarizing my room. She must see an obsessive-compulsive therapist twice a week, and her probation officer every 2 weeks to prove compliance. Most importantly, she pledged to switch universities next term. Michaela says the prosecution pushed for the transfer requirement since Emily on my campus might easily break the restraining order again, even accidentally. I'm relieved not to testify in a criminal trial, but Michaela tells me that plea deals don't mean responsibility or change of mind. Emily may have agreed to these restrictions to avoid jail, not because she realizes her error. I must watch for and report questionable activity. The plea deal doesn't affect the restraining order, and violations are serious. I almost cry when Michaela tells me I won't have to worry about running into Emily between courses, or at school events, or taking alternate routes to avoid her next semester, because Emily will be on a different campus. Violet warns me in our next therapy appointment that stalking victims frequently remain hypervigilant. She claims my brain has been on alert for months, ready for the next transgression or conflict. She's right. I still look over my shoulder on my way to class and get excited when I notice Emily's build or hair color. Last week, I worried when I saw a girl in Emily's jacket, but realized it wasn't her. Despite Emily being hours away, my body reacts like I'm in danger. Violet says this is typical, and will fade with therapy. She teaches me grounding strategies to utilize when I panic, reminding me I'm secure and the threat is over. We'll feel safe enough to visit my new flat for a weekend in early spring. We make breakfast in my tiny kitchen, and watch movies on my laptop. We go around my neighborhood without fear of being followed or unexpectedly invited. Standing next to him without anxiety is unusual. We discuss his graduate school applications, and my next semester plans. We discuss visiting his family over summer break, and potentially traveling somewhere new. Every time we're together, I realize how much strain I've been carrying, and how much I've been bracing for something horrible. Ethan expects Emily to arrive everywhere, but she doesn't. No one rings my door, or leaves strange messages. We reconnect over the weekend, and remember why we work together. We plan for Ethan to return in 2 weeks after he leaves Sunday night. Without Emily's shadow, we're building again. Weekly coffee dates with Lily are held halfway between our apartments. She apologizes again for not alerting me about Emily's behavior early on. But I repeat, I don't blame her. I lived with Emily and saw her every day, but I didn't know her infatuation was hazardous until it was out of hand. Lily feels bad for not protecting me as a friend, and is concerned since what transpired. I tell her she documented Emily's actions, accompanied me to Ethan's campus, testified at the restraining order court, and helped me move. Their actions counted. We discuss how we both learned the painful lesson that looks don't necessarily indicate danger. Emily appeared natural, focused, and not threatening after her separation. We normalized alarming behaviors because the rise was gradual. We bond after overcoming something scary. Lily was one of the few who experienced those months. I attend a campus stalking and harassment support group every other week in a counseling center room. 6 or 7 women and 2 males are present. I felt less alone after hearing other accounts. Stalkers first appeared normal to several victims. One woman recalls an ex-boyfriend who seemed heartbroken but accepting after their breakup, then appeared everywhere. A guy discusses a pupil who became obsessive following a group assignment, making them rethink their opinions. All group members feel the guilt of, "I should have known sooner," or "I should have been more firm about boundaries earlier." The facilitator reminds us that stalkers are skillful manipulators who test boundaries slowly. They make victims mistrust reality and instincts. Recognizing patterns afterward shows we're learning and mending, not failing to protect ourselves. Hearing others' experiences and recoveries gives me hope that I'll feel normal again, and that hypervigilance and terror will vanish. Instead than worrying about Emily reading my emails or following my location, I submit assignments on time again, checking them twice. My biology professor accepts late lab reports without punishment, after clarifying the problem earlier in the semester. My advisor says I'm on schedule for my degree, and I can sit in the library without checking my phone every 5 minutes to see whether Emily has bypassed my new security settings. Opening my laptop no longer shakes my hands. Ethan surprises me 3 weeks before our anniversary, by arranging a hotel in a location we've never been, 4 hours away, where no one knows us and Emily won't be there. We drive there on Friday afternoons with the windows down and music. First time in months. I feel like a college student on a trip with her lover. We spend the evening exploring downtown stores and restaurants, without looking over my shoulder from the motel room. The server at a modest Italian restaurant doesn't inquire why I keep my phone face down or stiffen up when someone comes past our seat during dinner. Ethan hugs me that night in the hotel room, as we discuss how close we were to breaking up, and how Emily almost destroyed our relationship. He's proud of how I got the restraining order, moved out, and kept going when it seemed impossible. I apologize that he felt insecure in his dorm, due to my roommate's preoccupation. We promised to cease acting out of fear, and trust our relationship to handle the rest. I overhear 2 girls discussing a stalker arrested last semester while in line at the campus coffee shop. Before realizing they're not discussing my issue, my stomach sank. Later that week, Lily texts me that a mutual friend told her, Emily is going to therapy twice a week for probation and enrolling at a 3-hour-away university for the spring semester. It's strange, because I should be glad she's getting help yet worry that therapy won't address what made her obsess on Ethan. I keep my location sharing off save for a few trusted friends and check my bedroom door lock every night before bed. Violet reminds me throughout our session that Emily's rehabilitation isn't my duty, and that I may wish she gets better while protecting myself and setting limits. Megan calls me on a Tuesday afternoon, pleased and emotional, to inform me she finished her psychology degree and got into a trauma treatment program. Since assisting me through the stalking issue, she wants to deal with people who've had similar safety and trust violations. That watching me negotiate the judicial system and recovery showed her how much individuals need champions who understand. I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but Megan says I was stronger than I imagined, that most people don't identify stalking until it's deadly, and that I stopped Emily before it became worse. We spoke about her autumn graduate program, and how I might help her with stalking prevention and victim support research. I went to my morning class 6 months after Emily relocated to her new institution without looking behind me or searching crowds for her face. In the library, or dining hall, I don't startle when someone approaches from behind due to less shoulder tension. Because mending isn't linear. I still see Violet every other week, and feel concerned when Emily follows me everywhere. But most days I feel normal. Like a student fretting about exams and schoolwork. I can drink coffee with friends without my ex-roommate observing my apartment or location. I don't need to record every interaction for evidence. Ethan phones to say he's admitted to a doctoral program, at an institution 30 minutes from mine and will move there. I tell him I want to cook supper for him in my apartment without worrying about breaking in, walk without looking for followers, and live together without trauma. Since the day I laughed off Emily calling Ethan, our boyfriend, a joke, I've changed. Kindness and accommodation don't mean accepting weird conduct. I discovered that setting boundaries isn't nasty or dramatic, but vital for safety. Even when campus security ignored my concerns, I learned to document everything and build a case until people took me seriously. I learned that protecting myself isn't selfish, and that I don't owe somebody access to my space or relationship just because we share an apartment or they're struggling. Instead of avoiding conflict by rationalizing my uneasiness, I learned to trust my intuition. My studio apartment is perfect. I can control who enters, and when, and every object is mine and hasn't been touched, borrowed, or stolen. To feel comfortable at night, I added posters, plants, and images of trusted people and placed a chain lock. We cook in my tiny kitchen on weekends, without worrying about someone walking in without knocking or listening outside. We laugh at everyday things when Lily comes over for movie evenings instead of discussing safety or conduct. My relationship with Ethan is stronger than before Emily left because we talked about fear, boundaries, and trust, and chose each other when it would have been easier to go. I have a support system that respects my space and decisions. Who understands safety isn't paranoia, and boundaries aren't punishment. In 6 months, I wasn't sure I'd feel this joyful and proud of myself for surviving. My husband married me to get closer to my sister. "You're just a placeholder," he said. I exposed his infidelity, and left him to carry the stigma forever. He announced it at his company's Christmas party, after drinking whiskey and pretending for years. We were standing at the bar when his colleague Mark said how fortunate he was to have such a lovely wife. "Yes, you should see her sister." My husband Ryan spoke, wavering slightly. "Now that's the true prize. This is only a consolation." Mark laughed nervously. I stood there with my cocktail, feeling my entire world shift. "What have you just said?" I asked. Ryan glanced to me as if he had forgotten I was present. "It's nothing, baby. For intentionit. This is just man chat." However, Mark was already backing away, mumbling about finding his wife. "You stated I was a consolation prize. You're being sensitive. You said you wished you had married Rachel." He shrugged. Actually shrugged. "Cannot marry your wife's sister. That isn't how it works. So you married me instead. Somebody had to marry you first." He said it as if it were obvious, like it was part of a plan. 5 years. 5 years of marriage. And he told me I was the link to my younger sister. "We need to leave." I claimed the celebration was just getting begun. "We are leaving immediately." In the car, he attempted to backtrack. "I did not mean it as it sounded." "How did you intend it?" "Rachel is lovely. It's common knowledge. You already know it. But I selected you because you were unable to choose her." "That is not." "Look, Rachel was 18 when I met you both that summer at your parents' house. You were 23. This made more sense." "What makes more sense?" He sighed, as if I was having difficulty dating you. "She was too young. Your parents would have panicked out. But you were flawless. Same family, same genetics, but more appropriate. Same genetics. As if I were a placeholder with the correct DNA. "Have you ever loved me?" I asked. "Of course. I love you. You are my wife." "That is not an answer. What would you like me to say? That I never realized how attractive your sister is? That is something I have never wondered." "What if?" "Everyone wonders. This is not about their wife's sister. Not for 5 years." We drove in silence till we arrived home. I went directly to our bedroom, and began bringing out suitcases. "What are you doing now?" he asked from the doorway. "How does it look like?" "You are overreacting. So I think your sister appealing." "So? What?" "I married you. I have children with you." He grabbed my arm. "Stop being so theatrical. You cannot leave over this." "Where will you go if you follow me?" "Your parents? They will inquire why." "What are you going to tell them? That I think Rachel is pretty?" "They'll say you're acting childish." "I will tell them the truth, that you admitted to marrying me as a consolation prize." I had been drinking. Drunken remarks reflect sober ideas. My telephone rang. It was Rachel. "Hey, are you all right? Mark's wife has just called me. Said something strange happened at Ryan's party." I put her on speaker. "I am fine." She claimed Ryan was talking about me. Something about wishing. "I do not know." She wouldn't say exactly. Ryan's face became pallid. "Rachel, what did she tell you?" I asked. "Ryan just said something inappropriate about marrying the wrong sister." "Is this true?" I looked at Ryan. "Why don't you ask him?" "Ryan?" Rachel's voice was sharper now. "What have you said?" "Nothing." It was taken out of context. "What context makes that acceptable?" Rachel asked. "You are married to my sister. You have 2 children. What's wrong with you?" Ryan remarked abruptly. "Everyone always adores you. At every family gathering. Every dinner. Rachel is a model. An influencer. And the ultimate person. And I'm trapped with this," he said. "What am I stuck with?" I said. "Complete the sentence." He spoke calmly to someone who will never measure up. Rachel gasped into the phone. "You are a fragment of. My sister is worth 10 of you. She's intelligent, kind, and humorous. She is the one who helped you get your job. She is the one who supported you after your father died. Rachel, she is raising your children almost entirely on her own, and you are stuck. Ryan started. No, don't ever contact me again. Do not look at me. Don't attend family events. You are disgusting. She paused. Megan, do you need a place to stay? I'm packed right now. Come here. The kids can use the spare room. Rachel, this is not your problem. Ryan explained. It became my concern when you included me in your filthy fantasies. Rachel shot back. What else are you doing? Stare at my photographs? Compare us. Pretend she is me. Stop. Ryan stated. No, I want to know. How long have you been pretending that my sister is me? Since the wedding? Since the honeymoon? Each time you. Stop! Ryan shouted. I am hanging up. Rachel stated. Megan, I'll leave the door unlocked. Ryan, I'm informing everyone. Mom, Dad, cousins, and everyone. They should understand what type of man you are. She hung up. Ryan stared at me. It is your fault. Is it my fault? You needed to make a big issue about it. She now hates me. Your entire family will despise me. You did it. You stated that you married me to be close to my sister. I never said it exactly. You claimed I was a consolation prize. You stated you were stuck with me. You claimed I'd never measure up. And it's true. He exploded. You are ordinary. You are boring. You are not special. Rachel illuminates every area. You simply exist in them. I stopped packing. I looked at him. Really? I looked at him for the first time in years. Thinning hair, soft middle, and angry small eyes. Would you like to know the truth? Yes, I do. I've known for 2 years that you'd settled for me. I felt it whenever you suggested I try Rachel's workout program. You would always wonder why I couldn't dress more like her. Every family dinner, you trailed her around the room, rarely looking at me. I normalized it because I believed that was what marriage entailed. Making peace with being the second choice. But hearing you say it aloud to a coworker, confessing you're stuck with me, broke something I can't repair. His face became absolutely white. He opened his mouth and nothing came out. I returned to packing, folding garments with shaky hands. He just stood there watching me empty our closet into suitcases, as if he couldn't believe it. I said, guest room. Without looking at him. Sleep there tonight? I need to complete this. For once. He did not protest. I heard his footsteps recede down the corridor. I heard the guest room door close. The silence felt heavy but also clean. Like if I could finally breathe freely without his presence hanging on me. My phone rang exactly 7 minutes later. Rachel's name popped up on the screen. And I responded immediately. Mom and Dad are driving up tomorrow morning, she added, her voice filled with rage. I already called them. I told them everything Mark's wife told me. And they're coming first thing. You won't have to explain alone. The relief was so strong that I had to sit on the edge of the bed. Thank you. I said. She said she loved me before hanging up, to continue calling family members. I spent the remainder of the night roaming around our bedroom, as if I were haunting it. After I finished, he took out his phone. I'm calling him right now, my father explained. His voice sounded cool and controlled, which was even worse than if he had yelled. He put the phone on speaker, so that everyone could hear. Ryan responded on the second ring, seeming apprehensive. My father didn't waste time on pleasantries. You're not welcome at family events anymore, he told me. Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays, nothing. You will communicate through lawyers from now on. You do not call my daughter, unless it is concerning the children. You do not show up at family events. You made your decision during the party, and now you must deal with the repercussions. Ryan attempted to interrupt. But my father simply hung up. My mother reached over and grabbed my hand, and Rachel sat beside me, looking fierce and protective. My phone started vibrating before my father had even laid it down. Ryan's name flashed on the screen repeatedly. I let it ring 3 times before the text started pouring in. Your father threatened me. This is ridiculous. You must dismiss him. I am still your husband. We can figure things out if you don't make everything too dramatic. Each mail criticized me for making such a big fuss. As if his disclosure at the party was my fault for having feelings about it. I took screenshots of each one and forwarded them to Rachel without saying anything. She read them, and her expression hardened. He's digging his own grave, she remarked calmly. My mother urged that I turn off my phone for the night, but I wanted to know what Ryan would say. The texts continued for another 20 minutes, increasing harsher as I did not react. You are turning everyone against me. Regardless, your family has always loved you more. Rachel is undoubtedly overjoyed to finally have something to write about. Rachel burst out laughing at the last one. Does he think I'll be posting about his midlife crisis on Instagram? She asked no one in particular. The doorbell rang at 7, and Rachel went to answer it. Marissa stood there with 2 bottles of wine and a bag of Chinese takeout, looking concerned. As she entered, Sarah informed me that she had heard from her husband, who works with Ryan. I thought you could use some companionship in actual meals. She hugged me tightly, and I remembered I hadn't eaten since morning. Rachel got plates, while Marissa poured wine and told us what was going on in the area. Mark's wife had been extremely loud about what she witnessed at the party. So it appears that half of our street was aware of what transpired. She told at least 5 others during yoga this morning. Marissa stated, "Everyone is talking about how Ryan called you a consolation prize right in front of his co-workers." Marissa appeared enraged on my behalf. Mark's wife, who used to work as a public defender, claimed she'd never been so uncomfortable at a work event. My parents had departed by then. But Rachel remained at the table with us, eating fried rice and periodically checking her phone. Ryan attempted to call her twice, but she simply declined both calls without looking bothered. When the kids came out of the spare room asking for dinner, I realized I hadn't fed them properly since I had been so preoccupied with everything else. Rachel reheated chicken nuggets as I sat down at her kitchen table. My kid asked when we were coming home, and I knew I couldn't keep telling her we were just visiting. Rachel pulled up a chair and assisted me in finding the appropriate phrases. Sometimes adults realize they need to live in different homes for a spell. I told them gently. This does not imply that someone did anything improper. Rachel said, "You're going to spend some time here with me and Mommy. And you'll still see Daddy, just at different times." My son inquired whether this was because Daddy was sad before. And I had to explain that it was about grown-up issues unrelated to them. Rachel was better at this than I was, keeping her voice upbeat and natural while my throat kept closing up. They took it better than I expected, and returned to their medications after eating. Ryan's parents called while I was tucking the kids into their air mattresses. Kids are weirdly resilient sometimes. Rachel took my phone before I could reach for it, and answered it myself. "She's not ready to talk to you yet," Rachel stated firmly. There was noisy talking on the other line, but Rachel's look remained unchanged. "I understand how unhappy you are, but your son publicly humiliated his wife at a company party." Rachel listened for a minute, then raised her eyebrows. Ryan's mother was crying in the background, saying she raised him better than this, with a high and trembling voice. Rachel informed them that I would call when I was ready, not before, and then hung up. "They wanted to come over and discuss this," Rachel explained. I told them emphatically not. My hands were shaking, and I was relieved she had intervened. I wasn't prepared to hear whatever explanations they had made for their son. Henry called at 9 a.m. I apologize for the late hour. Marissa informed me what had transpired, and I wanted to provide some legal insight. He continued. I put him on speaker so Rachel could hear too. Henry indicated that Ryan's public statement about marrying me as a consolation prize could be relevant in divorce proceedings, particularly in cases involving emotional abuse. His firm had connections to several good family law attorneys if I wanted a referral. The fact that he said these things in front of witnesses at a work event makes it documented, says Henry. It's not just your word against his. I felt something shift in my chest, hearing him lay it out so practically. This wasn't just hurt feelings or a bad marriage. This was something with legal weight. Henry gave me 3 names to call and told me not to wait. The sooner you establish representation, the better. Rachel was already writing down the names and numbers before I could even process what was going on. Jamaica's office was downtown, in a building with marble floors and expensive art, and I met with her 2 days later, leaving the kids with Rachel. Jamaica was about 50 years old, with gray hair cut and sharp, direct eyes that didn't miss anything. She asked me to tell her everything from the beginning, and I walked through the entire night, from the Christmas party to Ryan's texts to my father's call. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair. His words constitute a pattern of emotional abuse, she said, without any softening. The consolation prize comment. The comparisons to your sister. The admission that he married you to get closer to her. She tapped her pen against her notepad. Are there any additional examples from your marriage? Things you might have disregarded as jokes? Or typical marital conflict? Sitting in Jamaica's office with her looking at me so directly, I started remembering things I'd pushed down or explained away. And Ryan suggested I try Rachel's workout routine because she looked so toned. Him asking why I couldn't dress more like Rachel when we had events to attend. The joke he made about our kids getting lucky with genetics, implying they could have turned out like me instead. Each memory felt like waking up from fog, seeing patterns I'd been living inside without recognizing them as wrong. There was the time he showed me Rachel's Instagram, and said he wished I'd put that much effort into my appearance. The Christmas 2 years ago, when he spent the whole day at my parents' house following Rachel around with his eyes while I tried to pretend I didn't notice. His suggestion that we vacation where Rachel was traveling so we could meet up with her. Like that was a normal thing to want. Jamaica wrote everything down, and her face got harder with each example. "This is textbook emotional abuse through comparison," she said when I finished. "He's been undermining your self-worth systematically." I felt sick realizing how much I'd normalized. How many times I'd told myself I was being sensitive or jealous. Ryan showed up at Rachel's apartment unannounced 2 days after I moved in. I was making lunch for the kids when the doorbell rang and Rachel went to answer it. I heard his voice immediately. "I need to see my kids." Rachel's response was calm but firm. "You need to arrange visits through proper channels now. You don't just show up expecting access." I moved to where I could see the doorway. Ryan looked terrible, unshaven and rumpled, but I couldn't feel sorry for him anymore. "Let me in," he demanded. "This is between me and my wife." Rachel actually laughed. "Your wife is my sister and you're not coming in here." The confrontation escalated fast. Ryan accused Rachel of poisoning me against him, his voice getting louder. "You've always wanted this," he said. "You've always been jealous that I chose her over you." Rachel's laugh was genuine and cutting. "You managed to poison her against you all by yourself at that Christmas party. I didn't have to do anything." She crossed her arms and blocked the doorway more completely. "You stood in front of your coworkers and called her a consolation prize. You told her she'll never measure up. That's all you." Ryan tried to push past her, but Rachel held her ground. The kids appeared behind me asking what was happening, and I turned them back toward the spare room. "Go watch your show," I told them. "Daddy's just leaving." Ezekiel contacted me straight that evening after Ryan left. His voice had that fake nice tone guys use when they're trying to smooth things over. "Boys will be boys," he started. Ryan had too much to drink, and said some things he didn't mean. I felt wrath replace the numbness I'd been feeling. Ryan was sober enough to articulate 5 years of settling for second best. I told him he was sober enough to explain his whole strategy of dating me because Rachel was too young. He meant every word. After 10. Ryan was sober enough to explain people. Ezekiel tried the reasonable approach next, suggesting we all sit down and talk this through like adults. I told him talking time was over, and hung up before he could respond. Rachel high-fived me from across the room. 3 days later, I drove back to the house while Ryan was at work to get more clothes and toys for the kids. Walking through the front door felt wrong, like I was trespassing in someone else's home instead of the place I'd lived for 5 years. The living room still had our family photos on the walls, and the couch we'd picked out together. But everything looked different now, like props in a play about someone else's life. I moved through each room, gathering things for the kids, opening closets and drawers I'd organized myself, touching furniture we'd saved up to buy. The kitchen had the coffee maker Ryan used every morning, and my favorite mugs still sitting in the dish rack. I packed the kids' winter coats from the hall closet, and grabbed their favorite stuffed animals from their beds. My daughter's room had drawings taped to the walls, and my son's had his collection of toy cars lined up on the shelf. I took photos of their rooms on my phone so I could try to make Rachel's spare room feel more like home for them. In our bedroom, I started pulling clothes from my side of the closet, and that's when I noticed Ryan's nightstand drawer was slightly open. I knew I shouldn't look, but I pulled it open anyway. Inside was his old leather journal from college that I'd seen him write in years ago, but thought he'd stopped using. The first page I opened to was dated 2 months after we started dating. He'd written about a family barbecue at my parents' house where Rachel wore a sundress, and how he couldn't stop watching her. The entry said she was the one that got away, and I was good enough for now until he could figure out a better plan. I sat down hard on the bed and kept reading. Page after page of entries about Rachel, mixed in with entries about me, and the contrast was brutal. When he wrote about Rachel, he used words like captivating, and magnetic, and perfect. When he wrote about me, he used words like practical, and safe, and acceptable. There was an entry from the week he proposed to me where he talked about how marrying me was the smart choice, since it kept him linked to Rachel, and my parents liked him. He actually worked out a strategy for how being my husband would provide him more access to family functions where Rachel would be. I took photos of every page with my phone, my hands shaking so hard I had to retake several shots. This wasn't just drunk talk at a Christmas party. This was 5 years of calculated settling, written down in his own handwriting. I shoved the journal back in the drawer, and finished packing as fast as I could. Desperate to get out of that house. Sunday dinner at my parents' house felt more like a war meeting than a family meal. Rachel came with me for support, and my parents had already set the table with extra food like they were preparing for a long discussion. My father barely let me sit down before he started talking about taking Ryan for everything in the divorce. My mother agreed, saying I deserved every penny after what he'd done. I tried to explain that I just wanted out and fair custody of the kids, but my father kept interrupting with ideas about how to maximize my settlement. Rachel backed me up, reminding them that dragging things out would be harder on the kids. My mother cried through most of dinner, apologizing for not seeing what Ryan was really like. My father wanted to know every detail of what Ryan had said at the party, and I had to repeat it all again. By the time dessert came around, I felt exhausted from rehashing everything. My parents meant well, but their anger was overwhelming when I just wanted to move forward quietly. Back at Rachel's apartment that night, my phone started ringing from a number I didn't recognize. I answered and heard Ryan's voice immediately. He was calling from different numbers, because I'd blocked his cell. The voicemail he left was apologetic, begging me to talk to him. An hour later, another call came from a different number, and this voicemail was angry, accusing me of turning everyone against him. Then another call, another number, back to apologetic. Jamaica told me to save every single voicemail and text for documentation. She said the pattern of harassment would matter in court, especially the way he kept changing between sorry and hostile. I started a folder on my phone just for Ryan's messages, and it filled up fast. Marissa stopped by Rachel's place with coffee and news from the neighborhood. She'd heard through Mark's wife that several people at Ryan's company had complained to HR about his comments at the Christmas party. Apparently, Ryan had a reputation at work for talking about Rachel in ways that made people uncomfortable. Mark got pulled into HR to give a statement about what he'd witnessed, and other coworkers came forward with their own stories. One woman said Ryan had shown her Rachel's social media photos and made inappropriate comments. Another said he'd compared his wife unfavorably to his sister-in-law at multiple company events. Marissa said the whole office was talking about it, and Ryan's boss was not happy. I felt sick knowing his obsession with Rachel had been so obvious to his coworkers while I'd been at home thinking our marriage was normal. The kids needed help processing everything, so I enrolled them in temporary counseling through their school. The counselor was kind and experienced with children of divorce. After their first session, she told me they were doing okay overall, but my son kept asking if Daddy stopped loving Mommy. That question broke my heart because I didn't know how to explain that Daddy never loved Mommy the way he should have. The counselor said it was normal for kids to worry the parent who left might stop loving them, too. She gave me scripts for how to reassure them that both parents loved them even though we couldn't live together anymore. My daughter seemed to be handling things better, but she'd started having nightmares about our family breaking apart. Ryan's mother reached out through Rachel, asking if we could meet for coffee without Ryan knowing. I didn't want to, but Rachel said she'd sounded genuinely devastated on the phone. Against my better judgment, I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop near Rachel's apartment. I figured I owed her nothing, but maybe hearing her out would give me some closure. The coffee shop meeting was harder than I expected. Ryan's mother was already crying when I walked in. Her eyes red and puffy like she'd been crying for days. We hadn't even ordered coffee yet, and she was apologizing through tears. She said she'd suspected Ryan had an unhealthy interest in Rachel, but convinced herself marriage and kids would fix it. I ordered us both coffee while she composed herself enough to talk. She told me about noticing little things over the years, like how Ryan's eyes would follow Rachel at family gatherings, or how he'd find excuses to sit near her at holiday dinners. She'd mentioned it to Ezekiel once, and he told her she was imagining things. I listened while she cried and apologized, feeling oddly detached from the whole conversation. Then Ryan's mother told me something that made everything worse. She said Ezekiel had pushed Ryan to marry me quickly because he thought I was stable and would settle him down. Her exact words were that Ezekiel saw me as good wife material, who would keep Ryan on track. She apologized for not speaking up when she noticed Ryan staring at Rachel during our wedding reception. She apologized for not warning me when she overheard Ryan talking about Rachel to his brother. She apologized for all the times she stayed quiet because she wanted to believe her son was better than his behavior showed. I thanked her for telling me, and left the coffee shop feeling even more betrayed than before. I made an appointment with Callista Brooks, a therapist who works with people dealing with betrayal in relationships. Her office was calm and comfortable with soft lighting and tissues on every surface. Our first session was mostly me, crying while she listened and took notes. I told her everything from the Christmas party confession, to finding Ryan's journal, to learning his own mother knew something was wrong. Callista didn't try to minimize anything or rush me through my feelings. She said, "Discovering your marriage was built on being someone's second choice was genuinely traumatic. And I needed to let myself grieve." She explained that I wasn't just grieving the end of my marriage, but also grieving the marriage I thought I had for 5 years. By the end of the session, I felt exhausted, but also validated in a way I hadn't felt since this whole nightmare started. Callista gave me homework to start journaling about my feelings, and we scheduled weekly appointments going forward. 2 weeks after starting therapy, I got an email from Jamaica with an attachment labeled counterpetition. Ryan had filed his own divorce paperwork, claiming we had problems we couldn't fix, and asking for equal custody of the kids. I sat at Rachel's kitchen table staring at the document while she made coffee. Jamaica called an hour later, explaining this was normal, that most divorces involved both sides filing papers, but we needed to respond by documenting Ryan's pattern of putting me down and comparing me to Rachel. She asked me to write down every instance I could remember of him making me feel less than. I started a list that evening and filled 3 pages before I had to stop because my hand was shaking. The kids were scheduled for their first overnight at the house with Ryan the following Friday. I packed their bags twice, unpacking and repacking because I kept forgetting things, or second-guessing what they needed. Rachel found me sitting on the floor of her spare room surrounded by stuffed animals and clothes. She helped me finish packing and reminded me Ryan had taken care of them before. That one night wouldn't hurt them. But when I dropped them off Friday evening, watching them walk into the house with their little backpacks, I felt sick. I drove back to Rachel's apartment and paced for 3 hours straight. Rachel tried to distract me with a movie, but I couldn't sit still. I checked my phone every 5 minutes, even though I knew Ryan wouldn't call unless something was wrong. I barely slept that night, lying awake, imagining worst-case situations. When I picked them up Saturday morning, they seemed happy and normal. My daughter showed me a drawing she made, and my son talked about the pancakes Ryan made for breakfast. But then my daughter asked why we couldn't all live together if Daddy promised to be nicer. I told her sometimes grown-ups need to live separately, even when they love their kids very much. But the question stayed with me all weekend. On Monday, Rachel showed me a message she got from someone claiming to be Ryan's friend. The message said she was breaking up a family by being too hot, that she should be ashamed of herself for coming between a husband and wife. Rachel screenshot the whole thing, and posted it with a long caption about how men who blame women for their own bad behavior are showing exactly why they can't be trusted. She talked about how Ryan made his choices, and his words at that Christmas party were his responsibility, not hers. The post started getting shared within hours. I saw it had hundreds of comments by Tuesday morning, and felt worried about all the attention. Rachel came home from a photo shoot, and found me scrolling through the responses. I told her I was scared this would make everything worse, that Ryan would get angry about being exposed like this. She sat down next to me and grabbed my phone, closing the app. She reminded me Ryan made this public when he said those things at his work party in front of his colleagues. She wasn't going to hide what he did just to protect his reputation when he clearly didn't care about mine. I had my weekly appointment with Callista on Wednesday, and spent most of the session talking about the kids. I told her I was scared Ryan would compare them to any children Rachel might have someday, that he'd make them feel like backup options the way he made me feel. Callista listened and then asked me what I could control in this situation. I said nothing, that I couldn't control what Ryan said or did. She nodded and explained that I was right. I couldn't control Ryan's behavior. But I could model good self-worth for my kids. I could show them what it looked like to value yourself, and demand respect. She gave me homework to practice positive self-talk when the kids were around to let them see me being kind to myself. Jamaica filed our response to Ryan's petition on Thursday morning. She included detailed records of Ryan's pattern of comparing me to Rachel, using examples from the list I'd written, plus testimony from family members who witnessed his behavior over the years. Ryan's attorney called Jamaica that afternoon, and she put him on speaker so I could hear. He called our response inflammatory and exaggerated, said we were painting Ryan as some kind of villain when he was just a man going through a divorce. Jamaica told him emotional abuse through constant negative comparisons was documented and real. Then hung up. I sat in her office, feeling angry that Ryan's lawyer could dismiss years of hurt like it was nothing. Marissa texted me Friday, inviting me to her place for girls' night. She said Rachel was coming, and a few other friends, that I needed to laugh, and remember who I was outside of this divorce mess. I almost said no because I was tired. But Rachel convinced me to go. We showed up at Marissa's house with wine and found her living room full of women I'd known for years but barely seen since my marriage. They hugged me and told me they'd heard what happened, that they were sorry I was going through this. We ate snacks and drank wine, and someone told a story about their own terrible ex that had us all crying from laughter. Marissa's friend from work did impressions of bad dates she'd been on. And I laughed so hard. My stomach hurt. They reminded me I was funny when I told a story about the kids, that I was smart when I explained a graphic design project, that I was interesting beyond just being Ryan's wife. I drove home that night feeling lighter than I had in weeks. My phone buzzed at 2:00 the morning with an email notification. I grabbed it thinking something was wrong with the kids. But it was from Ryan. The subject line said, "Please read." And the message was long, filling my entire screen when I opened it. He apologized for everything. Said he'd been awful and he knew it now. He begged for another chance. Promised he'd go to therapy, and never mentioned Rachel again. But as I read through the email, I counted 3 separate times he referenced how beautiful Rachel was. How he understood why I felt compared to her. How hard it must be having such a gorgeous sister. He didn't even see what he was doing. Couldn't write an apology without bringing her up. I forwarded the email to Jamaica without responding. The court assigned us a mediator the following week to work out custody arrangements. Her name was Lena Chase, and she had an office downtown with toys in the corner and family photos on her desk. She shook both our hands when we arrived, and explained her job was to help us figure out what worked best for the kids, not to take sides in our marriage problems. Ryan and I sat in chairs across from each other, while Lena asked questions about our work schedules and the kids' routines. She was calm and practical, writing notes while we talked. When we got to discussing holidays, Ryan suggested the kids spend Christmas with him at his parents' house like normal. I looked at him across that office and said nothing was normal anymore, that we needed to split holidays fairly now. Lena nodded and started explaining how alternating years worked for major holidays. Ryan's face crumpled right there, across from me. His shoulders started shaking, and tears ran down his cheeks while Lena sat quietly with her pen hovering over her notepad. He pressed his hands against his eyes, and made these awful choking sounds that might have moved me 2 months ago. Lena let him cry for maybe 30 seconds before she spoke again, her voice still calm and measured. She told him she understood this was difficult, but she needed to point something out. Love requires respect, she said, and his public confession at that Christmas party showed a basic lack of respect for his wife. She asked him if he could see that, and he nodded while wiping his face with his sleeve. I sat there watching him fall apart, and felt absolutely nothing except tired. We finished the session with a basic schedule outline and I drove back to Rachel's apartment feeling like I'd been awake for 3 days straight. The kids were playing in the living room when I walked in, and my son looked up at me with these worried eyes. He asked if I'd seen Daddy, and I told him yes. We'd had a meeting about schedules. My daughter climbed into my lap and asked if Daddy was sad because of them. The question hit me like a punch to the stomach. I held her close and explained very carefully that grown-up problems are never ever the fault of children. That Mommy and Daddy both love them more than anything. She hugged me tight, and whispered that she loves me the most in the whole world. And I had to excuse myself to the bathroom where I cried so hard I had to run water so the kids wouldn't hear. Rachel knocked on the door after a few minutes and asked if I was okay. I splashed cold water on my face, and came out to find her, making the kids grilled cheese sandwiches. She told me she had something to ask me later, when the kids were in bed. That night, after I got them settled in the spare room, Rachel poured us both wine and told me about a work event coming up where she was honored for her marketing success. She wanted me to come with her. Said it would be good for me to get out and do something that wasn't about the divorce. I almost said no, because going to Rachel's glamorous work event sounded exhausting. But she gave me this look that said she really wanted me there. I agreed and she hugged me. Then started talking about what I should wear, and how excited she was for me to meet some of her colleagues. The event was at this nice hotel downtown with a big ballroom and people in cocktail dresses everywhere. Rachel looked amazing in a silver dress that caught the light and I watched her work the room like she was born to do it. She introduced me to people as her sister, and they actually seemed interested in talking to me. A woman from a tech startup asked about my work, and I mentioned graphic design. And suddenly, we were having this whole conversation about branding and visual identity. Another guy wanted to know if I did freelance work and gave me his card. I realized standing there in that ballroom that I'd been defining myself through Ryan's view of me for so long that I'd forgotten I had my own skills and interests. People weren't comparing me to Rachel. They were just talking to me like I was interesting on my own. Jamaica called 3 days later to tell me Ryan's attorney had sent over a settlement proposal. She walked me through it over the phone, and I kept waiting for the catch, but it was actually fair. 50/50 custody with alternating holidays. Assets split down the middle. College funds for the kids protected and shared. Jamaica said in her professional opinion. We should accept it, and move forward rather than dragging things out in court. I told her I'd think about it and call her back. I spent that night going over the proposal at Rachel's kitchen table, reading each line carefully. It wasn't about winning or losing anymore. It was just about ending this chapter so I could start figuring out what came next. I called Jamaica the next morning and told her to accept the terms. She scheduled a time for me to come sign everything at her office. My hand shook when I picked up the pen, and Jamaica put the settlement agreement in front of me with little sticky tabs marking where I needed to sign. I went through each page slowly, my signature getting messier as I went because my hand wouldn't stop trembling. Jamaica witnessed everything and made copies, then shook my hand and told me she was proud of how I'd handled all this. I walked out of her office feeling strange and empty, like I just closed a door on 5 years of my life. My next therapy session with Callista focused on processing what she called anticipatory grief. She explained that I was mourning not just the end of my marriage, but the loss of 5 years that were built on Ryan's fantasy of someone else. I told her it felt like wasted time, and she stopped me right there. Those years gave you your children, she said. And they taught you exactly what you won't accept going forward. That's not wasted. That's information. She gave me homework about listing my boundaries for future relationships. And I left her office feeling slightly less hollow. Marissa called that weekend, with news that Ryan's company had quietly moved him to a different department. She'd heard from a friend who worked there that the HR investigation into his workplace behavior had turned up multiple complaints. Several women reported feeling uncomfortable with how he talked about women in general and Rachel specifically. I thanked Marissa for telling me, and felt a grim satisfaction that there were actual consequences for once. I started looking at apartments the following week, scrolling through listings on my phone during the kids' bedtime. Rachel offered to help with the deposit, but my parents insisted on covering it as a fresh start gift. I found a place in a neighborhood near good schools with a park just 2 blocks away. It was small, but it was mine with 2 bedrooms so the kids could each have their own space. The landlord showed me around, and I could picture our life there. Something separate from Ryan and all his comparisons. I filled out the application that same day. The lease approval came through faster than expected, and suddenly I was signing paperwork for my own apartment, my first place living independently since college. After receiving the keys, I sat in the empty living room, looking at the bare walls and clean carpet, and felt a strange mix of terror and genuine excitement about what was to come. 3 weeks later, moving day arrived, and I loaded boxes into Rachel's borrowed SUV while the kids bounced around, asking if they could choose their own wall colors. My son wanted his room to be blue like the ocean, while my daughter insisted on purple with glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. We spent the first afternoon unpacking clothes and books, and the kids raced between their new rooms, comparing closet sizes and window views. My son dragged his favorite dinosaur bedspread onto his mattress, and announced that this felt like a camping adventure, which made me laugh and cry at the same time. Rachel showed up with pizza, and helped us assemble furniture from boxes, her electric screwdriver making quick work of bed frames, while I sorted kitchen supplies. By nighttime, the apartment still looked half empty, but it was ours. There was no other voice in my head about paint colors or furniture placement. Ryan texted me on Friday, asking for the new address, and the time he should pick up the kids for his first custody weekend. I sent him the information with no extra words, keeping everything factual and brief. And he arrived exactly on time Saturday morning, standing in the hallway outside my door instead of trying to come inside. The kids grabbed their overnight bags and hugged me goodbye, while Ryan looked everywhere but at my face. He asked if they had everything they needed, and I confirmed they did, then watched them walk down the hall toward the elevator. The whole exchange took maybe 3 minutes, and felt stiff and uncomfortable, but also like progress, like we were figuring out how to exist in each other's orbit without the old patterns. Rachel came over Sunday afternoon with paint samples, and we spread them across my bedroom floor, comparing different shades of sage green that Ryan had always had. We chose the darkest one, and spent hours rolling it onto the walls while music played from her phone. She told me about all the tiny compromises I used to make, Things I had stopped noticing. Like always ordering what Ryan wanted at restaurants or watching his preferred shows on TV. I realized how much of myself I had folded away to avoid his comparisons. How I had made myself smaller in the hope that it would be enough. My therapy session with Callista that week focused on rebuilding my sense of self-worth independent of other people's opinions, and she gave me homework to write down 20 things I liked about myself that had nothing to do with my appearance or how I compared to other people. Rachel assured me that I would rediscover who I was without his voice telling me I was inferior, and something about the way she said it made me believe her. I sat in my new apartment that night, staring at a blank page, thinking how difficult it was to think of myself outside of that context. Eventually, I scribbled things like, I was good at solving problems. I made my kids feel safe. And I could draw detailed illustrations for work projects. The following week, Callista reviewed my list and pointed out how many of my positive traits involved helping others, asking what I valued about myself just for me. The question felt strange and difficult, in a way that showed me how much work I still needed to do. I started reaching out to old college friends that I had drifted away from during my marriage, sending texts to people I hadn't spoken to in years. My husband was fucking my sister. For 8 years. I caught them rehearsing a fake marriage at his school reunion. And I had a plan to expose him. Ethan, my husband, dropped bombs like he wanted salt delivered. I made pasta for dinner after a 10-hour day at the firm, because Ethan stated he was too weary to cook after being home since 3. I kept munching because I thought I misheard him say. So, my 8-year reunion is next month, and I need Sophia to come with me. I was twisting spaghetti on my fork. Sophia, my younger sister, was beautiful than me, 12 pounds slimmer, and purposefully unemployed for 3 years on my dime. Paid her rent. Paid her car insurance. I paid for her 6-week highlights because dark roots made her feel insecure. I didn't know where I was paying for her to attend my husband's high school reunion. After swallowing my noodles, I asked, why would Sophia be coming to your reunion? Ethan didn't look up from his phone. Because I need her there, he said, explaining everything. I put my fork down and waited for him to expand because this sentence certainly had more to it. It wasn't. He scrolled through any app he liked more than me. Ben, I murmured. And he looked up with the face he often had when I was ready to bother him with questions. Why do you need my sister at your high school reunion instead of your wife? He sighed like I was exhausting. Like I said something insane over pasta. Because I told everyone I married her. Stated. Back when we first started dating, my buddies met her once at that barbecue and they assumed she was my girlfriend. I never corrected them. I watched him. I kept watching him. I anticipated his laughter and joking. Where this became a bizarre joke I didn't like, but could call humorous. The part never came. You told your friends you married my sister. I said gently to be sure I understood him. It's not a big deal, he remarked, picking up his fork like we were done. It was easier than explaining. And honestly, babe, you know how those guys are. They're shallow. They remember Sophia being hot, and they've spent 8 years thinking I locked that down. I can't show up with someone different and explain that actually I married the other one. The other one. I was law school's top student. I partnered at 33. The house, automobiles in our driveway, and all Ben's furniture were mine. And I was another. Because I did, I kept my voice steady despite feeling cold in my chest. Stayed calm. I was fair. Made no scenes. So, your solution, I add, is to bring my sister as your fake wife to a reunion full of people I'll never meet, and I'm supposed to just be okay with that? Ben took my hand across the table, consoling me in my bewilderment. He said, it's one night. Squeezing my fingers. Nobody will ever know. These people don't matter. I'll make it up to you. I promise. We'll do a nice dinner after. Just us. Whatever restaurant you want. His blue eyes used to make my stomach flip. I realized what should have been clear years ago. He believed I was dumb. He assumed I'd do anything for a great supper since I was desperate to please him. Worse, he was probably right. From the moment we met, he taught me to accept less. I don't know, Ben, I answered, watching his face go from charm to displeasure in barely a second. It just feels weird. Why can't you just tell them the truth? Pulling back his hand. Because I've been lying for 8 years. Carissa, what am I supposed to say now? Hey guys. Funny story. I actually married her boring older sister who works all the time. That's humiliating. Boring, older, works all the time. Each statement hit me like a small punch in the chest, yet I never reacted. I just accepted it and went going. I played that role in this marriage. Provider. Absorber. Other. Ethan added. Sophia already said yes. She's excited about it. She said it sounds fun. I blinked. You already asked her before asking me? Shrugging. I needed to make sure she was available first. Logistics. My sister volunteered to play my husband's wife. I gave everything to my sister, who I'd financially supported for 3 years, and called me crying every month about how hard her life was. Big sisters did that. She agreed without phoning me. Ethan must have noticed something in my face because he melted into his usual false concern. Babe, don't be upset. Sophia said you should be flattered that she's willing to help. She's doing this for us. For you really. So I can network and maybe finally land something better than that cashier job you're always complaining about. I didn't criticize his cashier job. I was upset that he'd quit 4 cashier positions in 3 years, because his superiors didn't appreciate him. I was frustrated about funding his life while he decided what to be when he was 34. However, I became unsupportive. I blamed myself for everything, Ethan stated again one night, observing me carefully to determine how much more he needed to press. Nobody gets hurt and then we never talk about it again. Okay. I nodded. I let Sophia play Ethan's wife at his reunion for one night. I convinced myself it was innocuous, simply an awkward lie he needed help covering. However, Sophia's rapid yes kept bothering me. How she knew the date before me. Ethan did not appear uncomfortable asking his wife to step aside for her sister. I opted not to watch from the sidelines. I was going to observe their rehearsals, while the wife they were replacing was present. To see their features without the wife they were supposed to have. I helped them rehearse. Entering the room, offered to participate. I wanted to see them wiggle. I wanted Sophia to appear guilty. Ethan to stutter. And them to realize how crazy this was. I arrived home early from work the next day to find them discussing their story in my living room. They hardly looked up when I said, I figured I could help give you feedback on what looks believable. Ethan said, Sure, babe. And resumed Sophia's conversation. I took the chair across from them, and waited for the discomfort. It never did. They kept acting like I was part of the furniture in the house I paid for with my money while they contributed nothing. Okay, so when they ask how we met, Ethan said, leaning forward Sophia with bent elbows. I'll say I saw you across the room at a mutual friend's birthday party, and I knew right then I had to talk to you. My entire body stiffened. Ethan and I met that way. He approached me by the window, and said I looked like I was planning my escape. I laughed and we talked for 3 hours before he asked for my phone. Wait, I said. And they looked at me like I disrupted something essential. That's our story. That's how you and I actually met the night that started our entire relationship. Ethan shrugged. Exactly. I already know it by heart, so I won't mess up the details. Makes it easier. You want to use the story of how you met your wife to pretend you married someone else? You don't see anything wrong with that? Not really. It's practical. I faced Sophia. And you're okay with this? Pretending you had the night that I actually had? The night I've told you about a dozen times because I thought my sister would care about the most important moment of my life. Sophia studied her nails. I mean, it's not like you own a story, Carissa. Things happen to lots of people the same way. It's not that deep. Now we're borrowing it for one night from your brother-in-law. Who did it to me? Get it back. She called me stingy with a sweater. Ethan returned to Sophia as if the conversation ended. On the day after the party, I texted you, and asked if you wanted coffee. You agreed, but I made you wait 3 days before we went. Sophie smiled at him like this was a good memory. I didn't want to appear eager. Yes, I did that. My roommate said 3 days was the minimum for not looking desperate, so I had him wait. Sophia heard this story years before, late at night, when I felt I was sharing something valuable with my little sister. She was now reciting it to my husband like her own. I told you that story in confidence, I told Sophia when we were close, and I thought you cared about my life. Ben sighs loudly and faces me. This is about how you're so used to being the boss at work that you can't let anyone get anything without Carissa's approval. Carissa must approve everything. We can't even talk without you managing everything. This isn't about control. This is about you giving away my memories. See, there you go again, memories, story, life. He shrugged. Not everything you saw belonged to you. I was too. Sophia nodded. He has a point. You can't copyright a relationship. I changed tactics. Okay. Well, what about the proposal? What are you going to say when people ask about that? Rooftop restaurant downtown, Ethan stated confidently. I had the ring hidden in my jacket pocket all night and I was so nervous I could barely eat. Then, after dessert, I got down on one knee and the whole restaurant clapped. My engagement, my proposal, the happiest night of my life reduced to a script for my sister to memorize. That's literally what you did for me, I murmured, voice cracking in a way I loathed. That's my proposal. I cried. You cried? The waiter brought us free champagne. I called my mom from the restaurant because I couldn't wait to tell her. That memory is mine. Ben. Ours. How can you just hand it to someone else? Ethan's face turned horrible. Carissa, you've always envied Sophia since you were youngsters. She got more attention and dates. My sister got more of everything, and you've never recovered. This isn't about the reunion. This is about you still competing with her after 30 years. I'm not competing with anyone. I'm asking why my husband is teaching my sister how to be me. Because she's willing to help without making it a federal case. He softened toward Sophia. Sophia supported him by grasping his arm, unlike others. It's okay. She doesn't get it. You think this is easy for me? Ben shouted, feeling offended. I must lie to these folks all night and pretend my life turned out differently. Let's talk about Carissa's sentiments like we always do, how hard this is for you. I watched him. You lied for 8 years, and I'm trying to rectify it without destroying my social network, but you can't give me one night. You can't give me one night without making it strange after everything I do here. 1. What exactly do you do around here? Hung there. Ben's jaw hardened, but Sophia intervened. You return home from a difficult work to emotional support from him. While you work, he maintains the house. She listed his accomplishments like a job interview. Not everything is about money, Carissa. I looked at the house I bought, the furniture I bought, and the monthly power, water, and internet bills. Ethan had no consistent work for 3 years. Last time he handled the house, he forgot to pay the water bill and got a shut-off notice. I told Mom about this, Sophia said nonchalantly. She said you'd probably overreact. She thinks it's actually kind of sweet that Ethan cared enough about his friend's opinions to keep up the story this long. You talked to our mother about this before I even knew it was happening. I needed advice. She gets it. I don't know why you can't. Ethan quickly seized on this. See, your own mother understands. Your own sister is willing to help. The only person with a problem is you. Paused, he tilted his head. What does that tell you? I had no answer or too many, and none were right, Sophia remarked. Let's just keep practicing, dismissing me. We don't have that much time left. They continued robbing me in broad sight, as if I had given them permission. Sophia learned about our first anniversary, our coast trip, and my lunch surprise at work from Ethan. Everything that happened to me I thought we owned all moments. I attempted to remind you that our anniversary restaurant was French, not Italian. Ben interrupted me. Macket, Iras. He shouted. Oh, here we go. In a vicious copy of mine. Actually, Ben. That's not exactly right. Actually, Ben, you're telling it wrong. Actually, Ben, let me correct you in front of everyone like I always do. He looked at Sophia. And they laughed at me at home. I was just helping you get the details right, I whispered. We don't need your help, Sophia said, still beaming. The situation is under control. Why don't you work? Isn't that your specialty? Let it go, I told myself. This was my sister and spouse. Simply enough, the reunion stressed them. Nothing meant anything. I was sensitive. After changing upstairs, I took 5 minutes to relax. I cleansed my face, breathed deeply, and told myself I was overreacting like everyone said. I heard Sophia laugh halfway down the stairs. Softer than usual, she laughed. Private. What I saw through the railing on the landing chilled me to the core. Ethan touched Sophia's face. His fingertip traced her cheekbone as she leaned in with her eyes half closed, their faces inches away. Kissing was imminent. My hubby and sister in my living room. I must have made a sound because they split like a gunshot. Sophia turned red, and Ethan raised his hands as they began conversing. Not what it looks like, Ethan said. Sophia. We were rehearsing. In case anyone asks about us being affectionate. I stood on the stairs looking down at them, and they looked back up with matching panic. Trying very hard to become innocents. Right. I answered softly. Rehearsal. Ethan relented. Rehearsal. Ethan relented. Exactly. We got carried away practicing. It didn't mean anything. Sophia nodded swiftly. The couple must look real. It was nothing else. They observed me as I sat in my chair downstairs, waiting to see what I would do. I did nothing. I let them think I bought it because I needed time to figure out what was occurring before saying something I couldn't take back. I wasn't overreacting anymore. Something was seriously wrong, and I wouldn't sleep on it. I wouldn't let them practice their stories or excuses. Ben first. During the terror. Sophia alone. Without him to feed her lines. If neither of them cracked, I'd find someone who'd seen what I missed. Someone owing him nothing. Someone who shouldn't protect him. Tonight, the truth would emerge. Sophia left an hour later, and I followed Ethan upstairs silently. He brushed his teeth in the restroom as if nothing had happened. Like I hadn't just seen him almost kiss my sister. Like this was any other night in our marriage. When he came out, I went to the bedroom door. "Move," he said. "No." He looked at me like I spoke another language. In 8 years of marriage, I never blocked a door. I'd never blocked him. I've always been reasonably accommodating, and easy to navigate. "Carissa, I'm tired. Move. You're not sleeping until you tell me what's going on with you and Sophia." He laughed without humor. "We already explained that it was rehearsal. You said you understood." I lied and don't understand why my hubby touched my sister's face. I don't understand why she was leaning into him like she'd done it 100 times, or why you two seemed more comfortable together than you have with me in years. As Ethan tried to go around me, I followed. Jaw tightened. "You're being crazy right now. You know that, right? You're acting like a crazy person. Then explain it to me so I stop being crazy. Tell me one thing that makes sense." "Already told. We practiced couple likeness. It was nothing else. Why did you jump apart like I caught you doing something wrong? If that was practice, you'd chuckle. You wouldn't have worried." He raised his hands. "Want me to say what? That I'm sleeping with your sister? Should you hear that to justify your meltdown? Are you?" The question lingered. "Should you hear that to justify your meltdown?" Ben and I stared at each other for 3 seconds without breathing. He whispered, "I can't believe you'd even ask me that." I appeared to have hurt him. "After all these years together, after everything we've built, you're going to stand there and accuse me of sleeping with Sophia because we got a little too into character during a rehearsal?" He shouted. "You didn't answer the question, because the question is insane." I didn't flinch. "No, Carissa. No, I'm not sleeping with your sister. Happy? Can I go to bed now?" He tried to pass me, so I grabbed his arm. He stopped moving and glanced down at my hand as my fingers drove into his bicep, horrified that I was touching him without consent. "Let go of me. Not until you look me in the eyes and tell me there's nothing between you two." He pulled his arm free, changing his face. One lip twisted and his eyes became frigid. He gazed at me like a shoe sticker. "You want to know what there is between us?" "Relief. That's what. Relief that I get to spend time with someone who doesn't interrogate me every time I breathe. Relief that I get to be around a woman who actually makes me feel good instead of making me feel like a failure every single day. I have never called you a failure. No need. It's in everything you do, from sighing when you pay the bills to mentioning your job every 5 minutes. You treat me like a problem you're too exhausted to fix." His voice fell as he approached. "Sophia doesn't look at me like that. Sophia thinks I'm worth something. Sophia doesn't pay your bills. See, there it is. Everything comes back to money with you. You can't even have a conversation without reminding me that you're the one with the checkbook. I'm reminding you that I'm the one with the checkbook because you seem to have forgotten who funds your life while you spend your days rehearsing romance with my sister." Ethan's jaw was thin and rigid, and his nostrils flared. "You know what? I'm done. If you can't trust me after 8 years, then maybe we shouldn't be married anymore." His words hit the mark. A risk. Weapon. He knew I avoided nuclear throughout my entire marriage. "Is that your goal? Divorce? I want a wife who doesn't treat me like a suspect. If you can't be that, then yeah, maybe divorce is exactly what I want." His thrust past me was allowed this time. He took a pillow and blanket from the closet, and left without looking back. I heard him descend and throw himself on the couch, creaking. He heard the TV switch on because he needed a screen every 5 minutes, even during a battle. Standing at our bedroom doorway, I recognized something crucial. It wasn't denied. He shouted. He deflected. He threatened divorce. He never looked me in the eyes, and said he was alone with Sophia. Being there prevented him. My keys and handbag were in my hand, and I left the front door without notifying him. Not asked. not even looking up from the TV. Sophia's flat stood 20 minutes away. The trip was familiar to me because I'd been there dozens of times with supplies when she complained she couldn't afford meals. She moved in with furniture because her house looked too empty, and a security deposit check because she'd spent all her savings on a trip to Cabo with friends. Calling me crying 3 years ago, she said she was going homeless. I co-signed her lease. Covered her security deposit. I set up automatic rent transfers because she felt money stressed her greatly. 2 years, $18,000. Plus auto insurance, phone bill, and occasional checks when she was struggling. I added it once and stopped, since it made me nauseous. She slept with my spouse while I funded her life. She spent an hour with Ben at my house for every hour I worked to pay her debts. First, I parked in front of her building, and then took 2 stairs. I wasn't concerned about almost 11 p.m. I hammered on her door loud enough that her neighbor opened theirs to investigate. Sophia. Open the door now. I heard movement inside. Footsteps. Her frightened, loud voice followed. Carissa, what are you doing here? Open the door, or I'll keep knocking until someone calls the cops. The latch clicked, and the door opened 3. Sophia's pale, terrified face loomed in the gap. It's late. Can we talk tomorrow? No. I pushed the door hard, and she stumbled backward inside the flat I funded. We're talking right now. You can't just barge in here. I pay your rent. I can do whatever I want. I inspected the furniture I helped her choose. The Christmas TV I purchased her. She probably texted my spouse on the couch while I worked to pay for it. How long? Sophia hugged herself. How long? What? Don't play dumb with me. How long have you been sleeping with Ben? I'm not sleeping with Ben. I told you it was just rehearsal. Why won't you believe me? Your face when he touched you seemed natural. That wasn't acting, Sophia. It was muscle memory. You did that so often your body performed it automatically. You're imagining things. Am I? Then explain why you know so much about my husband. Explain why you two have inside jokes I've never heard. Explain why he defends you more than he's ever defended me. Sophia looked for her phone on the counter for backup. She wants Ben to tell her what to say. He's not coming to save you, said I. I left him on the couch. It's just you and me. Sister to sister. Tell me the truth. There's nothing to tell. Fine, then tell me. I approached and saw her retreat. What's the birthmark on his left hip shaped like? Sophia turned pale. When she neglected to lie, I saw the answer in her eyes before she covered it up. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes. You do. You know exactly what I'm talking about because you've seen it. You've touched it. You've been close enough to my husband's body to know things only his wife should know. He showed me a photo once. It was a joke. Ben has never taken a photo of that birthmark in his life. He's self-conscious about it. He barely lets me see it. I laughed, and even I thought it was crazy. But you know what it looks like because you've been in bed with him. How long, Sophia? How long have you been sleeping with my husband in the apartment I pay for? She didn't reply. Just standing there with her arms about herself, tears were forming. She had used the same tears to escape trouble 100 times. She performed the same way when we were youngsters. I'm done, I said. You may have my husband, your rent, vehicle insurance, and everything else stops today. But you'll do it without my money. Carissa, wait. You can't just cut me off. I don't have anywhere to go. Should have thought about that before you decided to destroy my marriage. I left and slammed the door. I could barely grip my keys because my hands were shaking. I sat in my car for 5 minutes, inhaling, processing what I'd confirmed. In my house, on my money, behind my back. My husband and sister expected me to stay home while they played happy couple at his reunion. I got the idea then. My sister was Ethan's planned fake wife. Fine. Alex, his brother who'd done everything right while Ethan floated on charisma and other people's money, would be my date. Alex founded his firm aged 25. Totally owned his house. Ethan rejected his 3 job offers since he couldn't work for his brother. Actually, Ethan couldn't tolerate being around someone who made him look horrible just by existing. They spoke less. Alex only attended Christmas and Thanksgiving. I decided to do this because he was always kind at family functions. I'd go into that reunion on Alex's arm, and watch Ethan's face as he saw his wife with the one person he could never match. I found Alex's number on my phone. We exchanged numbers years ago but never texted. After staring at the screen, I typed, "Hi Alex. This is Carissa. I know this is random, but I need a favor. A big one. Can we meet tomorrow? Please don't tell Ben I reached out. I pressed submit before I could stop myself. A minute, then two. I heard my phone buzz before starting the car. Is everything okay? I typed. No. That's why I need your help. 3 dots appeared. He replied to meet for coffee tomorrow morning. Alex met me at the coffee shop the next morning, and listened without interruption. After I finished, he didn't call me crazy. He didn't defend his brother. I was asked what I needed. I needed something simple. Ben made me feel invisible for 8 years. He sneaked around with my sister for months while I paid for their life. I would make him feel what I felt. Unable to find solutions, he was paranoid and envious. Alex was glad to help. Ben entered the bathroom doorway the next morning as I applied mascara. You're up early. He gazed at my fine blouse and old jewelry. Where are you going? Coffee with Alex. Bang! His entire body stiffened. Alex alone made Ethan feel worthless. Ethan always lost when their parents compared them for 30 years. Alex founded a firm as Ethan struggled as a cashier. Ethan resided in my house while Alex owned his. He despised his brother since childhood because every family dinner reminded him he was the disappointment. Cancel it. Application of mascara continued. No, I wasn't asking. He disappeared into the restroom, and took my phone from the counter. What's his number? I'll cancel it myself. Give me my phone, Ben. Or what? He raised it at his head, like we were kids fighting over toys. What are you going to do? I gazed at him, dropping my mascara. Really? Asked him. I gave him 8 years. He threw a tantrum when I tried to have coffee. I'm going to walk out of this house. I'm going to meet your brother. And when I get back, you're going to give me my phone and apologize for acting like a child. Grabbed my keys from the counter. Keep the phone. I'll get a new one. He lowered his arm. Carissa, wait. Not waiting. Alex was already at the cafe when I arrived. He stood when he saw me and hugged me too long. He smelt expensive and clean, unlike Ben's awful cologne that had bothered me for a decade. You okay? He inquired as we sat. You look upset. Your brother took my phone hostage because I wanted to have coffee with you. Alex's jaw constricted. That sounds like him. Does it? Because for 8 years, I thought I was married to a reasonable person. Turns out I was married to a toddler who throws fits when he doesn't get his way. He's always been like that. He just hides it well at first. Alex moved a coffee across the table. I ordered your usual. Hope that's okay. How do you know my usual? You've ordered the same thing at every family gathering for 5 years. Vanilla latte, extra shot, oat milk? Shrugging. I pay attention. Something broke in my chest. Ethan didn't know my coffee order. He asked me every time after 8 years of marriage. Like the information wouldn't stick. I told Alex all. The proposal story, the almost kiss on the couch, the birthmark slip, and Ethan concealing his affair with my sister for months. When I finished, my coffee was cold and my voice hoarse. I want him to feel what I felt, I add. Paranoid, jealous, going crazy, wondering what's happening, how I need you around. Pick me up for dinners. Text me when he's watching. Make him wonder. Alex remained silent as his thumb stroked circles on my hand. I'm in, he said. Whatever you need. Ethan was sitting in the dark living room like a horror movie villain when I got home 3 hours later. 3 hours. Flat voice. You were gone 3 hours. We had a lot to talk about. About what? About me? About how terrible I am? Not everything is about you, Ben. I extended my hand. Phone. It came out of his pocket and was thrown at me. Actually threw. I caught it on my chest. There's your precious phone. Check your messages. I'm sure Alex has been texting you non-stop like the desperate loser he is. The only desperate person in this room is you. I walked past him to the stairs. I'm taking a shower. Try not to have a meltdown while I'm gone. First supper with Alex was Friday. Ethan claimed my black outfit was too much for Tuesday. Had my hair done the way I did before giving up. When I got downstairs, Ethan stood up so fast his chair tumbled over. No. Absolutely not. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. You're not leaving this house dressed like that to meet my brother. Watch me. Strongly grasped my arm. I expected bruises tomorrow from the hardness. I said no. Yes. Let go of me. Make me. I saw his face after seeing his hand on my arm. So I screamed. One severe scream that resonated through the house, and perhaps reached the neighbors. He released instantaneously. What the hell is wrong with you? Nothing. I just wanted to see how fast you'd release me if you thought someone might hear. Smooth my dress. Now you know. And now I know exactly how to handle you. Alex's headlights illuminated the window. I left without looking back. Amazing dinner. But not the food. That was good too. Conversation. When Alex asked about my work and listened, he knew information from years ago that Ethan never learned. He stared at me like I was worth seeing. Friday again? He inquired when he dropped me off. Friday again. Second dinner was better. We closed the restaurant and spoke about nothing. He kissed my cheek as he walked me out. And I felt it for hours. The third dinner changed everything. I expected Ethan to pace, sulk, or throw things when I got home at midnight. I discovered him on the couch with Sophia curled up next to him. Her shoes were removed. Her head was on his shoulder. Seeing a movie like this was commonplace. Oh, hey. Ethan ignored me. How was your date? Standing at the doorway, I tried to process what I saw. What is she doing here? Sophia? She came over to keep me company since my wife is never home anymore. Sophia finally looked at me. She seemed guilt-free. Not embarrassed. Something about that smug smile made me want to cross the room and slap it off. You don't mind? She inquired. Ethan was alone. Since you run off with Alex, someone should be here for him. Get out of my house. Excuse me? You heard me. Get out. Sophia laughed. You can't kick me out. This is Ethan's house. 2. No, it isn't. His name isn't on the deed. His name isn't on the mortgage. His name isn't on anything, because he hasn't worked in 3 years. I dropped my handbag on the table. So, I'll say it again. Get out of my house. Finally, Ben stood. Don't talk to her like that. Like what? Like she's the woman sleeping with my husband. Maybe 2. Nobody's sleeping with anybody. His presence between Sophia and me seemed protective. We're friends, that's all. Just like you and Alex are friends, right? Hypocrisy was thick enough to taste. You're seriously doing this right now? After everything you said about Alex, grabbing me, screaming at me, and calling me desperate, it was different. How? Explain to me how this is different. Because I'm not trying to hurt you. He approached. Everything I've done has been about protecting our marriage. You're the one running around with my brother trying to humiliate me. Once 2 FAR what of God Parliament. Lol. Protecting our marriage? Is that what you call rehearsing your fake wedding with my sister using our proposal story for her? Almost kissing her on our couch. Sophia got up from the couch. That's not what happened. Really? Because I watched it happen, Sophia. I stood in that hallway, and watched him lean into you, like you were a magnet, and he couldn't help himself. You're dramatic. It was practice. Practice for what? Last I looked. Couples only almost kiss during rehearsal if they want to. If you paid more attention to your husband, he might not need to practice with others. The words lingered. Sophia had steely eyes. No sisterly affection. Not guilty. She felt frigid satisfaction at finally saying what she was thinking. There it is. I nodded slowly. That's what you really think, isn't it? That this is my fault. That I drove him to you. I didn't say that. You just did. Ben touched Sophia's arm. Protective, gentle. He touched me before he stopped pretending I mattered. You are cast of N. Carissa, you need to calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. You invited my sister into our home to make me jealous, and now you're standing there holding her arm like she's the victim. Looked between them. How long? How long? What? How long have you two been sleeping together? And don't lie to me. I already know about the birthmark. Sophia grew pallid. She regarded Ben. He examined the floor. That's what I thought. I grabbed my purse off the table. I'm sleeping in the guest room tonight. When I wake up tomorrow, she better be gone. You can't just kick her out. Ethan. I can do whatever I want. It's my house, remember? Sophia's words stopped me from climbing the stairs. You think you're so much better than everyone, don't you? She rumbled. I couldn't name the prosperous attorney with the big mansion and fancy career. You've always looked down on me. Always treated me like I was less than you. I turned slowly. I paid your rent for 3 years, Sophia. I paid your car insurance, your phone bill. I gave you $2,500 last Christmas because you said you were struggling. I approached. And the whole time you were sleeping with my husband and laughing at me behind my back. I wasn't laughing. Then what were you doing? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you took everything I gave you, and used it to steal my life. I didn't steal anything. You were never going to lose him. Cracked voice. He was always going to stay with you. The money, the house, the stability. That's what he wants. I was just the one he actually loved. Confession hit me like a truck. It wasn't painful. Eventually, I stopped caring if Ben loved me. I wanted him to pay for his actions. Loved. I repeated to her. Past tense. Sophia blinks. What? You said loved, not loves. Loved. I regarded Ben. Is that true? Did you love her? He opened, closed, and reopened his mouth. Nothing surfaced. Sophia, said Ben. Softly. Tell her. I don't know what you want me to say. Tell her you love me. Tell her I'm not just some mistake. Tell her what you told me when we were alone. Ben stroked his hair. The frightened motion he made when cornered. Sophia, this isn't the time. Then when is the time? She already knows. Everyone already knows. Sophia grabbed his arm. Tell her. Withdrew from her. Actual retreat. I need some air. Sophia stood in my living room, crying after he left via the back door and into the yard. He loves me, she muttered. He told me he loves me. Men say a lot of things, Sophia. Especially when they want something. She crumbled before me. He watched her realize she would never be his wife, that she had sacrificed her sister for a man who couldn't declare he loved her. How does it feel to realize you were just the other woman this whole time? That's not what I was. That's exactly what you were. The exciting secret, the forbidden fruit. The reason he could tolerate being married to me. Grabbed my purse. But secrets don't stay secrets forever. And now he has to choose. Do you really think he's going to pick you over everything I provide? Sophia didn't reply. She stood crying as I went upstairs to the guest room. I texted Alex on my phone. She was here when I got home, curled up with him on the couch like she belonged there. Response time was seconds. Are you okay? Better than okay. He just showed me exactly who he is. And she just realized she was never going to win. What happened? She told me he loved her. He couldn't even say it back. Just walked out of the room. And left her standing there crying. He's a coward. He's worse than a coward. He's a man who doesn't know what he wants, and destroys everyone around him trying to figure it out. Dinner tomorrow. I grinned at my phone in the dark guest room. I heard Sophia's car starting in the driveway, Ben's footsteps on the back porch, and his muted call as she drove away. Pick me up at 7, I said. And Alex, thank you for being the one good thing in all of this. Always. Ben appealed to Sophia within 48 hours. I heard him on the phone promising her everything would change, and that the reunion would show how much he cared. He thought I didn't know they'd fix things. He assumed I didn't see her car 2 streets away when she crept in from the rear. He believed he was brilliant. They both did. Tomorrow night was reunion. They planned, practiced, and dressed alike. They didn't know I had a strategy. My fire would destroy theirs. 2 days later, Ben's voice came from the backyard as I folded laundry. From the window, I observed him walk by the fence with his phone in his ear. I know I messed up. I know I hurt you. But Sophia. Please. The reunion is in 5 days, and I need you there. Pause. Because you're the only one who understands. Because I love you. To express it to her was too scary. It existed. The confession he couldn't make when she cried in our living room. He saved it for the call he thought nobody was listening to. Friday night, I'll pick you up at 6. Wear the green dress we picked out. Pause. Then softer. I promise this time will be different. After the reunion, everything changes. You'll see. I left the window before he could look up after he hung up. My hands stopped shaking. They hadn't shook in weeks. Since crying that night, something hardened inside me. Cold, patient, ready. Got my phone and texted Alex. They're back together. He just told her he loves her. Response time was seconds. Are you okay? I'm perfect. The reunion is Friday. Pick me up at 7. What's the plan? Smiled at my phone. You'll see. Friday came fast. I prepped all afternoon. Ethan claimed the salon's hair was too pricey. He thought red nails were too striking. I had professional makeup tonight since I wasn't just showing up. Making an entrance. New dress. Black cut low and high to turn heads and keep sophisticated. I used the credit card Ethan didn't know about. The one I opened when I first suspected something was awry. Alex brought me up at 7 precisely. Perfect hair. Charcoal suit. The kind of man who made other men feel small by being near them. When I opened the door, he cautiously inspected me. You look incredible. I know. Ready to crash a party, I took my purse from the table. The downtown hotel hosted the gathering. Valet parking. Chandeliers. Silver trays of champagne. Through the windows, I saw the crowd. Ben's old friends dressed nicely to prove the last 8 years were kind. Alex inquired. You sure about this? As he gave the valet his keys. I've never been more sure of anything. We entered with his hand on my back and my chin up. The room was full with strangers relating stories about a different husband, a confident, popular guy with everything straightened out. He married Sophia, and lived happily ever after. I saw them before they saw me. The anniversary suit I purchased Ben. Sophia in their practiced green dress. She laughed at something one of his pals said while holding his arm. They practiced being the perfect wife in my living room. Then Ben looked up. His face showed 5 emotions in 2 seconds. Confusion. Recognition. Terror. Panic. And finally dread when he saw who was next to me. His voice faltered at Carissa. Hey honey. The room saw my big smile. Surprised? People around them quieted. People looked. Fire-like whispers spread through dry grass. What are you doing here? Ben whispered. I'm meeting my husband's old friends. Isn't that what wives do at reunions? I regarded Sophia. Oh. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt something? Sophia looked pallid. She stared at Alex like a ghost. Who's this? Ben's friend spoke up. Big guy with a welcoming smile, unaware of the bombing. I'm Carissa. I offered my hand. Ethan's spouse. Real wife. He's married for 8 years. A friend's smile faltered. I thought Sophia was his wife. That's funny because Sophia is my sister, and she's been sleeping with my husband for the past year while I paid her rent. Whispers became gasps. Ethan tried to drag me away from the crowd with his arm. Carissa, stop. You're embarrassing yourself. No, I released my arm. I'm embarrassing you. There's a difference. Another acquaintance asked. Who's he? Alex. Why is he here? This is Alex. Ethan's sibling, the prosperous one your friend has been jealous of since childhood. I regarded Ethan. Should I tell them why you hate him so much? Or should I let them figure it out? Carissa, please. Ethan pleaded. Can we talk about this somewhere private? Private? You've been lying to these people for 8 years. You told them you married the prettier sister. You told them Sophia was your wife. You used our proposal story for her. I faced the crowd. Does anyone here want to see pictures from our actual wedding? Because I have them on my phone. Hands raised, a gathering gathered. A photo after another appeared. My white outfit. Me and Ethan at the altar. Sophia as a bridesmaid saw me cut the cake. That's Sophia. I pointed at screen. The woman he's been parading around tonight, as his wife, my sister, my maid of honor, the woman I trusted more than anyone in the world. Sophia finally spoke. Carissa. This isn't what it looks like. Really? Because it looks like you're wearing the dress you rehearsed in my living room. It looks like you're holding my husband's arm. It looks like you came here tonight planning to pretend you were me. I approached her. How does it feel, Sophia, to finally get what you wanted and have it blow up in your face? I never wanted to hurt you. Then what did you want? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you wanted my husband. My life. My proposal story. Everything that was mine. He told me you didn't appreciate him. He told me your marriage was over. He told me you were just staying together for convenience. And you believed him? A laugh. The man who can't hold a job. The man who lives in my house and drives my car and hasn't paid a bill in 3 years. That's the man you trusted to tell you the truth about our marriage. Sophia watched Ethan, waiting for him to protect her, say anything, or act. Ethan didn't. Her voice was weak. Tell them what you told me, Sophia. His hand stroked his hair. Nervous gesture. Cowards tell. I think we should all just calm down. Calm down? Sophia asked. You told me you loved me, and that the reunion would alter everything. You promised we'd be together. The crowd devoured this. Cell phones were out. Recorders were present. Everyone watched Ethan's meticulously built falsehood crumble in real time. Is that true? The huge pleasant guy approached again. Ethan, you showed us images of your 8-year marriage to Sophia. You mentioned your honeymoon. I can explain. Then explain. Crossed arms. Explain to your friends why you've been lying to them. Explain why your actual wife is standing here with your brother, while your mistress wears the dress you picked out together. Explain why you're such a coward that you couldn't even tell the truth to people you've known since high school. Ethan opened, closed, and reopened his mouth. Nothing surfaced. Alex approached and grabbed my back. I think we're done here. Almost. I took the envelope from my handbag, which I were carrying all night. One more thing. I gave Ethan it. He watched it like it would bite. What is this? Open it. His hands shook as he tore the envelope, removed the papers, and read the first line. His face grayed. Divorce papers. I grinned. My lawyer drew them up last week. You have 30 days to respond. Carissa, wait. We can work this out. We can go to counseling. We can. No. I ended. I don't want counseling or to work it out. I won't spend another minute with a man who said he married the prettier sister, while I paid for his every possession. I said to Sophia. I hope he was worth it because you just lost your sister. Your rent payments. Your car insurance. Everything I gave you because I thought family meant something. Shaking my head. Good luck figuring out how to survive without me. Alex held my hand as we approached the entrance. The crowd parted for us. No one opposed us. No one defended Ethan. They watched him lose everything. I looked back at the door one last time. Ethan kept the divorce papers. Sophia wept. Friends stared at him as they'd never seen him. By the way, I said, I own the house, car, and everything. Take your stuff out by the end of the month. Alex and I strolled out into the cool night air. The valet turned the car. I slid into the passenger seat once Alex opened my door. How do you feel? He inquired as we left the motel. I saw the building shrink in the side mirror. I contemplated my actions. I'd just destroyed, and was preparing to rebuild everything. Free, I said. I feel free. Ethan left 3 weeks later. I watched him load boxes into a rental vehicle from my bedroom window, car in my name, not his. Unfortunately, most of his buddies stopped answering his calls following the reunion. He was alone in the driveway with the shards of a life he'd pretended to deserve for 8 years. Knocked the door before leaving. I opened, but didn't let him in. I just wanted to say goodbye. He had crimson eyes. He looked exhausted, and said, I'm sorry for everything. Okay, that's it. Just okay. What do you want me to say, Ethan? That I forgive you? That I hope you find happiness? Leaning against the doorframe. I don't. I hope you remember what you threw away forever. I hope you hear a voice reminding you that you don't deserve wonderful things every time they come your way. He recoiled like I hit him. You've changed. No. I just stopped pretending to be someone I'm not so you could feel better about yourself. I backed up and touched the door. Goodbye, Ethan. I closed it before he replied. Sophia called twice the first week. I remained silent. She left voicemails requesting to talk. If we could mend things. And if I could keep paying her rent until she worked things out. Without listening past the first few words, I deleted them. She arrived at my door a month later. I spotted her through the peephole without opening it. She left after 10 minutes of banging and screaming my name. 2 months later, a cousin told me she and Ethan tried to sort it out, shared a little flat on the worst side of town. Ethan obtained a $15 an hour warehouse job. Sophia worked at a restaurant where tips barely paid petrol. The ideal life they practiced in my living room became screaming battles about expenses and who bought groceries. They split up before signing the lease. Sophia rejoined our parents. Ethan vanished, untracked. Alex and I moved slowly. Dinners become weekends. Weekends ended in travels. I finally went to Italy. My dream trip. We ate pasta and drank wine for 2 weeks, without discussing Ethan. Alex invited me to live with him 4 months after the reconnection. I agreed without hesitation since I knew he wanted me forever. Caught my fiancé cheated with my co-worker. And stole $12,000 from our wedding fund. I laugh uncontrollably. Now they can't stop begging me to fix things. I'd been dating Ethan for 5 years, and we were due to marry in 3 months, when everything went wrong. We had constructed our entire existence together, including our condo, shared friend circle, and even a combined checking account for wedding expenditures. I worked at a downtown marketing agency, and Ethan was a personal trainer at a luxury gym. In all honesty, we had it pretty nice. My mother adored Ethan, and continued calling him her future son, telling everyone how fortunate I was to have married someone so dedicated and stable. She'd already purchased her mother of the bride gown, and sent me wedding planning articles every day. Ethan was always very attentive, picking me up from work when it rained, making my protein drinks every morning, and writing about how excited he was to marry me. Then, 3 weeks ago, I arrived home early from a cancelled client appointment to find Ethan in our bed with Sophia from my workplace. Not just any coworker, but the woman who sat next to me every day and helped me choose my wedding dress. They were so preoccupied that they didn't hear me enter until I was standing in the doorway. Ethan leaped up, attempting to hide himself, as Sophia grabbed her things and dashed to the restroom. And that's when I began laughing. Not crying or screaming, just genuine deep belly laughter that would not stop. Ethan stood there nude and confused, asking if I was all right. And I kept laughing harder. Sophia walked out of the toilet, half dressed, and asked if I was having a breakdown, which made me laugh even harder. I laughed so hard that I had to sit on the floor. They both just stared at me, as if I had lost my mind. And the expressions on their faces made it even funny. Ethan tried to explain that it wasn't what it appeared to be, which made me laugh even harder because, really, what else could it be? He then changed his story to say it was a mistake that had just happened, which was amusing given Sophia's overnight bag was clearly visible in the corner. After approximately 10 minutes of me just giggling, they both dressed and departed together, most likely thinking I'd gone insane. My mother called an hour later because Ethan had contacted her, stating I'd had a mental breakdown and needed assistance. She raced over to find me peacefully packing Ethan's belongings into boxes while eating takeout. When I told her what had happened, she was appalled that I wasn't sad and kept asking whether I was in shock. When I informed her I was all right, she accused me of being in denial. The next day at work went even better. Sophia had called in sick, but everyone knew since Ethan had attempted damage management by telling folks I'd gone insane when I caught them. My coworkers expected me to be destroyed. But I strolled in absolutely normal, brought donuts for everyone, and pretended nothing happened. When others asked if I was okay, I'd simply smile and claim I'd never felt better. My employer approached me and expressed concern about my mental state, to which I informed her that I was fully functional. The true kicker was Ethan's persistent texting, asking when we could talk about repairing things. He assumed we were still getting married. I answered with laughing emojis and nothing more. He showed up to my workplace wanting to talk about our relationship, and I just laughed in his face again. Security had to accompany him out, and I waved farewell, still giggling. My mother arranged an intervention with my sisters, claiming I required therapy since I was plainly experiencing a psychological crisis. They sat me down and told me that this was not a typical reaction to betrayal. That's when I explained why I was giggling. What Ethan didn't realize was that I had been having misgivings for months. He was strict about what I ate, frequently criticizing my friends, and had been urging me to leave my work after the wedding to pursue his fitness influencer goals. I was worried about how to put off the wedding without upsetting my mother, who had been preparing it since I was 12. Then I discovered something else Ethan didn't know. Requested Reds is now on Spotify. Look at the link in the description or comments. I took out my phone and opened the banking app, turning the screen to face my mother and sisters. The joint wedding account showed a balance of $2,500, rather than the expected $15,000. I read over the transactions, which showed frequent withdrawals over the last 4 months. Each one is classified as either an equipment purchase or a supplement order. My mother's expression changed from bewildered to astonished as she leaned in to read the dates and amounts. Olivia took the phone from my hand and began swiping through the statements, her jaw tightening with each transaction. Rachel looked over her shoulder and gasped when she realized how much money had disappeared. Ethan had taken $12,000 without telling me, and spent it on ring lights, protein powder, and camera equipment for his social media profiles, which had very few followers. My mother slumped back in her chair, looking as if someone had punched her in the stomach. Olivia began pacing around the living room, wondering why I hadn't seen sooner. I explained that Ethan handled the majority of the wedding account deposits because he insisted on being involved in every financial decision. He persuaded me that it demonstrated our teamwork, and that couples who controlled their finances together stayed together. The absurdity of making that comment while secretly emptying our savings made me giggle again. Rachel inquired whether the vendors were aware that we couldn't pay them, and I informed her that I had called everyone that morning to explain the situation. The florist had been nice, but she needed at least half of the deposit to keep our date, which we obviously no longer had. The venue coordinator had been less sympathetic, threatening to keep the full money if we canceled. My mother finally spoke up, wondering if this was true. If her ideal future son had stolen from his own wedding budget. I showed her the receipt I discovered in Ethan's gym bag for a $3,500 camera equipment purchased 2 weeks before I caught him cheating. Olivia stopped pacing, and declared that she was calling a lawyer acquaintance to check what legal alternatives I had for reclaiming the money. She grabbed her own phone and entered the kitchen, phoning before anyone could answer. Rachel took out a notebook, and began writing down all of the merchants I'd mentioned, requesting their contact information so she could help negotiate payment plans. My mother just sat there, staring at the bank statements on my phone, scrolling up and down through the transactions, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. I could see her mentally going over every conversation she'd had with Ethan about wedding preparations, perhaps wondering how she'd missed all the indications. Olivia returned from the kitchen, claiming her lawyer buddy wanted copies of everything and that I had clear grounds for legal action. She began taking photos of the bank statements, and asked me to forward her any emails or texts in which Ethan mentioned the wedding account. Rachel called the florist first and said that my fiancé had stolen the wedding money, which made the florist feel much more sympathetic and willing to deal with only my half of the deposit. My mother looked up from the phone and said she'd noticed Ethan seemed anxious about money recently, but figured it was just usual wedding nerves. She acknowledged that he asked her for a loan last month, stating it was for a surprise honeymoon upgrade, and she gave him $1,500 without informing me. The room fell silent as we all processed the information. Olivia asked if Mom had received the money back, and she shook her head, embarrassed. Rachel hung up the phone in the middle of her call, and inquired as to how her mother could have given Ethan money without first consulting with me. The next morning, I walked into work and went straight to the HR department before I could even drop my bag at my desk. Hannah was already there, organizing files, and seemed shocked to see me thus early. I shut the door behind me, and narrated the entire story to Sophia and Ethan, keeping my voice firm despite my hands shaking slightly. Hannah listened without interruption, taking notes on her computer and occasionally nodding. She asked if I was comfortable continuing to work immediately next to Sophia, and I responded no, that seeing her every day would make it impossible to concentrate on my work. Hannah opened an organizational chart on her screen, and began looking at various team setups. She added that the satellite office across town needed someone with Sophia's qualifications, and that a transfer could take place within a week. I felt a great weight lifted off my shoulders as I realized I wouldn't have to sit next to her anymore. Hannah inquired if Ethan had been coming to the office, and I informed her that security had escorted him out 2 days prior. She made another note, and stated that she would notify building security to deny him further entry. The entire meeting lasted around 20 minutes, and Hannah was so professional and efficient that I nearly cried with relief. She brought me to my desk, and casually remarked that other coworkers had voiced concern about the situation, indicating that people were being supportive rather than gossipy. I thanked her before sitting down at my computer, noting that Sophia's desk next to mine was absolutely unoccupied. KA must have had her clear it out yesterday, because there was not a single personal item remaining. Ethan arrived to the townhouse that evening with both of his parents, his mother carrying empty boxes and his father looking very uncomfortable. I opened the door before they could knock, and stood in the entryway, blocking their approach. Ethan immediately began talking about how we needed to approach this logically, and how I was overreacting to a minor error. His mother tried to push by me, claiming they only wanted to collect his possessions gently. I handed Ethan the folder of printed financial statements I'd prepared just for this moment without saying anything. He opened it, and his face turned absolutely white as he flipped through the pages. His father leaned over to see what had triggered the outburst, and took the folder from Ethan's grasp. His mother kept wondering what was wrong until his father showed her the highlighted transactions, which totaled $12,000. She looked at the papers, then at Ethan, and then back at the papers, as if she couldn't put the two together. Ethan attempted to explain that he intended to pay it all back before the wedding, and that he needed the equipment to establish his business. His father interrupted him, asking if he really took from his own wedding fund, and Ethan stuttered something about it being a temporary loan. His mother's mood changed from defensive to frightened when she realized her son had lied to everyone. She inquired how long I'd known about it, and I responded that I found out the same day I caught him cheating. His father seemed to want to disappear into the floor. Ethan tried to touch my arm, but I moved aside, and told him not to get any closer. His parents began apologizing at the same time, babbling over each other about how they had raised him better and couldn't believe what he had done. His mother promised to pay back every single dollar he had stolen, and his father was already bringing out his phone to check their bank balance. I told them I appreciated the offer, but everything was now going through my lawyer, so I gave his father my lawyer's business card. Ethan insisted that we didn't need lawyers, and that we could handle this ourselves like adults. His mother actually shushed him, telling him that he had already done enough damage. His father inquired how quickly I needed the money back. And I answered as soon as possible because suppliers were threatening to keep deposits. They both nodded. And his mother jotted down my lawyer's details in her phone. I pointed to the boxes they had delivered, and told Ethan he may pack his belongings now while I observed. His mother appeared to want to quarrel, but his father grabbed up a box and handed it to Ethan, instructing him to get going. Ethan went upstairs to our bedroom, and I followed him, standing in the doorway as he took clothes from the closet. He kept attempting to start conversations about how we could improve our relationship, and I just gazed at him, not reacting. His parents waited below, and I could hear his mother crying. Ethan packed 4 boxes with his belongings and took them down one at a time. Each trip was accompanied by another attempt to contact me. On his final descent, he paused on the stairs and stated that he never intended to damage me. I informed him he had to leave the lease by the end of the month, or I will file for legal eviction. The following week at work felt very different without Sophia sitting next to me. Her desk remained unoccupied for 2 days, until someone from facilities arrived and completely removed it, giving me twice as much space. My coworkers began inviting me to lunch practically every day. And I realized I had been declining these invites for months because Ethan disliked my eating out without him. He had always emphasized that restaurant food was harmful, and that I should bring the meals he made for me. On Wednesday, 3 members of my team asked if I wanted to get coffee, and I replied yes without thinking about it. We spent an hour at the cafe across the street talking about random topics unrelated to work or my broken engagement. One of them offered a happy hour on Friday, and I decided to go, recalling how unhappy Ethan used to get when I went out drinking with coworkers. He would continuously text me, asking when I would be home, and making jokes about my alcohol consumption. On Thursday, I went to lunch with 2 accounting women, whom I had been familiar with before Ethan began scrutinizing my friendships. They asked how I was doing, and appeared pleased to see me more calm. I stated how isolated I'd felt, and they both agreed they'd sensed me drifting away over the last year. One of them stated that she had wanted to say something but didn't know how to bring it up without appearing nosy. We decided to start having regular lunch dates, and I felt a warmth in my chest that I had not felt in a long time. I met with the wedding coordinator on Saturday morning at her downtown office. She'd already learned about the matter through the vendor network, and was prepared with all of our contracts. I anticipated to feel sad while going through the cancellation process. But instead, I felt lighter with each form I completed. Then explained which deposits were refundable and which were not. And then showed me a spreadsheet with the split. The venue kept half of our deposit but returned the other half because we canceled more than 90 days in advance. The caterer kept everything due to their rigorous cancellation policy. Following Rachel's phone call reporting the theft, the florist agreed to return 60%. The photographer was the most kind, offering to repay the entire investment except a minor processing cost. When everything was added together, I would receive approximately 40% of what I had donated. The wedding planner indicated that, combined with the reimbursement from Ethan's parents, I'd actually come out ahead financially. She inquired if I was doing well emotionally, and I honestly told her that I was relieved more than anything. She laughed, and said she'd seen lots of marriages that should have been called off, and she was glad I figured it out before making a legal commitment. I signed the final cancellation documents and left her office feeling liberated. My phone vibrated with a text from Ethan's mother, informing me that they had transferred the entire $12,000 to my lawyer's account that morning. Marcus summoned me to his office on Monday afternoon, and I strolled in expecting an awkward talk about how my personal life affected work. Instead, he shut the door and urged me to sit down, pulling out a file folder with a major client's logo. He mentioned that they were growing their account and required someone to oversee the new project team. The post would entail increased responsibility, higher salary, and direct client engagement. I stared at him, perplexed as to why he was telling me this, until he stated he was offering me the post. I remembered Ethan pressing me to decline a similar chance 6 months earlier, claiming it would take too much time away from wedding planning and our future family. He'd persuaded me that being ambitious was selfish when I should be focusing on our future together. I had really removed my name from consideration and watched someone else receive the promotion. Marcus saw my expression and inquired whether I was interested. I said yes without thinking twice. He smiled and said he had hoped I would accept it, and that I had also been his first choice months ago. I inquired why he was providing it now, and he revealed that he had noticed me acting more like myself lately. He got out the project information and began describing the timetable and requirements. The task would be difficult and involve some late nights, but I was eager rather than stressed. I realized how much I'd been limiting myself in order to support Ethan's unrealistic influencer goals. That evening, my phone was constantly vibrating with texts from Ethan. The messages had turned from remorseful to angry, accusing me of destroying his reputation and making it impossible for him to find clients at the gym. He claimed that people were questioning why the wedding was cancelled, and that my version of events made him appear bad. Hannah screenshotted every message and forwarded it to my lawyer's email. He sent another text, claiming that I was damaging his job possibilities, and that he would never be able to build his brand again. I also grabbed screenshots of that. He phoned 3 times in a row, and each time I let it go to voicemail, saving the recordings of him yelling at me for being nasty and cruel. His final text stated that I would regret treating him in this manner, and that he would make sure everyone knew what kind of person I truly was. I submitted everything to my lawyer, and then banned his phone number completely. The silence, after blocking him, felt great. Like cutting off a continual source of stress that I hadn't completely recognized. I also blocked him on all social media platforms, not even curious about what he might be publishing. My sisters called to check in, and I informed them of the promotion and the blocked number. Olivia praised me for setting limits, and Rachel stated that she had heard from common acquaintances that Ethan was telling people I had a breakdown. I didn't care what tale he told because the important people knew the reality. My mother came over on Tuesday evening with takeout and champagne, saying we needed to chat. She sat on my couch and stated she had been thinking about all that had transpired in the previous few weeks. She stated she'd observed Ethan being bossy over minor details, but told herself it showed he cared about me. She found the comments regarding my diet choices and friend group to be protective rather than restrictive. She had ignored the occasions when he interrupted me, or made decisions without consulting me, because she really wanted the relationship to work. My mother burst into tears, claiming she had been so preoccupied with the wedding she had planned since I was 12, that she had not considered whether I was happy. She apologized for the intervention, and for making me feel as if my reaction to betrayal was incorrect. I told her that while I knew how enthusiastic she was about the wedding, I needed her to support my actual choices rather than the life she had planned for me. She nodded and explained that she'd been talking to a therapist about her tendency to favor appearance over reality. We sat there, eating Chinese food, and speaking openly for the first time in years. She inquired about the new position at work, and truly listened as I gave the project details. She noted that she had already returned her mother of the bride attire, and received a full refund. I hugged her, and felt our friendship become more genuine and adult. The following Thursday, 3 of my coworkers invited me out for happy hour, and I accepted without previously consulting with anyone. We went to this downtown tavern that served delicious nachos and cheap margaritas. Sarah from accounting requested a pitcher for the table, and I took a glass without thinking about it. Nobody mentioned what I was drinking or how much. Nobody advised that I eat something healthier than fried cheese and guacamole. I ordered a second margarita after the first one was empty. And I realized I couldn't remember the last time I did that without Ethan making some comment about empty calories, or how alcohol damaged my workout performance. The talk moved seamlessly between work gossip, weekend plans, and bad dating app anecdotes. Jessica noted that I seemed different recently, more relaxed. I laughed and said I felt like myself again after years. She nodded as if that made complete sense, and asked if I wanted to join their usual Thursday group. I agreed immediately and felt a weight lift off my shoulders that I had no idea was there. We stayed until almost 9, just talking and laughing, and I went home feeling truly joyful rather than concerned about Ethan's mood when I returned. Luke approached me at the coffee machine on Friday morning, and asked if I had time to get coffee off-site to discuss the new customer account. I checked my calendar, and we walked to the cafe 2 streets away. He ordered a complex latte, while I had normal coffee with cream. We sat by the window, and he pulled out his iPad, which included mock-ups for the campaign. His ideas were innovative and intelligent, and he truly listened when I proposed changes rather than defending his initial ideas. Somehow, the talk drifted from work to weekend plans, favorite restaurants, and travel ambitions. He told me about backpacking through Southeast Asia after college, and I stated my desire to visit Iceland someday. He especially questioned what drew me to Iceland, and appeared to be interested in my response about the northern lights and volcanic scenery. We talked for nearly an hour, before remembering we both had meetings to get to. Walking back to the office, he suggested that we should do this again someday, and I felt a flutter in my chest that I hadn't felt in years. He was hilarious without trying too hard and respectful in a way that felt natural, rather than forced. I noticed myself smiling at my desk later, and realized I was attracted to him, which was both exhilarating and terrifying. Ethan began texting our common acquaintances that weekend, stating that he was in therapy and wanted to make amends. 3 other people sent me screenshots of his texts. He claimed he had been dealing with personal concerns and made poor decisions, but he was now working on himself. He asked if they could assist us have a chat so that he could properly apologize. I responded to each friend individually, thanking them for informing me, but emphasizing that I had no desire to communicate with Ethan, regardless of his therapy progress. I replied I was delighted he was getting therapy, but it didn't change my mind. Everyone responded with positive words, and no one pressured me to reconsider. James stated that he entirely understood, and that Ethan had destroyed the bridge himself. Sophie remarked that she had always believed Ethan was overly domineering. Their acceptance for my boundaries, without attempting to mediate or convince me that everyone deserves a second shot, was extremely affirming. I blocked the folks who continued forwarding Ethan's texts, because I didn't want such updates in my life anymore. The landlord contacted on Monday to say he had read the evidence I gave about the financial fraud and Ethan's parents' reimbursement. He agreed to terminate Ethan's lease immediately, and waive the standard fees in light of the circumstances. I thanked him and planned the lock change for the same day. The locksmith arrived at 3 and had new keys ready within 1 hour. I tested each lock twice to ensure that everything was working properly. Then I contacted my sisters, and asked if they might come over that evening to assist, rearrange the furniture. Olivia and Rachel arrived with wine and takeout. We rearranged the couch to face the window, rather than the TV. We moved the bookcase from the bedroom into the living room. We entirely reorganized my bedroom, with the bed facing a new way, and the dresser sitting where Ethan's desk had been. Every alteration made the area feel more like mine than ours. We installed new curtains I purchased online and replaced the throw pillows with ones I truly liked. By 10 p.m. that night, the townhouse had changed dramatically, and I felt a sense of ownership that I had never had before, even while Ethan lived there. My sisters left at 11, and I walked through each area, loving how the space now reflected my tastes, rather than the compromises I'd made to keep the peace. Sophia's email arrived on Tuesday morning with the subject line, "I owe you an apology." I glanced at it for a few minutes before opening. The message was long and detailed about how she had been insecure in her own relationship and made poor decisions. She stated that Ethan had pursued her, and she had been flattered by his attention. She acknowledged she knew it was wrong, but convinced herself it didn't matter because I appeared to be happy anyhow. She commented that watching my reaction reminded her of how terribly she had betrayed both our friendship and professional relationship. She explained that she understood if I never forgave her, and that she had sought the transfer herself because she couldn't face me every day. The apologies was sincere, and I appreciated her candor about her motives. I read it 3 times, trying to figure out how I felt. I eventually closed the email without answering. Forgiving her did not necessitate reconciliation, or even acknowledgement. I didn't want her in my life anymore, no matter how apologetic she was. The rage I had felt earlier had dissolved into indifference. She had made her decisions, and now she had to deal with the repercussions. I archived the email and went about my day without giving it more attention. Following our first coffee encounter, Luke began joining me for lunch on a regular basis. We'd get sandwiches from the deli downstairs, and eat them in the courtyard when the weather was nice. The talk remained light and pleasant, covering topics such as work projects, favorite novels, and childhood recollections. He was aware of my broken engagement since office rumor spreads quickly, but he never asked for more information. He'd make it plain that he found me intriguing and beautiful by remembering my coffee order or sending me hilarious stories he thought I'd like. I looked forward to these lunches and was frustrated when meetings intervened. The attraction increased steadily, but I remained cautious, knowing that I had just ended one relationship and shouldn't rush into another. He seemed to get it without me having to explain it explicitly. One afternoon, he said he'd wait as long as I needed since some people were worth the wait. I smiled and clasped his hand across the table, happy for the opportunity to figure out what I really wanted. My mother called 3 weeks after our honest chat to say she was planned something wonderful. She arrived Saturday morning with my sisters, and a trunk full of decorations. Instead of the wedding that I had canceled, they had prepared a freedom celebration. She had assembled close family and friends to celebrate my new beginning. The whole affair was obviously silly, with a banner stating, "Here's to new chapters," and cupcakes decorated with little birds breaking free from cages. But it was also genuinely moving because everyone there supported my happiness rather than lamenting the wedding that never happened. My aunts brought champagne, and my cousins curated a playlist of inspirational breakup music. We spent the evening laughing, dancing, and telling anecdotes on avoiding relationship pitfalls. Several folks expressed concern about Ethan, but were unsure how to express it. My mother gave a brief speech on supporting the lives our children genuinely want, rather than the ones we anticipate for them. I hugged her afterwards, tears in my eyes, relieved she had finally heard me. The party lasted until nearly midnight, and I went to bed fatigued but truly happy. 3 months after catching Ethan with Sophia, I was really excelling at work. The new client account had exceeded all of our expectations. The advertisement I created with Luke's creative team had gone viral, just as we had anticipated. Our client was overjoyed that they had already signed on for an extended contract. Marcus summoned me to his office on a Wednesday afternoon, and I believed it was simply another project check-in. Instead, he closed the door and said that a senior marketing director position would become available next quarter. He stated he was impressed with my work on the account, and asked if I was interested in applying. I felt a surge of excitement, and immediately said yes. He smiled and took out the job description to explain the responsibilities and expectations. The position would entail increased autonomy, a significant raise, and the opportunity to lead my own team. I realized that Ethan's plan for me to quit after the wedding would have completely derailed a career that I enjoyed. Walking back to my desk, I felt grateful for every decision I'd made since that afternoon, when I'd arrived home early and discovered them together. I ran into Ethan at a coffee shop near my office the next week. He was standing in line in front of me, looking exhausted and defeated. His gym clothes were worn, and he'd lost the polished appearance he used to keep up so carefully. He turned and saw me, and his face went through a range of emotions before settling on shame. He stepped out of line and asked if we could speak for a minute. I glanced at my watch and agreed to 5 minutes. We sat at a corner table, and he explained that his influencer career never took off because brands refused to collaborate with someone involved in a cheating scandal. He was working double shifts at the gym, trying to repay his parents for the money he had stolen. He looked genuinely unhappy, and part of me felt sorry for him, but mostly I was relieved that I'd escaped before legally committing to his poor decisions and lack of integrity. He asked if there was any way we could try again. I laughed, not in tears, but with genuine amusement at the absurdity. I told him I hoped he figured out his life, but I'd moved on entirely. I took my coffee and left him sitting there, looking smaller than I had ever seen him. Luke invited me to dinner on Friday, making it clear that this was a date at a restaurant rather than our usual colleague lunches. I agreed without hesitation, feeling excited rather than anxious about the prospect. We went to an Italian restaurant downtown that served amazing pasta and wine. The conversation flowed even more easily than usual now that we had dropped the pretense of this being a strictly professional friendship. He told me about his family and his ambitions to start his own creative agency. I told stories about my sisters and my plans for the promotion I was pursuing. He reached across the table and took my hand, asking if everything was fine. I nodded and squeezed back, realizing that I was finally ready to try something new with someone who respected rather than dominated me. He walked me to my car and asked my permission before kissing me goodnight. The kiss was delicate and courteous, and everything felt right, unlike with Ethan. Driving home, I found myself smiling and feeling really positive about my future for the first time in years. My sisters came over for brunch the following Sunday, and we spent 3 hours conversing at my kitchen table. Olivia poured more coffee, and added that she had wanted to have this conversation for months. She added that she and Rachel had noticed Ethan's controlling behavior worsening over the last year, but they didn't know how to bring it up without appearing to be sabotaging my relationship. Rachel also mentioned that she'd noticed me become quieter and more aloof at family occasions, constantly checking my phone to see whether Ethan had contacted me about when I'd be home. They had discussed it several times but were concerned that saying anything would harm our connection if I wasn't ready to hear it. I felt a sense of comfort knowing they'd noticed what I'd been attempting to ignore for so long. We agreed right there to be honest with each other, even when it was uncomfortable, and to speak out if we detected any troubling patterns in each other's relationships or lives. The talk moved on to lighter themes, and we spent the rest of the morning laughing about childhood memories and planning a sister's trip next summer. Walking them to the door afterwards, I felt more connected to them than I have in years. On Tuesday, Ethan's parents received their final payment in the mail, along with a handwritten note. His mother had written saying they were profoundly ashamed of their son's actions, and pleased that I handled everything with such grace and maturity. The payment covered the last of the stolen funds, plus an additional $1,500 in interest and apology. I deposited it that afternoon, and immediately opened my laptop to look into the Iceland vacation I'd been fantasizing of since college. Ethan had always dismissed the concept as too pricey and impractical, demanding that we save for a down payment on a larger home instead. I arranged a week-long trip for late spring that included hiking excursions and northern lights viewing, and I felt an unbelievable rush of enthusiasm about doing something just for myself. The travel agent confirmed everything by email, and I printed out the schedule to keep on my fridge as a daily reminder that my life was now mine again. 4 months after finding Ethan and Sophia in my bed, Luke and I made our relationship official over supper at his apartment. He'd prepared an incredible French supper that his grandmother had taught him, and we spent the evening discussing what we wanted from a relationship. The contrast between him and Ethan was overwhelming in the greatest way conceivable. Luke inquired about my professional aspirations and appeared genuinely thrilled when I explained my desire to eventually start my own consulting firm. He explained his desires to create a creative agency, and we discussed how we could support each other's goals without compromising our own. He never advised that I change my appearance, eating habits, or friend group. When I remarked that I was concerned about starting something new so soon after my engagement ended, he held my hand and told me that we could go at our own pace. I realized I'd never felt like I was catering to someone else's ego or treading carefully around his mood swings. Everything felt balanced and polite in a way that I had never experienced before. Marcus pulled me into his office the next Monday morning, with a great smile on his face. He closed the door and informed me the senior marketing director post was mine if I wanted it, along with a 40% salary boost and my own 5-person team. I had to sit down since the news was so unbelievable after years of Ethan pressing me to stop and support his influencer ideas instead. My new position would begin next month, and would include overseeing the strategy for our 3 largest client accounts. Marcus indicated that my efforts on the recent campaign impressed the leadership team, and they particularly requested that I be promoted. I accepted quickly and returned to my desk, feeling as if everything had finally clicked into place. My team invited me out for celebration drinks after work, and I found myself surrounded by colleagues who had become true friends now that I wasn't isolating myself to avoid Ethan's jealousy and criticism. They told stories about how much happy I seemed in recent months, and how my energy had entirely changed since the breakup. My mother dropped by my townhouse on Wednesday evening with takeout, and we ate on my couch while watching trashy reality TV. During a commercial break, she said that she had been visiting a therapist to address her own concerns with control and looks. She stated that her fixation with my wedding was more about achieving her own goals than supporting what I genuinely desired. The therapist had helped her realize trends in her own mother's behavior, and how she had been applying the same pressure and expectations to me. She apologized for the intervention, and for not listening when I tried to voice my concerns about Ethan over the previous year. I hugged her, and expressed my appreciation for her willingness to examine and alter her own behavior. She inquired about Luke, and honestly listened as I recounted our relationship, without instantly planning our wedding or pressing for grandchildren. The chat felt more genuine than any we'd had in years, and I went to bed that night thankful for her progress and our maturing friendship. My trip to Iceland departed early on a Thursday morning in late April, and I spent the entire week hiking through volcanic landscapes and relaxing in hot springs. I joined up for a solo traveler tour group and met people from 6 different nations who were all exploring independently. We spent the day hiking to waterfalls and black sand beaches, then at night we chased the northern lights. One evening, I stood alone on a cliff overlooking the ocean, and felt a tremendous sense of serenity about who I was, independent of any relationship or anyone else's expectations. I'd spent so many years trying to be what Ethan wanted, or what my mother envisioned, that I'd lost sight of my own ambitions and dreams. The week was like removing an old skin, and finding the person I was before I started reducing myself to match someone else's expectations. I returned home with hundreds of images, and a newfound sense of independence and confidence in my own future. 6 months later, I returned home early to find Ethan and Sophia. I was sitting in my newly decorated townhouse, taking in my life with true amazement. My career was growing, thanks to the promotion, and my own team, who recognized my leadership. Luke and I had developed this healthy partnership via mutual support and respect, rather than control and tolerance. Following our open discussions about limits and communication, my mother, sisters, and I built more true friendships. I'd taken the long-awaited solo vacation and returned feeling entirely confident in myself. That moment of hysterical laughter when I caught them together was not a breakdown, as everyone assumed. It was the sound of relief and liberation breaking through years of buried misgivings and rising contempt. Every day, I was pleased that I had followed my instincts, and walked away from a life that would gradually smother everything authentic about me. Ethan had actually done me the greatest service by being apprehended, since it provided me with an exit that I would have been too terrified to take otherwise. After 3 years of trying to conceive, my husband slapped me in front of 40 guests. When I announced my pregnancy, his vasectomy secret shattered me. Ryan and I tried for 3 years to conceive. After 3 years of negative tests, we worried if I was sick. Last month, I missed my period. I couldn't believe the first 3, so I took 4 in one sitting. I cried on the bathroom floor till my sister Sophia called to calm me down after those 2 pink lines emerged. She advised me to notify everyone and make it special. Avoid shouting it at supper. Party. Invite everyone important. Make this a story we can tell our kid. Yes, I did that. 6 weeks later, my loved ones filled my home. By the appetizer table were my parents. Sophia continued looking at me excitedly from across the room. Ryan's parents flew in from Arizona, and his younger brother Luke arrived early to help me place chairs and the present table. Ryan, my charming spouse of 7 years, greeted and made people laugh as usual. Watching him from the kitchen doorway warmed my heart. Tonight I would make him the happiest guy alive. I tapped my wine glass with a fork, and the room quieted. About 30 faces looked at me. My mom was crying before she knew. Ryan crossed the crowd and stood beside me, sliding his arm around my waist. Totally unaware of what I was about to say, he stared at me with warm, eager eyes. "Thank you all for coming," I shakily said. "I assure you, it's worth it." I smiled at Ryan. "Our baby is coming. Impregnant." The room exploded. Mom yelled. My dad clapped so fiercely I thought he damaged his hands. Sophia jumped up and down saying, "I knew it." Despite knowing WT meant. The room was filled with love as everyone hugged and cried. I looked to Ryan for a lift, twist, or romance. Instead, he had frozen. His arm fell from my waist. Face was absolutely white. Ryan reached for him. "It came when baby. Aren't you excited? We're finally going to be parents." The face slap that sent me tumbling onto the present table. The pain was quick and blinding. Like a hot skillet was shoved against my flesh. The song played for 3 more seconds until termination. Nothing. Just silence and the ringing in my ear where his hand had struck. I couldn't recognize my hubby from the floor. He had a terrible face, a heaving chest, and fists at his sides. He shouted, "You cheating whore! You really thought you could pass off someone else's baby as mine?" I couldn't speak. My cheek was on fire and my brain couldn't process it. "Ryan, what are you talking about?" I succeeded. "I would never cheat on you." He chuckled, sounding broken. "Stop lying." He screamed, neck veins protruding, spit flying. "You can't be pregnant with my baby, Olivia. I had a vasectomy 5 years ago before we even got married. I can't have babies." His words impacted me harder than his hand. Vasectomy 5 years ago. He let me grieve over negative tests for 3 years, knowing it was impossible. His voice grew louder. "So, whose is it? Who have you been sleeping with behind my back? How long?" The room was silence. With tears in her eyes, my mother covered her mouth. My father looked like he wanted to kill but couldn't move. And then someone kneeled beside me, soft hands on my shoulders, helping me sit up and brushing glass off my clothing. I saw Luke, pale with astonishment, staring at his brother like a monster. A furious Luke asked, "What the hell is wrong with you? You just hit your pregnant wife in front of everyone." He lifted me, and shielded me from Ryan. "And for Major." Ryan paced like a caged animal, stroking his hair. 3 years I let you make me feel guilty for not having a baby. And this whole time, you were spreading your legs for someone else." He turned to the audience, arms wide, asking everyone to see me. "Look at her. Look at her standing there, pretending to be confused. She knows exactly what she did. She knows exactly whose baby that is." My spouse accused me of infidelity in front of my family. Worse, Ryan had proof of a vasectomy I never knew about. His belief was that I could not get pregnant without sleeping with someone else. I requested paternity testing. Returning would take 10 days. 10 days till I could prove my innocence. I had no idea those 10 days would be my worst. While I waited for science to save me, my loved ones would turn against me. All partygoers left without saying goodbye. They grabbed their coats and left one by one, eyes closed, mouths shut. My parents died last. My father embraced me so hard it ached and said, I'll kill him if you want me to. I assumed it was a misunderstanding and shook my head. I turned around to see Ryan going toward our bedroom when the door closed. Ryan, I said. Voice was smaller than desired. Please. Just listen to me. I don't know how to explain this. But I haven't been with anyone else. You're the only man I've been with in 7 years. There has to be another explanation. He chuckled without humor. It was this chilly, lifeless sound that made me sick. Another reason you got pregnant by a man who can't make babies? He approached me. I recoiled. I shrank from my husband. That registered on his face. His eyes fluttered for a moment. Perhaps guilt or realization of his actions. It was replaced by a hard, angry mask. I didn't have anything. No explanation, no defense, just my word, which he no longer believed. Then let's do a paternity test, I add. Let's prove it scientifically, because when that test comes back showing you're the father, you're going to have to live with how you treated me tonight. You're going to have to look me in the eyes knowing you hit me and called me those things and humiliated me in front of everyone I love. His face shifted. Possible doubt or worry. I let him remain quiet for a while because I needed him to feel his actions. Finally. Fine. He said. First thing tomorrow. We shared a bus stop in the clinic waiting area. Ryan sat 4 chairs away with his arms crossed and his jaw so hard I could feel his muscles moving. He'd look at me every few minutes, and turn away like I made him sick. He made me want to shout. I wanted to seize his face and make him look at me. Really look at me. And believe me. Not wanting to cry in public, I sat with my hands folded in my lap, staring at the wall. Ryan refused to be in the same room as they drew my blood, so the nurse called my name first and I went alone. She then instructed me to wait 7 to 10 business days. I sighed deeply. That meant 7 to 10 days of suffering. Nodding and thanking her, I returned to the waiting room on unfamiliar legs. The family texts began on day 2. His mom went first. I always knew you were a. Now my whole family knows it. 2. His sister arrived an hour later. His aunt wrote, You disgust me. I hope you lose that baby. She urged Ryan not to marry me. How she saw trash in me from the start. I deceived everyone with my nice girl act. Now the mask was off. His cousin emailed me a mid-fall party shot with the message, Cheaters always get what they deserve. I read messages on my bed till tears obscured my phone screen. These people hugged me on holidays. I received birthday cards. I was informed I was family. They were calling me names I'd never heard before, and threatening my unborn child. My phone was off because I couldn't take it. Sophia arrived that afternoon to find me asleep. While I cried, she climbed in next to me like we were kids again and held me. You must leave him, she whispered. My mother called that night as well. He hit you, Olivia. In front of witnesses. You could press charges. You could take him for everything. As did my dad. All my family members who reached out did. I couldn't leave him. Sue him. Make him pay. Not yet. Since the test would prove my innocence, everything would return to normal. It must. I lay awake that night with my hand on my stomach, trying to connect with my growing life. My only emotion was doubt. If Ryan was right. What if vasectomy prevented it? What if something happened I couldn't recall? It made me sick, but the thought kept coming. My mind replayed every night for 3 months. Every moment with Ryan and every moment alone made no sense. Knowing I hadn't cheated. It was in my bones. If Ryan couldn't have kids, whose baby was this? Luke brought a bag of takeout to my door on day 4. Figured you weren't eating. He said. His voice and eyes were gentle and concerned. I hadn't showered for 2 days. Gentling former. I was wearing the same sweatpants I slept in and had tangled hair on top. Luke didn't care that I was messy. He just stood there on my porch, waiting patiently for me to let him in. And I did. We sat at the kitchen table, and Luke unpacked containers of Lane and fried rice, and orange chicken. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me to explain myself or defend myself or prove anything. He just handed me a fork and said, Eat something please. So, I did. Small bites at first because I had zero appetite. But the food was warm and the company was warmer, and slowly I started to feel almost human again. Luke talked about stupid things. A movie he'd seen last week. A coworker who kept microwaving fish in the office and stinking up the whole place. His neighbor's dog that barked at 3:00 inches the morning every single night. He filled the silence with easy conversation that didn't require anything from me except to listen. And when I finally started crying, which I knew I would, he didn't panic or pull away. He just moved his chair closer, and put his arm around my shoulders, and let me fall apart. "I didn't do anything wrong," I said between sobs. "I know you probably think I did, but I swear, Luke, I have never been with anyone except your brother. I don't know how this happened. I don't understand any of this." He rubbed slow circles on my back and shook his head. "I believe you," he said quietly. "I don't know what's going on, but I know you're not that kind of person. Anyone who spent 5 minutes with you knows that." I cried harder because after 4 days of being treated like a criminal, someone finally saw me, someone finally believed me without demanding proof. Luke stayed for 2 more hours. He washed the dishes even though I told him not to. He made sure I had his number saved in my phone, in case I needed anything. And when he left, he hugged me at the door and told me to call him anytime, day or night, if everything got too heavy. I watched him drive away and felt something I hadn't felt in days. Hope. Like Dell. Like Dell. And son. Like Seth. Someone was actually on my side, and not trying to tell me what to do, or berating me left and right. I survived the week from hell. Ryan's family calling me every name. Sophia begging me to leave him. Ryan looking through me like I was already gone. The only person who didn't treat me like a criminal was Luke. He checked on me every day. Brought me food when I couldn't eat. Told me Ryan was wrong for what he did. But I held on because the test results were finally here. This was my proof. My vindication. Except when I opened that envelope, I didn't find salvation. I found something that made everything 1,000 times worse. 3 more days passed before the envelope arrived. Luke checked on me a few times and brought food when he could, but mostly I was alone in a house where my husband lived 20 feet away, and acted like I didn't exist. Ryan had been locked in the guest room since the night of the party. He'd leave for work before I woke up. He'd come home after I'd already gone to bed. The only sign he was still living there was the coffee mug in the sink every morning, and the sound of the guest room door clicking shut every night. We existed in the same house like ghosts who couldn't see each other. Sometimes, I'd stand outside the guest room door with my hand raised, ready to knock, ready to try one more time. But I never did. What was the point? He'd made up his mind about me. The only thing that would change it was proof. And proof was coming. When the mail truck finally pulled up on day 7, I was standing at the window like I'd been doing every afternoon. My heart jumped into my throat the second I saw the white envelope in the mailman's hand. Clinic logo in the corner, my name printed on the front. My entire future folded up, inside a single piece of paper. I ran outside in my bare feet, not caring that the concrete was cold, not caring that I was still in my pajamas. I grabbed the envelope from his hands before he could put it in the box. He gave me a strange look, but I didn't care. I didn't care about anything except what was inside. I held it against my chest and felt my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. This was it. This was finally it. 7 days of hell were about to end. I was about to be vindicated. I called Luke first. I don't know why. Maybe he was the only one who believed me. Perhaps I needed a defender when I finally proved everyone wrong. His response came on the second ring. I said, "The results came," with hope in my voice. "They're here, Luke. I'm holding them right now." He said he'd be there in 5 minutes, and to wait before opening. I agreed to have witnesses. I wanted everyone to see my acquittal. I knocked on the guest room door. No reply. I knocked harder this time. I called Ryan. Through the door. "The results are here. Come out. I want you to see this with your own eyes." I patted the wood and heard movement. Silence after footsteps and bed creaking. Knocked 3 times. "I'm not going away. This affects both of us. And you're going to be here when I open it." Silence. Eventually the lock clicked. Ryan stared at me blankly as the door opened. He'd lost weight last week. His pale face and dark circles under his eyes indicated he hadn't slept. I felt sorry for him briefly. Then I remembered the slap. He called me names I remembered. I remembered his room-wide attack on me. Sympathy departed. He was silent. He went past me to the kitchen and sat at the table with his arms crossed, waiting. I placed the envelope in the middle of the table between us after him. Neither of us touched it. We stared at it like it would explode. Luke arrived 5 minutes later. I let him in when his car pulled into the driveway. He appeared nervous, surprising me. His eyes kept moving between the envelope on the table and my face. "You okay?" he whispered. Since I was fine, I nodded. I was ready. I was finally going to prove that I hadn't done anything wrong. He followed me into the kitchen and froze when Luke sat down. The brothers stared at each other. Something I couldn't read happened between them. Luke took out a chair and sat next to me, not Ryan. It was obvious. "You haven't opened it yet," Luke said. Shaking my head. I wanted witnesses. To avoid accusations that I tampered with anything, switched the results, forged something, or whatever. I wanted you both to watch me open it. I addressed Ryan directly with that last statement. He just sat there with his arms crossed and jaw tight, staring at the envelope like he was trying to burn it. Luke crossed the table and touched me. I felt his warm palm against my cold fingers. "Whatever happens," he whispered, "I'm here, okay? No matter what that paper says. I'm not going anywhere." I squeezed his hand and thanked him for being my only support during this nightmare. For the only person who believed me when everyone else had found me guilty. Something dark flickered across Ryan's face as he stared at our hands. He tightened his jaw further, his nostrils flared. "Seriously?" He laughed without humor. "Just ice. I'm sitting right here, and you're holding hands with my brother. Should I even bother reading those results, or do I already have my answer?" I pulled my hand away from Luke's and stood up so fast my chair scraped the floor. It was loud in the quiet kitchen. "Don't you dare," I said, louder than expected. "Don't you dare twist this into something it's not. Your brother is the only person who's been kind to me while you've been treating me like garbage. He's been bringing me food because I can't eat. He's been checking on me, because you won't even look at me. So, don't you stand there and act like I'm doing something wrong by accepting basic human kindness from the only person who's offered it." Rolling his eyes, "Ryan. Olivia, open the envelope. I don't have all day to hear your excuses." I inhaled and picked up the envelope. It seemed like my entire marriage was pressed into that piece of paper. I felt a rush in my chest looking at Ryan. Confidence. Certainty. Knowing I hadn't cheated. I knew I'd been alone. Whatever was in this envelope would prove it. He had to look me in the eyes and apologize for everything he'd done. I kept that image in mind as I slid my finger under the seal. The paper tearing was unimaginably loud. I carefully unfolded the single sheet inside, savoring it. The end. My vindication. I glanced at the top words. Medical terms, reference numbers, my name, Ryan's, and results. Read them once. My brain didn't process what I saw. Read them again. Though identical, the words made no sense. A third reading made the paper shake in my hands. No, no, no. This was wrong. Must be wrong. There must have been a lab error. Something. Anything. Because what I read was impossible. Ryan demanded. "What does it say?" His voice broke my brain fog. "Read it out loud. I want to hear you say it." I said nothing. Throat closed. My lungs failed. The room was tilting sideways, so I grabbed the table edge to stay upright. "Olivia," Luke said, sounding muffled and underwater. "What does it say?" I looked up at my husband, the man I'd loved for 7 years, built a life with, and who was waiting for me to confirm everything he already knew about me. It was impossible to stop my tears. "It says, you're not the father hung between us." Heavy. Final. Devastating. Ryan's expression remained. Not a little surprise. He just sat there with his arms crossed, like he'd expected this and known I was what he accused me of being. "And there it is," he said slowly. His voice was almost peaceful, like a storm had finally subsided. "The proof. You've been cheating on me this whole time, and now you can't hide it anymore." He slowly stood up and put both hands on the table, leaning toward me so I could see his anger. "So, who is it? Huh? Who's the lucky guy? Someone from work? Some random guy you met at a bar? An ex-boyfriend you never got over?" He shouted. "Tell me, Olivia. I deserve to know whose baby you're carrying in my house. Whose baby you tried to trick me into raising as my own." "I don't know," I cried. Words were broken and desperate. "I don't understand. I haven't been with anyone else. Ryan. I swear on my life, I haven't been with anyone else. There has to be a mistake. The lab made an error. We need to take another test. We need to." His fist hit the table so hard that the envelope jumped, and I flinched. "The test isn't wrong," he screamed. Full volume, neck veins bulging like party night. "Science doesn't lie, Olivia. DNA doesn't lie. The only liar in this room is you." He pointed his finger at me, shaking for rage. "You've been lying to me for months, maybe years. And now you're standing there crying like you're the victim. Like I'm the bad guy for being angry that my wife got pregnant by another man. I didn't do this. I yelled. Something broke me. Rage erupted from fear, confusion, and desperation. I don't know how this happened, but I didn't do this. I have never been with anyone except you, not once in 7 years. I don't understand what's happening. But I know I didn't cheat. Please believe me, Ryan. I grabbed his arm. Desperate to see him. Actually see me. To look past his anger and see his wife, who loved him. The woman he could trust. Please believe me. Please. I'm begging you. The force of his push made me stumble backward. My hip hit the counter, causing side pain. Luke jumped up and caught me before I fell, holding me. Don't touch me, Ryan snarled. His face was twisted into something unfamiliar. Pure disgust, hatred. Don't ever touch me again. You make me sick. Looking at you right now makes me physically sick. I can't even stand to be in the same room as you. What was Y2? What was Y2? As Luke held me, his eyes narrowed. And you, my own brother. Sitting here holding her hand, comforting her. Being her shoulder to cry on while my marriage falls apart. I thought he was going to swing as he approached Luke. Did you know about this? Did you know she was sleeping around behind my back? Have you two been laughing at me this whole time? Luke's face bled. His arms encircled me almost protectively. Just I didn't know anything, he said. Though his voice was steady, I could feel his heart beating against my back. I swear to you, Ryan. I just came to support her when the results came in. That's all. I had no idea. Ryan lingered on his brother's face, searching for something. Then he laughed. My blood ran cold at that horrible laugh. Support her, right? Well, congratulations. She's all yours now. You can have her. I'm done. He stormed to the guest room. I heard clothes being thrown, drawers being pulled open, and hangers falling. Luke let go of me, and I stood in the kitchen, frozen, crying, and shaking so hard I thought my bones would break. This wasn't happening. It couldn't happen. I was sure the test would save me, that science would prove my innocence and faithfulness. Instead, the test destroyed everything. It hadn't even answered. I was told Ryan wasn't the father. I wasn't told who. Never explained how this was possible. I was left in my kitchen with my life in pieces and no idea how to fix it. Ryan returned 5 minutes later with 2 suitcases. He ignored me as he approached the front door. He had a stone face. He stared straight ahead like I was invisible. Ryan, wait, I pleaded, chasing him. Grabbing the back of his shirt, he spun so fast I fell backward. Don't touch me, he gritted. What part of that don't you understand? I waffled, tears streaming my eyes. Please, we can resolve this. We can take another test. Something's wrong. I didn't cheat, Ryan. There must be an explanation. He stared at me for a long time. His eyes flickered briefly. Maybe doubt, sadness, or the ghost of his former self. It was replaced by a cold, hard mask. It doesn't make sense that I didn't see what you were sooner. My mother and family were right about you. I should have listened to them from the start. He grabbed his suitcases and opened the door. Until I decide on the house. I'm with Adam. Don't call, text, or contact me. You don't exist anymore. The door slammed behind him, shaking the pictures on the wall. Then his car started. I was alone after he left. I sobbed on the kitchen floor and thought I would break into 1,000 pieces. I pushed Luke away as he knelt beside me and tried to hug me. Comfort wasn't welcome. I didn't want kindness. I wanted answers because I didn't cheat. I knew I'd been alone. I never let another man touch me in 7 years of marriage. How was this possible? I carried a baby without my husband's consent. Knowing the guilt, I stared at the results. Ryan left. I was forbidden to explain. How was this possible? I carried a baby without my husband's consent. Knowing the guilt, I stared at the results. Ryan left. I was forbidden to explain. I had no idea Sophia would ask me a life-changing question. I should have asked myself weeks earlier. Before dawn, I called Sophia. She answered the first ring like she'd been at the phone all night. Results came back, I said, crying raw in my voice. Ryan's not the father. She arrived in an hour. I let her in and gave her the paper silently. After reading it twice, her face paled. She set it on the kitchen table and looked at me with an unreadable expression. Sit down, she said. We need to talk through this. I sat at the table across from her. The table Ryan slammed his fist on, right where Luke held my hand. The exact place where my entire life had fallen apart less than 12 hours ago. Sophia pushed the results aside and folded her hands in front of her. I need you to walk me through everything, not the party before that. When do you think you conceived? I stared at her. What does that matter? The test says Ryan isn't the father. That's the only thing that matters. Just answer the question, Olivia. When do you think it happened? I tried to focus. My brain felt like it was full of static. I don't know exactly. Ryan and I were together a lot during that window. We had a whole system. Ovulation tracking, temperature charts, scheduled nights. It could have been any of those times. Sophia shook her head. You're about 11 weeks along. That means conception happened roughly 9 weeks ago, maybe 10. She leaned forward. Think harder. Is there any night during that time that stands out? Anything that felt different or strange? I closed my eyes and tried to go back. All those nights of trying so hard blurred together. The same routine, the same hope, the same disappointment month after month, until the one test that finally came back positive. But then something floated up from the back of my mind. A night I hadn't thought about since it happened. A night that was different from all the others. There was one night, I said slowly. My eyes were still closed, reaching for details I'd never bothered to examine before. About 9 or 10 weeks ago, I woke up because Ryan was shaking me gently. Then I felt him kissing my neck. I paused, remembering. I asked if he was in the mood, and he just hummed like a yes. And I remember wanting a baby so badly, I went along with it. Sophia's voice was steady. What else do you remember? I tried to pull more from the fog. It was completely dark. We have blackout curtains, because Ryan's a light sleeper. I couldn't see anything, not even an outline. I paused. Something was shifting in my chest. Something uncomfortable. He never actually said anything. Not one word the whole time. Usually, Ryan would whisper to me. Tell me he loved me. Asked if I was okay. But that night, it was just the hum. And when it was over, he just rolled away and went to sleep. Or I thought he did. I was so tired. I passed out again right after. Sophia was quiet for a long moment. I opened my eyes, and found her staring at me with an expression that made me dizzy. When she spoke again, her voice was careful, gentle, like she was trying not to break something fragile. Olivia, I need you to really think about what I'm about to ask you. I felt my whole body tense. Okay. She reached across the table and took my hands. Her fingers were cold. That night, the darkness, the silence, the way he didn't speak, just hummed. She squeezed my hands. Are you absolutely certain it was Ryan? I yanked my hands back like she'd burned me. What kind of question is that? Of course. It was Ryan. I was in my own bed. In my own house. Who else would it have been? But even as the words came out, something cold started crawling up my spine. Sophia didn't look away. You said it was pitch black. You said he never spoke. Not one word. Just a hum that could have come from anyone. She sat. How do you know it was him? Because it had to be him, I said. But my voice shook. He was there when I woke up in the morning. Nobody else could have gotten into our house. What you're suggesting is insane, Sophia. Completely insane. Sophia spoke calmly despite her pale face. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm asking you to consider something. A possibility that would explain why you're pregnant with a baby that isn't Ryan's, even though you swear you never cheated. My chair fell over when I stood up fast. I had to move. I needed to leave this conversation. I needed my sister to stop saying things that were closing my walls. No. I said, backing away from the table. That's not possible. I would have known. I would have felt that something was wrong. I would have. Should I have? The room was dark. No word was spoken. Just one low hum. His hands didn't touch me like Ryan's. Rougher, faster, and less careful with me. My excuse was that he was half asleep. Exhaustion altered people. Love didn't always require gentle intimacy. What if it wasn't love? What if it wasn't Ryan? Oh God. I grabbed the kitchen counter to stand after my back hit it. Sophia. Oh my God. She got up from her chair and ran to catch me when my legs gave out. Her arms supported me as my body shook. Breathe, she said into my hair. Just breathe. We don't know anything for sure yet. This is just a possibility. We need to think about this clearly. I couldn't think. If Sophia was right, an intruder broke into my home while I slept. A stranger entered my bed at night. My body was used while I thought it was my husband. I was so desperate for a baby that I never questioned the silence. Never wondered why darkness felt different. never stopped to confirm my husband was touching me. Who? I gasped. I barely swallowed the word. Who would do that? Who has access to our house at night? Sophia froze. Her arms encircled me. She then said something that froze my blood. I was hit by the answer to, who has a key to your house, Olivia? Luke alone had one. Luke had a key. Ryan gave him one 2 years ago, when we needed someone to water the plants while on vacation. Never requested it back. Everything from the week raced through my mind. Everyone turned against me. But he was kind. He was sure I hadn't cheated. Entering my door uninvited. Couch sitting too close. Patting my knee. My marriage falling apart may be best. Being present when I opened the results. Holding my hand as I read the words that ended my life. No, I said, but pieces moved as I spoke. Terrible pieces. Disliked pieces. Not Luke. He wouldn't. He's Ryan's brother. He's been helping me. He's been, I said. Always ready to help. Nothing surprised him. He knew how it would end. Sophia backed up and looked at me. We need to find out for sure. Another test. One that compares your baby's DNA to Luke's. My hands were shaking so much I couldn't stand. And if it's him, if the test comes back positive, what do I do then, Sophia? What do I do if Ryan's own brother did this to me? It wasn't Ryan. I struggled to breathe. After realizing, in the dark, someone entered my bedroom. I never knew who entered my bed. I believed I was trying to conceive with my husband. Luke exploited me. Every visit, kind word, and time he said Ryan didn't deserve me, he knew. He was aware all along. Now I had to convince Ryan. He ignored his phone. He considered me the villain. I knew his lodging. I wouldn't let him lie anymore. Sophia didn't respond. Neither did I. But one thing was certain. Ryan needed this news. He needed to know his brother's actions. I grabbed my phone and called him to voicemail. I called again. Same thing. 5 times more. I tried. Calls going nowhere. Each ring increases my desperation. He blocked or ignored me. I wasn't getting through. He's staying with Adam, I told Sophia. That's where I'm going. She tried to stop me. He advised me to wait for proof. He warned me that hysterical accusations against his brother would worsen things. I couldn't wait. Ryan thought I betrayed him every second. Luke got away with it again. Before Sophia could respond, I grabbed my keys and ran to my car. Drive time to Adam's apartment was 12 minutes. I practiced my speech every time. My strategy for getting Ryan to listen. How I would convince him his brother did something unthinkable. I could barely turn off the ignition when I pulled into the parking lot because my hands were shaking. Adam lived on the 3rd floor. I took the stairs 2 at a time and pounded the door until my knuckles hurt. No reply. I pounded again. I yelled through the wood. Ryan, your presence is known. Open the door. I understood. I know what happened. Silence, then steps. Ryan stood there, staring at me like a ghost he was trying to outrun when the door opened. He had red eyes. His clothes wrinkled. Looked exhausted from days of sleeplessness. Go away, Olivia. Sounded flat. Dead. I don't want to hear any more lies. I rushed into the apartment before he could stop me. Adam looked uneasy on the couch. He was completely ignored. It wasn't me. As I faced Ryan, I never cheated on you. But someone who had access to our house got me pregnant. Someone entered our bedroom at night when I couldn't see anything. Ryan's jaw tightened. What are you talking about? I explained. Someone shook me the night I woke up. Kiss on my neck. A hum instead of words. Absolute darkness. That nothing felt right. But I was desperate for a baby, and didn't question it. How they never spoke, not once. I only heard one hum when I asked if he was moody. Ryan's expression changed as I spoke. The anger was still there, but it was headed elsewhere. Someone else. Who has our house key? I asked. Besides us. Who else can enter? I saw him realize, widen his eyes, and curl his hands into fists at his sides. Luke. He whispered. The name sounded poisonous. I gave Luke a key 2 years ago. Nodded. Though tears were falling, I didn't wipe them away. Ryan, he's helped all week, arriving without invitation, bringing me food, telling me you didn't deserve me, and holding my hand when I opened those results. My voice broke. He knew. He knew the whole time because he did it. Ryan fell silent. Chest heaving. Face turned red from pale. His voice was barely controlled when he spoke. Get in the car. We silently drove to Luke's apartment. Ryan's steering wheel knuckles were white. I saw muscles jumping under his skin from his clenched jaw. I didn't know his plan when we arrived. I was afraid to learn. Luke's East Side building was nice. We pulled into the parking lot, and Ryan got out before I took off my seatbelt. I chased him as he stormed the entrance. He didn't buzz, no call. After waiting for someone, he caught the door before it closed. The elevator took us to floor 4. Ryan fist-pounded the door. A few seconds passed without action. The lock clicked, the door opened to reveal Luke. He wasn't surprised by us. That caught my attention first. His face showed no shock, confusion, or panic. He stood calmly in the doorway, like he'd been waiting for this moment. Hey, he said. Like we'd just dropped by. His voice was steady and casual. Ryan pushed him back into the apartment by the shirt. I want the truth, he growled. Luke said. Tell me what you did to my wife. He didn't argue, but he let Ryan push him until his back hit the wall. He then faced me. Past his brother. Something about his eyes made me crawl. He felt intense hunger and possession, like he was looking at his property. Olivia, he whispered. I wanted to vomit when he said my name. I've been waiting so long to finally tell you everything. Luke stared at us for what seemed like an eternity in that doorway. Ryan demanded. No panic, no guilt. Just this calm expression that made my skin crawl. I held my breath for denials, excuses, or anything to make this seem like a terrible mistake. He didn't dispute it. He smiled, and his next words proved he wasn't drunk or weak. This was planned. Obsession. Everything was this. Luke appeared completely different as his mouth corners curled upward. Not the considerate brother who brought takeout. Not the gentle voice that assured me everything would be fine. This slow, deliberate smile was wrong. The smile someone wears when they finally say a secret after years. You might want to let go of me, Ryan, Luke said. He spoke calmly, as if Ryan wasn't pinning him to the wall with murderous intent. This will be a long conversation, so sit down. Ryan tightened his grip on Luke's shirt. His grip bunched and strained the fabric. His neck vein was pulsing, and his breathing was labored. Luke spoke easily. Avoided pushing Ryan. The man stood against the wall, looking more relaxed than he should be. His eyes passed Ryan and fell on me. I wanted to look away, but couldn't. Something about his gaze anchored me. He looked at me like a lion at a gazelle. I was his prey from the moment we met, and he wanted me. Fine, Luke whispered. Even when answering, his eyes never left mine. Ryan, I'll tell you everything, but first, I'm not sorry. What I did was the best decision I ever made. My chest felt like someone was sitting on it. Every breath was hard. My legs weren't reliable anymore, so I pressed my back against the wall. Hollow was their feeling. Separated from myself, Ryan hit Luke against the wall hard enough to rattle a frame. Talk. Luke giggled. Having your spare key gave me so much power. Power I've been wanting for a long time. I loved that I had access to your house. Your life. He shook his head. Your wife. He said wife like he was eating something sweet. Dinner was rising in my throat. Ryan's body stiffened. Arm muscles strained against his shirt. I could hear his teeth grinding in his clenched jaw. I'd been tracking Olivia's ovulation schedule for months, so I knew what I was doing. That night, Luke said. She talked about how badly she wanted a baby at every family gathering, and cried about you two trying so long that she was losing hope. I couldn't have my sweet, precious Olivia feel that devastated. Every word hit me like a punch. He observed and learned from me when I was weakest. Luke continued. Then something interesting happened. He sounded almost happy. You didn't tell her about your vasectomy. She thought something was wrong with her body while you sat there knowing you'd made sure she couldn't have your baby. He laughed softly. That's when I realized the universe was telling me something. Unlike you, I wanted to be a dad. Olivia deserved the baby she'd been crying over for 3 years. Luke continued. I waited for the perfect night. I knew your bedroom layout. Know about blackout curtains. I knew Ryan slept poorly after night poker games. Just slip in around 3 a.m. Get in bed. Wake you up husband style. He looked at me again, and his expression softened into something that made me want to scream. Tenderness. Affection. Like he was remembering a romantic moment we'd shared. You were so sweet that night, Olivia. So eager. You made a happy sigh when I kissed your neck. I almost broke character, and told you the truth when you asked if I was moody. I couldn't do anything but stand there and listen to him describe the worst thing that had ever happened to me. But I stayed quiet. Luke continued. Just hum a yes, and let you believe what you wanted to believe. After that, when you curled up against me in the dark, I held you for almost an hour, listening to you breathe and feeling your heartbeat against my chest. It was the happiest I'd ever been. Ryan pulled one hand from Luke's shirt and made a fist. You sick piece of garbage, Ryan spat through gritted teeth. You violated my wife, in my house, in my bed. Luke's eyes finally moved to his brother. She was never really yours, Ryan. You don't get it. From our first meeting at your engagement party, I knew she was meant for me. But you arrived first. You always arrived first. Higher grades, better job, better everything. I watched you take her for granted for 4 years. 4 years of seeing you ignore her as she tried to be a good wife. 4 years knowing I could love her better than you ever would. I covered my mouth to keep from crying. He'd been watching me for 4 years, looking at me like this, wanting me like this, and I never knew. Ryan's fist hit Luke's jaw so hard it echoed off the walls. Luke's head snapped to the side, and blood oozed from his mouth. But he didn't fall, cry out, or defend himself. He just turned his head slowly, and looked at his brother with the same calm expression. That felt good, right? Luke said. Hit me again. Break my nose. Remove my teeth. Not a thing changes. He spat blood on the floor. That baby Olivia is carrying is my baby, my child, and the only family I've ever made. Hate me all you want. But you can't undo that. You can't take that from me. I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor. My legs had given out. Sophia wrapped her arms around me as I tried to disappear and stop hearing his voice. After Ryan released him, Luke stepped away from the wall and wiped his chin with his hand. Those were my best days. Sitting with you in your kitchen, Olivia, holding your hand, telling you I believed you when everyone else called you a liar. Watching you look at me like I was the only one who cared. Ryan moved between us when he approached me. I must help. I comforted you. You needed me while your husband treated you like garbage. Every tear you shed on my shoulder proved my point. You should have joined me earlier. My teeth were chattering from shaking. Every moment from the past 2 weeks was replaying in my head. But it looked different now. His arm around me on the couch, his hand on my knee, the way he always sat too close. The way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't paying attention. I thought he was kind, supportive, and brother. Olivia, Luke said my name softly, almost lovingly. Look at me, please. I didn't want to, but something in his voice made me lift my head. He was standing a few feet away with Ryan blocking his path, but his eyes found mine easily, and what I saw in them terrified me more than anything else. We can ditch this mess tonight. Go somewhere new. He thought I might say yes after violating me in the most intimate way, and he was asking me to run away with him. You're insane, I whispered, my words broken. You're completely insane. His expression changed, from hope to confusion, to frustration. Genuinely loving man. A father for your child. A fresh start, without those who betrayed you. Why stay here with someone who hit you in front of 40 people? I barely saw Ryan's fist hit Luke's face again, and this time he fell hard to the floor. Ryan was on top of him immediately, punching him repeatedly with a sickening thud. Ryan screamed. You don't get to talk to her. Tears fell from his face. Nobody can say her name. Understand me? Do you comprehend your actions? Luke just lay there, taking the beating with that horrible smile on his bloody face. I sat on the floor of my brother-in-law's apartment watching my husband beat him bloody. All I could think about was that even if Ryan killed him right now, it wouldn't erase what Luke had done to me or reverse that night. I was vindicated. Ryan finally knew the truth. I wasn't a cheater or a liar. I was a victim. But being a victim felt like being hollowed out from the inside. Ryan stopped hitting him. Luke was still conscious, smiling through swollen lips and bloody teeth, looking past Ryan at me. It was worth it. He slurred. Every second, every punch, because Olivia, you were mine for one perfect night. That night, we called the police, who took Luke away in handcuffs while he smiled at me through the car's back window. The cop nodded and wrote things down and told me I was brave for speaking up, but brave didn't fix anything. Luke's actions were hard to prove in court. He never broke in because he had a key. I never said no because I thought he was my husband. The lawyer called it a he said, she said situation. Ryan and Sophia heard everything Luke told us, but it didn't matter. Luke took a deal. A small charge of being in our house without permission. 6 months of checking in with an officer and paying a fine. No jail. Nothing that would follow him forever like that night would follow me. Ryan and I tried to fix things. We went to a counselor for 3 weeks and talked about trust, pain, and getting better. But every time I looked at him, I saw the party, the slap, and the way he called me a cheater in front of everyone I loved, before considering any other answer. Even though he knows the truth now, he hit me, shamed me in front of 40 people, and let his family send me texts wishing bad things on my baby. Those 2 weeks of hell still happened. I filed for divorce. He didn't fight it. The stress took everything from me. 2 weeks after the divorce, I woke up in the middle of the night with unbearable pain. Sophia drove me to the hospital, where the doctor told me I lost the baby. I hated myself for feeling relieved, because that baby was innocent, and didn't ask to be made. But every time I thought about carrying Luke's child, and imagining looking into his eyes or smile, I couldn't breathe. Now the baby was gone. And I didn't have to choose. The guilt from feeling relieved will probably last forever. But for now, I must start over away from everyone. My fiancé said, "I want a break to date a bad boy before our wedding." Shortly, I called off the $27,600 event and left her in debt. She lost $4,150. After 3 years of dating, I asked Sophia to marry me. "Yes," she replied. We decided on July 10th as the wedding date. 10 months for planning. Sophia cherished the prospect of marriage. The thought of organizing a wedding did not appeal to her. "Are you able to manage it?" "When we first started," she had said. "I get anxious when I'm organizing a wedding. Anyhow, you're more adept in logistics." "All right. I teach math at a high school. I earn $58,000 annually. Drive a Toyota Camry that makes sense. Maintain a 401, possess a home with 3 bedrooms and a manageable payment. Logistics are something I can manage." As a dental hygienist, Sophia earned $54,000 annually. She was responsible and realistic. We divided everything equally. Before she met her new coworkers, we were a good fit. Sophia recently started working at a posh dental office in the city. The type of establishment that charged $400 for cleaning, with private rooms, upscale customers, and an espresso machine in the break room. There were differences among the dental hygienists. Their names were stitched in cursive on designer scrubs, drove fancy cars, while earning a salary as a dental hygienist. Instagram stories from their lunch breaks at unpronounceable restaurants were shared. Ava, Ella, and Megan were their names. Live. Laugh. Dental floss. Bad decisions make good stories. And boss babes who polish teeth and break hearts were among the titles they used for their group shots. Megan was 32 years old, single, and had been engaged 3 times. "I'm currently seeing a personal injury attorney who, according to her, was very passionate." Ella was 26 years old, always single, and always dramatic. Ava was 28 years old, already married and divorced, and now dating a man who owned a CrossFit gym and shared shirtless photographs with phrases like "grind never stops," and "success is my only option." There was a situation every weekend. There was a story every Monday about a guy named Tanner, Brad, or Kyle who was really poisonous but attractive. Sophia's new role models were these people. Sophia began bringing her opinions home. Megan suggested that we get married at the Gatsby estate, darling. The venue alone costs $18,000 at that location. For the venue, we set aside $8,200. It's responsible. That's so boring. Megan's fiancé gave her a $30,000 wedding upgrade as a surprise. An orthopedic surgeon is Megan's fiancé. Once more, we hear the statement, "You could be more ambitious." Our wedding venue was already reserved. $8,200 for the Riverside Inn. Nice location. Accommodates 150 people. Included chairs, tables, and simple decor. We would pay a deposit of $3,200. My cash. Caterer. For 120, the cost was $4,800. We shared the $1,600 deposit. $800 apiece. Deposit of $3,200 for the photographer. Her parents covered the cost. DJ $1,300 fully paid. My cash. Flowers. $2,200 down payment. $800 divided between us. $400 each. I used my money to pay $650 for my suit. The $3,000 cost of the garment was covered in whole. Her parents covered the cost, $6,500 for a fully compensated honeymoon trip to Italy. I had paid $450 for travel insurance that covered cancellations. But my money was non-refundable through the travel agency. The $27,600 total wedding budget is appropriate given our salary. However, Sophia's new pals found it boring. The cost of Ava's wedding was $75,000. Real estate developers are Ava's parents. You're making excuses. I'm being realistic. Megan replied. You're too nice. That you don't have edge. Edge? Yeah. You're boring. You follow all the rules. You're safe. Those are good qualities. Not to my friends. Why do I care what your friends think? Because I care what they think. For 2 months, this continued. Every dinner talk centered on how uninteresting I was. How I was too kind, too predictable, and too dull. Then came the talk that put a stop to it all. We were eating dinner. I had prepared pasta. She was using her phone. Sophia. Can you put your phone down? I'm texting Ella. We're eating. God, you're so uptight. I set my fork down. What's going on with you? She raised her gaze. My friends hate you. Excuse me? They hate you because you're too nice, too safe, too boring. And what do you think? I think they're right. Something changed in my chest. Okay. What? If you think I'm boring, why are you marrying me? I don't know. Maybe I need to figure that out. What does that mean? She inhaled. I need a break. A break? Yeah. Before the wedding, I need to experience something different. Different? How? I want to date a bad boy. Someone exciting, someone with edge. Just to see what it's like. Then I'll know for sure if you're the right person. I gazed at her. You want to date other people 2 months before our wedding? Just for a little while, just to get it out of my system. Get what out of your system? The curiosity. Megan said if I don't explore now, I'll always wonder. Megan is giving you relationship advice. She's been engaged 3 times. She knows what she's doing. Being engaged 3 times means she doesn't know what she's doing. See, this is what I mean. You're so judgmental. A bad boy wouldn't judge me. A bad boy wouldn't marry you either. I just need space. A few weeks, then we can get married. I felt nothing as I sat there and stared at the woman I had been seeing for 3 years, proposed to, and planned a future with. Just clarity, not sadness or rage. Okay, I replied. Okay. Yeah, take your break. Date your bad boy. Really? Sure. But you said I'm too nice. I need to work on that. What? I'll be bad starting now. What does that mean? You'll see. She appeared both relieved and perplexed. So, we're good. We're on a break. Go do what you need to do. That evening, she went to stay with Megan. I began calling the location early the following morning. Hi, this is Jason Torres. I have a wedding booked for July 10th. I need to cancel. I'm sorry to hear that. Per our contract, if you cancel more than 60 days before the event, you forfeit your deposit. But owe nothing else. You're 67 days out, so you'll lose the $3,200 deposit, but you won't owe the remaining $4,800. Understood. Please cancel. Confirmed. I'm sorry it didn't work out. I lost $3,200. Well worth it. The food vendor, Jason Taus, wedding on July 10th. I need to cancel. Oh no, is everything all right? Change of plans. What's the cancellation policy? Let me check. Okay. You're 67 days out. Our policy says more than 60 days. You lose the deposit. But no additional charges. So, you'll lose $1,600 total. That's fine. Please cancel. Done. Good luck with everything. I lost $800. Sophia's money. $800. It's also worthwhile. The photographer. Hi Richard. It's Jason. Jason, how's the wedding planning? That's actually why I'm calling. Sophia asked for a break so she could date other people before the wedding. Long silence. She what? She wants to date a bad boy to see if I'm too boring. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I agree. So, I'm canceling the wedding. Good. I'll call the photographer. Don't worry about the deposit. You sure? Jason, you're a good man. Sophia's making a mistake. I'll handle the photographer. I didn't lose any money. Despite losing $1,000, Sophia's parents persisted. Despite having already paid in full, the DJ called. "Hey, this is Jason Taus. I need to cancel my wedding on July 10th. Man, I'm sorry, but I'm paid in full and the contract says no refunds within 90 days. I understand. Keep the money. $1,300 of my money was lost. Couldn't retrieve it anyhow. The flowers. Hello. I must cancel my July 10th flower order. Marriage. Last name? Taurus. Alright. You have 67 days left. Since you are past the 60-day mark, we can cancel with a 50% deposit return. I therefore receive my $450 back." Yes, but Sophia Zhao's name appears on the order. The cancellation would require her approval. The deposit was divided between us. The total is $800. Each of us spent $400. Can I get my $400 back if I cancel my half? We've never had such request, I believe. I'll ask my manager. All right. My supervisor states. If you can provide proof you paid half, we can refund your portion. The Venmo transaction can be sent to you. The memo indicates that I sent her $400 along with a deposit of flowers. Send it to orders@petalsandposies.com, and we'll return $400 to the payment method linked to your email. What about her half? That remains with the order unless she cancels, and she forfeits it in accordance with our policy if she doesn't attend the wedding. I understand. I'm sending the Venmo screenshot right now. I received my $400 back in 5 days. However, Sophia's $400 remained on the order. She forfeited it in accordance with their no-show policy when the wedding didn't take place, so I lost none of my money and received a refund. Sophia lost $400, and her half was forfeited. The major one was the honeymoon. I called the insurance company and purchased trip insurance for $450, but the travel agency charged $6,500 that was not refundable. Hello. I need to submit a cancellation claim because the wedding was postponed. I regret to inform you of that. Cancellations of weddings are covered. I'll require supporting documents. Which kind? Proof the wedding was cancelled. I can provide that. Excellent. Send your coverage number to claims@travelguard.com via email. The $550 deductible will be deducted from your refund, assuming everything is in order. So, I get $5,500 back. Yes. Thank you. Within 3 days of sending the paperwork, I received confirmation. Refund processed within 2 weeks. Total financial damage. Venue deposit $3,200. Caterer deposit my half $800. DJ paid full $1,300. Flowers deposit my half $450. Honeymoon insurance $450. Honeymoon deductible $550. Total spent $627. Lost $920. $450 insurance. $550 deductible. Received back $5,800. Net saved $5,350, compared to losing the entire trip. Refund of $450 for recovered flowers. Insurance payout of $5,800. Net cost of $6,500 to $6,250 equals $250. In addition, Sophia lost $800 and $450 flowers, for a total of $4,150. Her parents lost $1,000 for her, but refused to have me reimburse them. In summary, I left a wedding for $250. The cost of clarity. The 2 months. After a week, Sophia texted me. Hi. How are you doing? All right. I miss you. All right. I'm in a relationship. Luke is his name. He rides a motorcycle. That's cool. You're handling things with such maturity. Thanks. Her friends kept sharing pictures, so she was unaware that I had canceled everything. The wedding was in 67 days, and she was now 60 and now 50. I didn't tell her, but she would find out. Sophia on the back of a motorcycle. Sophia at a dive bar. Sophia with a man in a leather jacket who appeared to have never paid taxes. And Sophia with Luke, a 3-4-year-old man who worked in between jobs, smoked American spirits, had a tribal tattoo sleeve, and believed that the system was flawed. He was exactly what Megan said Sophia needed, so good for her. I was working on the house, painting the spare bedroom a lovely shade of sage green, repairing the fence, organizing the garage, finding items I had forgotten I had, reading, playing video games, and spending time with my friends, including my friend Mark, who came over one evening with beer. In the meantime, I was living my best dull life. So, Sophia's dating a guy named Luke. Yep. Are you all right? I'm great. You seem great. That's what's weird. Why is that strange? Because your fiancé is on the back of some loser's motorcycle, and you're painting bedrooms. What more ought I to be doing? I'm not sure. Being angry, phoning her, and defending the partnership. If someone doesn't want me, why would I fight for them? That's actually really healthy. Taking back someone who asked to date other people before our wedding will result in a divorce in 3 years. Fair. I teach math. So I'm strong at estimating consequences. Would you like to help me arrange the garage? Every other day was Luke. Luke's motorcycle. Luke's artwork. Sophia's Instagram stories were less serene. In week 4, she posted, "Sometimes, you need chaos to find yourself." In week 5, she posted, "Nice guys finish last, and I'm done coming in second place." In week 6, she erased both posts. Luke's deep ideas. Reposted phrases from Fight Club. Spray paint on plywood. A text message stated, "I think I'm ready to come home." Okay. That's it. Just okay. What would you like me to say? I'm not sure. That I was missed. While you were riding Luke's motorcycle. Did you miss me? That's not fair. You requested room. I handed it to you. We ought to discuss the wedding. Next month. Is it? Yes. Remember July 10th? All right. Have the last-minute details been under your control? I've been handling things. All right. I was sure I could rely on you. The following day, she returned home and resumed her routine as if nothing had occurred. So Luke and I broke up. Sorry to hear that. He was too disorganized and untrustworthy. He overlooked my birthday. Sounds bad. Yes, I have come to the realization that our relationship is unique. You are trustworthy, steady, and kind. I thought I was boring. You're not dull. You're an adult. What was altered? I have moved past that. Megan was correct. I had to investigate. I can tell you're the one now. Interesting. We're good then. Sure, fantastic. I have to confirm the final head count by calling the location. Additionally, the caterer need final menu selections. And you should call them. I will tomorrow. The wedding is 2 days away. My phone buzzed. Sophia. Then again. Then again. Then a call. I walked into the corridor while teaching calculus derivatives at school, where for once the students were actually paying attention. Hi, Jason. What's wrong? I asked, keeping the phone away from my ear. I just gave the location a call. We canceled, they said. Oh, I see. By what do you mean? Oh, I see. It was canceled roughly 2 months ago. When? April 8, the day after you requested a leave of absence to go out with a bad lad. Why would you act in that way? You claimed that I was too kind. I choose to be evil. This isn't funny. I'm serious. 2 days remain until the wedding. Was in 2 days. What, Jason? Have you canceled everything? Yes. The location, the caterer, the flowers, the honeymoon. Everything. Quiet. And then the honeymoon. Particularly the honeymoon. However, I received $5,800 reimbursed from my travel insurance. By the way, I appreciate you pushing me to acquire that. Oh my God. $5,800 was saved as opposed to losing the entire vacation. There was only a $550 deductible. Quite a favorable return on investment. I can't believe you. In order to date someone else, you requested a break. I thought we were over. We weren't done, I said. I stated that I needed room. All right. Since I didn't want to continue organizing a wedding for someone who wanted to date other people, I gave you space and called off our wedding. You should have told me. You didn't inquire. When you returned, you thought everything was all right. I knew I could rely on you, you said. You were correct. You expected me to call it all off. Mission accomplished. This is crazy. When you ask a lovely guy to be bad, this is what occurs. Well done. Your request has been granted. People are arriving via plane. My relatives are traveling from California. You should probably call them. What should I say? Be honest with them. Your fiancé canceled the wedding because you left him to date a 3-4-year-old who has a tribal tattoo sleeve. They'll comprehend. I hate you. That's cool. However, at least I'm no longer dull. After hanging up, she called back 5 minutes later, sobbing. Please, Jason, let's make this right. What has to be fixed? The marriage ceremony. Can anything be rescheduled? Yes, feel free. I'm short on cash. The deposits were taken by you. I gave up the deposits. That money is no longer there. So, what should I do? I'm not sure. Luke could have an answer. Is he the owner of a banquet hall? I'm not with Luke anymore. Then I guess you're single. We're not broken up. You requested a break so you could date another man, Sophia. I called off our wedding. We have completely broken up. You never said that. I didn't think I needed to. You were curious about what else might be out there. I granted you perpetual permission to do it. I didn't mean permanently. Should have clarified. I hate you. That's reasonable. You also claimed that I was uninteresting. You really ought to give me a thank you. I've never done anything as thrilling as this. Her pals began contacting me after she hung up once more. Megan. You're me? I've turned into a nasty lad. You wanted it, didn't you? Sophia. Emily is devastated. She was pretty happy on the back of Luke's motorcycle. You're petty and vindictive. Me? I make decisions. Significant difference. Sophia's parents gave her a call. Jason. We heard what happened. Yeah, good for you. Really? Emily made a grave error. You did the right thing. Thank you for that. Regarding the photographer deposit, we apologize. Don't be concerned about it. We have always liked you, for what it's worth. We believe our daughter to be a moron. Thanks, Richard. 3 days later, Sophia moved out and went back to stay with Megan. She posted on social media, saying, sometimes the people you trust the most are the ones who hurt you the worst. Her friends commented, saying, you deserve better, Queen, and his loss and karma is coming for him. I shared a picture of my freshly painted bedroom. My pals said, looking good and nice color choice, and proud of you, man. A week later, Sophia texted, I want my half of the caterer deposit back. The home repair job was finished, and it feels good to finish what you start. All right. I want my share of the couch. But it cost $800. What? Together, we purchased the couch. $1,200. I want my $600 returned. Net. I'm owed $150 by you. That's ridiculous. So is asking for money back after you cheated on me. I wasn't dishonest. We were taking a vacation. The defense of Ross Geller. Traditional. This isn't a friendly situation. You're being. In real life. We've left this place. She didn't bring up the money again. According to mutual friends, Sophia and Megan had a falling out 2 months later. They said that Sophia realized Megan was toxic after Megan encouraged her to consider other options. 3 months later, I learned that Sophia was dating a new person, an accountant, who was boring, steady, and trustworthy. It seems that she had learned her lesson. 4 months later, she texted, what am I sorry for? For all things. For paying attention to my pals. For requesting a rest. Because you're taken for granted. All right. Do you think we could give it another go? No. Why not? Because you requested a leave of absence 2 months prior to our nuptials in order to date a motorcyclist named Luke. I can't recover from that. Next 22,000s. And heaven prush out of where? People make mistakes. Yes, they do. Additionally, people suffer repercussions. You own this. Are you really not going to pardon me? I did it already. To forgive someone is not to take them back. I miss you. I don't miss you. That's harsh. It's honest. You used to be nicer. I changed because you claimed I was too kind. This is the version of the bad boy. I didn't mean. You did, indeed. You meant each and every word. You just didn't think there would be consequences. She didn't answer. After 6 months, I made a new acquaintance, Lily. She drives a 2-year-old Honda Civic. Earns $47,000 annually. As a librarian. And considers my Camry to be a luxury vehicle. We discussed books, went to dinner, divided the check, and she didn't take any pictures on Instagram or bring up edge, excitement, or bad boys. I'm reading Vonnegut. She's reading Dostoevsky. We debated whether science fiction is legitimate literature. I hadn't had a better date in a long time. I informed her about Sophia during our 3rd date. So you called off the wedding without notifying your fiancé that she had requested a break to go out with a bad boy? Yep. That's the most passive-aggressive thing I've ever heard. I prefer strategically assertive. She chuckled. Have you ever felt bad about it? Not once. All right. She sounds terrible. Her friends were worse. Did they persuade her that you were uninteresting? Yeah. Did you seem dull? I'm a math teacher who maxes out his 401 and drives a Camry. Yes. By objective standards. It's not dull. That is accountable. There is a distinction. That is a contradiction. There is a distinction. Thank you. Although canceling a wedding without telling your fiancé is definitely not boring. It was out of character. Sometimes being bad is good, apparently. We've been dating for the past 6 months. No bad boys. No drama. Just two dull individuals who find stability attractive. Sophia sent me another SMS last week. I heard you're engaged. I'm not engaged. But I didn't correct her. Yeah. Congratulations. Thanks. I hope she appreciates you. She does. I'm happy for you. Thank you. I wish you luck in everything. You, too. That was the last discussion. Sophia isn't on my mind too often these days. When I do, I experience a hazy sensation of relief. As if I've avoided something. But neither remorse or fury. I'm taking it slow with Lily, dinner, literature, and the occasional argument about whether Vonnegut was superior to Dostoevsky. No pressure. No wedding talk. I like to argue that he wasn't. Life is good. It turns out that one transgression was sufficient. I'm being polite again now. However, it's the kind of nice with limits. A lovely person who understands when to leave. The kind of pleasant that can't stand to be someone's fallback option. A wicked lad, was what Sophia desired. For one day, I treated her like a bad boy. She didn't like it. It turned out. It's funny how it works. Am I the asshole for betraying my husband with a cafe worker? Now he's a burden, and I realize I've lost everything, drowning in the consequences of my choices. Hello everyone, I've been lurking on this subreddit for a while, reading other people's tales and never thought I'd be the one writing here. But here I am, putting my messy life out there. I'm not sure if I'm asking for counsel, judgment, or simply an opportunity to lay it all out and face what I've done. Either way, here we go. So, a few years ago, I, a 6-year-old girl, had what most people would consider a fairly ideal life. I was married to Ethan. He wasn't only a good husband, he was a husband, the type of guy that makes others say, "Wow, you're so lucky." And I was. I actually was. Samantha, my best friend since college, 36 and female, used to tell me how lucky I was to have him. She'd say, "Men like Ethan don't come around often. You know, he was patient, hardworking, and the best dad to our daughter Chloe. He'd come home from long hours at his IT job and still have the energy to read Chloe a bedtime story or help her build blanket forts in the living room. He even did the voices when he read her books, which she loved. I was married to the kind of man that people dream about. A loving husband, an amazing father to our daughter, Chloe, and one of the most selfless people I've ever known. He worked hard but still made time for us. Whether it was helping with Chloe's homework, cooking dinner, or planning small family outings. I don't know when it started, but at some point, I began to feel restless, bored, or something. I hate to admit it, but I started taking Ethan for granted because he was so dependable and predictable. And I convinced myself that I needed more excitement in my life. When I think about it now, it's ridiculous because that predictability was actually security and love, but at the time, I was too blind to see it. Around that time, I started venting to Samantha, telling her I felt stuck. Like every day was the same. I know Ethan is great, but sometimes I feel like I'm just going through the motions. Samantha always tried to talk me down. That's what happens with marriage, she'd tell me. You're no longer dating, but it's about building something permanent. I nodded along, but her words didn't stick, perhaps because I didn't want them to. That's when Ryan came into the scene. Ryan worked at a little cafe near my workplace. I used to go there during lunch breaks, and at first, he was just the friendly guy who made my coffee. He had this charisma about him, loud, confident, and full of crazy stories. People seemed to love him, and he always had a crowd around him. Ryan was different than Ethan, who was calm, steady, and not one for the spotlight. Ryan, on the other hand, was bold, and always the center of attention, and I was drawn to that energy. At first, it was just casual conversations when I grabbed my coffee, but then it turned into inside jokes. Once, as I was laughing at some ridiculous story he was telling about a customer trying to pay with Monopoly money, he leaned in just slightly, grinning, and said, "You've got a great laugh. Do you know that?" His smooth style of capturing one's attention, and the way he knew how to play with words, made my stomach flip in a way I hadn't felt in years. It was like a rush of butterflies, and for a moment, I forgot I was married. Ethan didn't make me feel that way anymore, but to be fair, he didn't need to. He was busy working hard and keeping our family afloat, while I was busy. Ryan started texting me outside of work, just funny memes or comments about my day, and it seemed innocent at first, but the texts got more flirty over time, and I didn't stop it. It felt exciting, like I was living some kind of double life, and trust me, I hate myself for it now. I casually mentioned Ryan to Samantha once, just a funny story he told me at the cafe. I didn't tell her how frequently I went to the cafe, or how much I looked forward to seeing him. I told myself it wasn't a big deal. One day, Ryan asked me to join him for lunch outside the cafe. I knew it was crossing a line, but I agreed anyway. He was ridiculous and over the top, but in the moment, it felt like an escape from my boring life with Ethan. After that lunch, things began to snowball. We'd meet up for lunch more frequently, and I'd find myself smiling at my phone whenever his text came through. I'm not sure when it turned physical, but I know it was entirely my fault. Ryan didn't put any pressure on me. In fact, I was the one who made the first move. I remember feeling so giddy and alive, like I was breaking all the rules that were holding me back. The guilt was there for sure, and I'd see Ethan at home, helping Chloe with her math homework, or folding laundry without complaint. And I'd feel like the worst person in the world. But the more I met with Ryan, the more I convinced myself that I deserved to be happy. That I deserved to be free. One night, everything came crashing down. I told Ethan I had to work late, which was not unusual for me, and he didn't question it because he trusted me completely. That night, I went to Ryan's place, which was a small, cluttered studio apartment that smelled like stale coffee and cheap cologne. It wasn't glamorous, but it felt exciting at the time. When I returned home, Ethan was waiting for me on the couch, holding my work bag. My stomach fell because I knew I had left it at home in my rush to meet Ryan. I tried to act normal, claiming I was tired and wanted to wash, but Ethan wasn't buying it. "Did you miss anything?" he inquired, his voice calm yet harsh. He emptied the contents of my purse onto the floor, and there it was. A receipt from the cafe. Time-stamped for earlier that night. My pulse started racing as I struggled for an excuse, but I couldn't think of one. "Who is he?" Ethan asked, his tone eerily steady. He wasn't ranting or accusing. He simply wanted the truth. And I could not give it to him. I just stood there paralyzed, as the weight of my deeds struck me like a truck. Ethan did not press me for answers. He did not yell, or lose his anger. He simply stood up, looked me dead in the eyes, and said, "I trust you." He then went upstairs without saying another word. I recall standing in the living room, feeling a combination of shame, panic, and humiliating relief. A small selfish part of me thought, at least the secret is out now. But I couldn't begin to comprehend what I'd done to my family. The days after Ethan confronted me were a blur. He spoke very little, which was worse than yelling. He walked around the house like a ghost, completing his customary tasks, helping Chloe with her studies, and even taking care of items I had forgotten about. But he only spoke to me when it was absolutely essential. I wasn't sure what to do. A part of me wanted to come clean, apologize, and beg for his forgiveness. But a part of me believed I had finally broken away from the predictable life I had grown tired of. I told myself that this was my time to start over, and rediscover the happiness I believed I lacked. The big shift occurred when Ethan sat me down one night after Chloe had gone to bed. His voice was calm but detached, and I could tell he had spent days preparing what he was going to say. "I believe it is best if we split," he replied, looking me directly in the eyes. I did not argue. I did not cry, beg, or try to mend anything. Instead, I nodded, as if I had been expecting him to say those words. He did not inquire about Ryan or press me for information. He basically stated he'd stay till we worked out the logistics of splitting up. Here is the thing. I was relieved. I hate saying that now, but at the time, I truly believed I was doing the right thing. I thought I was letting Ethan leave so he might find someone who valued him, and I persuaded myself I'd finally have the independence I craved. Several weeks later, we filed for divorce. Ethan just fought me over Chloe's custody. He desired split custody, but I advocated for complete custody. I informed the court that I was her primary caretaker, that I had the flexibility to meet her requirements, and that she'd be better suited living with me full-time. Ethan did not argue much. He just stated, "If that is what is best for Chloe, I will respect it." At the time, I saw it as him giving up, as proof that he didn't care enough to fight for her. But now I realize he was trying to keep things civil for Chloe's sake. After the papers were signed and Ethan moved out, I thought I'd finally feel free. Ryan moved in with me a few weeks later, and at first, it was exactly what I thought I wanted. We spent our days laughing, watching movies, and doing whatever we felt like. Ryan made me feel young and carefree, as if I was living the life I had missed out on. Chloe didn't seem to mind at first. She was too young to fully understand what was going on, and Ryan made an effort to be nice to her, bringing her small gifts or joking around with her during dinner. Ryan's carefree attitude, which I had once found so exciting, began to feel irresponsible as he struggled to hold down a job, and always had an excuse for why it wasn't his fault. I convinced myself that we were creating a new kind of family, one that would be just as good as the one I'd left behind. The manager was a jerk, or the hours didn't work for him. He'd bounce from one gig to the next, never staying anywhere longer than a month or two. At first, I dismissed it, telling myself it wasn't a big deal because I had a stable job and we could manage on my income. But then the bills started piling up. Ryan's pleasant anecdotes morphed into incessant complaints about how unfair life was, and his charm began to wear thin. Chloe saw the tension and asked questions like, "Why doesn't Ryan go to work?" Or "Why is he constantly tired?" I didn't know how to respond to her without making excuses, so I ignored the matter entirely. Ryan borrowed money from me to cover his car payment, promising to repay me as soon as he received his next paycheck. But when I confronted him about it, he laughed and said, "You're stressing over nothing, we're fine." But we weren't. I couldn't go back to Ethan and admit I'd made a mistake, and I couldn't leave Ryan without making my life even more of a mess. While Ryan was spending his days playing video games and complaining about how the world was against him, I began to resent him, but I didn't know how to fix it. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I returned home to find Ryan passed out on the couch, surrounded by empty takeout containers. While Chloe was sitting on the floor doing her homework alone, I asked her. She looked up at me and replied, "He claimed he was weary." Something inside me snapped. I realized that this was not the life I wanted for Chloe. I had dragged her away from a stable, loving home, and dragged her into chaos for what? A guy who couldn't even be bothered to help her with her homework? I wanted to call Ethan and beg him to forgive me and take us back. But I couldn't because I was too ashamed and scared to face the consequences of my actions. Instead, I buried my feelings and tried to make things work with Ryan. I told myself things would get better, that he just needed time to get back on his feet. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself again. The freedom I had so desperately desired had turned into a prison of my own making. And the worst part was that I had no one to blame but myself. I didn't know how to deal with it. Chloe was asking for her father more and more, and every time she brought him up, it felt like someone was twisting a knife in my chest. She'd ask, "Why doesn't Daddy come over anymore?" Or, "Can I call him?" I never stopped her from calling him, but when she did, Ethan's voice was so warm and steady, the complete opposite of the chaos I was trying to keep hidden. I could tell Ethan missed her, even though he never said anything about it. He didn't need to. He always made time to talk to Chloe, no matter what. And it made me feel worse every time I overheard their conversations. Meanwhile, Ryan wasn't stepping up the way I expected him to. When I imagined this new life, I imagined him as a fun, engaged partner, and a cool stepfather to Chloe. Instead, he spent the majority of his time on the couch, scrolling through his phone or playing video games, leaving me to juggle work, bills, and Chloe's needs. One night, everything came to a head. I had just gotten home from work exhausted, only to discover Ryan hadn't done anything all day, and the sink was full of dirty dishes. Ryan was on the couch surrounded by snack wrappers, and Chloe's homework was still unfinished, so I snapped, "Can you help me out for once? I can't do everything." He just shrugged, as if I was overreacting. "You wanted all of this. I didn't sign up to be a babysitter." Babysitter? That word hit me like a ton of bricks. Chloe wasn't some random kid, she was my daughter, and our family wasn't meant to seem like a burden to him. I ended up locking myself in the bathroom and crying because I didn't want Chloe to see me like that. The next day, Chloe asked me why Ryan never helped her with her schoolwork. She wasn't being mean, just curious. I didn't know what to say, so I changed the subject. But I couldn't shake the guilt that was building inside me. This wasn't what I had promised her when I battled for custody. That night, after Chloe went to bed, I decided to contact Ethan. I hadn't spoken to him in months, not since the custody court. He answered on the third ring, and hearing his voice was a mix of relief and embarrassment. "What's wrong?" he inquired, bypassing the usual talk. He always had a way of detecting when something was awry. "I can't do this anymore," I blurted out. "A tremendous mistake. I thought I wanted this life. But I had no idea how good I had it with you. I need help. Chloe needs you." There was a lengthy silence, and I could hear him groan on the other end of the line. "What do you want me to do?" he inquired, his voice serene yet distant. I wasn't prepared for that question, and I didn't know what I wanted. Maybe I expected him to come racing back, "Forgive me," and we'd figure things out, but instead he waited for me to explain, and when I couldn't, he finally answered, "I'm always here for Chloe. However, I am unable to resolve this for you. You made your choice." His remarks stung, and I attempted to express how sorry I was. But he cut me off. "You don't need to apologize to me. You need to figure out how to be the mother Chloe deserves." The chat stopped soon after, and I sat there staring at my phone, feeling more lost than ever. Ethan hadn't yelled at me or called me names. He didn't even appear angry. He just sounded done. The next day, I tried to put on a brave face for Chloe, but I was crumbling inside. I had lost the one person who had always been my safety net, and I knew I'd thrown it all away for someone who didn't care about me or my daughter. Ryan, of course, had no idea about the phone call, and he spent the evening complaining about how his job search was failing and how the world was out to get him. A week later, I packed Chloe into the car and drove 3 hours to Ethan's new place. Not calling ahead because I knew he wouldn't agree to meet me if I did. When I knocked on the door, he looked surprised to see us. Chloe ran to him and hugged him tightly, and I wanted to hug him as well, but I couldn't. We sat down in his living room, and I poured my heart out. I told him about Ryan, the bills, the stress, and how I regretted everything. "I know I don't deserve it, but I need your help. I want to make things right for Chloe's sake," I said, swallowing back tears. Ethan listened attentively, but his expression did not alter. When I finished, he shook his head and added, "I'm sorry you're struggling, but I can't be the solution to your problems. Chloe is my top priority, and she always will be. But for you and me, that chapter is over." I begged him to reconsider, to let me prove I could change, and even offered we try therapy, but he refused. "You made your choice, and I've made mine," he said. "Chloe needs stability, and that's not going to come from us pretending we can go back to what we had." I drove home that night feeling like I had reached rock bottom. Ryan was asleep on the couch when I returned, fully unaware of what had just occurred. I stared at him, and knew I couldn't take the sight of him anymore. I had sacrificed a gentleman, and a steady existence for this, for someone who didn't even care to clean up after himself. Now I'm bewildered, and completely heartbroken. I need someone to hold me and tell me everything is going to be okay. I could only imagine Ethan doing this because he was the shoulder I leaned on when I felt lost, but now he's not even answering my calls. I'm at a loss for what to do. Should I try to persuade Ethan to think about us again? Maybe he still has feelings for me. Who knows? Tell me what you think, and I'll keep you updated. Update 1. Hello again everyone. I didn't anticipate things to spin out of hand this drastically, and it's worse than I could have predicted. After that night with Ethan, when he basically shut the door on any chance of us fixing things, I went home feeling completely shattered. As if I had no options left. No direction, and no way to claw my way back to something normal. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of Ryan yelling at the TV, completely oblivious to the mess our life had become. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wreckage around me. The sink full of dirty dishes, unopened bills scattered across the counter, and piles of laundry left forgotten in the corner. This was my life now, and it felt suffocating, and I had no idea where to even begin. Chloe was still sleeping, so I decided to try talking to Ryan again. I told him we needed to make a plan because I couldn't keep carrying everything on my own. He barely looked at me and said, "I am trying." "Okay, do you think I enjoy being stuck like this?" His tone was defensive, dismissive, and it made me feel small. I wanted to argue and demand that he step up. But I didn't have the energy. I let it go because fighting with him seemed pointless, but things didn't just get worse. Ryan became more withdrawn, irritable, and completely unmotivated. He'd promised to look for work, but instead, he spent hours glued to his games, or scrolling through his phone, while I was working longer hours just to keep the lights on. My stomach sank every time my phone rang, and every time I saw him lounging around as if he didn't have a care in the world, I felt my resentment grow. Then came the debt collectors, and my credit cards were maxed out. Ryan didn't seem to care. "Just tell them you'll pay later," he said with a shrug, as if this was a minor inconvenience, rather than a full-fledged crisis. I realized then how clueless or in denial he was about the situation we were in. One night, after another heated argument about money, Ryan stormed out. I had no idea where he went, and frankly, I didn't care. I sat in the silence, feeling completely trapped. I couldn't go back to Ethan. I couldn't keep living like this. And I couldn't pretend Ryan would magically change. When he finally returned hours later, something was off. He was jittery, his eyes darting around as if he expected someone to burst through the door at any moment. At first, I thought he was intoxicated or drugged, but it was worse than that. He admitted to borrowing money from some shady people, possibly a gang or loan sharks, and that he now owed them a lot. When I pressed him for further information, he waved me off, saying, "It's fine." He said, "I'll handle it." But he didn't. A few days later, they started showing up at the house, banging on the door, shouting for Ryan to come out. Sometimes he wasn't even home, and I had to face them on my own. It was terrifying, so I started keeping the curtains closed, and telling Chloe never to answer the door. My anxiety was through the roof, and every knock made my heart race. Ryan exacerbated the situation by pulling out a small package of pills and said, "You need to cool out." I should have kicked him out right away, told him to go and never return, but I was so stressed out and desperate for an escape that I didn't. Ryan, of course, encouraged it, acting as if it were something we were doing together, as if it were normal. I took one pill, then two, then three, and before I knew it, I was taking it on a regular basis. It became my method of coping, numbing the constant stress and embarrassment. I hated myself for it, but stopping felt impossible. Every time I tried, the anxiety would return, and I'd give in. Chloe noticed. She didn't say anything at first, but I could see it in her eyes. The worry, the confusion. She didn't know what was going on, but she knew something wasn't right. I kept telling myself I'd quit, that I'd clean up my act and get back on track, but the stress, guilt, and shame felt insurmountable. She began to withdraw from me, spending more time in her room, or asking to stay at a friend's house. It broke my heart every time she looked at me, as if she didn't recognize the person I'd become, and every time I tried to stop, I just ended up spiraling back. One night, after Chloe went to bed, I picked up the phone and called Samantha, the one person I could always count on to listen, even when I was a complete mess. She'd been distant lately, but I assumed she was just as busy with work as she always was. I didn't think much of it. When she picked up, I immediately started venting. I told her everything. Ryan wasn't doing his part. Debt collectors were becoming more aggressive, and I was struggling to quit using. "I just don't know what to do anymore," I said, choking back tears. "I feel like I'm drowning. And Chloe. She's noticing. I can't even look at her without feeling like the worst mother in the world." Samantha was silent for a bit, and when she finally spoke, her voice was measured and careful. "You need help? Help that goes beyond simply talking to me. Have you considered rehab or therapy?" I brushed her off. "I do not have time for it. I just need everything to settle down, and then I'll sort it out." "I am trying, Sam. I truly am." There was a long pause, and then she said something that made my stomach drop. "I can't keep this to myself anymore." "What?" "I have to tell Ethan." My heart started beating. "No, Samantha, you can't. Please, I am figuring it out. I don't want him swooping in and making things worse." "It's not about you," she snapped, her voice sharp. "It's about Chloe. She's a child, and she's caught in the middle of this chaos. You admitted to me that you are battling to stop. What will happen if things worsen? If she is caught in the crossfire? I can't sit back and do nothing." I lost it. I cried, begged, and accused her of betraying me, but Samantha wouldn't budge. "I love you," she murmured softly. "But I also love Chloe. And right now, she's the one who requires assistance. I'm sorry, but I can't ignore this." When the phone call ended, I sat on the couch, shaking. My mind was racing with what-ifs, and dread about what would happen when Ethan found out. I knew Samantha wouldn't lie or sugarcoat anything. She'd lay it all out, and Ethan wouldn't let it slide. I spent the next few days in a haze of panic, obsessively checking my phone for a call or text from him. But there was nothing, just stillness, and the waiting was awful. I didn't know if he was planning something or perhaps Samantha hadn't gone through with it yet. So, here I am. Hoping that any of you can tell me what to do. Even though I'm absolutely saddened and afraid. Update 2. Hello guys. Here's the update. Although I'm not in the mood for it, but at least I'll get it off my chest. The fallout hit hard. 2 days after my call with Samantha, Ethan showed up at the house. I didn't even hear his car pull up. Just a sharp knock on the door that made my heart leap into my throat. When I opened it, and saw him standing there, I froze. He appeared calm. But it was the type of calm that made you feel like the ground beneath you was about to give way. He didn't say anything at first, just gazed beyond me into the house, and I knew what he was seeing. The mess. The chaos. The life I'd allowed fall apart. Finally, he said, "Where's Chloe?" I muttered something about her being in her room, but he didn't wait for me to finish. He walked by me and went to get her. I followed him. My heart pounding in my chest. But I didn't know what to say or do. When he came out of her room a few minutes later, Chloe was holding a small bag of her things, looking confused and scared. "Mom?" she asked, her voice trembling. I tried to reassure her to tell her everything was fine, but Ethan cut me off. "She's coming with me," he said, his voice firm and unyielding. "No, Ethan, please," I begged, stepping in front of him. "You can't just take her away. Let us discuss about this. I'll repair it. I promise." He glanced at me. And for the first time, I could see his anger and disappointment. "You've had your chances," he said, his voice low but sharp. "I'm not letting her remain here while you figure out how to pull yourself together." "And a key," I begged with him, tears flowing down my cheeks, but he wouldn't budge. He opened the door and walked out. Chloe, grasping his hand. She looked back at me, her eyes full with confusion and dread, and it seemed like my heart was being ripped from my chest. After they left, I collapsed onto the floor. I tried calling Ethan, texting him, emailing him, anything to get him to listen. I promised him I'd get help, that I'd do whatever it took to make things right, but he never responded. Now I'm sitting here in this empty house, surrounded by the mess I made, wondering if I'll ever be able to fix it. I've lost everything. My marriage, my stability, my daughter, and the worst part is that I know it's all my fault. Final update. Hello. It's been a hot minute since I last posted here, and it's been a month since Ethan walked out with Chloe. I haven't stopped thinking about that day, and the silence in this house has been suffocating. I've spent hours gazing at my phone, hoping for a response from Ethan, just to let me know how Chloe is doing, or even to say he hates me, but nothing. It's as if I've been erased from their life. I've been trying to keep it together, but each day feels more difficult than the last. I've started therapy, as Samantha suggested before all of this happened, but it feels like too little, too late. My therapist keeps telling me that I need to focus on rebuilding myself before I can rebuild anything else. But that seems impossible when all I want is Chloe back. A few days ago, I finally broke down and decided to contact Samantha again. I hadn't spoken to her since our dispute, and I wasn't sure if she'd even answer, but I needed to try. I called her, and to my surprise, she answered up after a few of rings. "Hey," I started, my voice cracking. "I know I've been a disaster lately, but I need to chat." She moaned on the other end of the phone. "What would you like to talk about?" "Everything," I responded. "I'm striving to improve. I started therapy. I know I was terrible to you. But I just wanted to know if you had heard anything from Ethan. Has he mentioned anything about Chloe?" There was a lengthy gap, and I could hear her breathing as she tried to decide how to answer. Finally, she remarked, "We should talk in person. Can you come by?" I was shocked, glad even. "Yeah, fine," I answered quickly, already grabbing my keys. When I arrived at her apartment, she opened the door and gave me a weak, tentative smile. I could see she wasn't delighted to see me. But at least she was prepared to let me in. We sat down and I launched into everything I'd been holding in. The therapy. How I was trying to stay clean. How I missed Chloe so much it physically hurt. Samantha listened quietly, her expression unreadable, and when I finally stopped, she said, "I'm glad you're trying to get your life together, but there's something you need to know." My stomach tightened. "What?" I asked. She paused, then replied, "Ethan and I have been chatting a lot lately about everything. About Chloe. About you. And we're together now." I looked at her, trying to understand what she had just said. "What do you mean by, together?" "I mean, we're dating." she added. It wasn't planned, and it didn't happen straight away. But once everything was out, we reunited. It just happened. My best friend, my only friend, was now with my ex-husband, the man I was still in love with. You've got to be kidding me, I exclaimed, my voice quivering. How could you do this to me, Samantha, after everything I've gone through? Her expression hardened. This is not about you. It is about Ethan and Chloe. They need stability, and I can provide it. I am not the one who ruined their life. You did. Her words wounded deep, but I couldn't disagree with them. She was correct. I was the one who had ruined everything. And now she was swooping in to pick up the pieces. I trusted you, I whispered weakly, tears flowing down my cheeks. I tried to help you, she shot back. I gave you every opportunity to turn things around, and you didn't. Ethan deserves someone who will truly be there for him and Chloe. I left her apartment feeling numb. And I didn't cry on the way home because I was so startled. But when I arrived home, everything hit me at once. I collapsed on the couch, sobbing so hard I could barely breathe. Samantha had been my rock for years, and now she was with the man I had thrown away. A part of me wanted to lash out, to call Ethan and scream at him for moving on so quickly, but what would that accomplish? He didn't owe me anything, and I had no right to be angry or jealous after everything I'd done. Instead, I lashed out at Ryan when I got home. He was sitting on the couch as usual, surrounded by his usual mess of snack wrappers and empty cans, and he didn't even look up when I came in. That was it. I snapped. This is all your fault, I yelled, slamming the door behind me. You've done nothing but drag me down since the day I met you. Ryan looked up, shocked at first, before smirking. Oh, here we go, he said, reclining back and crossing his arms. Blame me for your problems. He smirked, as if this was humorous to him. Really mature. I don't care anymore. You're a loser. Ryan. 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 You've done nothing except leech off me as I've attempted to hold it together. Do you believe this is a joke? My life is ruined because of you. He laughed at my face. This harsh, hollow laugh made my fury boil. Your life was already ruined before I even arrived. Do not blame your mess on me. You are the one who wrecked everything. You cheated on your husband. You let yourself to spiral. Don't act like I'm the reason your child was taken away. That hit me harder than I wanted to admit. I stood there shaking with rage. But I didn't know what to say because, deep down, I knew he wasn't completely wrong. Get out, I yelled, my voice shaking. Get out of my house. Ryan stood up, towering above me, and for a moment, I thought he may actually listen. But then he shrugged and said, No, I think you're the one who's lucky I let you stick around this long. Before I could answer, he snatched my bag from the counter, crammed a couple of my belongings inside, and threw it at me. Take your drama somewhere else, he replied, smirking again. I don't have time for this. I wanted to yell and fight, but I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. I took the bag and went without saying anything, taking only what I could carry. I felt like a ghost drifting out of the house that I had once imagined would be my new beginning. I spent the next hour driving aimlessly, trying to figure out where to go. I couldn't go to Ethan, not after everything that had happened, and I couldn't go back to Samantha, not that I'd want to. So I called an old friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in years, and begged her to let me crash on her couch. I was embarrassed as hell. Now, I'm crashing on that friend's couch, trying to figure out how to piece my life back together. She's kind, but I can tell she's uncomfortable having me here. I don't blame her. I wouldn't want to be here either. I can't stop picturing Samantha and Ethan together, happy and stable, while I'm stuck in this mess of my own making. I wonder if Chloe likes Samantha more than I do now, if she sees her as the mother she wishes I could have been. This morning, I finally summoned the courage to email Ethan. I didn't mention Samantha. I couldn't bring myself to. I just asked how Chloe was doing, and if I could see her soon. I stared at my inbox for hours, refreshing it repeatedly, hoping for a response. When one eventually arrived, my hands trembled as I opened it. It was brief. Just a few lines. Chloe is doing well. She's cheerful, and adapting to the adjustments. Right now, I believe it is best to focus on yourself and getting healthier before we address visitation. I will keep you updated. Take care. I read it over and over, hoping to find some hidden meaning, some glimmer of hope. But it was clear that Ethan was not ready to let me back into their lives. And why would he be? He has Samantha now, and he doesn't need me. And I sit here in the emptiness I created, realizing that the freedom I sought was nothing more than a one-way ticket to losing everything that mattered. I had a genuine life, and I wasted it for nothing. While I was reading my vow, my fiancée sobbed, "I love my ex more than you." I'm so happy she said that. Then made one move. Had 150 guests. Screaming. 2 weeks prior to our 150-person wedding, my fiancée murmured, "I still love my ex." I replied, "Then go be with him." I quietly canceled everything, sold the property, and asked to be transferred out of state. Before the moving truck arrived, she believed it to be a bluff. Look, I'm still digesting what occurred, so I need to get this off my chest. To be honest, I feel like I'm living in a different reality where I actually had the courage to do what most people only imagine while they're laying awake at 3 in the morning, thinking about the worst-case possibilities. I am a 31-year-old regional sales manager for a Dallas-based company that makes industrial equipment. I've held this position for 4 years. I started as a sales representative and worked my way up, making cold calls and getting shut out. I'm good at the job. But it's tough. Maybe once a month. But usually only for a single night. Earn a respectable living. Not wealthy in Silicon Valley, but comfortable enough to have choices, and not worry about the mortgage. I've spent the last 2 years with my fiancée, Emma. She is 30 years old, an interior designer, and one of those people who can tell you right away why the way your furniture is arranged in a room is making you nervous. She was an expert in her field, had a strong Instagram following, provided home renovation consults, and was highlighted in regional publications. 3 years ago, we met at a housewarming celebration hosted by a mutual acquaintance. She was there on business. I pretended to be concerned about crown molding while sipping free drinks. We had a conversation. My quips made her laugh. I was grateful that she was able to clarify the distinction between eggshell and ivory without making me feel foolish. I have her phone number. That week, we went on our first date. The first year was fantastic. Typical relationship-related issues. We would have dinner together. She would take me to art exhibits. I would take her to Rangers games. She appeared content. I was content. I was liked by her friends. She was liked by my pals. We moved in together in the second year. Purchased a Richardson home. Pleasant suburb. Good schools for the future children we discussed. 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, and a respectable backyard for the dog of my dreams. When she was planning the kitchen, she lost her mind. Choosing subway tile and fighting with contractors took 8 months. None of it really mattered to me. Merely desired for her to have what brought her joy. 16 months ago, we became engaged. On a Sunday afternoon in October, I proposed at the Fort Worth Botanic Gardens. Just the 2 of us, and a photographer I hired, nothing too spectacular. Purchased the ring that she had been teasing me about for 2 months. I knelt down in front of the Japanese garden. She sobbed. I shed a few tears. It felt natural. The planning of the wedding got on right away. Emma has 800 pins on her Pinterest board. She was clear about her desires. The location, the flowers, and the sage green and hazy blue color palette. I made checks, attended meetings, and nodded when it was appropriate. As a groom, that is what you do. The wedding was scheduled for this Saturday, which is 8 real days after everything fell apart. After searching 23 various options, Emma discovered this barn-style venue outside of Dallas, where we had the venue reserved. There are large windows with views of a pond and string lights in the rafters. She adored it, although it was rather expensive. There were 150 people there. Verified. There were maybe 60 people on my side. She had a large side. She was from a family that sends wedding invites to third cousins twice removed. The catering was completed. Emma kept changing her mind, so we had to go through the tasting menu 3 times. Ultimately decided on grilled salmon and chicken with a herb crust, along with a vegetarian alternative. Our engagement photo shoot was already completed by our photographer. At nightfall, we visited White Rock Lake. Ezek. Got a few good pictures. Emma shared them all over the place. The band was confined. The cost of our honeymoon flights to Cabo was covered. Resort with all amenities. 5 evenings. Emma spent 2 months researching it. We had fulfilled all of your obligations. Dates were saved 9 months ahead of time. 3 stores have registered. Took a couple of showers. We had a menu tasting event with both families that, for some reason, ended without a conflict. They were my groomsmen. My college friend Ethan was my best man. 4 more men. The bachelor celebration was already over. Low-key visit to Austin. Returned home on Sunday with no regrets and a slight hangover. Nashville was the location of Emma's bachelorette celebration. She returned with 600 new Instagram followers and a hangover. Everything was taken care of. Everything was flawless. My suit was fitted. Emma's clothing was changed. We had rehearsed our first dance and written our vows. We have our last preparation meeting with Riley, our wedding coordinator, on Thursday night, 2 weeks before to the wedding. She is one of those extremely well-organized individuals who wear a headset and clipboard. We are reviewing every aspect at our dining room table. At 5 o'clock, the ceremony begins. Cocktail hour begins at 6, followed by the reception at 7, the first dance at 8, the cake cutting at 9, and the send-off with sparklers at 10:30. Riley is checking that the trademark beverages are still what we want, verifying vendor arrival times, and going over her checklist. Emma had demanded 2 personalized drinks. Emma didn't ask many questions, appeared quieter than normal, and kept checking her phone. I assumed she was feeling overburdened. Her mother called frequently to discuss the weather. When it came to toast, my dad was strange. Typical pre-wedding bullshit. Riley departed at approximately 11 o'clock. I was in the kitchen with Emma. Riley departed. I was compiling a list of the last-minute things we would need to buy at Target the following day. Sparkler batteries. Emma's bridesmaids will have backup cosmetics in case one of them forgets theirs. For the gift table, a particular type of tape. Rollers for lint. The tablecloths have a steamer. We have a magnetic notebook on the refrigerator. And I was writing everything down. Emma then just bursts into tears. Not like adorable tears that sniffle. Sobbing uncontrollably. The kind when your shoulders tremble, your face becomes blotchy, and you are unable to breathe. I set down my pen right away. I approached her, placed a hand on her back, and inquired about her condition. Her mother sprang to mind first. Emma's mother has a unique talent for criticizing things that make her happy at the wrong time. The bridesmaid outfits were the incorrect shade last week. Prior to it, the flowers weren't in season enough. Prior to that, the invitation's font was too contemporary. Emma adds. Ryan texted me. The name smacks me like a brick to the chest as she looks at me with mascara streaking down her face in black. Ryan, her Texas Tech college lover from 6 years ago. From their junior year to a year after graduation, they dated for 3 years. She believed he was the one. They had made plans for their future. Talked about getting married. Looked at rings together. And spoke about where they would live after graduation. After that, Ryan received an offer to work in Chicago. Big business and corporate finance couldn't ignore it. Here in Dallas, Emma was employed at a design firm. For 4 months, they experimented with long distance. Every month she would fly up. When he could, he would descend. Every night, they FaceTimed, but he was always on the road for work. Here, she was establishing her profession. If they were lucky, they may see each other twice a month. It disintegrated gradually before collapsing completely. They would quarrel over the distance. Due to work, he would postpone visits. When he didn't make time, she would become irritated. They eventually had a conversation. When she informed me about it on our 4th or 5th date, she said it was a mutual choice, but I could tell it devastated her. She had said that she wasn't ready to date again for more than a year. That she had genuinely believed he would become her husband. Perhaps 5 times throughout our relationship, she had brought up Ryan. Always cautious. Always with this expression on her face, as if the thought still stung. I never asked questions or pressed. Everybody has a past. Everybody has that one escapee. Ancient history, I reasoned, was no longer relevant. I guess I was mistaken. I'm thinking. Okay. Strange timing for an ex to reach out. But people do that sometimes. As I stand there taking in this information and attempting to maintain my composure, Emma goes on. Ryan's divorced now. His marriage ended 6 months ago. He's moving back to Dallas next month. Maybe he heard about the wedding through mutual friends. Maybe he wanted to wish her well. Some kind of closure thing. I'm trying not to be that insecure guy who freaks out over an ex-boyfriend sending a congratulations text. My stomach drops, but I'm still holding my composure and continuing to give her the benefit of the doubt, believing that this is just wedding jitters. Just feelings running high due to the big life change that's coming up. He took a job at his old firm downtown, and he reached out because he wanted to see her when he returns. It's normal. It has no significance. Then she utterly ruins my universe. Jack. I can't marry you on Saturday. I'm still in love with him. Suddenly, 8 days before our wedding, after 16 months of engagement, she changed her mind 3 times after I placed a $10,500 ring on her finger that she had spent 2 months choosing. Returned to the first one she had tried on at last. She loved the neighborhood and the school district for our future children, so after 2 years of living together, I bought the house. The home features her ideal kitchen, which she designed for 8 months, including the hardware for the cabinets. She spent weeks researching the bespoke hood over the range under cabinet lighting, quartz countertops, and matte black fixtures. I wanted her to have the kitchen of her dreams, so I let her make all the decisions. I was unable to move, talk, or comprehend what I was hearing. I simply gazed at her for what seemed like an hour. But it was actually only 2 minutes. When your life is coming to a conclusion, time does this strange thing. It simultaneously compresses and stretches. She is still in tears. Between sobs, words tumbled forth. She is really apologetic. She was unaware that these emotions persisted. She believed she had moved on from him. She did. However, she discovered she had never truly moved on when Ryan contacted her 2 days earlier, when she heard his voice once more, and they began messaging. She simply buried those emotions and constructed a life around them. And now, like a long dormant volcano, they were bursting through the surface. I asked the one thing that still mattered when I at last found my voice. Is the wedding being called off? I'll never forget. I don't know, she replies after hesitating, glancing down at her hands, and wrapping the engagement ring over her finger. I need time to sift through my feelings. Can we put this off for a few months? I need time to find out what I want. We have 8 days to make the vow to spend the rest of our lives together in front of 150 people. Something changed in me at that moment after we had been dating for 2 years, had purchased a home together, and had meticulously planned every aspect of a wedding, down to the color of the napkins. This cold, unwavering confidence about what I had to do, this clarity. I gave her a day to make up her mind. Either she didn't want to marry me and I would take care of the rest, or she wanted to marry me on Saturday, and Ryan could go back to whatever life he had created without her. No putting me on the back burner, as she worked out her feelings for another man. No putting things off. No sorting things out. There's no need to drag me along as she determines whether I'm what she truly wants, or just a backup plan. She became agitated, and began to complain that I was giving her an ultimatum, that she needed more than a day to make such a significant decision, that I was being unjust by denying her time to process her feelings, and that she needed time because this was a lot to deal with. That was her response. I informed her. And I closed the door, lay down on the bed, and gazed at the ceiling after entering the guest room. The thing that no one teaches you about situations like these, is this. When everything breaks down, you have this strange clarity. All of a sudden, everything made sense. Because you didn't want to be that insecure, suspicious guy who doubts everything. You ignored all those small things. Before, they were too close to view, but now they all line up to create this ideal image. The way she had spent the past 3 days looking at her phone nonstop. The way she had been preoccupied in meetings to organize the wedding. Last week, she abruptly wanted to push back our honeymoon by 1 week. She had been silent, claimed she had a client project to do. The way she had been silent and aloof. I assumed she was simply anxious about getting married. It turned out that she was unable to tell me because she was experiencing an emotional crisis over another man. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay there in the guest room, reliving every minute of our relationship, wondering if she had been settling for me the entire time, and trying to figure out whether I had missed something evident. After Ryan crushed her heart 6 years ago, I'm wondering if I was just the safe option. The steady guy. The person who showed up and stayed. It was Friday morning. Emma was still debating it. Still hadn't decided. And still desired more time. I then began making calls. Riley was informed that the wedding was cancelled over the phone. She attempted to dissuade me. Stated that Emma might simply be hesitant. Claimed that many ladies experience anxiety just before the wedding. I quickly shut that down. This was not a case of cold feet. Emma told me that she would prefer to be with someone else. That's not anxiety. At last, the truth is emerging. Riley promised to take care of visitor notifications. I assured her that we would pay for any vendor cancellations and reimburse any missed deposits. Are you sure? She inquired. I've never been more certain of anything in my life, I said. Called the location. Cancelled. The $7,000 $500 deposit is indeed being eaten. We won't be rescheduling. Sorry. No. I'm not interested in moving it to a new date. Contacted the caterer. Cancelled. $3,000 more was lost. Made a call to the photographer. In fact, she was calm about it, expressed regret for what had occurred. Offered to return half of her deposit because, with 2 weeks' notice, she might be able to book someone else. I advised her to keep everything. She had already worked long hours on our engagement photo session. Cancelled after calling the band. They called the florist, cancelled, and kept the deposit. $1,800 more was lost. We cancelled the wedding party by calling the transportation company we had engaged. Called the hotel where we had reserved rooms for visitors from out of town. The block was cancelled. Referred to the Cabo all-inclusive resort. The honeymoon was cancelled. Deposits were lost, but whatever. Riley and I spoke on the phone for 3 hours while reviewing the guest list. It was necessary to notify all 150 individuals. She consented to use our wedding website to send out cancellation messages. We left it open-ended. Emma Williams and Jack Crawford's wedding, which was set for Saturday, December 16th, has been cancelled due to unanticipated events. We are grateful for your patience during this trying period. I then gave my employer a call and informed him that I needed to ask for a quick transfer to our Denver office. He has known me for 8 years, employed me as a sales representative, mentored me, and is aware that I don't make snap decisions or beg for favors or preferential treatment. Is everything okay? He asked. I offered him the most basic version. 2 weeks prior to the wedding, the fiancée declared her continued love for her ex. After a moment of silence, he promised to make some calls and arrange something for me by Tuesday. That the Denver regional manager would expedite the transfer, because he had been searching for a reliable candidate nevertheless. Made a call to our realtor. On Monday morning, the house is put up for sale. She attempted to advise us to hold off, claimed that the market might improve in the spring. Stated that perhaps we ought to consider this. I informed her that I needed it listed right away. Get it sold quickly with professional photos, setting advice, and the rest. I called my folks and told them what had happened. My mother broke down in tears right away. After a lengthy period of silence, my dad said he would drive down this weekend with his trailer to assist me with packing, and that, if necessary, I could stay with them in Houston for a few weeks. That he was pleased with me for leaving a position where I was treated with disrespect. When I was 16, my dad experienced something similar, not quite the same, but sufficiently similar. After 20 years of marriage, my mom's younger brother, my uncle, suddenly realized that he needed to discover who he was. He ruined his family by abandoning his wife and 3 children. My father witnessed his nieces and nephews' struggles, his sister-in-law's descent into depression, and the consequences of someone prioritizing their emotions over their obligations. He didn't try to persuade me out of my choice, I believe, because of this. He was well aware of what it meant to stay. I was fully aware of the consequences of attempting to establish a life with someone who is unsure of their true feelings for you. I was at Home Depot purchasing packing tape and moving boxes by Friday noon. $200 was spent on materials. I returned home. I began packing my belongings. Removed all of my diplomas from the home office. I put my books in boxes, began taking the garage gym apart. I had been building for 2 years. Squat racks, bench presses, and weights are all packed in crates. I was packing boxes into my truck when Emma got home at around 1:00 the afternoon. After pulling into the driveway, she spent a minute sitting in her car before getting inside. When she realized what I was doing, she went utterly crazy, began yelling that I was being cruel and vengeful, that I was overreacting, that I was ruining everything without giving her time to think, and that I was punishing her for being open about her emotions. I simply continued packing without speaking louder or interacting. I calmly informed her that I was providing her with exactly what she had requested. It's time to determine what she desires. But she will no longer have me as a choice. She said that she never denied her love for me. That we could work things out. That I was wasting 2.5 years on a single moment of uncertainty. That everyone has doubts, and that this was just wedding jitters and cold feet. I paused my packing, gave her a direct look, and assured her that there was no confusion. This was lucidity. 2 weeks prior to our wedding, she told me directly that she was still in love with another man. It's not a panicked moment. It's not a case of cold feet. At last, the truth is emerging. Furthermore, I have no desire to be her fallback option while she chooses between me and her true love. Our wedding won't be delayed so she can investigate her feelings for Ryan. I'm not going to spend years wondering if she's genuinely content with me, or if she's just settling since things didn't work out with Ryan. Someone who required her ex to return to town to understand she might not truly want me, is not someone I'm getting married to. She tried a different strategy, and began crying once more. But this time, it was softer and more deliberate. She claimed that Ryan's reaching out had simply confused her. Stated that she was afraid of being married, being committed, and making the wrong decision. Claimed that all she needed was confirmation that we were choosing the appropriate course of action. She was unable to respond, and simply stood there crying when I asked her directly. If Ryan showed up right now and said he wanted her back, wanted to give their relationship another shot, what would she do? She twisted her engagement ring and turned away. That was all I needed to know. After loading my truck, I went to the backyard to get my dog, Max. 2 years ago, I acquired a golden retriever as a puppy. Filled the truck with his food and bed. Went to Ethan's house by car. His home is roughly 20 minutes distant. Although she was in town for the wedding, she works in our Houston office. My best man was meant to be him. He stated I could stay as long as I needed after taking one glance at me and Max standing on his threshold. Put me in his visitor's room. Didn't make a lot of inquiries. Simply placed an order for pizza, and gave me the control. It was Friday afternoon. I had a Denver apartment complex ready to show me units on Tuesday by Sunday. 3 showings of the residence were planned by Monday. By Tuesday, Max, 2 luggage, and I were flying to Colorado. The wedding day arrived and departed. The day that was meant to be the happiest day of my life was Saturday, December 16. I hiked in Rocky Mountain National Park during that time. At 12,000 feet, the altitude completely ruined it. My lungs felt like they were about to burst. However, I felt more at ease than I had in months as I stood there gazing out over the mountains. I had more life clarity than I had in years. Emma watched her phone the entire time, seeing her life unravel in real time. One update. After a week. I went nuclear on my entire life 1 week ago. Since several people have been inquiring about the outcome, I thought I'd give you all an update. This is being written from Denver. Arrived on Tuesday evening. On Wednesday, I found an apartment in Lowe. The lease was signed on Thursday. I got a 5th-floor corner apartment. Views of the mountains from the balcony. My new office is within walking distance. The very opposite of suburban Dallas. On Monday, my boxes and furniture will come. Until then, Max and I are staying in an extended stay hotel, and living off of 2 bags. To be honest, I feel more at ease than I have in months. Eating better. Sleeping better. And avoiding 5-minute phone checks. The Dallas home sold quickly. 2 bids were received after 3 showings. And 1 was accepted yesterday. It seems that Emma's interior design work made it very appealing to purchasers. It seems that people today want the precise kitchen that she spent 8 months constructing. I see the irony. Closing in 3 weeks. I'll have enough equity when I leave to make a 30% down payment on something out here. But because this is when things started to become really fascinating, let's talk about Emma. Our wedding would have taken place on Saturday. I went hiking during that time. Emma spent it, as I said, seeing the downfall of her entire universe. Ethan, who has been providing me with information because we have shared connections, claims that Ryan's extravagant love gesture lasted precisely 72 hours. 2 days after our wedding was called off, Ryan brought Emma out on Tuesday night. Tuesday, 2 days after she completely destroyed our relationship, we had a lovely supper at this downtown steakhouse, complete with $80 steaks and a sommelier. Emma reportedly shared a picture of it on Instagram. There is a caption about trusting your gut and choosing the right person at the appropriate moment. Received many likes from folks who were unaware of the recent events. They were together all day on Wednesday. Additional posts on Instagram. They used to visit the Dallas Arboretum together, while they were in college, and Ryan took her there. Incredibly meant to be. Incredibly romantic. This is fate bringing us back together. Very. Ryan informed Emma on Thursday morning that he wasn't yet truly prepared for a committed relationship. I take it you read that? The man she devoted her whole life to. 3 days later, the man for whom she had called off her wedding declared himself unprepared. Claimed to have recently gotten divorced 6 months prior. Claimed that he was still coming to terms with his marriage's demise. Claimed he required room. Stated that once he had worked things out, perhaps they could go over them again in 6 months. 2 weeks prior to her wedding, the man texted her, who informed her that he would always be thinking about her, who claimed that he wanted another opportunity with her. which was one of the reasons he moved back to Dallas. All of a sudden, the guy required room. On Friday night, Emma gave me a call. Hysterical. I didn't respond. Her voicemail was 7 minutes and 22 seconds lengthy. I know this because, before deleting it without listening, I checked the timestamp. She then sent 15 different texts, all of which were variations of the same theme. She was crying, apologizing, and claiming that she had made the worst mistake of her life. She said that Ryan had thrown away our relationship for nothing, that she had ruined the best thing in her life for a 3-day fantasy, and that he simply wanted to see if the spark was still there. I didn't answer. On Saturday morning, the day of our wedding, she texted me more than 30 times and called me 14 times. Then, still in her pajamas and with tears in her eyes, she arrived at Ethan's house at 9 in the morning. The door was answered by Ethan. If I was present, she inquired. No, he responded. I had already departed for Colorado. She sobbed at his door, and pleaded with him to leave me a message. He texted me about it after shutting the door. This lengthy text was sent to me by her on Saturday afternoon, claimed that if I despise her, she will understand, stated that she is aware that she is not worthy of another chance. However, she wrecked our wonderful and genuine relationship over a fantasy, and someone who didn't genuinely desire her. She promised to do all in her power to make things right and win me back. I texted back once, "You made a decision. My own was made. I wish you luck in everything." I blocked her number after that. I blocked her on Instagram. I blocked her on all the platforms I could think of. In just 7 days, I've learned the following. When someone reveals themselves to you, trust them right away. Emma demonstrated to me that when faced with a difficult decision, she opted for excitement above security. It's not love. That's backup plan convenience. That is retaining someone till a better opportunity arises. I'm loving my new work. The office in Denver is smaller. It's close-knit, with only 12 people, as opposed to 40 inches Dallas. In fact, people converse with one another. My work is truly appreciated by my new boss. They told me recently that having someone with my experience makes her happy, that someone who could close transactions and wasn't scared of hard labor was needed by the team. Through Meetup, I became a member of a hiking group. Sunday morning, I went on my first trek with a group, 6 individuals. We hiked up to a lake on this trail. The altitude is terrible, and I wanted to die halfway up, but everyone was supportive. I got advice from one individual on how to handle the thin air. I heard about several excellent routes for novices from another woman. This weekend, I'm going once again. Yesterday, I purchased a Jeep. Emma believed they were unpractical and bad with gas, so I never obtained what I had always desired. As it happens, they are ideal for Colorado. To try it out, I drove it up a mountain road. Max had a fondness for riding with his head out the window. Last weekend, my parents visited. Put more of my belongings onto my dad's trailer, and drove out from Houston. Assisted me in selecting furniture at IKEA. On Saturday morning, my dad and I went fly fishing. Nothing was caught, but it made no difference. We just had a conversation. He expressed his pride in me for leaving a place where I didn't feel appreciated. Claimed that walking away required more bravery than fighting for someone who obviously didn't want to fight for you. Do I still miss Emma? Occasionally. 2.5 years of your life are not simply turned off. However, I don't miss Emma's ability to look me in the eye and confess her love for someone else. I miss the version I believed to be out there. The one who genuinely desired to wed me. Instead of daydreaming about her ex, she was constructing a future with me. However, that version was never made. She was merely portraying a character until a more suitable role became available. Life passes more quickly than you anticipate. The second update. After 3 months. It has been 3 months since everything collapsed. The quality of life has greatly improved. Much stranger too. The career stuff comes first. In Denver, I'm killing it. Last month, 3 significant deals were closed. Large contracts. Industrial machinery for manufacturing facilities. The kind of sales that determine your quarterly figures. Last Tuesday, my manager drew me aside and informed me that I was being expedited to the position of regional vice president. The oversight of the entire Colorado-Wyoming territory is increased by 40% as a result. At 31, I will soon be among the youngest regional vice presidents in the company's history. Next month, the promotion expires. 6 weeks ago, the Dallas home closed. I put 30% of my equity down on a property here in Golden, which is roughly 20 minutes west of Denver. Home with 3 bedrooms. Views of the mountains from the rear deck. Hiking trails are within walking distance. Max adores it. The community is directly behind this network of trails. Every morning before work, we take a hike. Every weekend, I go hiking. Last month, I completed my first 14er. That mountain is over 14,000 feet high. Quandary Peak. The altitude completely wrecked me. At 13,000 feet, I thought I would faint. But I managed to reach the summit. Looking out across the entire state from a height of 14,265 feet, everything seems smaller. Your issues, your concerns, your history. Everything down there is quite small. In January, I joined a climbing gym. As it happens, I can boulder fairly well. There's something fulfilling about solving an issue, examining the wall, making a plan, and carrying it out. There, I made some buddies. People who only know me as the man who turns up 3 times a week and makes an effort, without knowing anything about my past. I know that's what folks want to hear, so let's get to the Emma updates. She returned to her parents' house. Her company, which does interior design, is having trouble. It turns out that our common friends recommended several of her clients. And now, well, things are awkward. In breakups, people tend to take sides, particularly when one partner calls off a wedding 2 weeks in advance. Furthermore, in Dallas social circles, rumors spread quickly. People converse. Her reputation suffered. Customers truly don't want someone who can't dedicate herself to organizing their wedding's key modifications. It appears that she is currently employed part-time at a furniture store. West Elm. Or something similar. Ethan, who continues to receive information from common friends, claims that she is also taking depression medicine. You see, I don't enjoy her hardships, but I also don't feel bad about them. She made up her mind. Decisions have repercussions. She decided to ruin our relationship for a man who wasn't genuinely interested in her. His ex-wife, Ryan, received half of his assets, as part of the settlement after divorcing him. Home, vehicles, retirement funds, everything. It seems that he is trying to start afresh because he is broke. Rumor had it that he was relocating to Denver for a business role. However, in corporate circles, word gets around quickly. He was already well known. The man who can't commit to anything, and quits jobs abruptly. I have not encountered him. I hope I don't. Last month, my former employer in Dallas made an attempt to get me back. My former employer contacted to offer me a senior position at the same level Emma had been vying for, but never was able to secure, along with a signing bonus, $22,000 merely to return. Emma learned about the offer through the office gossip. So I told them, thanks, but no thanks. Denver is home now. I'm not going backwards. She was told by someone who told someone else. I banned her initial number, so she texted me from another one. See? They want you back. Dallas wants you back. I want you back. You belong here, come home, was the text message, and I said nothing. However, if I had, I would have explained to her that being a part of a place doesn't mean that people want you to return once you've already left. It's about being valued by others to the point that you never want to leave. When she had me, she most certainly didn't value me. She is currently dealing with the fallout from that reality. The last update. After 5 months. The last update. 5 months have passed since I came to Denver, sold my house, and called off my wedding. Since so many of you followed this story from the start, I thought I'd give you all some closure. In a nutshell, life is amazing. No regrets. In summary, last month I was appointed Regional Vice President for the Colorado-Wyoming territory, earning nearly twice as much as I did in Dallas. Purchased that golden home. Paid off my Jeep. I expanded my collection to include a mountain bike and a complete ski gear. I recently returned from a week-long trip to Breckenridge for skiing. As it happens, I can ski fairly well. Who knew? My health has improved. I can now run at altitude without feeling like I'm dying because I lost a total of 20 pounds. I have a healthier bank account. My whole perspective on life has improved. I don't dread my day when I wake up. Instead, I look forward to it. However, this is what I truly want to discuss. And I see the change in perspective that resulted from acting decisively when my boundaries were violated. 5 months ago, I was a guy who believed that the mature course of action was always to sort things out and make concessions. I believed that leaving made you a quitter. Fighting for your relationship, I thought. Regardless, that's what decent men do. I believed that earning love required perseverance, patience, and demonstrating your value. I now see how ridiculous that was. Recognizing when someone has showed you who they are, and believing them the first time is perhaps the most mature thing you can do. Emma demonstrated to me that she selected Ryan above me when given the option. It's not love. That isn't dedication. That's backup plan convenience. That is retaining someone till a better opportunity arises. Since everyone asks, here are some last updates on Emma. She continues to reside in Dallas with her parents. Her interior design company essentially fell apart. According to what I've heard from common acquaintances, she continues to take her medication and works full-time at that furniture store. She doesn't have a partner. As I indicated, Ryan relocated to Denver, but it seems they never got back in touch. Currently, he is seeing a woman in her 20s. The cycle keeps going. Do I regret the way things worked out for her? Not at all. 2 weeks prior to our wedding, she made a very apparent and purposeful decision to blow up our relationship. That's hers to cope with. I also decided that I respected myself enough to go. And I'm content to live with the repercussions. We are quite close to reaching 100,000 subscribers on this channel. Guys, please think about subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It truly aids in reaching the 100,000 milestone. Thank you for realizing this dream, my wife said. At Christmas dinner. He isn't your son. I'm taking half. She didn't know I'd secretly gather evidence for court. Now, she pays for her fraud. Surprise. Jackson isn't your son, and I'm taking half. That was the very first thing my wife, Sophia, said, with no warning, no hint, nothing. She just dropped it right there at her parents' Christmas dinner table like it was nothing. The entire room fell silent. Laughter died instantly, and even the kids stopped talking. She slid a DNA envelope toward me with a smug little smile, waiting for me to break in front of everyone. I opened it. 0.1%. 0%. But instead of falling apart, I went cold. Steady. I looked her straight in the eyes and said, check your email. And you should hit follow. Because what she found in that email shattered her entire plan. 8 months before that Christmas dinner, my phone rang in the middle of a job. It was Jackson's preschool, and the teacher sounded calm, but too calm. She said he had had some kind of allergic reaction, hives, swelling, nothing life-threatening, but they wanted him checked out. I dropped everything and drove there. When I walked into the pediatric clinic, Jackson was sitting on the exam table, little legs bouncing, trying so hard to be brave, and he grabbed my hand when the nurse came in with the needle, jaw clenched like a tiny soldier. That's the part of being a dad that no one writes on Hallmark cards. Just standing there letting your kid squeeze your hand while you pretend you're not scared, too. They drew the blood. The doctor listened to his chest. She did all her checks. She said it was probably just allergy stuff. They'd run a full panel and call me back to discuss the results in person. In person. Those 2 words stuck. On the way home, I took Jackson for ice cream, as promised. A few days later, they called, and the nurse asked if I could come in alone, to go over Jackson's labs. Not over the phone, not because he's fine, but alone. When I sat in that chair, I was expecting a medical problem, something we'd fix with medicine or routines. I had no idea the problem was in my marriage, but in his body. When the doctor walked in with a soft smile and a folder, he said, "Good news. Jackson is healthy." For a brief moment, my shoulders dropped. I felt the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Then she flipped a page. His blood type is B+. Yours is O+. Sophia's is A+. Genetically, that combination shouldn't produce B+. Silence. Not loud, not dramatic, just a cold, sinking silence. I nodded as if I understood, but my brain was buzzing. I walked out telling myself the simplest lie. It's a mistake, a paperwork error. But as I sat in my truck, the lie didn't land as well as it used to. A small, unpleasant voice murmured, "What if it isn't?" I didn't drive home. Instead, I drove away from the street I'd driven 1,000 times, and into a small medical plaza I'd never noticed before. Discreet DNA testing, a sign so ordinary until it wasn't. Inside, everything felt too calm. The woman at the desk slid me a clipboard like it was just another Tuesday. Name, birth date, reason for test. I stared at that last line for longer than I should have. Signing my name felt like crossing a line I could never uncross. I paid extra for rush processing. 96 hours. She said. Just words to her. A lifetime to me. Those 3 days were both slow and fast. Outside, I was a father, reading dinosaur books, giving baths, and pretending everything was normal. Inside, I was sinking, every time Jackson hugged me. Every night. Daddy. Something in my chest twisted. Sophia slept beside me as if everything was fine. And I lay awake, living 2 lives in the same bed. On the 3rd night, around 3:30 a.m., my phone buzzed. The room was dark and heavy. Sophia breathing steadily beside me. Nothing felt real. I slipped into the bathroom and closed the door, not even turning on the light. The glow of the phone was enough. Your results are ready. My thumb hovered for a heartbeat before I opened it. 0%. There was no build-up. No dramatic wording. Just numbers that tore the floor out from under me. I read it once, twice, and 3 times, looking for a footnote, a typo, a miracle. But there was none. I sat on the cold tile, and felt everything inside me go quiet. Not breaking or exploding, just shutting off. In the darkness, with Sophia sleeping 10 feet away, I understood that I had 2 options. Lose control and lose everything. Or stay silent and plan. I had no clue how much planning I'd end up doing. I got up from the bathroom floor and went back to bed. Sophia was still asleep, her back turned as if nothing was wrong. I lay there staring at the ceiling and my brain started rewinding the last 7, 8 years like a bad movie. I remembered when Jackson was born, and the nurse casually mentioned genetic testing. Sophia brushed it off immediately, saying, "No need. It's a hassle. He's clearly yours." I was tired, happy, and in love. I let it go. I remembered how she always pushed me to work more. "You're the provider, Daniel. This is what a man does." At the time, it sounded like respect. Now, it sounded like strategy. I remembered her insisting on separate accounts for safety, which I thought was independence. Now, I heard, "I'm keeping my exit door open." All these little moments I'd filed under her personality started snapping into place like puzzle pieces. Lying there in the dark with my wife's lies inches from my face, one thought hit me hard and ugly. Maybe I was never a husband to her. Maybe I was just a walking wallet with a ring. But I didn't know yet, and the truth was about to cost me far more than I imagined. I nearly flipped the light on, shook her awake, threw the phone at her, and screamed every question, clawing at my throat. How long? Who's the father? Was any of this real, or was I just a paycheck with legs to you? My chest was on fire, fists clenched, heart pounding loudly enough to wake the whole block, and then Jackson's face appeared in my head. He ran to the door, yelling, "Daddy!" He fell asleep on my shoulder in front of the TV, and I realized something brutal. If I lost control right now, if I turned this into a screaming match, she'd own that story. She'd depict me as unstable, dangerous, whatever she needed, and I'd lose more than just my money. I'd lose my child. So, I sat back down on that cold bathroom tile, phone still in my hand, and made a decision that changed everything. I wasn't going to be her victim. I wasn't going to be her fool. I don't get mad, I get even. If she'd been playing the long game with me, she had no idea what I could do when I started playing it back. And the first move I made would turn her greatest fear into my greatest weapon. The morning after that 3:30 a.m. email, I didn't go to work. I told Sophia I had to check on a client's roof, kissed Jackson on the head, and hopped in my vehicle, driving downtown to an office I'd found the night before. Michael Cooper. Family and asset protection. He looked like the kind of man who'd seen every ugly version of Till Death Do Us Part. No small talk, just a firm shake. "And tell me what's going on, Daniel." So I did. The blood types, the DNA test, the money, the way Sophia had been nudging me into longer hours, bigger deals, more separation in our finances. Michael listened, took notes, and then hit me with the part that made my stomach drop. "Biology doesn't remove 5 years of legal paternity," he replied. "As far as the court is concerned, you are Jackson's father. Period." I felt sick. "So, I'm just screwed." He shook his head. "Not if we're smarter than her. We can use her falsehoods against her, but only if you remain calm and begin documenting everything. There is no drama or controversy, only evidence. If you walk in angry, I will lose." She arrives prepared. I was driving home from Michael's office when it hit me. Nothing in my home could be different. Not yet. Sophia was on her phone in the kitchen as I stepped through the door. She glanced up and inquired, "How is the client?" As if we were in a regular marriage. I smiled and discussed shingles and estimates. "She purchased it. Why shouldn't she?" For years, I'd been exactly who she imagined I was. That night is when the second life begins. I retained every receipt with Jackson's name on it. Doctor's appointments, preschool fees, clothing, and meals. I entered our joint accounts on my laptop and silently downloaded statements month after month. I backed up emails, preserved photos, and made copies of anything that demonstrated I was present, whether I was paying, parenting, or turning up. Anytime she pushed me to take on additional jobs or seal that huge solar contract, I nodded, claiming to be the same dependable provider. Inside my thoughts, things were different. You've no idea what I know. You have no idea what I am building. My heart was pounding like a robber when I discreetly screenshotted a text in which she discussed her stake of my company. Actually, I was denying her of the easy departure she believed she had. It finally clicked one night at the kitchen table. I was going over numbers for the roofing and solar jobs, simply reviewing bills, when Sophia sat across from me with a glass of wine, and that casual but not really expression. So, how is the business doing? You and Ryan are killing it, right? She didn't ask like a wife encouraging her spouse. She inquired, as if she were pricing a home prior to the divorce. She sought income, profit, and predicted expansion. She urged me to achieve an accurate appraisal. Investors would be thrilled, he said. They said we needed to know what we were sitting on. Then she moved a folder over. The company now has new structural papers. It's only for tax optimization. Daniel, you should sign before the end of the year. Before I probably had this time, I said, I'll let Michael look at it. Her eyes flared for a single second. Annoyance, perhaps panic. The smile quickly returned. If anything happened, she said carelessly, I'd receive my fair part, right? In that point, it stopped being a marriage in my mind. She thought she had already closed the transaction. What she didn't realize was that every paper she provided me was quietly working against her. A few weeks later, my phone rang at 11 p.m. Sophia was in the shower. The name on the screen caused my stomach to tighten. Emily. Her younger sister. Hello, Daniel. Her voice was already breaking. I strolled outside onto the back porch. What is wrong? I cannot say this over the phone. Can we please meet? We ended up in a drive-through coffee shop, sitting in our own cars, windows cracked, the Texas night air thick and calm. She stepped into my passenger seat, her eyes blazing and hands trembling. I was watching Jackson the other day, she added, and Sophia put down her phone. It lit up. I was not spying, I swear. But once I saw Ryan's name, I couldn't unsee it. She pulled out her phone, her thumb lingering as if she didn't want to make it official. You deserve to know, she muttered. She then replied, I can't watch her do this to you. The sentence that took whatever remained of my previous life and completed the task. Daniel. Jackson isn't your biological son. Ryan is. If this is accurate, Sophia's defection was not accidental. It was a blueprint, and I needed to view the entire map. Emily unlocked her phone with shaky hands, and began scrolling. Here, she murmured, turning the screen toward me. It was Sophia and Ryan. Not flirtatious, romantic, chilly, or transactional. Sophia calls me a walking pocketbook and a meal ticket. I've played him so brilliantly, she said in one thread. He has no idea. In another, she discussed getting pregnant with Jackson as if she were buying stock. Honestly, she texted Ryan. Having his name on the birth certificate was the smartest financial move I've ever made. There was a timeline laid out in black and white. Wait for the company to reach a certain revenue level. File for divorce. Use Jackson as leverage for maximum child support. Move in with Ryan, and live comfortably on my money. Then I noticed the one that took my breath away. By next January, I'll have enough money to last my entire life. Reading those sentences felt like getting punched repeatedly. But my face remained calm. I kept asking Emily for dates, context, and anything that would stand up in court. Something inside of me eventually cracked. This was not a broken marriage. It was a lengthy con. And to beat someone who was playing the long game, I had to play one that was even longer. We sat in the car, the air thick and stale. Emily, I spoke quietly. Would you be willing to back this up in court? On record? She stared straight ahead for a long time, her jaw tightened. I could sense battle in her eyes. Sophia wasn't simply my wife. She was her older sister, the one she grew up with and was meant to protect. Emily started crying. Sophia is my sister, she mumbled. But what she's doing to you and Jackson is just terrible. She wiped her cheeks with the sleeve of her sweatshirt. "I'll keep everything," she responded, including screenshots and dates. "If she mentions it again, I'll write it down. If this goes to court," she gulped hard, "I'll testify, even if it's against my own sister." On the way home, I called Michael. "We're no longer alone," I told him. "Sophia's sister is with us." He didn't sound astonished, just calm. "Good," he said. "Then we'll be patient. She still thinks you're in the dark, Daniel. And that's our biggest weapon." After that night in the car with Emily, my life became a ledger. With every day having 2 layers. On the surface, I was the same old Daniel, running jobs, taking calls, coming home tired, kissing my child goodnight, but underneath, I was counting everything. Who dropped Jackson off? Who picked him up? Who paid for what? What Sophia said, and when she said it. If she whined about abandoning her profession, I wrote it down. If she boasted to her mother about how well the business was going, Emily recorded it on her phone. Every time Ryan came by to talk business while Jackson napped on the couch, I made a note of the date, time, and length of his stay. I didn't accuse or push, I just watched. Michael began compiling a timeline. An affair before Jackson was born. Pregnancy as a strategy, financial moves, and the plan to cash out once the numbers looked right. One afternoon in his office, staring at the stack of emails, screenshots, and notes, he leaned back and murmured almost to himself, "Daniel, we're not just building a divorce case. We're developing a fraud case." For the first time, I recognized my marriage wasn't falling apart. It had been built this way. However, even the most flawless strategy has a weakness, and I had just discovered hers. In the midst of all that cold, calculated planning, there was one thing that kept me human. Jackson. Every evening as I came into the driveway, he'd sprint out the front door, socks sliding on the hardwood, yelling, "Daddy," like I was the best part of his entire day. He'd slam into my legs, wrap his arms around me, and nothing else mattered. Not DNA percentages, not court maneuvers, just my kid and the way he fit against my chest. I recall the first time he said, "Dad." He was barely speaking, standing in his cot in that droopy little onesie, reaching out for me. I swear I felt wealthier than any man alive. Lying awake at night, watching him sleep on the baby monitor, I kept thinking, blood or not, I'm his father. I'm the one who shows up. Sophia could call him an asset in her texts all day long. To her, he was a number in a plan. To me, he was the reason I couldn't afford to lose my mind or my case. She may have used him as leverage, I told myself. But I'll fight like hell to make sure he never feels like a bargaining chip. A few weeks later, Emily sent more screenshots. This time, it wasn't just cold planning. It was Sophia talking about me. "He's too easy to manipulate." She texted Ryan. "He wants to feel like a provider. That's why this works." Another message. "He's a provider, not a partner. He'll never see it coming." They were literally planning my destruction. Talking about the perfect time to drop the DNA bomb after the holidays. Before the tax year closed. When the business numbers low. I gave everything to Michael, who examined everything, and said, "She's not just leaving you, Daniel. She's already met with her own attorney." The notes in the messages were explicit, and they asked about the maximum child support based on predicted income. "She's attempting to take you to the cleaners." The worst line was one I'll never forget. By November, the business was booming, with roofing jobs, solar installations, insurance work after storms, and money finally coming in the way Ryan and I had hoped for when we started. "Jackson is my insurance policy, and once I finish, I'll be able to live off his money for the rest of my life." The numbers on the spreadsheet looked a lot like the milestones Sophia had mentioned in those texts. And the closer we got to Christmas, the sweeter she got, cooking my favorite dinners, random kisses on the cheek, asking about my day like we were newlyweds again. If I hadn't seen those messages, I might have thought we'd turned a corner. Instead, it seemed like seeing someone set a stage that you knew was about to blow. Michael and I met again. I showed him the latest, and he leaned back and said, "This is the calm before the storm. Allow her to make the first move. We'll be ready." Each passing day felt like we were getting closer to the edge of a volcano. Emily told me Sophia had been humming around the kitchen one night, saying under her breath, "January is going to change everything." She had no idea how right she was, just not in the way she thought. That Christmas wasn't the moment she won. It was the moment everything she had built began to crumble. Christmas in our neighborhood looked like a postcard. We drove over to Sophia's parents' house, the big red brick 2-story she grew up in. And it was chaos in the cozy way. With music playing, her mom juggling casseroles, and her father yelling at the TV about a football game. Sophia was glowing too much. Michael's words echoed in my mind as she wrapped her arm around my shoulders and introduced me to distant cousins as if I were her prize. No one knew I had a hotel room booked 10 minutes away and a packed bag in the back of my truck, just in case tonight went as planned. If she announces divorce in front of witnesses, that's gold. I kissed Jackson on the top of his head. Be good for Grandpa and Grandma, buddy. Later, in their bathroom, I looked at myself in the mirror and thought, tonight, I stopped being the guy who never saw it coming. And I had no idea that within hours, every mask in that house would fall. When we sat down for dinner, the house smelled like turkey, gravy, and cinnamon. Her father was pouring bourbon and telling the same stories he tells every year. Her mother was bragging about her stuffing recipe, and children were laughing at the end of the table, faces sticky with frosting. Sophia sat beside me, hand resting on my shoulder, telling her family how well the business was doing. Daniel and Ryan are killing it this year, she said, like she was proud of me. Like she wasn't planning to cash out. I chewed, nodded, answered questions about storms, roofs, and solar panels, all while counting my own heartbeat. Is it tonight, or is she waiting until January? Her younger brother was arguing with his wife about something stupid. When the small talk died down and the dessert plates began to hit the table, Sophia reached into her purse. Her eyes were excited, hungry, and dark, as if they were saying one thing: it's showtime. Sophia slid the envelope toward me. Open it, she said, her voice bright. This is your real Christmas present. My fingers knew before my brain caught up. The paper, the weight of it. I opened the flap to see the lab logo. DNA. My heart slowed down, not up, and the room became strangely silent. I could feel her father looking, and her mother leaning in, hoping for a good surprise. Sophia leaned back, savoring the anticipation, and then she dropped it. Surprise, she said clearly. Jackson isn't your kid, and I'm taking half. You could have heard a fork hit the floor. Everybody stared at me, waiting for the explosion. They had no idea I'd already walked through this fire 8 months ago. Sophia kept going, and she started listing my supposed sins like she was reading from a script. I was a workaholic. I could feel her mother's eyes on me, wet and confused, her father's jaw clenched, torn between anger and shame, and her brother's argument came to a halt in the middle of a sentence. Every line was intended to cut deeper, to make me look like the bad guy in front of her parents. Even the kids went quiet for no apparent reason. They were all waiting for the same thing. For me to explode, yell, beg, or shatter. But I didn't. I looked down at the DNA results one more time before gently placing the paper on the table like it was just another bill. 8 months of planning sat beneath my calm. I met Sophia's eyes. The smugness there made what I said next seem even better. Sophia, I murmured gently. Check your email. The whole room held its breath, and she appeared afraid for the first time that night. That calmness was the first crack in her entire scheme. Sophia slowly picked up her phone, expecting to see some pathetic, angry paragraph from me. Maybe threats, maybe begging. But instead she opened her inbox and went perfectly still. I watched her thumb hover, then tapped the email from Michael's office. Subject line: Draft Harrison v. Harrison petition and exhibits. Her eyes started moving fast. First page: divorce petition, grounds, fraud, infidelity, financial misconduct. She looked through the chronology, dates of her meetings with Ryan, money transfers, the DNA test I'd done months before, screenshots of her texts calling me a walking wallet, and transcripts of calls Emily had recorded. Her mother muttered, "Sophia, what's that?" Her dad leaned over, face draining. Sophia's hand shook. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. I stood up, pushed my chair back, and finally broke the silence. "Everything you just told your family," I said. "I've known for 8 months. Sophia, you weren't 10 steps ahead of me." I kept her stare. I was 20. After that, there was nothing else to say. I picked up my jacket from the back of the chair. Sophia was still glued to her phone, scrolling through the wreckage of her own plan. Her mom was crying openly now, and her father couldn't look at me for more than a second. "Daniel, wait," someone said. I don't even know who. I didn't. I walked out of that warm, noisy house, into the cold night air, and the sound of Christmas music, clinking dishes, and children's voices faded behind me like someone turning down a radio. For the first time in years, I got into my truck, and didn't have to pretend I didn't know what my life was really about. 10 minutes later, I was at the hotel I'd booked days before. Check-in, key card, generic hallway. I dropped my bag on the floor of that quiet room and just stood there. Then I pulled out my phone and called Michael. She made her move, I said. Your turn. He didn't hesitate. All right, we file tonight. Do it, I answered. That was when it stopped being just a story of betrayal, and became a war. And in this war, I wasn't at a disadvantage anymore. Back at the hotel, my laptop dinged. It was from Michael, and it was short and clinical, with no emotion at all. A petition had been filed, with fraud allegations included, and an emergency motion for temporary custody had been submitted, along with a PDF attachment. I opened it, and saw my own name at the top. Daniel Harrison. Petitioner versus Sophia Harrison, respondent. Seeing it in that format did something to me. We weren't husband and wife anymore. We were sides. As the legal language blurred together, hereby, whereas relief requested, all I could picture was Jackson asleep in a spare bedroom at his grandparents' house, clutching a stuffed dinosaur, completely unaware that his entire world was being redrawn on paper. Michael called to walk me through the next steps. Service, hearings, judges, opposing counsel. He warned me Sophia's reaction would be loud and ugly. After we hung up, I paced the hotel room like a caged animal, the glow of the petition still on the screen. This was real now. No more pretending. No turning back. The next morning, while I was still sitting on the edge of the hotel bed, staring at lukewarm coffee, Michael texted. She's being served now. I could picture it without being there. The same front door I'd walked through 1,000 times. Her dad's house. The knock. The thick envelope. Later, I heard the rest from Emily. Sophia signed for it. Ripped it open. Expecting what? Maybe a threat, a bluff. Instead, she got 30+ pages of everything she thought she'd kept hidden. My phone began to light up with calls, voicemails, and texts. But I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I listened to one voicemail all the way through. Her parents read over her shoulder, and Emily described how their expressions changed from confusion to disgust, to something like mourning. Sophia screamed and cried, spitting out the words, "How dare you do this to me?" To her, the lady who had plotted to steal my child, my money, and my life apart, couldn't believe I'd finally stopped playing dumb, since for the first time, she wasn't in control of the story. Right after New Year's, I was back in Michael's office, sitting in the same chair, feeling like a defendant in my own life. "We've got a temporary custody and support hearing coming up," he said. "This is where the judge decides who Jackson lives with while everything else plays out." He laid it out plainly. The court doesn't care who hurt whose feelings. We went over the timeline once more. DNA. The affair. The texts in which Sophia referred to Jackson as an insurance policy. Emily's role. The money moves. Everything. They'd be concerned with stability, routine, and who prioritizes the child when it comes at a cost. Then Michael changed gears, and made me practice my answers. "Do not go in there trying to burn your ex," he said. "Go in there protecting your son." I must have still been wired because he stopped, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "If you lose your temper in that courtroom, you lose your son." Message received. Family court in downtown Dallas isn't glamorous. It's metal detectors, worn carpet, and rows of people who all look like their lives are hanging by a thread. Michael and I sat on a hard wooden bench waiting for our case to be called. Watching cops walk by, lawyers with stacks of files, parents whispering, fighting under their breath. Then Sophia walked in, nice dress, perfect hair, makeup just right, and her own lawyer. Ryan wasn't there, but his name was all over the paperwork. She glanced at me once, as if she was still trying to decide if she was more angry or scared. The clerk finally stepped into the doorway and called out, "Harrison." My stomach dropped. That's my name. That's my entire life reduced to a case caption. We went into the courtroom. Michael began slowly, explaining the blood types, the pediatrician's concern, and the private DNA test to Judge Sarah Walker, who looked unimpressed. I raised my right hand to be sworn in, and realized that this was no longer a story, but the rest of my life. Biologically, I'm not Jackson's father, but legally, I've been his sole father for 5 years. Sophia let out a little gasp, as if she were hearing it for the first time. Her lawyer tried to play up the shocked wife angle, but the judge cut it off. "We're here for the best interest of the child," she said, without theatrics. Michael then got to the heart of the matter. Intent. And pulled up a timeline. The affair that began before Jackson was born. The money moved into separate accounts. The months-long meetings with divorce attorneys. And then the screen changed. Text messages X'd, her words in black and white, calling Jackson an insurance policy, talking about being set for life off his money, laying out exactly when to drop the DNA bomb for maximum payout. The entire room went silent. Sophia looked out of control for the first time since this started. And Michael hadn't even revealed the strongest evidence yet. When they called Emily, she walked up shaking, swore in, and sat down as if the chair would break under the weight of what she was about to do. Michael asked how she first found out. Emily told the judge about watching Jackson, seeing Sophia's phone light up, Ryan's name, those first messages she couldn't unsee, nights in the kitchen, where Sophia bragged that once the business reached a certain number, she'd file, and how she'd practice lines about needing stability while already planning her exit from Ryan. Emily's voice cracked when she said, "I thought she was joking at first. Then I saw the screenshots. And I realized she meant every word." Sophia's lawyer tried to paint Emily as jealous, bitter, the little sister who never measured up. But Emily didn't flinch. She provided dates, places, context, and linked each narrative with a screenshot Michael had already presented. Judge Walker leaned forward and questioned, "In your opinion, did your sister talk about Jackson as if he were her child or an asset?" Emily looked straight at Sophia. "You stopped seeing Jackson as your son," she said, "the day you turned him into a strategy, but the final blow had not yet been delivered." Judge Walker called a short recess, then returned with a stack of papers, and a face that said she'd already made up her mind. She began by saying, "In 25 years on this bench, this is one of the clearest cases of parental fraud I've seen. No drama, just facts." She walked through it. Sophia's deception about Jackson's paternity, the way she weaponized the child for money, the premeditated planning in the texts, and then she got to the part that mattered the most to me. Jackson Harrison's legal father, Daniel Harrison, has been granted temporary primary custody, while Sophia Harrison, Jackson's mother, will have supervised visitation on a limited schedule until further review. Sophia's lawyer attempted to object, but the judge quickly shut it down. "In terms of finances," she added, "due to clear evidence of fraud, this court will not default to a standard 50/50 division of assets." She ordered Ryan to submit to a court-ordered DNA test to establish his obligations, and then she said the line I'll remember for the rest of my life. "This court will not reward calculated deception." After court, I didn't go back to the hotel, but drove straight to Emily's place, where Jackson had been staying during the hearing. My chest was tight the entire way, not from fear this time, but from everything finally landing. When I walked in, Jackson took off across the room, yelling, "Daddy," and launching himself at me like he always does. He had no idea a judge had just put in writing what he'd always believed, that I was his father, regardless of what any lab report said. I held him for a longer period of time than usual, long enough for Emily to wipe her eyes and look away. I was relieved and guilty as hell for dragging him through a tempest he never asked for. That night, back at my place, I set up his room like it was permanent, with toys on the shelf, a nightlight on, and his favorite blanket laundered and folded. As I tucked him up, he placed his arms around my neck and begged, "Daddy, will you stay?" "Yeah, buddy," I said. "I'm not going anywhere." The first few weeks felt like boot camp. I was the one making scrambled eggs, packing Jackson's little lunch, and looking for that one sock that always disappears, right when we're late for preschool. I'd drop him off, then head to job sites, juggling calls with contractors and insurance adjusters while watching the clock. It was exhausting, but in a strange way, I felt more like a real father than I ever had before. Sophia kept texting, asking for extra time, accusing me of being heartless when I reminded her that we had to stick to what the court ordered. No more 12-hour days. No more "I'll just get one more estimate." I was reading Jackson a bedtime story one night after a long day of roofs and Legos, and he suddenly said, "This is my favorite day, Daddy." I asked why, and he said, "Because I was with you all day." Sophia's visits, which were supervised at a family center, were supposed to be simple: playtime, refreshments, and a few hours where Jackson could see his mother in a neutral setting. But Sophia couldn't leave it alone, and staff began noticing tiny comments. "Do you ever wish you lived with Mommy instead? Daddy works a lot, doesn't he?" Nothing big at first. Just enough to make my jaw clench when Michael forwarded the reports. Then she pushed it too far. According to the report, one visit, she leaned in and told Jackson, Daddy might not always be your daddy. The supervisor shut it down on the spot and filed it in court. Sophia emailed me afterward, furious, accusing me of turning Jackson against her, as if I'd written the words she chose to say. Michael just sighed when he read it. She's digging her own grave, Daniel. You just keep following the rules. Those little violations started stacking up, and the court saw a clear picture. Sophia still put her ego ahead of her son's peace. And every time she did, she made it that much easier for the judge to keep Jackson right where he was. And every new report was another shovel of dirt on her own grave. 4 months later, we were back in front of Judge Walker, and it didn't feel like that first day. There was no shaking hands, no not knowing what was coming, and most of the story had already been recorded. Michael went over everything again. Sophia's lawyer tried to pivot, relying heavily on maternal bond, and how a child needs his mother. As if biology only mattered when it worked in their favor. He also mentioned Sophia's violations of the court order, the supervised visit reports, and the line about daddy might not always be your daddy. Judge Walker listened. Then she laid out the pattern, the original lie, using Jackson as leverage, planning a financial ambush, ignoring court orders, and putting her own feelings ahead of Jackson's stability. Finally, she said it. Jackson Harrison's legal father, Daniel Harrison, has been awarded permanent legal and physical custody, while Mrs. Harrison will be allowed supervised visitation on a limited schedule. After court, I sat down with accountants and lawyers, cut Ryan out of the company, restructured ownership, and returned to doing what I knew. Shaw will take appropriate financial responsibility. And then the words that close the chapter. Daniel Harrison will be given permanent custody. Building roofs, selling solar, repairing what was shattered piece by piece, I began therapy. It was the first time in my life that I sat across from someone and said aloud, "My wife and best friend lied to me for years." It felt dumb and feeble coming out of my mouth. But the longer I chatted, the lighter it became. Afternoons transformed into something fresh, taking Jackson to the park, throwing a ball instead of responding to emails, and listening to him talk about dinosaurs and superheroes instead of mentally rereading court documents. I gradually stopped thinking of myself as the guy whose wife cheated and defrauded him. I was just a father, a company owner, a man who had been through hell and walked out. One day in therapy, I eventually broke down and stated, I wasn't stupid. I was trusting. And she used that against me. For the first time, I believed it wasn't all my fault. About 6 months after everything was done, a friend of mine told me I needed to get back out there. I laughed it off. Middle-aged, divorced, single father with court papers still warm. Yes, I sounded like a good catch, but he wouldn't let it go. He mentioned that he knew a woman named Lauren. Worked in technical support, was smart and independent, and had no time for gaming. Finally, I decided to meet her for coffee. I determined I wouldn't lie. When she asked about me, I told her the truth. Divorced, with a 4-year-old boy, and a long, horrible story. She did not flinch or lean in as if it were gossip. She merely nodded and asked, "How's Jackson doing?" Not what occurred, not how horrible it was, just how's your child? We talked for 1 hour. Work, music, and foolish things clients say to her on the phone. Before we left, she smiled and asked another question. So, Jackson, what is he like? That's when I realized she saw him as a little boy, not a bargaining chip. I did not rush it. Lauren and I kept things simple for a while. When Jackson was with Emily or on a supervised visit, he would drink coffee, eat lunch, and perhaps have dinner. I wanted to be sure I wasn't just snatching the first act of generosity that came my way. When everything felt good, I presented them. Nothing special, simply pizza from a nearby restaurant. Jackson sat across from her, legs flying, babbling endlessly about superheroes and who would win in a fight. Lauren did not speak over him, or turn to me for permission. She simply listened, asking him which cloak was the coolest, and treated him as a person rather than a prop. I watched from my side of the booth, feeling equally proud and afraid. The last thing I wanted was for him to be harmed again because of my decisions. On his way back to the truck, Jackson reached out and grasped Lauren's hand as they crossed the parking lot. Completely natural. There was no push from me. He questioned in the rearview mirror, "Is Lauren your friend?" "Yeah," I replied. "A good one." For the first time, I felt like I could trust again. I didn't close my eyes. They were wide open. A year later, I ran across Sophia at the most common place in the world, a grocery shop. I was pulling a basket, wondering about what cereal Jackson would eat that week. When I noticed her at the end of the aisle, I almost didn't recognize her. She looked older and worn around the eyes. All of the "I'll be set for life" shine had vanished. She paused, then stepped over. "Hey, Daniel," she murmured, her voice soft. She inquired about Jackson's well-being and the progress of the firm. No edge, no attitude, simply worn out. She then said, "I'm sorry." Not the dramatic kind, but like someone revealing that a transaction they believed they'd win has finally fallen through. "I thought I was using you," she said gently. "Turns out, I destroyed myself." I simply nodded. "I hope you figure yourself out, Sophia, for Jackson's sake and yours." And the craziest part was that I meant it. Not because I wanted her back, but because I realized I no longer hated her. I just didn't care like I used to. Because what she lost was not money. It was the future she believed she possessed. That night, Jackson chose his favorite book, about a bear who goes on adventures but always returns home safely. Halfway through, his head began to tilt, and his eyes blinked slower. He snuggled closer, one small hand clasping my fingers as it often does when he's about to drift off. By the time the bear returned to his cave, Jackson was out cold, quiet breathing, a warm weight against my side, his hand still gripping mine. I sat there and allowed my mind to wander back through all I had almost lost. Not simply the house, money, or company. I was close to losing this. Bedtime, small hands, being the person he runs to and falls asleep on. Sophia was correct about one thing. Jackson is the most crucial part of my existence. Where she went wrong was assuming I'd be so weak and shattered that she could use him against me. Fatherhood isn't about DNA or surnames. It's all about who shows up and stays. So that is the story. My wife cheated. My son was not biologically mine. Nonetheless, between the law, a smart lawyer, and not losing my cool, I got away with the one thing that truly mattered. Being Jackson's father. If you're a man listening, here's what I've learned. First, do not disregard red flags. When something feels off, it probably is. Second, do not allow someone to transform you into a walking pocketbook. Love is not an excuse for being manipulated. Third, being a father entails showing up every day, not DNA or last names. Seek legal advice as soon as possible. Before you get onto the field, make sure you understand the regulations. Don't let wrath ruin the exact thing you're attempting to safeguard. Trusting does not make you weak. You're strong when you learn and guard what's important. She assumed she was taking half. In the end, I kept what was important: my son, my name, and my self-worth. If this resonated with you, please let me know in the comments. Please share your tale and follow along. There are many more true stories that guys do not tell out loud. My wife yelled, "You gave me an STD on Xmas Eve." I smirked, proving that she had been sleeping with my coworker. Now, she's begging for a second chance. Sup Reddit. I never imagined that I would be the one accused of giving his wife an STD in front of his whole family on Christmas. However, here we are. I had to get this out of my system. This one goes from Merry Christmas to who the hell did I marry in a flash, so grab a bite to eat. Everyone referred to my marriage to Rachel, a 38-year-old woman, and me, a 40-year-old man, as solid. Met in college, dated for 3 years, and married at age 28. We discussed having children someday, purchased a home in Chandler, and traveled to San Diego every summer. Nothing grandiose or ostentatious, just two individuals creating a life together. Her family loved me, and my family loved her. For 15 years, friends often remarked that we were the steady couple they wanted to be. I had no cause to doubt it, so I never did. I was hers. She was my person. And that was that. The past few months had been strange for us. Nothing in particular that I could pinpoint. Just that instinct that something is wrong. Rachel was a pharmaceutical salesperson who frequently had late meetings and conference calls. Typical enough. However, she had been taking a shower as soon as she got home, putting her phone face down all the time, and being strangely defensive when I asked her simple questions about her day. I put it down to the stress of my job. Quotas, bonuses, and other corporate bullshit are all part of the holiday season. Life was full. Perhaps we were simply going through a stage in which married people tend to cohabit more than connect. At my folks' house in Gilbert on Christmas Eve, the entire family was present. Mark, my brother, and his spouse, aunts, uncles, and my sister Lily with her 3 children. The entire project. When it comes to food and decor, my mom goes all out, making their home a fire hazard and something out of a Hallmark film. I was trying to stay away from my uncle's political tirades while sipping a drink. In the corner, Rachel was once more using her phone. She had been messaging someone all evening, and her body language indicated that she was growing more and more irritated. She put her phone down at 7:30 p.m. and just sat there looking blankly. I was just staring with this unreadable expression. Not crying yet. Lily, my sister, noticed first. She had always preferred Rachel over me, believing her to be the steady, reasonable one. Lily threw her arm around Rachel's shoulders and sat down beside her. "You okay, hun?" Lily asked in a gentle, worried tone. Rachel gave a headshake. She shook her head without saying anything, and her eyes began to well up. I was discussing work with my brother Mark across the room when I became aware of the change in body language. Rachel sobbed silently into Lily's hands, as she held her. My mom also noticed, and began to approach with that anxious motherly look that made my dad crazy. She never waited for facts before making emotional snap judgments. I felt sick to my stomach as Rachel looked up and directly at me across the room. Slowly, she got to her feet. Lily continued to clutch her arm as they stood together. Mom wanted to know what was wrong. As people became aware that something was going on, the talks in the room began to wane. Rachel inhaled deeply, then again. She had trembling hands. After wiping her eyes, she noticed that everyone was beginning to pay attention. Her voice was soft, but everyone could hear her remark, "I need to say something." There was complete silence in the room. I've been trying to figure out how to say this for a week. I didn't want to ruin Christmas. I claim Brian. And Alfan. My mind was trying to figure out what the hell was going on when I said, I didn't want to do this in front of everyone, but I can't keep quiet anymore. I said, "Rachel, maybe we should talk privately." "No," she interrupted. "Your voice is now more powerful. I've been talking to you privately for months, giving you chances, making excuses, convincing myself I was imagining things." Real tears were running down her face as she gazed at me. "I've kept my mouth shut about the late nights, the business trips where you'd come back smelling like perfume, the way you'd shower the second you got home like you were washing something off." What on earth was she referring to? I convinced myself that it was stress from work, that you were simply exhausted, and that I was being insecure and suspicious. Broken and bitter. She laughed. "I even went to the doctor thinking maybe I was going through something hormonal. Maybe I was depressed and that's why I felt so disconnected from you." My mother raised her hand to her mouth. Lily had a horrified expression on her face as she stared at me. In the background, I could see my dad, his mouth clenched, observing but not yet responding. My mom plunged right into emotional turmoil, but he waited for the whole story, as he always did. "It wasn't hormonal, though." With her hands shaking so much that she nearly dropped her phone, Rachel went on. "The doctor ran tests, standard tests, when you're having certain symptoms, and the results came back Thursday." She got her phone out of her purse, pulled up something on the screen, and held it up without showing it yet. She exclaimed, "Herpes. I have herpes." Loudly enough for everyone to hear. When I said, "And I've been with exactly one person in 15 years. My husband, the man I trusted," the audience erupted in astonished whispers and gasps. In fact, my mother staggered backward. With an inscrutable countenance, my dad got up from his chair. "Rachel, I don't know what you think," I began. "What I think?" she asked, her voice growing louder. "What I think is that you've been cheating on me. What I think is that you brought home an STD and gave it to me. What I think is that I've been the faithful, devoted wife while you were out doing God knows what with God knows who." I raised my voice and said, "I haven't cheated on you." "Liar." She was shouting loudly. "Now you're a liar. All those work trips to Tucson, all those late nights at job sites, all those weekends you had to work and I stayed home alone. You weren't working, were you? You were with her or them, however many women you've been sleeping with behind my back." Lily had completely shifted to Rachel's side, and was staring at me. My mother was crying, as she always did, focusing on her feelings rather than the facts. I could see my dad thinking and calculating as he watched, but he didn't say anything yet. I didn't want to believe it. So I remained silent. Rachel added, her voice quivering, "I kept making excuses for you because I loved you, because I thought we had something real. I've been home every single night managing our household, being the perfect wife. And this is what I get? A disease I'll have for the rest of my life?" I tried to interrupt. "Listen to me, Rachel. No, I'm done listening to you. I'm done making excuses. Even though she was crying now, she continued to speak and act for the crowd. I've been protecting you. Protecting your reputation. Not telling anyone what I suspected because I didn't want people to think badly of you. But I can't do it anymore. I can't keep this inside when you're standing there lying to my face. Lily, my sister, came forward. Oh my God, Rachel. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. She gave me a hateful glare. How could you do this to her? Lily. I didn't. Don't. Lily said to me. Don't you dare try to talk your way out of this. She has medical proof. She has test results. What do you have? More lies? My mother approached Rachel and touched her arm. She stared at me with tears streaming down her cheeks and said, Sweetie. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. She was already convinced of my guilt. Normal. How could you? I raised you better than this. Now I was on the verge of yelling. Mom, I didn't cheat. I don't know what's going on. But I did not cheat on her. Then how did she get it? My mother asked, her voice breaking with anguish. No logic. You're her husband. If you didn't give it to her, then who did? My dad finally said. I don't know. But it wasn't me. He cut through the panic with a cool, collected voice. Everyone needs to take a breath. This is a serious accusation. And we need facts, not emotions. Thank the Lord for him. Facts. He was wheeled on by Lily. She just told you the facts. She has test results. She has test results that say she's sick. With caution, my dad stated. That doesn't necessarily prove how she got sick. Rachel's gaze widened. Are you saying I'm lying? Are you seriously going to defend him right now? I'm saying we need to understand the full situation before we destroy people's lives with accusations. With a harsh tone, Rachel asked, Destroy his life? What about my life? I'm the one who's been humiliated. I'm the victim here. Then Rachel came over to me. Everyone stiffened. She was standing just in front of me, her body trembling and her face drenched in tears. How could you? She muttered to herself. Just for me, then louder for everyone. How could you do this to us? Additionally, she gave me a strong slap across the face in order to sell the act, produce the sound, and make the point. The room remained still. No one shifted. Lily instantly jumped in. You are not allowed to remain here with him. Come remain with me. This monster should not be in your vicinity. My mother, still in tears, nodded. Sure, accompany Lily. You must be in a secure location. I had to leave. I simply must get out. Rachel reached for her handbag. Lily wrapped Rachel's shoulders with her arm. Come on, my love. Let's leave this place. Together, they left. In the driveway, I could hear them. While my mother stood there nodding along as if I were the worst person alive, Lily's reassuring voice called me every derogatory term in the book. After they went, there was silence in the room. Everyone is looking at me. The only person who didn't seem persuaded was my dad. He drew me away. Tomorrow is your test day. Obtain evidence either way. Yes, I will. Excellent. Because everyone believes you are guilty at the moment. To combat this, you need facts. That night, I drove home by myself, my head spinning. Without Rachel, the house felt empty. To be honest though, I felt relieved. I needed time to reflect. The entire situation seemed strange, too staged, too well timed, as if she had been preparing it. However, there was also this persistent thought in the back of my mind. 6 months ago, I underwent gallbladder surgery. It was a routine treatment, but they had utilized blood draws, IV needles, and other procedures. Could this be the result of tainted equipment? Although it seemed improbable, hospitals occasionally make mistakes. Perhaps it was a medical error, if Rachel wasn't cheating. Perhaps this was just bad luck and neither of us had done anything wrong. I refrained from going totally nuclear because of that thought. Still, the following morning, I went to a Scottsdale urgent care center. I informed the nurse that I required a complete STD panel. She inquired about my symptoms. I replied, no, I just needed peace of mind. She shot me the sly glance that suggests she's witnessed this precise situation 100 times. Urine sample, swab test, blood draw, and so forth. Results in 3 to 5 business days. According to her, 3 to 5 days. 3 years might as well have passed. However, I was forced to wait. Rachel had sent 5 texts by the time I arrived home. We have to discuss money. For medical costs, I must have access to your account. After what you did, you owe me at least that much. Will you really disregard me? Money is what I need. I gazed at their messages. She was already putting herself in the role of the victim, demanding payment. Before I could receive my test results, I was already attempting to obtain money. She didn't reply for an hour, until I wrote back, "Shut up. Wait for my test results. Then we'll talk. Are you simply going to abandon me? Let me handle this on my own? It was you who departed. Lily's is where you are staying. Take care of it." My phone rang. "Rachel." I left it in voicemail. She kept calling. Things became fascinating at that point. Day 2 of the results wait. An unknown number called my phone. Something forced me to answer when I nearly didn't. "Hi there. Is Rachel married to this person?" A woman's voice was tremulous, as if she had been crying. "Who is this?" "Laura is my name. Ben is my hubby. He collaborates with your spouse." I felt sick to my stomach. "All right. I recently received my test results. I'm infected with herpes, and because my husband has been cheating on me with your wife for the past 5 months, I am positive that he gave it to me." Everything became icy. "What?" Between them, I discovered text messages, hotel receipts, pictures, and more. "We both have herpes as a result of their illicit relationship." I took a firm seat on my couch. "You've known for how long?" It was only yesterday that I was able to validate my months-long suspicions. Discovered his burner phone concealed in the garage. All of their communications were present. He was with her during every lie he told, including when he claimed to be traveling for conferences or working late. Christ Jesus. You should know. Which is why I'm calling. My husband gave you an STD through your wife. She is dishonest and deceitful. Additionally, I'm taking all that Ben possesses. I spoke carefully, as Rachel accused me of cheating. She slapped me on Christmas Eve in front of my whole family, and said that I was the cause of her illness. Laura let out a gasp of disdain. She did, of course. That's what dishonest people do. Before you discover the truth, flip the script. I just had a test yesterday, and I'm awaiting the findings. For your own sake. I hope you're negative, because if you're not, she provided it to you and then attempted to ruin your reputation in order to hide her own. We continued our conversation for 20 more minutes. I received screenshots of everything Laura had discovered. Hotel reservations. Deleted pictures from Ben's phone. Texts between Ben and Rachel. And proof of a 5-month romance that Rachel concealed, while pretending to be the ideal wife. I saved each and every screenshot. I had stopped worrying about tainted surgical needles by the time I hung up. I was simply enraged. In an attempt to control the story, Rachel publicly humiliated me on Christmas Eve, after she was found cheating with her lover. Even though I was waiting for test results, the fact was obvious. Day 3 of the results wait. Rachel arrived at the residence. Through the glass, I saw her pull into the driveway. Screw it. Even though it's thought of as not answering the door. We might as well finish this. She appeared indignant and righteous as she entered. "We have to discuss money. You're treating me as if I don't exist, despite the fact that I have mounting medical expenditures. You are also accountable for this. You're acting as like none of this matters, despite the fact that the expense of the drug is outrageous." "Rachel. Have a seat. Don't give me instructions. Until you deposit money into my account, I won't sit down. It's your responsibility that I'm handling this alone, and the hospital calls me every day. I told you to sit down." Like a dagger, my voice sliced through her sense of entitlement. The room fell silent. She literally stopped in the middle of my statement because of something in my tone, cold, controlled, and definitive. For a moment, her mouth fell open. Then, seeming much less confident, she cautiously lowered herself onto the couch. The stillness lingered for a moment after I took out my phone and opened the folder containing Laura's screenshots. "I am aware of Ben." Her face turned pale. "What?" "Ben, your company's regional manager. For the past 5 months, you have been a fair partner. The man who truly infected you with herpes. Do you recognize this?" "I have no idea what you're discussing." "His wife sent me everything and gave me a call. Hotel receipts, pictures, and texts. I am aware that you have been having sex with him. I am aware that he infected you. I am aware that you blamed me on Christmas Eve in order to hide your own shortcomings." Rachel's mouth moved back and forth. Nothing was said. "So, this is how it's going to go," I said, my voice extremely calm. Too calm. "My test results are still pending. But the truth is already known to me. You were unfaithful. Your affair partner gave you an STD. Then you attempted to ruin my reputation in order to preserve yours, she said. I leaned over and said, You can't? Can't what? Sue you? Embarrass you? Send those screenshots to your mom, your workplace, your whole family. Try me. Whether my results come back positive or negative, I'm going to mess your life up so completely you'll wish you'd never met me. She began to weep. This time, it's not the performance trash from Christmas Eve, but actual tears. It was an error. It simply occurred. I had no intention of doing any of this. You mean it simply happened? By chance, you ended up dating him several times over the course of several months. What an absurd coincidence. We can resolve this, please. Leave. No. Pay attention to me. Leave. This is also my home. Desperate, her voice broke and became strident. I can't be dismissed as if I don't exist. Without a word, I got up, went directly to the bedroom, and began tearing her clothes from the closet, causing the hangers to fall on the ground. I began packing everything into rubbish bags that I had taken from behind the sink. Everything: dresses, shoes, her ridiculous ornamental pillows. She screamed as she followed me. This is not something you can do. You can't simply dismiss me. I won't throw you out. I took one bag and tied it off. I'm clearing my property of rubbish. There's a distinction. Give it up. Quit. She attempted to take one of my bags. She staggered when I pulled it back. If you touch my belongings once more, I'll contact the police for assault. Proceed. Give me a try. Anger twisted her face. You're crazy. You're insane. Yes. And I suppose we're equal, because you tried to blame me for your own problems, and are a cheater. I pushed by her, went to the front door with 3 bags, and flung them onto the porch. They returned for more after landing with a nice thud. She appeared to be from a horror film as she stood in the bedroom doorway, trembling and with mascara streaming down her cheeks. She said, You're really doing this? I took her makeup bag from the bathroom counter and asked, You're really just now figuring that out? Jesus. It's no surprise that Ben lost it. Obviously, you're not good at critical thinking. I'll screw you. I have already done so. The biggest error of my life. I tossed the bag of makeup on the floor. Do you want anything else? You may send a lawyer. Oh, hold on. You're not wealthy enough to hire a lawyer, are you? You'll have to ask Ben, I suppose. Shuddering with anger and sadness, she stood in the doorway. With a poisonous tone, she spat. I hope you have it, too. I hope the results of the test show that you are positive. You understand how it feels, then, so you can relate to what I'm experiencing. After giving her a long look and letting the words linger, I grinned, chilly and vacant. It's there. The true you. It took a long enough time. I went to the door, picked up the final bag, and held it open. Out. I despise you. Excellent. There are now 2 of us. Her shoulders heaved with tears as she left. I shut the door after her. I didn't slam it. Simply shut it. I locked it. Deadbolt chain. She repeatedly pounded on it with great force. Let the door open. Crack it open. I went to the kitchen, picked up a soda, opened it, and took a long sip. The hammering went on. 5 minutes until 10. Her voice was broken, her fists thumping. We can resolve this, please. Please. Then there was quiet. Her car started, and I heard the tires screech as it pulled out of the driveway. I had a meeting with my lawyer the following day. Getting a prenuptial agreement before marrying Rachel was the best choice I've ever made. At the moment, she had resisted it. Said that indicated I didn't have faith in her. I didn't think we were in love, and was preparing for failure rather than achievement. I had informed her that it was only prudent business to safeguard the contributions that each of us made to the marriage. Eventually, she had signed it, most likely hoping that after a few years of blissful marriage, she would persuade me to tear it up. I was going to be saved by that prenuptial agreement. I presented everything to my lawyer. Laura was informed of the affair, the sexually transmitted disease, and the public humiliation by her family members, who had witnessed the Christmas Eve accusation, Laura's screenshots, and phone records I had obtained from our carrier. My attorney grinned. This is a no-brainer. She leaves with essentially nothing but what she brought in, because to the prenuptial agreement, adultery, defamation, and false charges, nothing was brought in by her. That's right. I said. I'm still awaiting my test results. I'll be back in a day or 2. It has no bearing on the divorce. If you test positive, you can file a civil suit for damages on top of the affair, which is sufficient in and of itself. That afternoon, we submitted our divorce paperwork. Kept things straightforward. Adultery, irreconcilable disputes, and wealth division in accordance with a prenuptial agreement. I kept the savings, the house, and the cars. In addition to her personal stuff, Rachel received her own retirement account, which included roughly $10,000, served her at Lily's home. Rachel had a total meltdown when she read the terms, based on Lily's subsequent texts in which she called me every derogatory name in the book. Unfortunately, 6 days after Christmas Eve, with urgent care closed for the holiday and everything moving slowly, the test results were received 4 days later. Not at all. Every exam was flawless overall. I felt waves of relief wash over me as I sat in the clinic parking lot and stared at the paperwork. It wasn't with me. I wasn't infected by her. At least she hadn't told anyone about what she'd been doing with Ben before I did. I snapped a picture of the outcome. I forwarded it to Laura. She responded to the text right away. "Well done. Destroy her now." I then forwarded the findings to my attorney. She answered in a matter of minutes. "Excellent. Everything is strengthened by this. When she was at fault, she attempted to ruin you. She will be despised by the judge." Rachel quickly found her own attorney. There was a man who focused on women's rights, which reportedly entailed opposing prenuptial agreements and sabotaging husbands. He filed a countermotion right once, claiming that the prenuptial agreement was signed under duress, and that she should receive medical expense coverage, spousal support, and a 50-over-50 asset split. When my attorney saw it, she chuckled. They're making progress. 2 months before to the wedding, independent legal counsel signed the prenuptial agreement. That will not be dismissed by a judge. She will be fortunate to retain the retirement savings in light of her infidelity and the STD condition. For Rachel, discovery was cruel. Every hotel receipt, every text exchange with Ben, and every lie she had told about staying late at work or attending conferences were all revealed. Her attorney attempted to have some evidence suppressed on the grounds that it had been fraudulently obtained. However, it was fair game because it resulted from Ben's wife's lawful discovery during her own divorce. The scene from Christmas Eve became the main focus of my argument. According to my attorney, it demonstrated Rachel's manipulative tendencies and her readiness to damage my image in order to protect herself. She provided testimonies from relatives who had seen the slap and accusation. Rachel's attorney attempted to portray me as spiteful and domineering. But you cannot dispute test results, witness testimony, documentation, or phone logs. The judge did not share Rachel's viewpoint. I had revealed everything to my family in the interim. Sent group SMS. Containing every piece of proof. The affair is revealed via phone records. Screenshots of Ben and Rachel's texts. Her test results were positive. But mine were clean. The entire tale of her attempt to discredit me in public in order to hide her own infidelity. My mother called in tears. "I'm so sorry. I ought to have trusted you. I ought to have waited for the information." "Yes. You ought to have." I felt hesitant to extend forgiveness. Because Rachel sobbed, "You instantly found me guilty. Instant judgment. No questioning. No benefit of the doubt. I am aware. I apologize. Please. Mom. I simply need space." Next to call was Lily. We believed her. "You can't really blame us for that. She seems really sincere. You believed her when she was lying. Referred to me as a monster. Claimed that I was untrustworthy. Without even requesting my version. I took her side. I am your innocent brother. And she is a lady in pain. But you didn't give a damn about that, did you? That is unfair. Lily. Tell me something. How recently have you truly waited for information before drawing conclusions?" She ended our conversation. My father gave me a call later that evening. "Are you doing all right?" "I am as good as I can be. I'm cutting Lily and Mom off. For now, at least. People who make snap judgments without sufficient information are difficult for me to deal with." "I get it," he muttered. "For what it's worth, I trusted you right away. My son is someone I know. Regards. Dad." He fell silent for a moment. I heard him let out a breath. He said, "I have to tell you something." It was final, but not dramatic. "I've been speaking with an attorney for some time. It was just locked in on Christmas Eve." My mind stopped working. "What's locked in?" "Your mother and I are divorcing." I didn't intend to sit down. "Are you serious?" "Extremely serious." "I've spent the majority of my life watching her treat feelings like facts," he remarked. "I could put up with it when it was about neighbors, coworkers, or random family drama. But when she did it to you in front of everyone with no proof, that was it for me." He didn't sound angry. If she feels something, then it's automatically true in her eyes, and anyone who disagrees is the enemy. "Just finished," I said, even though I knew what he was going to say. "She apologized." He said, "She apologized for how it made you feel, not for being wrong." Since Rachel was crying and she was upset, she still believes she was justified. I was emotional and thought, that's the problem. Anyone may be accused of anything. I've tried to talk to her about this for years. Counseling, conversations, compromises. Nothing sticks. "I'm 62, he said after pausing. We spoke for another hour. He had been preparing this for some time. Apparently, Christmas Eve just confirmed what he already knew. My mom made everything about emotions and refused to let facts interfere with her feelings. I'm not wasting whatever time I have left getting dragged into mob scenes every time she decides her feelings matter more than reality." Ben's life fell apart first, and Laura's divorce was a complete disaster. She had proof of the affair, the sexually transmitted disease, the lying, and the concealed burner phone. And she pursued full custody of the children, who were 13 and 15 years old at the time and old enough to realize their father had cheated on them and given their mother an STD. Laura was given primary custody, and Ben was given supervised visitation only if the children agreed, which they never did. The children both replied no when the judge asked if they wanted to see their father, stating that they didn't want to be around someone who would deceive them and treat their mother in such a manner. Ben ended up working middle management for half his previous salary, after being fired from the pharmaceutical company for ethics violations and fraudulent expense reports. While Rachel's fall was nearly as spectacular, the company investigation revealed that she and Ben had been billing personal expenses as business costs. Laura received the house, the cars, child support, and spousal support. They offered her resignation with a 3-month severance in exchange for not suing them, and she accepted because fighting would have required her to confess to fraud. Eventually, she found a new job in medical device sales with a 30% pay cut. They had shared hotel rooms, dinners with no clients present, and conference travel they had both attended without a valid reason. My divorce was finalized in April, and the judge enforced the prenup exactly as written. Rachel received her personal belongings and her retirement account, but nothing else. No house, no spousal support, no shared assets. She moved into a 1-bedroom apartment in Tempe, and struggled to pay the rent and pay for her medical expenses on her reduced income. Your client had a long-term extramarital affair, got an STD from her affair partner, and then publicly accused your client of cheating to cover her own actions. She had tried every tactic her lawyer could think of, including claiming the prenuptial agreement was unfair, that I was wealthy and she should be supported, and that the STD situation was private medical information that shouldn't matter. The judge shut it all down. As the judge read the final orders, Rachel sobbed, but I felt nothing. In the meantime, my mom's divorce from my dad was proceeding, and she did everything she could to stop it, begging, guilt trips, and acting as though his decision was some random midlife meltdown, but he refused to change. The prenuptial agreement is legitimate, and will be enforced exactly as written, he informed her. I've spent 35 years managing your emotions. During one mediation session, that I later learned about. I'm done. When you publicly condemned our son without providing any evidence, that told me exactly who you are. I'm not going to put up with another 20 years of that. The divorce was simple. There were no children to fight over. The assets were divided equally. And the only real conflict was over the house. Mom wanted to stay in it. Dad wanted to sell, and the judge sided with Dad. Dad bought a modern, minimalist, quiet condo in Scottsdale, and he seemed happier than I had seen him in years. Mom couldn't afford it on her own, so she ended up moving in with Lily, 2 emotional, reactive people living together. I gave it 6 months before they turned on each other. Rachel posted on Facebook about toxic ex-husbands and victim-blaming culture in an attempt to win over mutual friends. Some people bought it, but most didn't, especially after I sent some important people the real evidence. She lost most of her social circle, and the people who remained were the ones who always believed women regardless of the facts. They could have her. 2 years after the divorce, on New Year's Eve, Dad was watching a game at my house when the doorbell rang at 8. Are you expecting someone? Dad inquired. Nope. I opened the door and saw Rachel, who looked like she had lost 25 pounds. Her hair was pulled back in a greasy ponytail, and she had dark circles under her eyes that were no longer concealable by cosmetics. It was obvious that the herpes medication was taking its toll on her. "Hey," she murmured in a trembling voice. "May I enter?" "No. Just for a moment, please." Dad came up behind me and said, "I need to talk to you." "Who is it?" Rachel knew precisely what Dad thought of her, and her face went white at the sight of him. I remained at the doorway and said, "It's Rachel. She was just leaving." "Wait." She blurted out. "I'm pleading with you. Please listen to me." We stepped outside after 5 minutes on the porch, and Dad stood against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing her like a bug under glass. Her use of the word begging caused me to halt, not out of sympathy but more out of morbid interest. Instead of the manipulative tears from Christmas Eve 1.5 years ago, Rachel started crying right away. It was real ugly crying, complete with snot and all. She acknowledged that she had made a mistake. "Everything is gone from me. I've lost my career. I've lost my residence. I live in my cousin's extra bedroom in Tempe. I can hardly afford my prescription drugs. My credit has been ruined. I have nothing." "All right. All right. You only have that to say?" "Rachel, what do you want me to say? You made decisions. These are the repercussions." I was afraid. I went into a panic. I was at a loss for what to do. "You had the option to be honest. You would have prevented a great deal of trouble for everyone." "I know," she said, using her sleeve to wipe her face. "I am aware. I should have, but there's nothing I can do about it now. I am only able to. Please give me another chance." I couldn't help but laugh. Another chance at what? At us. At our partnership. Before everything fell apart. We got along well. We might be okay once more. No, I've evolved. I'm receiving therapy. I'm improving myself. I finally realize what went wrong. That's fantastic. Sincerely. But it's unrelated to me. She grabbed my arm and said, "Please." I yanked away. I have no one. Mom refuses to speak to me. I can't get Lily to answer my phone. I no longer have any pals. Everyone is aware of what I did. I'm all by myself. Not my problem. "How come you're so chilly?" Dad snorted behind me and said, "Practice." Rachel gave him a look before turning back to face me. "I cherished you. I still adore you. We were together for 15 years. It must be worth something." It was worth something. The past tense. Then, when you made the teenage decision to have sex with Ben, you tossed everything away. She wrinkled her face. "I am unable to retract that. If I could, I would. But I'm unable to. I'm limited to pleading for pardon. Request another opportunity. I need your assistance to get back up on my feet." There it is. "What? The true purpose of your presence. You must have money. I need assistance. Is that really incorrect? We were wed. Together, we created a life. That requires you too, doesn't it?" "No. I have no obligations because of that. We're no longer together. You are by yourself. I'm ill. I'm having trouble. Trying to figure out how to survive is driving me insane. And since it doesn't matter to me, you're simply standing there pretending as though it doesn't. You're a stranger who must live with the consequences of your poor decisions. The same as everyone else." She had a complete collapse at that point, falling to her knees on my doorstep and crying into her hands. The kind of sobbing that makes you turn your head away because it's so pitiful. "Please," she sputtered between sobs. "Please bring me back. I'll go to any lengths. I'll sign any prenuptial agreement you desire. Any therapy you desire, I'll attend. I'll have 3 jobs. I simply can no longer handle this alone. I am unable to." "Rachel, get up," she said. "I'm begging you, get up." Black streaks of mascara ran down her face as she gazed up at me. "Well, that's it. Will you simply let me suffer? When you made the decisions that led you here, you allowed yourself to suffer. I simply refuse to fix it for you. I hope you're happy." "I am. Actually." She looked at me as if I had shot her. Then turned and went to her car. A beat-up Honda that seemed to barely run. She sat in the driver's seat for a full minute before starting it, presumably crying even more, but I didn't care enough to look. When she finally drove away, Dad and I walked back inside, and he got 2 sodas out of the refrigerator and gave one to me. "Well," he remarked, taking the tab. "That was entertaining." "Cold, Dad. You know what makes some folks crazy? After destroying their entire life, they will come to you as if you were the complaint department." He drank for a long time. Yes, ma'am. I see that you lit the fire, and that you want to talk to a management about the damage caused by the smoke. I laughed and choked on my soda. Can't make this up, he remarked, shaking his head. Your mother did the same thing. Blew up a 30-year marriage, and then pretended to be surprised that I was no longer able to solve her problems. You told her what? You ought to have told Rachel the same thing. When you took the decision to handle your emergency, it ceased to be my problem. In order to be off the clock, he raised his can. I gave him a clink. Amen to that. Rachel made her own decisions, lied, cheated, and attempted to ruin me after the truth was revealed. She lost everything as a result, and now she wants me to make amends. Hard pass. We are really close to reaching 80,000 subscribers on this channel, guys. If you haven't already, please think about becoming a subscriber. It will help us reach that milestone. Thank you for helping us realize this dream. I want to sleep with other men, my wife said as she asked for an open marriage. Little did she know, her betrayal would grant me her inheritance. 2 months ago, my wife Emily sat me down to have a conversation about something that was very important. It was after she had given it some thought that she shared with me her opinion that she thought our marriage needs to be more open. On the other hand, her comments hit me like a ton of bricks. Attempting to take in what she had to say, I did nothing except sit there. Before that time, I had the sincere belief that our marriage was in good shape. We had our ups and downs, just like any other couple does, but I never once had the impression that she was unhappy or unfulfilled. I had the impression that everything had been going swimmingly between the two of us. We were there for one another, we showered each other with affection, and we spent time together. Because of this, I was absolutely taken aback by her request from the beginning. It is something that I never in a million years would have thought my wife would ever ask for something of this type. The thought that she wished to involve other individuals in our connection caused my thoughts to rush faster than usual. First, to provide some context, I was 16 years old when I first met Emily, who would later become my wife. As soon as I laid eyes on her, I was able to recognize that she was one of a kind. There is a possibility that our romantic relationship is a little bit dated. The love of my life during my time in high school was not the only thing she was. Hers was the first and only love I ever had. The way I felt about her was completely unlike from anything else I had ever encountered. To this day, no one has ever come close to matching that. At the time that I made the choice to enlist in the military, I was aware that it would be challenging for both of us. The disconnection, the unpredictability, and the intervals of time that were stretched. The request was excessive for a young couple to make. However, before I left, I made a commitment to her. I assured her that I would keep my commitment to come back for her, regardless of how much time passed or where our lives took us. As soon as I was ready, I would marry her. To Emily's credit, she never fell short of her goals. She waited for me with patience, just as she had promised she would. Every single week, regardless of the circumstances, she would write me letters. Those letters were the things that kept me alive. I gained a glimpse into her life as a college student thanks to them. As I listened to her talk about her schools, her friends, her dreams, and even the less significant events that occurred throughout her day, I had the impression that I was still a part of her world. She continued to be true and devoted to me despite the fact that I was far away and coping with the challenges that come with living a military life. Regardless of the distance between us, she never forgot what we had. No matter how difficult things became for me, she was always there to provide me with a temporary escape. Whether it was the strenuous training, the never-ending days away from home, or the evenings when I felt lonely, she was always there for me. Her faith in me was unwavering, never wavered. One time, I was under the impression that as long as we were together, nothing could possibly bother us. Following my departure from the service, the first thing I did was pay Emily a short visit. After such a long period of letters and longing, it was an incredible experience to finally meet in person. Both of us had increased in age. The affection that we had for one another had not faded, despite the fact that we were no longer the same high school classmates. Instead, it had a more robust sensation. During the first few months that I was with him, I had some of the most memorable moments of my life. It made us laugh. The fact that we talked for hours on end was our way of making up for all the time that we had wasted. Despite the fact that I enjoyed spending time with her, I had only ever known the military up until that point. Because of the structure, the discipline, and the connection that I shared with my fellow soldiers, I had the impression that I truly belonged there. After a period of time, I made the decision to re-enlist. Emily assisted me, despite the fact that I was aware that it was difficult for her. Following the fact that she had already done so once, she would be required to wait for me once more. In spite of everything that happened, she never left my side, and we were able to keep our relationship strong in spite of the highs and lows that we experienced together. Together, we have triumphed over every challenge that has come our way over the years, and we have never allowed distance to keep us apart. The amount of effort that Emily put into her college career was incredibly impressive, and I was really pleased with everything that she was accomplishing. By the time she had her diploma, she was more than qualified to have a family of her own. Her goal was to be married as soon as possible so that we could begin the life that we had always envisioned for ourselves. On the other hand, I told her to wait. It wasn't because I didn't want to marry her, I definitely was interested in doing so. From the beginning, I never doubted that she was the one. To begin with, I merely desired for her to begin with something that was for herself. I persuaded her to acquire a job so that she could become financially self-sufficient and broaden her horizons beyond the confines of being my fiancé. Because I knew that being in the military would force me to be away for extended periods of time, I wanted her to make the most of her degree. This was in addition to the fact that she had put in a lot of effort to earn it. I wanted her to be an independent, self-sufficient, and meaningful person outside of the context of our relationship. Above all else, I wanted to make sure that she would not have feelings of disorientation or isolation in the absence of me. Despite the fact that Emily understood, the talk was challenging. It was not until she went out and established a name for herself that we ultimately decided to take that next step. Eventually, we tied the knot when we were both 26 years old. This was where our relationship began. The splendor of the day we got married is something I will never forget. As both of our families joined us in celebrating, there was no disputing the sense of happiness that pervaded the atmosphere. During that particular day, as I stood next to Emily and made vows that I actually meant, I had the sensation of being the luckiest guy alive. At long last, I married a woman whom I cherished. In particular, Rachel's parents were pleased for us with their happiness. Her dad, who is often pretty calm, actually pulled me aside to tell me how delighted he was to welcome me into their family, while her mother couldn't stop crying happy tears. Her dad was really proud of me joining their family. Since the beginning, Rachel's father and I have maintained a strong friendship. Due to an injury that resulted in the loss of his left hand, he was forced to leave the army earlier than he had meant to do after serving for a number of years. We are able to understand one another in ways that the majority of people are unable to do because of the experiences that we have in common. On every occasion that we get together, we talk about deployments, the challenges of being separated from loved ones, and the sacrifices that are a part of the job. Over the course of time, the relationship between our father-in-law and son-in-law has evolved into something more intricate. Despite the fact that he has matured into someone whom I actually like and look up to, I am aware that he considers me to be his son. Throughout the more than 12 years that we were married, I never once seriously considered the possibility that there were any major issues that arose between us. Of course, just like any other marriage, we have had our share of highs and lows, but I have always believed that we are strong enough to triumph over any challenge that may come our way. For all intents and purposes, it is possible that I was so enamored with love that I failed to recognize the cracks that were appearing beneath the surface. The birth of our children has been one of the most challenging challenges that we have had to face in our lives. A dream of mine had always been to become a father. I have had the ambition of establishing a family ever since I was a young child. I have always seen myself having children, teaching them important things about life, playing with them in the yard, and watching them grow up to be respectable adults. That was the thing that I desired the most. But Emily never mentioned the dream in any of her conversations. Because she did not notify me for a considerable amount of time, I was initially unaware of it. During the time that we were dating, whenever I expressed my desire to have a kid, she would merely smile and turn her head away. At no point did she ever give me any hint that she was not interested in having children. In the end, when I finally sat down with her to discuss the possibility of having a kid after we had tied the knot, I was filled with optimism and even eagerness. Even though she didn't appear to be overjoyed, she didn't turn me down either. If my wife had ever told me that she did not want children, I would have adjusted my expectations. I adore my wife, and I would have changed my expectations. Listening to her, making an attempt to understand her point of view, and accepting it would have been my course of action, even if it meant re-evaluating my own plans for the future. Nevertheless, she never communicated her feelings regarding this matter. Did not once give me any reason to believe that we were not in accord. On the contrary, I was under the impression that we had the same desires, but I didn't realize until much later that she had been repressing her natural emotions. Month after month, we maintained our efforts to have a child, but it never materialized. I first maintained my optimism, telling myself that perhaps it was just a matter of terrible timing or that we need to relax and let nature to go with its natural course of events. After it failed, I started to think that it could be due to stress being the cause. There could have been a number of factors contributing to our inability to conceive, including my deployments, the distance, or the strain of your everyday life. Even when I was at my lowest moment, I questioned whether or not this was God's way of letting us know that being parents was not something that we were meant to do. Under no circumstances did I ever give any thought to the likelihood that Emily was making concerted efforts to prevent it from occurring. I was so confident in her that the thought of her intentionally betraying me never even crossed my mind. I had complete faith in her. Instead, if I expressed my concerns, she would switch the script and turn the tables on me. For the purpose of gaslighting me and making me feel like the problem, she would accuse me of having sperm that was faulty. It was a horrible experience to hear it from her, but I was able to accept it at the time. After all, what other factors could possibly be responsible for our inability to conceive? I went to the extent of having multiple tests done because I was so determined to find a solution to what I thought was a medical issue on my end. In the aim of obtaining answers, I went to the offices of many doctors, filled out the necessary papers, and enabled them to carry out all of the necessary examinations. On the other hand, the results were the same each and every time. I had nothing wrong with me at all. Undoubtedly, I am capable of having children. In spite of the fact that I ought to have felt reassured by that, I found myself becoming even more confused. Whether I was okay, what was going on? When I suggested to Emily that she should also get tested, she would immediately disregard my offer. Because she was in such excellent health, she would claim that there was no need for any tests to be performed. It was something that I decided to let go of because I didn't want to put any pressure on her. I was under the impression that she might have been merely terrified or nervous about the chance that anything wasn't right. Throughout the entire process, she had been concealing the reality from me, and I was utterly oblivious to the fact that it was something quite different. After a period of months of being dissatisfied, she gradually admitted the truth. During our conversation, she looked me in the eye and revealed that she had been secretly taking birth control pills the entire time. Each and every month that I spent hoping, as well as each and every night that I lay awake thinking about our future with children, had been in vain. She has no interest in having children of her own. Never, ever, and not at this time. It was the most unfortunate aspect because she had been aware of that from the very beginning. When she said those words, it was like getting a punch to the stomach or something. I had been blaming myself for such a long time, thinking that I was faulty, but in truth, she had made a decision that I was absolutely unaware of. I had been pointing the finger at myself. As she watched me pass exam after test without ever intervening, she had left me to carry the load of uncertainty and unease. She had never once intervened in the situation. Instead, she subtly made certain that neither of us would ever become pregnant, all the while leading me to believe that I was the one who was the problem. The fact that the person I loved the most had concealed something so vital from me, in addition to the fact that my dream of becoming a parent had been destroyed, caused me to be in a state of utter distress. I had no idea what to do, didn't know where I was, and felt like I had been tricked. There was a portion of me that wanted to see the world in search of a companion who shared my aspiration to begin a family. On the other hand, there was a more powerful aspect of me that was unable to see me living without Emily. Because I loved her so deeply, I could not allow this to bring us to our knees, regardless of how terrible it was. Because of this, I came to the conclusion that I would never be able to fulfill my desire of being a new father. After much persuasion, I came to the conclusion that spending my golden years with her was the most important thing in the world. For as long as I can remember, I have loved her with every single beat of my heart. Not taking into account the cost. Since then, Emily's mother has been diagnosed with breast cancer, which occurred 5 years ago. Our entire family was taken aback by the news, despite the fact that the doctors had already identified it at an earlier stage. The term cancer is never something that anyone really enjoys hearing, regardless of how early it is discovered. It was a terrifying idea to consider the possibility of losing my Linda. I have come to regard her as a second mother over the course of our relationship. It was intolerable to consider the possibility that something could happen to her because she had always treated me as if I were her own son, ever since I became a member of their family. Without hesitating, I made the decision to remain at home for a period of several months in order to provide assistance with her care. At that moment, being there for her and my family was the most essential thing, so I put everything else on hold and focused on being there for them. Emily and I took turns assisting to ensure that her mother had all she required for a recovery that was as comfortable as possible while we were at her parents' place. We made sure that she never had the impression that she was by herself, in addition to assisting her with setting up doctor's appointments and preparing meals. In spite of the fact that Emily's father was a powerful individual, he still required assistance, and I was happy to provide it whenever I was able to. It was only via that interaction that my friendship with Emily's family became even more established. I had the impression that Emily and I had become closer to one another as a result of everything that had happened. Emily was able to get the house of her dreams 3 years ago. Over the course of several months, she had been keeping an eye on it, frequently browsing Zillow and looking at the photographs of the house. She never failed to express to me how much she cherished it, how she could envision the two of us residing there, and how dreamlike the situation would be. As a result of the fact that it was somewhat above our financial limitations, she persistently disregarded it as nothing more than a fantasy. Nevertheless, I was able to determine how significant it was to her by observing the way in which her face lit up whenever she started talking about it. In order to make it happen, I took a seat, reviewed our financial situation, and devised a strategy to make it happen. A loan was obtained by me in order to satisfy that goal. I was confident that she would be really happy with the property, and because of this, I wanted to present it to her regardless of the circumstances. I will never forget the way she responded when I finally broke the news to her that the house was ours at the end of the day. She was full of elation. She was so ecstatic that she couldn't stop partying, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. One of those instances in which I was quite positive that I had made the right choice for us was when I made that decision. For the sake of seeing her so content, it was well worth the effort. Following that, we made the decision to move into the house, and proceeded to make it into the home of our dreams. In this space, we have celebrated anniversaries and birthdays, as well as decorated it, gathered with our families, spent pleasant evenings on the porch, and celebrated other special occasions. Nevertheless, there are times when I still find myself wondering about what otherwise may have been. I can't help but think of what it would be like to have a little child running through these hallways, as the rooms are filled with the sound of laughter. The image of that dream is still present in the recesses of my mind. However, I have accepted the reality that it will never take place. I have come to grips with it. After everything is said and done, I love my wife. Through every challenge that life has thrown at me, Emily has been my closest friend, my constant companion, and the person who has been there for me, providing support. We have always been there for one another, whether we were going through a good or bad moment. Regardless of the difficulties we encountered, we were always able to emerge from the situation stronger as a group. To be honest, it is what I was thinking. In the event that this were the case, why did she have the urge to have an open marriage? What was the reason that she felt the need to search elsewhere when I had already given her everything that I had? I was originally taken aback by the information that I was hearing. It would not be acceptable to my brain. In light of the fact that this was the only explanation that made sense to me, I approached her and asked her if she was completely serious. What other actions could I have taken? Overnight, the woman with whom I had shared a home and loved for the majority of my life revealed to me that she desired to have sexual encounters with other men and anticipated that I would embrace her decision. On the other hand, Emily was not joking. With a solemn expression on her face, she started to clarify her point while she was sitting there. It was brought to my attention that she believed she ought to be paid for all of the sacrifices that she had made for our marriage over the course of the years. In spite of the fact that the words hurt, she continued to tell me that she had been feeling some urges that she was finding difficult to manage while I was away from home for months at a time. In her statement, she stated that she found it challenging to be by herself for such a long period of time, and that she had the impression that she was missing out on something. She made it clear that she wanted our marriage to be open so that she could have sexual relations with other men while I was still present. A sense of disbelief engulfed me as I sat there. I don't think she even had the capacity to grasp how much I had sacrificed for the sake of our marriage. I was unable to bear the thought of being apart from her, and as a result, I gave up on the idea of having children. On multiple occasions, I had put her requirements ahead of my own, and I had altered my life in order to fulfill her desires. It seemed as if I had taken care of her mother as if she were my own. I had purchased the home of her dreams, which she had always thought she would never have, and I had been there for her through all of her challenges. In spite of this, she was the one who recognized that she had made an excessive amount of sacrifices. Emily immediately gave me her word that she was still profoundly in love with me when I asked her directly, why? Why would she want to do this? Didn't she love me? Didn't she want to be with me? Was this the end of our relationship? Emily told me that she was still madly in love with me. She insisted that she had no intention of cheating on me, which was the sole reason she was even bothering to ask me this question in the first place. She reasoned that she respected me enough to ask for an open marriage, rather than going around behind my back as if it would make me feel better. She did this because she didn't want to hurt my feelings. Her emphasis was placed on the fact that she had remained faithful to me throughout the course of the years, despite the claimed needs she experienced. She then made the point that she didn't want to waste her life by waiting months to have sex with me because we all only had one. She thought that this would be a waste of her life. While she was still young, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunities that were available to her and enjoy life. What I was hearing was so unbelievable that I couldn't believe it. It was a waste. All of the love, sacrifices and memories that we have of the years that we spent together. Do you think she saw it that way? Would she consider my absence from service, which was something I had spent my entire life to be nothing more than an inconvenience? It was as if I were having a conversation with a person I had never met before. The woman whom I had centered my entire life around, the one whom I had loved since I was 16 years old, was now attempting to convey to me that it had been challenging to remain faithful to her, that a monogamous committed marriage to me was no longer a source of happiness for her. While I sat there, I tried to come up with some answers for the sudden change that she had undergone. It is possible that the primary motivation for this was not the desire to have an open marriage. There's a possibility that she simply despised my extended absence. It is possible that she was trying to convey her feelings of isolation and her desire for me to return home more frequently. When I asked Emily, "Do you want me to leave the military? Is that what this is really about? Do you not want me to go away anymore? Because if that's what you need, I'll try to do it." Emily responded with a firm shake of her head, indicating that she did not have any objections to my work. That I was serving in the military was not a problem for her. I didn't mind even though I was gone for several months at a time. There was no connection between my absence and my line of work in any way. "I am the subject of this," she stated. She gave me the assurance that there was nothing wrong with me or our marriage, and that despite the fact that she had other men in her life, she most really desired for me to remain her spouse and to be a part of her life. Considering that we were both adults without children, she believed that we ought to be having a more enjoyable time together. Emily made a number of assurances to me, including that she would never get emotionally involved with anyone else, that it would be limited to sexual activity and nothing else, and that she would always be truthful about who she slept with, if that would make me feel more at ease with the idea of having an open marriage. Regardless of whether it was a physical or emotional assault, I did not care. Because it was a form of cheating on me, I did not find this to be at all appreciative. The act of cheating was dishonest. The fact that I had never given my assent to this was something that I disclosed to her when I first married her. With regard to this kind of partnership, I had not made a commitment. It was a vow that we would always choose one another, be honest, and be loyal to one another. Following everything that we had been through, she is now interested in altering those vows for her own individual benefit. I made an effort to explain everything to her. I went ahead and let her know that I too get cravings while I am away on deployment. While I am away for a period of several months, I am surrounded by people who most likely would not think twice about engaging in playful activities with me. Nevertheless, I do not. I would not do that. The reason for this is because I would never be able to bring myself to betray the lady that I love, regardless of how long I am gone, or how lonely I may feel. It is the essence of what it is to be committed. Simply said, that is how I understand love. It is therefore incomprehensible that she would sit there and ask me to do anything like that. I don't understand how she could claim to love me and want me to be her husband while at the same time asking for permission to have sex with other men. It seems that she had completely obliterated the foundation upon which everything that we had built was built. Not only was I angry, but I was also hurt. For many years, I had complete faith in both of us, in this marriage. I had sacrificed my time, my aspirations, and even a portion of myself in order to make sure that she was happy. And at this point, it appeared as though she did not care about any of that, because it was inconceivable that she would ask me for this if she truly loved me as much as I loved her. Instantaneously, the disagreement escalated into a passionate debate, with strong feelings on both sides. Emily did not change her mind, despite the fact that I made numerous attempts to persuade her otherwise. In the end, she gave me a directive to follow. On the other hand, I either gave in to her demands, or we divorced and went our own ways. Hearing her speak those things was like getting a punch to the stomach or something. The fact that she was willing to have relationships with other men meant that she was willing to throw away everything that we had been through together, everything that I had given up, and all of my love for this marriage. She did not even give the impression of being conflicted. At this point, it appeared as though she had already made up her mind and was only waiting for me to follow suit. On that particular evening, I could not continue to stay in that house and pretend that nothing was wrong. When I was unable to think straight, I went to a pub and drank until I was full. I felt the urge to get away, even if it was just for a few hours. After I had finally made it back to my house, I did not even bother to go inside our bedroom. As a result of the fact that I couldn't stand to look at her, let alone lie next to her, I went to the guest room and crashed. Since then I have avoided her like the plague. I avoid her like the plague. Just by looking at her face, I find myself becoming increasingly agitated. Recently, I was the recipient of the call. Once again, I was about to be sent off on deployment. Before I left, Emily insisted that I take the time to respond to her. No urge to wait was present in her. It was important to her to know whether this was the end, or whether I would agree to an open marriage agreement. I looked her in the eye and made it clear that I would never comply with her request. I refused to do so under any circumstances. In the event that she was so eager to be with other men, I suggested that she pack up her belongings and leave my apartment. During our conversation, I informed her that this was not the way I was raised, and that I did not believe that this was the kind of marriage that would be suitable for me. An open relationship was something she could have if she so wished, but it would not be with me. When compared to continuing to be married to someone who does not value our commitment, divorce is the more preferred option. She was fuming with wrath. I could see the anger in her eyes as her face contorted into a gruesome expression. Since that time she has consistently refused to meet with me over the phone whenever I have made an effort to get in touch with her. It seems as though she is acting as if I had done something dishonest. I was just curious as to whether or not my failure to comply with the demands that my wife has made of me constitutes a horrible person. I just wanted to let you know that I am really appreciative for each and every one of your responses. It has been an amazing experience to read through all of them. As a response to a few questions and comments that are frequently asked. To begin, I am considering filing for divorce from my current spouse. Before I left, I made sure to let her know that I had meant it. When I am treated disrespectfully in a marriage, I will not continue to be in that union. In the event that she so desires, she is free to date other men. Nonetheless, she will not be my wife. When she was ready to leave, I gave her the opportunity to get her items and leave. At this point, all that is required of me is to get ready for what is to come. As a second question, have I missed any hints? In hindsight, the birth control issue could have been a significant betrayal, and I ought to have seen that as a warning flag. It is possible, however, that love might sometimes produce blindness. Once more, I reassured myself that she would never betray me because we shared a past and had been through a great deal of experiences together already. It has come to my attention that I was incorrect. It's 3. What is the next step? At the moment, I am concentrating on my deployment. However, as soon as I get back, I will be having a serious conversation with a lawyer. In spite of the fact that I put a lot of work into obtaining that house, I will not permit her to continue living there while she is living a single life. It hurts a lot in the end, but I am conscious of the value that I bring to the table. Instead of a wife who sees marriage as a burden that she must escape, I deserve a wife who sincerely wants to be with me throughout our whole marriage. If I am able to, I will keep you all updated. Again, I want to express my gratitude to you for everything. A second update. I received a phone call from my in-laws recently, and they were really angry. It has come to light that John and Linda witnessed Emily engaging in flirtatious behavior with another man. It appeared as though she was kissing and holding hands with this person, as if she was not married and did not have a spouse who was now serving in the military. This woman is just a jerk all around. Not only did she disregard my objections and carry out this action behind my back, but she did so in a blatant manner in the same city where both my family and her family had made their home. She made no attempt to maintain her discretion. With the exception of herself, she appears to have completely lost interest in anything else. But John, my friend, did not find this amusing. Instantaneously, he went up to her and gave her what she deserved in front of everyone else. In addition, he did not hold back, according to what I have heard. When he yelled at her and the man she was with, he made it clear that he was disgusted by what she had done. His fury was obvious the entire time. Additionally, Linda was present. She was just as upset as everyone else. When he is in a rage, my friend John, who served in the military at one point in his life, can be a deadly adversary. The other man must have been quite terrified when this irate former soldier confronted him. I can only picture how terrified he must have been. To the best of my knowledge, the individual ran away as soon as he became aware of the person he was dealing with. John contacted me after everything had happened, and he was angry and remorseful at the same time. It was his desire to know whether or not I was aware of the reasons behind Emily's behavior. I informed him about the task that she had requested of me at this point in time. In addition to becoming even more enraged, he disclosed to me that he had never raised his daughter in such a manner, that he was ashamed of her, and that he was unable to grasp the fact that she had betrayed me in such a manner. There was a woman named Linda who was crying in the background because she was so heartbroken by Emily's conduct. To tell you the truth, I only feel numb at the moment. I no longer have the faintest hope that she will change her ways, or that perhaps this was just a phase of foolishness. That hope has completely vanished. She has already made up her mind. It is very clear that she does not care about the consequences of her actions. I believe that she may have even been seeing this man for a considerable amount of time prior to her proposal of an open marriage to me. All right, I'm done with this. Finished, and finished. I have already been in communication with a legal representative, and I intend to initiate the divorce processes as soon as I get back. There is no restriction on her ability to have fun with whoever she chooses. In spite of the fact that she is still legally obligated to me, she will not do it. Emily called me this week in a fit of wrath, demanding to know why I had been talking to her parents behind her back and using them against her. This is the third update. She raged at me, accusing me of manipulating her family, making her appear bad by playing the victim, and being the reason they were so furious with her and not supporting her. She further claimed that I was the reason they were not supporting her. As soon as she took the decision to cheat and her own parents found out about it, I comforted her that she had done so of her own accord. However, this is the point at which things begin to take an interesting turn. Due to the fact that they are so disgusted by Emily's behavior, my in-laws are willing to lend me their assistance in obtaining a divorce from her. As a gesture of repentance and an explanation for the manner in which she has dealt with me, they have even granted me a portion of her estate. This is done with the intention of ensuring that I survive this catastrophe in the best possible condition. In addition, I have come to the conclusion that I will cheerfully and without reservation accept it. No matter what happens, I won't be leaving this marriage without anything, thanks to the assistance of her parents. It was never my intention for things to come to this conclusion, but at least I will have some sense of resolution now. Caught my wife cheating with my stepbrother, who tormented me for years. I humiliated them both in front of 333 guests at our 7th anniversary. A word of warning. You are about to embark on a ride that will take you on a roller coaster. 7 incredible years have passed since Audrey and I decided to get married. In the beginning, when we were both attending college, I was her first boyfriend. I will admit that. Due to the fact that she came from a somewhat conventional upbringing, she did not have as many opportunities to date or explore relationships as many other people did. In the beginning, when we first met in college, we were friends. However, as our feelings for one another grew, we quickly fell in love with one another. It was immediately apparent to me that she was the perfect match for me since she was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, both on the outside and the inside. The fact that she felt the same way as I did was a stroke of good luck. When dating for a few years, we made the decision to get married when we both graduated from college, and I had a job that was stable enough to provide for us. Audrey does not have any children, and she does not leave the house. In addition, she is an exceptionally talented artist, and she does freelance work on occasion. However, she does not want a full-time job in general, which is why I have always been the one to provide the constant revenue. And for a very long time, I was under the impression that our marriage was perfect. Neither of us had a lot of disagreements. Every Friday, we made it a point to have a date night, and we made sure that each of us had our own personal space and hobbies inside the relationship. On the other hand, as I look back, I realized that I was so preoccupied with my feelings for her, that I failed to recognize the warning signs that were visible throughout the entire process. At the beginning of this year, I went on one of my work travels, and I got back to my house earlier than I normally would have. Bringing Audrey some flowers as a surprise seemed like it would be a kind gesture, so I decided I would do it. Nevertheless, when I entered the house, I was really taken aback by what I saw. The living room was a mess of clothes, with clothes scattered all over the floor and the sofa. The sounds that came from the upper floor, on the other hand, were the ones that really took me by surprise. They were moans and clear sounds of ecstasy. It turned out to be my wife. For me, I was able to hear it. I was unable to move because I had the sensation that someone had punched me in the stomach. My heart was pounding in my chest. The entire body was numb, and my mind became completely blank. At that moment, it seemed as though my heart had suddenly shattered into a million pieces. As I cautiously made my way upstairs, I was still absorbing what I was hearing. But nothing could have adequately prepared me for what I saw and heard. When my wife was having sexual relations with a man, it wasn't just any man. It was my stepbrother who was sleeping in my bed with us at home. Unbelievable was the look in my eyes, as they stood there, engaged with each other, and completely engrossed in their own world. They hardly noticed me standing there. Shock hit me like a ton of bricks, and I was completely taken aback. I was having difficulty making my breaths. Instantaneously, I made a U-turn, went downstairs, gathered my belongings, and then quietly left the neighborhood. I was completely clueless about what to do or where to go. The fact that I was in such tremendous pain, and that my heart was broken made it impossible for me to think straight. Due to the fact that my mind was racing, all I wanted was to extricate myself from the nightmare that I had just entered. After finding myself in the local pub, I made the decision to utilize alcohol as a means of numbing my feelings of sadness. Keeping drinking till the pain decreased was the only thing that came to mind as a means of alleviating the awful anguish I was experiencing. During that particular night, I stayed at a motel, because I was having a difficult time mustering the strength to even consider going back to my house. That was a reality that I simply could not bring myself to acknowledge. Due to the fact that I had not informed Audrey that I had returned home, she called the next day to inquire after my well-being, as she had done in the past. She assumed that I was still out of town. When I asked her what she had done the night before, she responded that she had stayed at home and read a book while drinking a glass of wine. Not only did she speak without any hesitation, but she did so in such a casual manner that it appeared to have no bearing whatsoever. Her ability to lie with such ease was just awful. No trace of remorse or shame could be heard in her tone of voice. Because it appeared as though she didn't give a damn about anything, everything became much more difficult to fathom. The subsequent few days were spent as I was gone from my residence. During my time at the motel, I called in ill to work and stayed there. For the purpose of taking Audrey by surprise, I continued to act as though I was still away from the city. The ideas that were going through my head were racing, and I was not yet ready to approach her. The events that had taken place, specifically what she had done to my stepbrother, repeated themselves in my head over and over again. My stepbrother, who had been a source of trouble for me throughout my youth, was the same person. Audrey had a comprehension of that history. She possessed ample knowledge. For the sake of putting things into perspective, my mother fought cancer for a considerable amount of time before she passed away when I was just 14 years old. In order to get through that dreadful time period, I had to grow used to live without her. After a period of time, my father tied the knot with Jessica, a woman who had also experienced the loss of her lover. In the near future, Lucas, who is Jessica's kid, will become my stepbrother. From the very beginning, Lucas was a bully who made my life difficult on a consistent basis, particularly during those moments when things were really bad. Then, for some reason, he and my wife were lying in my bed at this very moment. The betrayal was made to feel much more severe when one was aware of the extensive history that existed with him. I had the impression that all of my deepest fears were coming true, and I had no control over the situation nor could I stop it. Starting from the beginning, Jessica and Lucas did not like me. They wanted my father to be by himself. And I constantly had the feeling that I was being isolated in my own home. Throughout his entire existence, Lucas had never had a father figure in his life. In addition, I suppose that Jessica was of the opinion that he ought to have spent more time with my father alone. That particular time that is reserved for fathers and sons. She would go to great lengths to ensure that I was excluded from family get-togethers, and to perpetuate the feeling that I was not a part of the family. Whenever Lucas and I got into an argument, she would always make the situation seem worse than it actually was, and find a way to make it appear as though I was the one who was causing the problems. He would create the impression that I did not care about Lucas's presence in the family, or that I was the one who was making him feel rejected. She would offer this impression. It is only natural that my father would always be there to support her, and I would be reprimanded for my inappropriate behavior. In my opinion, my father never paid much attention to my side of the story, which led to numerous arguments between us. As a result of this, my father and I would dispute very frequently. As a result of my misunderstanding, I was under the impression that he was openly supporting Jessica and Lucas. My father eventually forced me to go to therapy after we had been in dispute for several months. It took some time, but I eventually found a therapist who understood me completely. At first, I wasn't sure if it would be helpful. Besides attempting to make me healthier, he was also interested in assisting my father in better comprehending who I am. The therapist extended an invitation to my father to participate in the sessions. There is no denying that that was a defining event. During those sessions, for some reason, my father started to see things from my point of view, even though it was not an easy procedure. Once he understood how the actions of Jessica and Lucas had affected me, he became more accepting of my situation. After some time, he stopped blindly siding with them. On the other hand, Jessica was extremely outraged by this turn of events. It was no longer possible for her to exert the same level of influence over my father. She was no longer able to maintain control of the narrative, or eliminate me from the situation. It appeared as though she had depleted her strength. I am conscious of the fact that it aggravated her. Nevertheless, the fact that my father was by my side, and that I got the impression that he was paying attention and understanding what I had been through was a significant source of relief for me. For the first time in a very long time, I got the sensation that I was able to speak up within the family. After that, she and Lucas changed their strategy, and started harassing me whenever my father was not around to protect me. They did this anytime my father was absent. They would band together and make fun of me for being a motherless child, by constantly reminding me that I had lost my mother when I was a little child. Also, they would tell me that I had lost my mother. It looked as though they were making an effort to diminish the tiny bit of self-worth that I still have. They would also make fun of my father's relationship with my mother, suggesting that Jessica was a better partner, and that he never truly loved her. They would say this about my father. My father would often tell Lucas that he was a better son to him than I would ever be. Lucas would say this very frequently. He would go out of his way to satisfy my father's requests in an effort to prove that he was the best son possible, and to demonstrate his dominance before my father. Despite this, it was never a winning strategy. Even though he exerted a great deal of effort, he was not successful in obtaining the acceptance that he desired from my father. In spite of the fact that it was almost disheartening to be a witness to, he continued to struggle with his attempts. At the point that I had reached my breaking point, I took the decision to leave. In spite of the fact that it was a huge step for me, I was aware that I needed to get away from the toxic environment and begin my own life. Over the course of my life, I have been able to construct a life that is both secure and successful for myself. I am currently employed by my company in a position that is rather significant, and I am able to provide for both Audrey and myself financially. My father's pride in me is something that I am grateful for. In hindsight, it has been a journey filled with highs and lows, but I have exerted a great deal of effort in order to arrive at this point. The life of Lucas, on the other hand, has not exactly flown according to the blueprints. As far as I am aware, he was working as a bartender, and had been in a cycle of sporadic connections with his ex-partner. This is the best information I have. It seems as though he never made much progress. When I was being completely honest, I stopped thinking about him. Nevertheless, I was taken aback when I found out that he and Audrey were sleeping in the same bed. I never in a million years would have imagined that something like this could take place. The nightmare, which felt like a terrible joke, was so bad that I was unable to wake up from it. The reason for my anger toward Audrey was because of this. Despite the fact that she was aware of the suffering I had undergone at the hands of Jessica and Lucas, including the fact that they had tormented me and abused me for a number of years, she chose to betray me with Lucas. When I considered everything that I had been through at the hands of my family, the deceit seemed like a punch to the face. There was no way that I could forgive it. I was unable to ignore it or pretend that there was nothing wrong with the situation. I was aware that I needed to take action. As a result, after considerable deliberation, I came to a conclusion about the matter. I made the decision to seek the advice of a lawyer in order to inquire about the options available to me. Following our conversation, I came to the conclusion that the most appropriate course of action for me would be to initiate the divorce process. On the other hand, I was conscious of the fact that I needed to protect my resources first. It was impossible for me to let her take advantage of me any farther than she had already done. I came to the conclusion that hiring a private investigator would be the best way to gather evidence for the divorce. Though I was aware that I couldn't confront her just yet, I wanted to be prepared. I came to the conclusion that it would be best for me to feign ignorance for the time being. After I got back to my house, I pretended that nothing had changed, and that everything was just as it should have been during my absence. The private investigator had been following Audrey for several weeks, and recording everything that she did. The things that I found out were incredible, and far beyond anything that I could have ever imagined. In addition to having a sexual relationship with Lucas, Audrey was also having personal relationships with a number of other men. I was completely shattered by the evidence that the private investigator provided to me. Looking at the pictures was a challenging experience. Audrey had been having connections with both her male gym trainer and, much to her surprise, a female artist friend. In all honesty, she had been having these relationships. When I first started thinking about my wife, I never imagined that she would be living such an exciting double life, sneaking around behind my back with so many different people. The feelings of anger and betrayal overcame me. Since Audrey had been sneaking around behind my back with a large number of individuals, I felt as though I had been misled, and that I was undeserving. Additionally, I desired for her to feel the same sting and pain as I did. In spite of the fact that I was going to divorce her, I was not going to let her go away without a consequence. At the same time that I wanted to expose her for what she had done and shame her in front of everyone, I also wanted to make her feel all of the heartache that I had been carrying. Due to the fact that this week is our wedding anniversary, I saw the perfect opportunity. At the time that I reserved a site for the celebration, I made it a point to include all of her close relatives and friends, in addition to my own close friends and family. Jessica and Lucas were also invited to the event. Everything was laid out for me. Before I would tell her the truth, I would wait until after supper had been served. I was going to expose her lies, tell her the truth, and watch as her entire world came crashing down around her. However, until that time came, I had to pretend that nothing had changed, and that everything was okay, despite the fact that I had a strong desire to shout. However, Lucas stopped what he was doing in the middle of our lunch and clinked his glass, which caused everyone to stop what they were doing and gaze at him. Because of his face, I felt a brief moment of anger. It was without reasonable doubt that he intended to speak to us. During our celebration of 7 years of marriage, Audrey and I raised a glass to each other. Wow! Who would have ever thought you and Audrey would last for 7 years? When you first brought Audrey over and introduced her to us, I thought, no way someone like you could have pulled someone like her. He commented with a smile. I couldn't help but observe that his mother, Jessica, was getting a little bit too much enjoyment in the event. Lucas grinned as he continued. I mean, just look at her. She is too good for you, man. I couldn't help but see something else about his mother. She looked to be taking pleasure in each and every one of his mockings, almost to the point of taking pleasure in the discomfort. It is likely that those who were in close proximity to us were laughing because they thought Lucas was making a joke or making fun of me. Her appearance, on the other hand, was a clear indication that she was Audrey. Because she was so enraged, her face became more tense as she made a frantic signal for him to stop what he was doing and go back to his seat. The fact that he pulled a trick like this was certainly not something she anticipated. It is clear that she was just as caught aback by the news as I was. Despite this, Lucas was not yet finished. As he continued to lean into the moment and become more loud in his statements, he said, I could never digest how you ended up with Audrey when I always thought it should have been me. As he did so, he became more assertive. In order to guarantee that everyone was paying attention, he paused for effect momentarily. Next, he divulged the bombshell revelation that I had not anticipated, and I was caught off guard. For years, I've tried to pursue her. I guess Audrey finally saw that I was better than you because guess what, bro? She's been sleeping with me all this time. Every single person in the room gasped. It was as though time had stopped. I was able to pick up on the shocked mutterings that were going on throughout the room. Additionally, when I looked at Audrey, her face had completely lost all of its brightness. In all appearances, she was on the edge of losing consciousness. Although she opened her mouth, she did not produce any sound. She was completely unprepared for the situation. And there was the moment when the facade of the perfect relationship that we were trying to portray to the world began to crumble. As my father looked between Lucas and me, his expression remained expressionless. He was uncertain as to whether he had just witnessed a practical joke, or whether this was the terrible fact. After turning his back on Audrey, Lucas mockingly apologized for revealing their secret. But he did not exhibit any regret for his actions. While Audrey and I were celebrating our wedding anniversary, as if nothing had happened and we were a happy, ideal couple, he continued by telling everyone in the room how tough it had been for him to be silent. He said that it had been a struggle for him to remain silent. His tone showed that he was appreciating every moment of this perverted revelation. Lucas snarled. You guys act like you're living the dream like all of this is real, when in reality, she doesn't even love you anymore, bro. His tone said that he was enjoying every moment of this revelation. In addition to experiencing feelings of embarrassment and vulnerability, I also had a sense of clarity after the event. When all of the pain and hatred that I had been repressing over the course of the preceding few weeks suddenly came to the surface, I instantly recognized that it was time. Retaliation was warranted at this point in time, but it wasn't the end of Lucas. He went on to add that sleeping with Audrey had been one of the best decisions he had ever made in his life, and that he had finally demonstrated that he was more capable than I was capable of being. As a matter of fact, he chuckled and turned around to face her after raising his glass to toast. Audrey's face grew scarlet with anger, as she yelled at Lucas to stop claiming that, she's the best lay I've ever had. She then turned to face me and stated that Lucas was most likely lying because he was intoxicated. Her face was flushed with rage. At this point, people were engaging in hushed conversations with one another, and their gazes were darting from Lucas to Audrey to me. A nervous atmosphere pervaded the entire room. The fact that my father had been silent up until this point was followed by an angry attack on Lucas and a demand for answers. The parents of Audrey were noticeably worried and asked, "What the hell is going on?" There was anarchy. They were leaning in close to Audrey. At that moment, I came to the realization that this was my chance to finally reveal the truth and put an end to everything up to that point. I stood up and said in a loud voice without giving it any thought, "Well, just to confirm to everyone here, Lucas is in fact speaking the truth. He and Audrey have been sleeping with each other for a while now." The entire room was quiet throughout the conversation. I could see the expression on Audrey's face, which was a combination of fear and shock. It was her viewpoint that I lacked knowledge. She was under the impression that I continued to behave in an irrational manner, and appeared as though nothing was wrong. Having said that, I would no longer permit her to get away with it by any means. I continued by saying, "I've known about this affair for months. And Lucas, just so you know, you are not the only person Audrey has been sleeping with." I noticed that Lucas's smile faded as his expression became more serious. I made sure that everyone heard me. He had lost all of his self-assurance. As he looked at me, he made an effort to understand what I was saying. I broke the news to everyone in the room, and his eyes shot back and forth between Audrey and myself. My spouse has dated not just Lucas but also 2 other people in addition to him. Aside from Lucas, she had other romantic partners. In a state of desperation, Audrey made an attempt at self-defense. I was yelled at by her. And she told me that I was lying. That I had no right to speak ill of her. And that I should stop making these allegations that were not supported by any evidence. After that, she continued by stating that it was quite possible that Lucas and I were working together to undermine her. In order to ensure that everyone was aware of what Audrey had been doing behind my back, I removed the images from my phone and distributed them to everyone. When Lucas looked at the photographs, it seemed as though he was on the verge of crying in front of everyone. Despite this, Audrey gave off the impression that she desired to vanish into the ground. Her face grew pale as she came to the realization that she could not escape this nightmare. And I could see the fear and shame in her eyes, while she was doing so. Despite the fact that they had been so confused and worried just a few moments earlier, her parents suddenly appeared to be completely and utterly angry at her. It was clear that they were not aware of the kind of person their daughter had become throughout the course of her life. I continued to speak in order to give everyone a clear understanding of what was truly taking place. "I organized this wedding anniversary," I explained to her, "just so I could expose Audrey for the lies and betrayal she's been hiding. I had already planned to give her the divorce papers tonight. But I'm glad Lucas decided to expose himself first." I thanked Lucas while allowing a hint of snarkiness to filter into my voice. "Thank you, Lucas. For showing me exactly how much better I deserve than she. You've made this so much easier." I went to Audrey, who was still in astonishment and still trying to take in what had just transpired, and shared my gratitude with her. I then took out the divorce documents that I had been keeping hidden from her view. She was so surprised that her eyes expanded when I handed them to her. "Here you go, Audrey," I stated coolly. "Here you go." It was clear from the look in her eyes that she was taken aback when she heard the words, "You are a liar and a cheater, and I'm done with you." This was a nightmare that she thought she would eventually wake up from. Despite this, nobody was roused from their sleep by this. The task was completed. The task was completed. I finally experienced a sense of relief when I realized that I was no longer involved in the lies that she had constructed after she had done so. Now that the truth had been exposed, neither one of us could go back on our prior decisions. At this same moment, Lucas was going through a full breakdown as a result of Audrey. He let out a yell at her, wanting to know whether or not the things that I had demonstrated and stated were genuine. With tears in his eyes and trembling hands, he approached her, and yelled that she had assured him that he was the only person who could fulfill her needs. In spite of the fact that it was quite distressing to witness him disintegrate in such a manner, he deserved to be shown the truth. I was also injured by him, despite the fact that it was painful for him. As a result, Audrey eventually fled the region. Her face expressed both anger and humiliation at the same time. As she raced out of the room, she constantly informed everyone that I had made her feel guilty in front of everyone, and that I should have given her the opportunity to explain herself in private, but that there was no explanation for what she had done. Having no justification. Perhaps eliminate the betrayals and lies that have been told. Following Audrey's escape, Her parents expressed their regret to me. Both parties conveyed their sorrow for the actions that their daughter had taken toward me. There was some improvement, but it was not sufficient to heal the harm. On the other hand, Lucas made my father quite angry. A little while later, he pulled me away from him, and gave me a bear hug while telling me that Lucas's actions made him sick. I could see the anger in my stepbrother's eyes, and it was enough for me to know that he was in danger. Since the celebration, everything has been in a state of complete and utter disarray. Audrey has been hiding away at the residence of a friend since she is too embarrassed to return home. Every day, she sends me a text message to express her dissatisfaction with the fact that I exposed her without any justification. She claims that I have caused her life to be badly impacted, and that she is now seen negatively by everyone. In the event that she does not make peace with me, she asserts that her parents would cut her off from the family. To tell you the truth, I am unable to provide care for her. Now, she is forced to face the consequences that her choices have brought about. It is my intention to bring Audrey to light in this manner. Just one more update. I would like to begin by making it abundantly obvious that Audrey and I are not going to continue our relationship. I have decided to put an end to that particular phase of my life. Despite what she says, or how her parents try to make me feel awful, I do not want to have any further interaction with her. I do not want to have any more contact with her. I will never be able to trust her again because of the way in which she lied to me, and tricked me into believing something that was not true. I have already provided her with the information that she is required to retrieve her items and depart as quickly as possible. I'll give her a week to collect her thoughts, and be ready to leave. In the event that she does not, I will be the one to transfer her possessions to the street, and she will be required to come and get them. It doesn't matter to me if it's cruel. I was fooled by her in the first place. She will now be responsible for dealing with the consequences. It is highly likely that she will feel compelled to come here and start packing soon. It is impossible for her to simply disappear without first addressing the reality of the situation. Regarding Jessica, I am aware that many people are anticipating her reaction to Lucas's revelation that he had an affair with Audrey. I am wondering about her reaction. To tell you the truth, she didn't seem to be really stunned. It is not clear to me whether she is merely adept at managing her emotions, or whether she is already aware of his extramarital affair. There is a possibility that she had some suspicion or an intuition about what was going on between them, but I am unable to say for certain. However, it is probable. This is the second update. Following the events that took place, my father and I engaged in a lengthy conversation regarding the various aspects of the situation. Lucas has completely gone too far. And my father is seething with rage at the fact that his own son could hurt me in such a manner. In light of the fact that Lucas had managed to stab me in the back in the most heinous way imaginable, he, too, felt that he had been tricked. Nevertheless, it is only natural that Jessica is making an effort to protect Lucas. When Lucas fell in love with Audrey, she maintains that nobody was genuinely to blame for the situation. She has been supporting him on a consistent basis. Despite her best efforts, she continues to try to defuse the situation as if it were a Romeo and Juliet scenario, in which emotion just gets in the way of rational judgment. On the other hand, my father will not tolerate any of it. In spite of the fact that he considered himself to be genuinely in love, he has made it abundantly clear that there was no justification for what Lucas did. As far as Lucas is concerned, I actually do not have any notion what the consequences of his actions will be. I am not sure what the outcome of this situation will be, but I am certain that the truth has at long last been exposed. People can no longer pretend that he was a completely blameless individual, who was simply caught up in a challenging situation. This is no longer a viable option. Everyone is aware of what he accomplished now that his true nature has been revealed to the public. Both the fact that my father is on my side, and the fact that the truth is no longer being suppressed bring me a sense of relief. At this very moment, my relatives and friends are providing me with assistance in locating the most qualified divorce attorneys in the region who will be representing me. It is the third update. Lucas is making an effort to portray me as the antagonist in this entire issue in some way. In light of the fact that he has been more upset and indignant about being fooled and cheated on than I have been since the party, it is extremely ironic that this is the case. At the end of the day, he is the one who had sexual relations with my wife, and he is now acting like the victim. One of the most positive aspects is that no one is taking his side. Lucas has been trying to get me to feel sorry for him by contacting me for several days, but I have been ignoring him. He is trying to make me feel sorry for him. Earlier today, he made an appearance at my doorstep, with the intention of either providing me with some form of assistance, or attempting to guilt trip me. It was then that he started screaming at me, accusing me of betraying him. He asserted that it was my responsibility to inform him about Audrey, just before he made his important announcement on the occasion of my wedding anniversary. When he made the observation that I should have interfered and warned him of the problem before he disgraced himself, he indicated that he was taking his statement very seriously. In other words, what was it that I was supposed to do? You may say something along the lines of, "Hey, Lucas, by the way, my wife is also sleeping with other people." It doesn't work like that. I let him know that he was the one who came forward and admitted to having slept with my wife. Immediately, I informed him that he had made the decision to betray me in that manner. Moreover, he was the one who had initially gone beyond what was acceptable with me. The moment I walked in and saw them together, I immediately let him know how much it affected me to see them together. To tell you the truth, however, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of joy at the rapid pace at which his world was disintegrating. In his favor, it was advantageous. With all sincerity, he was convinced that he was Audrey's sole eligible suitor. I beg you. I was then informed by Lucas that my father had financially isolated him from the rest of the family. Now that he is on his own, it appears like he is having a difficult time. He had the audacity to approach me for assistance with some payments, which is not surprising given that he was short on cash. It was difficult to believe. After all that had happened, he was under the impression that I would be the one to save him. I merely told him to leave my house while laughing in his face during the entire conversation. In the event that he required financial assistance, I suggested that he approach Audrey or even his mother and beg for it. I have reached my limit with him. I no longer regard him to be a member of my family. I was done with Lucas's attempt to argue, but he was unsuccessful. I did not allow him to use guilt as a means of coercing me into doing anything. If he did not go, I threatened to put him in the custody of the authorities. His criminal history is something I am aware of, and the last thing he wanted was for his condition to become even more hopeless. There was no other way for me to convince him to back down. Given that he was aware that I was not bluffing, he was compelled to depart. Without a doubt, I was pleased to see him leave, and I did not experience any feelings of remorse about it. Having constructed his own bed, he is now able to lie down in it. After 5 months of helping my wife succeed, she announced, "I'm pregnant with another man. I'm directly filing a lawsuit. See you in court, bitch." Our relationship had been going strong for 3 years, and we had been married for 2 years, and everything appeared to be coming into place. Olivia, my wife, was a driven and ambitious individual who had always envisioned herself achieving great success in her professional life. I applauded that quality of hers, and I made it a point to provide her with assistance in any and every manner that I could. To put it another way, isn't that what a spouse is supposed to do? It was a roller coaster of feelings for me when Olivia revealed that she had been given an unexpected opportunity to work for a prestigious company in Europe. To begin, I was overjoyed for her. I was happy for her. She had a dream about this. On the other side, the thought of being separated for such a significant amount of time makes me feel dreadful. On the other hand, Olivia was overjoyed, and the sight of her elation helped me to put my concerns to the side. I informed her that she had to leave, and that I would be there to support her while she pursued her goals and ambitions. In the weeks and months preceding up to her departure, I established myself as her most ardent supporter. In order to free her up to concentrate on getting ready for her new position, I took on additional tasks at home. I went so far as to assist her with packing, conduct research on the most desirable neighborhoods for her to reside in, and handle all of the tedious logistics that she detested. Despite the fact that it was difficult to watch her board the plane, I tried to console myself by reminding myself that this was only a temporary obstacle. For a while, we maintained our connection. Olivia would phone me every evening to tell me about her new co-workers, the dynamics of the office, and the allure of the city. Then, we would chuckle over our inside jokes while I updated you on the latest happenings in my life back home. However, as time went on, the number of missed calls decreased. My assumption was that she was simply adjusting to her new life at the time. Afterward, her texts began to have an air of distancing, as if they were written out of necessity rather than real interest in the recipient. I would inquire about her well-being, and she would supply me with one-liners in response. She would avoid the question by stating that it was not yet an appropriate time to visit each other whenever I brought up the possibility of our going to see each other. A sense of unease began to creep into my thoughts, and I made an effort to throw it off. Distance relationships were challenging to maintain. That was common knowledge. I reassured myself that Olivia was only beginning to adjust to her new life, and that she required some time as she did so. It became increasingly difficult to ignore the signs. After a few weeks, it had been 5 months, and her communication had gradually decreased to nearly nothing. Unanswered calls were received. Letters that were left uneaten. I began to feel a sense of worry, and began to wonder if she had been suffering from a catastrophic accident. This caused her to block me, a little. Sharp knife was used to cut into my chest, and it was really painful. When I was in complete disbelief, I recall staring at my phone, and refreshing her profile. I was hoping that it was some kind of error, but it obviously wasn't. Her phone number was no longer active. It was impossible to find any sign of our connection, and her social media pages had been removed entirely. In order to check her social media, I requested that my friends and relatives do so. During this time, her account was briefly disabled. I was in a state of constant fury and anguish, as I spent 7 days attempting to make sense of what had happened. Could it be that I had made a mistake? Would she be trying to inform me that our marriage was finished by doing this? When I attempted to get in touch with her family, they told me that they didn't know very much. Her mother was evasive, and dismissed me with awkward explanations about Olivia's hectic schedule, and the distractions that Facebook and other social media platforms provided for her. My sleep was disrupted. In an effort to find hints, I would spend each night scrolling through previous images of us that were stored on my phone. There was an intolerable lack of sound. Nothing could have adequately prepared me for what I was about to learn, despite the fact that my mind was racing with the worst-case scenarios. Leaving by plane was something I had pondered doing. But I was no longer aware of where she was staying. After I had gotten in touch with the landlord of the home that I had arranged for her, he informed me that she had moved out some weeks ago. I made an effort to get in touch with her company, but I received no response. The company that she talked so much about was not the one where she worked. When I called, I did so several times. I was considering filing a complaint with the police, but her mother prevented me from doing so. Olivia, she told me, was doing well and just needed some distance. She also encouraged me to convey the same message to everyone else. I was informed that she will get in touch with me when she was ready. Although I was extremely perplexed, I waited. It had been close to 2 months since I had attempted to get in touch with her, and I had tried every available method. When I came across it, I was scrolling through our social media accounts. It seems that she had reactivated her account. A picture of her was taken at some kind of formal occasion, and there she was, beaming with happiness. On a baby bump, her hand was resting in a protective manner. Starting a new chapter with the person who is the love of my life was written in the caption. Her boss was the name of the man who stood next to her, and I dimly recognized him from the photographs of her workplace. The message hit me like a freight train. Not only had my wife, the lady whom I had loved and supported to the point of abandonment, but she had also moved on completely. She was carrying a child. When I was married, I smiled, as if I had never existed. Under the law, she was still legally married to me. I had the sensation that my chest had been ripped open, because the betrayal was so blatant and so comprehensive. It was then that my legs finally gave out, and I collapsed onto the couch, staring at the TV while tears clouded my vision. She had not simply abandoned me, she had completely removed me from the narrative of our lives, which she had rewritten. On the one hand, I was looking for answers, but on the other hand, I did not want to resort to running after her because that was what I had been doing so far. There was nothing further to say. It was impossible for me to compete with the illusion that she was living. It seemed as though my entire world was falling apart, and she was over there having fun with another man. My family and friends came together to support me, and make an effort to keep me rooted in reality. When I informed my closest friend, Ryan, about what had occurred, he was visibly upset. According to him, she did not deserve my tears, and he advised me to move on with my life and concentrate on myself. When every nook and cranny of my home brought back memories of her, it was easier to say than to do. How come? In what way did she act? She should have had the decency to notify me that it was over, but she didn't. When did I become expendable? In the past, I had been nothing but encouraging. The first update is that I was in a daze for 5 days, after I found out about Olivia's betrayal through her social media post. I was overcome with fury, despair, and grief. My parents advised me to concentrate on the things that I could manage. On the other hand, when my entire world had been turned upside down, that seemed inconceivable. It was impossible for me to simply give up and allow her to get away with everything that she had done. Over the course of the subsequent days, I sought the counsel of an attorney. I reached out to a family attorney, and took the time to explain the scenario in painstaking detail. I was able to identify with the initial reaction of the attorney. With Olivia having virtually abandoned our marriage, and constructed a new life without any legal separation or divorce, she informed me that I had reasons to submit a case for marital fraud. She indicated that I had grounds to do so. I filed the complaint with the system. It appeared to be a baby step toward regaining some measure of control over the situation. Despite the fact that I had no idea whether or not it would amount to anything, at least it was something. My blood began to boil at the thought that Olivia might walk out of my life, destroy everything that we had created, and then spend the rest of her life living happily ever after, without any consequences. While I was working through the legalities, I began to think about how I had been taken by surprise from the beginning. As I continued to play back the final few months of our relationship, I was looking for any indications that I could have overlooked. I felt as though I had been slapped in the face for every moment that I had spent supporting her, cheering her on, and making sacrifices towards her. Despite the fact that I had been her most ardent supporter, she had repaid me with this heinous violation of trust. The legal process moved at a snail's pace, but the straightforward act of submitting the complaint seemed like a mooring. It brought to my mind that I did not have to be a passive observer, as she removed me from her life during that time. I presented the attorney with all of the documented evidence that I could locate, including our marriage certificate, evidence of assets that were owned jointly, and recordings of our correspondence before to her disappearance. My attorney gave me the assurance that she would be held accountable for her acts, particularly in the event that she attempted to do other measures that were in violation of the terms of our marriage. What other options did she have? Everything had already been completed by her. In the meantime, I immersed myself in my work in an effort to divert my attention away from the inner turmoil I was experiencing. As soon as they realized anything was wrong, my coworkers not only gave me space but also provided their support. One of my coworkers placed a cup of coffee on my desk along with a message that read, "You've got this." Although it wasn't much, it felt like a lifeline at that very time. As time went on, the hatred I felt toward Olivia started to take precedence over the melancholy I was experiencing. The more I got to know her, the more I realized that she was a self-centered and manipulative individual who was more concerned with her own aspirations and wishes than she was with the people who loved her. At all times, Olivia was entirely concerned with herself. This is the second update. Just when I was about to let go, Olivia made a surprise appearance in the most unexpected way. Since the last time I had heard from her, it had been 7 months. During the course of one evening, I was going through some bills when I heard my phone ring. Europe was the origin of the number. Olivia spoke to the person on the other end of the call. While she was speaking, her voice was trembling, and I could hear the sound of muffled cries in the background. She told me that she needed to talk to me because she was in a difficult situation and she did not know who else she could turn to for help. She was honest enough to admit that her ideal life in Europe had been reduced to a pile of ashes. Her new husband, the man she had left me for, turned out to be a con artist. She had abandoned me for him. It was with a broken voice that she went on to explain that he had been perpetrating some kind of intricate hoax, and had completely wiped out her finances. He had vanished, leaving her pregnant and abandoned in a foreign place with no money, no support, and no idea what to do next. She had no financial resources, and no support system. I had my suspicions that he was her employer, but then again, what do I know? She wasn't even employed by the company that I had assumed she was working for. I had not yet uttered a single word. My heart was filled with a whirlwind of feelings as I sat there and listened to her detail her emotional saga. Karma was going to punish her in the most severe manner that was imaginable. On the other hand, I couldn't believe her defiance. She had the audacity to come crawling back to me after everything that she had done, wanting compassion and support from me because of her actions. In order to get back on her feet, she asked me if I could assist her in any way, perhaps by sending her some money. She stated that she was aware that she had made errors, but that she was in a difficult situation and had no other options available to her. My silence lasted for a brief period of time, and I let her words to linger in the air. Next, I inquired as to the reason she believed that I owed her anything. I told her that she had blocked me, deactivated her account, and removed me from her life. And then all of a sudden she appeared with a new one without any consideration for how it would impact me. At this point, she was contacting me, anticipating that I would come to her rescue and make it seem as though none of that had occurred. Olivia began to cry more intensely, stating that she did not have anybody else to turn to for support. As a result of her family's abandonment of her, she was terrified for the development of her child. My intention was to tell her to inquire with her mother, but she informed me that she had already inquired with her mother. She pleaded with me to comprehend that she had committed a devastating error, and that all she required was a second chance to put everything in order. You mean that I was her final resort, right? I made it clear to her that I was not her safe haven. Having finished making her bed, she was now required to lie down in it. I informed her that her ability to manipulate or rely on me whenever it was convenient for her was no longer a part of my identity. In the instant that she left my life without so much as a farewell, she had destroyed that bridge from the very beginning. In an attempt to argue, she stated that we had a history together, that we had loved each other in the past, and that this must have meant something, but I interrupted her during her argument. I informed her that love was not a one-way street, and that the moment she chose to ghost me and marry someone else, she had destroyed any love that I had for her. My feelings for her had been obliterated. I informed her that I would have continued to hold her in high esteem, if she had just asked me for a divorce, and let go of the relationship in a polite manner. However, she had not done so. I informed her that on this particular number, my attorney would get in touch with her regarding the divorce process. Even during the divorce, she had not been in contact with anyone. What was going through her mind? I had no idea. Even if she did not appear, the divorce would likely be granted at some point in the future. All that was required of me was to wait for a few more months. Following the conclusion of the chat, Olivia broke down in tears, and I hung up the phone. Relief, rage, and a tinge of sadness were the unusual sensations that I experienced at the same time. The following day, I called my attorney to provide her with an update on the matter. It was her recommendation that I keep a record of the call, as well as any other interactions with Olivia in the event that she attempted to cause any kind of trouble. I let her know that I had recorded 50% of the call. As soon as I realized that I had taken measures to safeguard myself, I experienced a sense of relief. This is the third update. When Tiffany called, her voice held an air of urgency, as if she were on a heroic quest to remedy a wrong. She seemed dedicated to doing what was right. She began her pleading immediately after making a brusque introduction to herself, and did not waste any time. According to her, Olivia was in a precarious situation, living in a shelter, pregnant, and mentally wrecked. She was barely making ends meet. Tiffany said Olivia had told her how supportive and caring I'd been during our marriage, and she couldn't understand why I was reluctant to step up now. Her tone became abrasive as she accused me of abandoning Olivia in her time of need, portraying me as a heartless and emotionless individual during this time. The tone of my voice was calm, but it was tinged with the irritation that was rising beneath the surface. I waited for her to finish her rant before I spoke. I asked her a simple question. Was she the one who had urged Olivia to leave me in the first place? Tiffany was taken aback and stuttering as she spoke. She made an effort to refute it by claiming that she had never backed Olivia's decisions otherwise than because she believed Olivia was acting in a manner that was beneficial to her. After she had finished speaking, I interrupted her, and warned her that showing support for someone does not mean cheering them on blindly when they are making choices that are damaging and risky. I questioned her about whether or not she was also the person who assisted Olivia in writing the ecstatic social media post that announced her new life, including the new spouse, the baby that was on the way, and the new beginning in Europe. Have she assisted Olivia in the process of composing the ideal captions to add salt to my wounds while Olivia was busy playing home with her new boyfriend? Tiffany stated that Olivia had been caught up in the bustle of her new relationship, and that everyone makes errors. Tiffany's attempt to deflect the situation was unsuccessful. The tone of her voice changed to one of defensiveness, as if she were attempting to portray herself as a bystander who was not guilty. It was my recommendation to her that if she was so concerned about Olivia's health, she ought to take responsibility for her own care and take Olivia in. During the time that Olivia was cleaning up her mess, I inquired as to whether or not she would be willing to offer her with a place to sleep, supplies of food, and mental support. With a stutter, Tiffany asserted that she did not possess the financial means or the resources necessary to take Olivia in. She expressed that she wanted she could be of greater assistance, but that her circumstances did not permit her to do so. At that same instant, I was unable to contain my anger. It was convenient for her to preach about compassion and responsibility, when she wasn't the one being asked to clean up Olivia's mess. I informed her in a straightforward manner. However, she continued to preach about these topics. In light of the fact that she was unwilling to put her money or her time where her mouth was, I claimed that her sudden care for Olivia was a fake gesture. Tiffany attempted to interject by stating that I did not have a complete understanding of the situation. I interrupted her once more. I assured her that I had no problem understanding her. Olivia had just finished making her bed, and she was now anticipating that I would lie down in it for her while she dug my grave subsequent to that. At this point, Tiffany, who had most certainly been the one who promoted her self-centered decisions, was attempting to coerce me into accepting responsibility for someone who had treated me as if I were a disposable backup plan. I informed her that I would have no choice but to employ the services of my attorney in the event that she or anyone else continued to harass me regarding this matter. My words were not a bluff. My attorney and I had already discussed the subject, and he informed us that we were fully within our rights to bring a harassment claim if the calls and messages continued. Immediately, Tiffany's tone changed considerably. She made an attempt to retract her statement, claiming that she was not trying to bother me but rather was merely concerned for Olivia. She stated that she had no intention of making me angry, and that she merely wanted to start a conversation with me. I was not going to buy it. When Olivia made the decision to ghost me, marry another guy, and flaunt her new life without so much as a shred of decency, I told her that discourse was no longer relevant. It was my intention to convey to her that I did not owe Olivia or anybody else related to her anything. In her final attempt to beg for help, Tiffany's voice faltered as she made her final appeal. Her statement was that the infant did not deserve to suffer as a result of Olivia's actions, and that if I took action, I would be able to make a significant impact on the child's life. A nerve was touched by that. But not in the way that she had intended. I expressed my feelings for the baby, but I made it clear that it was not mine. I informed her that if Olivia's new husband did not feel for her or the kid, then there was no reason for me to feel the same way. I inquired of her whether or not I had the word fool written on my forehead. By saying that it was Olivia's job to determine the kind of life she wanted to create for her child, I meant that it was not actually my obligation. While Tiffany remained silent for a brief period of time, she eventually mumbled something about how she hoped I would reconsider. Her voice was shaking now, as if she had come to the realization that she had lost any moral high ground that she had previously believed she possessed. I closed the call with a final statement. I informed her that if she contacted me again, I would follow through with my legal threats. She was told that my life did not center on cleaning up the messes of individuals who had no regard for me, and that I was not going to let Olivia's poor choices bring me down. I also told her that I was not going to let Olivia bring me down. As soon as I hung up, I had a concoction of relief and frustration. Being forced to defend myself against individuals who refused to see the bigger picture was a difficult and exhausting experience. Tiffany's arrogance was nearly hilarious. However, despite the fact that she had described me as emotionless and cold, she was not willing to do anything to assist Olivia herself. It was obvious that Tiffany, much like Olivia, was accustomed to shifting blame and expecting others to bear the consequences of their poor choices. On the other hand, I was not going to fall into their trap. For such a considerable amount of time, I had been the spouse who constantly put the needs of others ahead of my own. On the other hand, Olivia's treachery had compelled me to reconsider the kind of things I was ready to put up with in my life. It dawned on me that I had wasted an excessive amount of time attempting to cure things that were beyond repair, and that it was time for me to let go of those things. Update 4. When Olivia's mother called, I readied myself for yet another attempt at manipulation. In a tone that was oozing with disdain, she did not waste any time before leaping to Olivia's rescue. When Olivia was in need of assistance, she claimed that I was being cruel and vindictive by not providing assistance to her. She stated that a genuine man would take responsibility, regardless of what had occurred in the past. There was a brief pause during which I listened, allowing her to dig her hole deeper before I intervened. During the time that she, Olivia's own mother, was not doing anything to assist her daughter, I informed her that she had the audacity to lecture me about taking responsibility. I asked her in a direct manner why she wasn't the one who was going to step in. Wasn't it her obligation as a mother to support her child? Her response was extremely replete with justifications. She stated that she had made every effort to do so, but that she did not possess the necessary financial resources. She attempted to defend her inaction by arguing that she could not reasonably take on such a load at her age, but her voice was hardly audible as she made her argument. It was my intention to convey to her that her remarks sounded empty, just like Tiffany's. Undoubtedly, she was aware of who she was. Due to her lack of loyalty and character, I inquired as to whether or not she had actually given birth to Olivia, or had simply picked her up off the street. I speculated that the latter was more likely. I mentioned that even homeless people frequently demonstrate a higher level of commitment and concern for one another than Olivia had ever given me, or than she was exhibiting her daughter at this moment in her role as a mother. My annoyance was only increasing as a result of her outraged sputtering. I questioned how Mom had raised Olivia to become someone who thought it was acceptable to betray and abandon people left and right. I stated that it was not surprising that Olivia had made such a mess of her life because she had such a model to look up to throughout her childhood. When she attempted to assert that she had served as a mother to the best of her abilities, her tone became defensive. She said Olivia had always been stubborn and difficult, as though it relieved her of any blame. I didn't let up. I asked her whether she had also been through 4 or 5 marriages like Olivia, and if that was the reason why Olivia came to the conclusion that it was completely acceptable to approach relationships as if they were disposable commodities. First, there was a little pause in the conversation. And then she abruptly responded, stating that I had no authority to pass judgment on her or her family. After a bitter laugh, I reminded her that I wasn't passing judgment but just expressing the facts. I stated that Olivia had made it very plain what type of person she was when she ghosted me, married another guy while she was still married to me, and flaunted her new life on social media without showing even the slightest bit of decency. My message to her was that I did not wish to hear any further justifications for Olivia's behavior. Her tone was trembling as she attempted to alter her strategy in order to appeal to my compassion. She explained that Olivia was pregnant, terrified, and living alone in a foreign country, and that it would not be fair to punish her for mistakes that she now was sorry she had made. At that point, I halted her. I stated to her that Olivia was responsible for dealing with her own regrets, not mine. If she honestly felt guilty for what she had done, she could prove it by showing up in court and facing the consequences like an adult. I cautioned her not to even consider the possibility of blaming me for Olivia's mess. I reminded her that I had been nothing but supportive during my marriage to Olivia, and that I didn't deserve the treachery I had undergone. If she or anybody else in their family believed that they could use guilt to get me to take Olivia back, I told them that they were gravely inaccurate in their assumption. I advised her that if she was so determined to assist Olivia, she need to take responsibility for her own actions. I inquired as to the reason for her refusal to offer to bring Olivia back to her house, provide her with a place to stay, and assist her in getting back on her feet. I cut her off in the middle of her stuttering about not having the means to do what she needed to do. I replied, her excuses sounded an awful lot like the ones Olivia had given me. One more attempt was made by her to accuse me of being guilty, claiming that Olivia's child did not deserve to suffer as a result of her mother's faults. I told her that was something Olivia should have thought about before making the decisions she did. I refused to take care of a child who was not mine, and I told her that I would not do so. While some people like her might be okay with it, I wasn't. Once that was done, I struck the final blow. I explained to her in a straightforward manner that I do not accept trash back, regardless of how sad it may appear to be. The call came to a close with me issuing a warning that I would not be drawn into their mess anymore under any circumstances. I urged her to tell Olivia that if she was so experienced at finding new spouses, she could find another one to clean up after her if she was so adept at finding new husbands. And I informed her that Olivia may show up in court if she had anything to say to me. How can people be so shameless? I don't understand why I hadn't noticed something like this before. Indeed, what they claim is accurate. When you are with someone you love, you tend to view everything through rose-colored glasses. The 5th update is that Olivia has at long last returned. The word spread rapidly through rumors that circulated inside the family and among acquaintances, despite the fact that I had lost interest in participating in the gossip. My understanding is that Olivia's mother had finally taken action. But it was not out of a sense of maternal instinct. Rather, she was acting out of a desperate need to protect her own reputation. After seeing that I wasn't going to budge, she sent Olivia the money to return home. One may say that it was poetry. The same mother who tried to blame me for not taking Olivia back had to foot the fee herself. I did not feel any compassion. Olivia was able to destroy every bridge that she had ever traversed, and now she was standing on the flaming ashes with nowhere to go. The divorce was already finalized by the time Olivia arrived back on soil that she had previously called home. There was no protest from her. She was unable to. Not in light of all the facts that I had accumulated. Almost all of the decisions that the court made were favorable to me. Olivia owed me a considerable amount of money as part of the settlement. An amount she had no possibility of paying anytime soon. That wasn't the end of it. She had been caught up in the legal repercussions that resulted from her exploits in Europe. With the help of the investigation that was prompted by the fraud case that I had filed, The authorities were able to piece together the disaster that she and her lover had made. The interaction that she and I had over the phone was really damaging. They provided a clear picture of her fearlessness, her chutzpah, and her propensity to manipulate anyone who stood in her way. They also painted a picture of her lack of remorse. The judge displayed a lack of reserve. The entire absence of accountability on Olivia's part was brought to his attention during the sentencing process. He claimed that she did not exhibit any regret for the suffering that she had brought on to not just me, but also to other people, whom she had deceived along the line. Her legal representative utilized every possible strategy in order to secure a reduced sentence for her client. He argued that she was substantially pregnant, and that incarceration would be an excessively severe punishment. It was unsuccessful. A sentence of 2 years was handed down by the judge, who stated that Olivia's acts were planned, calculating, and motivated by her own self-interest. The fact that she was pregnant did not release her from duty. In fact, it made her decisions much more terrible than they already were. In the moments leading up to the beginning of her sentence, Olivia had given birth. According to what I was told, the infant was a female. During the time that Olivia was doing her sentence, she was placed in the care of Olivia's mother. My heart went out to the child who had been brought into the world under such a chaotic set of circumstances. I couldn't help but feel sad for them. For her sake, I wished that someone in that family would step up to the challenge and provide her with a life that was superior than the one that her mother had experienced. However, according to my understanding, Olivia's story came to an end at that point. It was as if I had completely removed my hands from her. I had moved on from the legal proceedings, the never-ending drama, and the emotional toll that it had taken on me. When I consider everything that has transpired up until this point, I am astounded by the amount of knowledge I have gained about people, about trust, and about resiliency. Olivia's treachery had almost caused me to break down. However, it also compelled me to confront the strength that I possess. In spite of the fact that I have been put through a lot, I have emerged from this experience with a more distinct understanding of who I am and what I will and will not tolerate in my life. Update number 6. I am aware that there are some people who could argue that I ought to feel some level of contentment with the way things worked out for Olivia. But the reality is that I do not. There is no plan for retribution. Closure is the focus here. Olivia's decisions led her down a route that ultimately led to her own demise, whereas I have made the decision to take a completely other path. I've begun the process of reconstructing my life by concentrating on the things and people that are actually important to me. I've been back in touch with old acquaintances. I've been looking for new chances. And I've even begun to become excited about the possibilities that the future may bring for me. I have avoided becoming involved in any romantic relationships. This is my therapy session. She had abandoned me in such a horrible manner, and I have no idea what her motivation was. Having a desire to live a better life is understandable, but she could have done a better job of it. Regarding her, I have high hopes that she would one day discover a way to reconcile herself with herself. For the sake of that tiny child who did not ask to be born into this mess, not for my own sake, but for the sake of herself. Any person who is reading this should take this as a lesson. Never allow the treachery of another person to define you. Grow as a result of it, learn from it, and then go on. Mostly due to the fact that, at the end of the day, you are worth a great deal more than the lies and betrayal of other people. This is the final update I have. I found my wife's secret messages with her ex. They planned to meet in Vegas and stay at a hotel. Next, I kicked her out, but it wasn't the worst part. Hello everyone, let me begin by mentioning that my wife and I are quite open, perhaps too open about our past, prior lovers and so on. She's my second wife. My first wife was a huge believer in faithfulness, and we split up because she cheated. The first wife and I have a son. My wife has a daughter from her previous marriage. We've been married for 4 years, and our small blended family works well together. As I previously stated, we are perhaps overly honest about our former relationships. Her first husband was a serial cheater. He was a musician who slept with ladies at his shows. She stumbled across his emails and discovered that he was associated with 4 other women, one of whom he had gotten pregnant. She wanted to save their relationship since she didn't want their child to grow up in a broken family, so she sought counsel from one of her old internet acquaintances. We will call him Ryan. They had been pals for 6 years but had never met. They were writing partners. In fact, before they lost contact, they were working on a novel together. She tells me that when she reached out for help, he was extremely nice and had actually been advising a lot of techniques to get past infidelity or what you should talk to an attorney about in general, as a good friend. They decided to rewrite their book at some point. According to her, they would discreetly flirt, but because they lived on opposite ends of the nation, they lacked the means to act. Throughout this, she came to the conclusion that her marriage was over and ceased attempting to save it. I suppose I've checked out. She and Ryan had a mutual attraction, and before the end of the year, he had flown out to meet her. She filed for divorce shortly after the romance became physical, and Ryan moved later that year to be with her. To cut a long tale short, her 4-year-old daughter did not warm up to him. As she claims, he did nothing wrong. She was just not coping well after the divorce and didn't like having someone replace her father. My wife informed him that they needed to take a break because of this, as well as the fact that he can be a bit arrogant at times. She had only intended for it to be a temporary pause, but he was supposedly so distraught that he'd traveled so far just to be turned down 3 months in, that he ended it completely. After months had passed, they reconnected to try to finish the novel. During this period they resumed sleeping together, but just for physical reasons. They got close to finishing the book, but then she started dating me. So they stopped sleeping together. She felt strange having an ex around after she entered into a serious relationship. So, by her own admission, she stopped responding to his emails, which were all book-related, on a regular basis, and stopped working on it as much. He became frustrated after a few months of this and barred her from everything. Which leads us to a month ago. After 4 or 5 years of no touch, he messages her unexpectedly. He developed CO and almost died. Ryan contacted her because, allegedly, during their time apart, he revised the book without her input, got it published, wrote and published a sequel, and launched his work, which came dangerously near to remaining unfinished if he died. He wanted to make it clear that if anything happened to him, he wanted the rights to this thing transferred to her, as she knows how it will finish and help develop the plot. Okay, fair enough. That truly sounds good. But then they start talking. He appears to be developing a comic adaptation and has encouraged her to join the project. He had finished a lot of the work and she was extremely excited, demonstrating and explaining to me who all the characters were, their backstories, and what she thought he did wrong with the design. She also read the first book and is telling me which names he altered, which characters were and weren't in their version, and the plot differences. She seemed to be having a good time with it. I knew they had written together. She mentioned it earlier, but I had no clue they had developed a whole universe. I can see it was something very important to her. I'm concerned since she appears to be considering accepting his offer. Every time they've worked on something in the past, it has resulted in sexual activity. And there is some sexual content in their literature. I'm not the jealous type and I don't want to ruin a dream she had buried. But I do not want to repeat history. I'll admit that I decided to overhear their chat. And, while he appears to be on the same page and is just talking about the project, she is eager to learn more about his personal life. I wouldn't describe it in a flirting way, but she asked him if he was currently seeing someone. When he said, no, he's too busy. Relationships just get in the way. She advised him to get back out there. That celibacy doesn't look good on him. We're fairly candid about our past sexual experiences, so I know her ex-husband was bad at it. And once, when inebriated, she stated to Ryan, don't let a great sex make you think it'll be a great relationship. How the hell do I proceed? I know she was emotionally broken by her ex-husband, which is why she cheats. But she did cheat on this man. I have met him. He appears to be a straight-talking guy, yet their past suggests that anything may happen. I'd like to contact my wife with my issues, but I don't want to come across as pushy or domineering. I want her to have a creative outlet because she glows in ways I've never seen before when she talks about this book about which I knew so little. It appears that she forced something that was very essential to her to be unimportant. I want it for her, but I don't want their encounters to escalate anymore, as they have 3 times now. Update 1. My wife's ex-boyfriend resurfaced in her life, requesting to collaborate on a shared writing project she abandoned years ago but is now financially successful with. I'm not sure who this woman is. The amount of deception is so extensive and deliberate that I find it difficult to believe that I've spent the last 6 years of my life with this individual. I decided to sit down with her and tell her how I felt about the situation, that I was glad she rediscovered her old writing and that it would be great for her to pursue it as a hobby or a profession because she's pretty good at it and clearly enjoys it. At the time she agreed and stated that having Ryan, her ex, around would be a bad thing, as she was concerned that he would use this as a ploy to talk to her again. When she stated these things, I was like, okay, cool. She has the same concerns that I do, and she's not dismissing my feelings or labeling me controlling. In fact, we're on the same page. Oh, how wrong I was. That was supposed to be the conclusion of the conversation. However, for some reason my brain began to behave strangely, and I began to suspect that everything was going too well. When she got in the shower yesterday morning, I grabbed her phone and walked inside. His phone number was there and their entire discussion had been wiped. It hadn't been 2 days before. Red flags. I checked Facebook Messenger. She's discussing her future. Work trip to Vegas. Apparently this 2-day event has been cancelled due to CO, but she has been telling me she will go. They're talking about staying at a hotel a town over and giving each other images of their Vegas vacations, so she'll have something to show me if I ask. She's talking about eateries they can visit. There will be a full moon when he arrives, which will look amazing on the beach. Oh, and he's not on the East Coast as he claimed. He recently returned to town since the jerk can afford to reside here. He showed her where he lives on Google Maps, and it takes all in me not to drive my vehicle right into his living room. A month ago she stated she needed to pick up her brother from the airport. No. That was him. The texts don't go much further back than that, but they include talking about things from the years they reportedly haven't communicated. I read one of his lines and it made my heart race with his madness. Yeah, we are just buddies. I haven't seen you in 7 years, and I'm within you 15 minutes after getting off the aircraft. Best pals perhaps. So she isn't just planning to sleep with him. She has been doing this for months. That went to her mother's a few weeks ago where she spent the night. Yeah, I haven't approached her yet, but her smile makes me so angry right now. I'll do my best not to say anything till after Christmas. The kids don't need the holiday to serve as a daily reminder of this, but I'm definitely going to snap and approach her today or tomorrow because swallowing this with a grin is very difficult. Honestly, I'll be lucky if I don't take a bath with a toaster. I'm losing my mind right now. Edit 1. I'm gathering information, photos and screenshots of her location and will speak with a lawyer tomorrow. Edit 2. I visited with my brother's divorce attorney and we are making preparations. I'm documenting everything, including her communications, whereabouts, and where she claims to be going. I will face her on the 2nd of next month after she has gone to the hotel with him. I'm making sure I have my ducks in a row and trying not to ruin Christmas for the kids. Edit 3. The flood of suicidal thoughts has subsided, and I am grateful to everyone who left encouraging remarks for me. It finally got me over the hump. Edit 4. I'd like to thank everyone who gave me advice when I first posted this yesterday. It distracted my mind from darker thoughts and gave my hands something to do. I've been communicating with my brother for support and have continued to observe their interactions. She observed me acting strangely, so I told her it was simply me having the blues over my aunt's death anniversary, which was enough to keep her from understanding. I knew everything. I spent 2 hours today in my car outside a McDonald's, using their Wi-Fi to read her emails, and they communicate using Yahoo Messenger. She's on this with her tits out and a ton of photos, all of which I'm keeping. Really cute. There's one of her posing with flowers I gave her for her birthday. They've been meeting since around March. Some selected quotes from her. I can't simply start talking about the book all the time. I mentioned you twice when he and I were together. If I start talking about you and the book too much right now, he'll assume something's up. You should shave since your beard is like knives. I almost had to apply chapstick on my chin and beneath my nose from him. You'll get it right before you leave here. I want him to kiss you after you spent the afternoon swallowing me. Honestly, I feel compelled not to beat this man to death. I won't do it, but the fact that he's so intentionally cruel makes me want to wear his teeth as a necklace. Update 2. A heads up. I started writing this the day it happened, and I'm not going to change it. So, if some of my feelings don't quite match what my remarks said in the last few days, that is why. I have some stuff to accomplish today, so I might not react for a while. I don't ever want to go through this again. This was the most difficult thing I've ever had to do, and I'm still twitching like a tweaker from time to time. She departed for either work or Ryan's today. I'm not sure where she went, but she was gone. I tried to find her whereabouts, but either she had turned off location services or my phone was having problems. I did not have the means to serve her. That happens later this week, but I had to face her before she noticed what I was doing, so she wouldn't have time to concoct some effective lies. When I heard my garage door open, I switched on the camera. She enters absolutely ignorant. I tell her she should sit down because we need to chat. She gives me the deer in the headlights expression before sitting down and asking what's wrong. I ask, "Why don't you tell me?" She plays dumb, but I can tell she knows she's been found out. She asks me again what is wrong. I ask her what's really going on with Ryan. She says nothing. She has not heard from him. I redirect and decide not to address her directly, telling her that I am uncomfortable with her working with him and that it is not something I can overcome. She's completely agreeable and anxiously questions why I change my mind so suddenly, and why I'm acting the way I do. I just shake my head and say something like, I wanted to be understanding about it, but I got weird vibes from him, and I'd rather they didn't talk. She says that he no longer means anything to her, and that she was just thrilled to see the book published. I told her that he practically stole from her and she's being far too understanding about it, that she should sue him, and she agreed. By now she's probably thinking she's out of this and will end her relationship with Ryan as soon as she has the opportunity. But then I tell her that the whole incident has really stressed me out, and I'm going to take the next week off work. I inform her that I spoke with my son's mother, and she agreed to keep him that weekend so I could go to Vegas with her. That's why I spent so much time the other day discussing the details of my son's trip with his mother. Or at least that's what I'd like her to think. Deadpan expression. I began talking about how CO has closed down a lot of things, and I'm not sure what's still open in Vegas. She cuts me off and informs me that it was indeed canceled today. The conversation continues as follows, paraphrased of course. Me. It was canceled last month. Her. No, he informed us today since he wasn't sure if it was off till today. Me. I know it was canceled last month. Her. What are you doing? Why do you tell me you want to go and then say it's canceled? I don't understand what you're doing. Me. It was canceled last month. What would you do if I didn't inquire about it? Her. You are freaking me out. It was canceled today. Me. What were you planning to do in town and where is her hotel? Her. What do you accuse me of? How long have you and Ryan been back together? Her. We have not done anything. Did he tell you that we were? Me. Do not lie to me. I don't want to read everything he texted. It almost made me throw up the first time. I can't believe you did this. Her. I love you. I apologize. He's been contacting me a lot recently and saying some crazy stuff, and I'm not sure how to cope with it. I wanted to tell you this, but I was worried you would do what you're doing right now. I really hoped he would stop on his own. Me. You hadn't seen him in 7 years, and 15 minutes after he got off the plane, you had sex with him. Her. Which plane? What are you now reading? Me. He lives on the street name. Do you want to end this? Please admit what you did so that we can move ahead. Why did you tell me he lived on the East Coast, and did he say anything to you? He regularly lies. It's one of the reasons why we broke up. I told you that. I realized I should not have responded to his communications. There's always drama with him. All of his messages were nice. Then he started talking about missing me again. Like he always does. I was about to tell you. Me. He wanted you to come home and kiss me after you went down on him. I've read your mails. I saw them in both your emails and texts. You are cheating on me and I want you out of this house today. Her. What? I am not cheating on you. If you do not want him around, I will tell him to go. But honey, I am not cheating on you. Is this what he told you? He is lying. Me. Stop it. I told you I checked your messages on your phone. You're going to gather your belongings and go to your parents. I made copies of your emails and took screenshots of your texts. I do not want to show them what you two say to each other, but if you continue to lie to my face, I will. We're finished. Go fetch your things. Despite all of this, she attempted to play foolish and fib. But getting tired of it, I took out my copies of their texts and presented them to her. She glanced at them for 2 seconds before breaking down in tears, like I'd never seen her so upset by anything. I even felt sorry for her for a short while. She apologized for the outburst and wanted to put a stop to it, but he had become possessive and threatened to expose her if she discontinued her relationship with him. I informed her that none of this was in their texts and that she was still lying to me. She planned to spend the weekend with him. She then informed me it was over between them and she'd make him leave. She will never talk to him again. I informed her. I don't care what she does, but I've been talking to a lawyer and the divorce papers will be ready soon. At this point she erupts and says, "You've been talking to a lawyer." 4 or 5 times, and I was about to call the authorities because she was closing in on me and yelling. I advise her to relax since I have a camera going. She then proceeds to break down and resembles no one I've ever met. She kept saying things like, "You just planned all this out." Smiling to my face. Just planning this all out. And every time she did I reacted with the same, "Well, look at what you've been planning." And smiling to my face while you're out performing sex acts. When I asked her why she would do this to us, she initially couldn't give me a straight response. She attempted to convince me it was pointless intercourse. So I said, "Oh, so you ruined us for no reason. That's great." After a while, she became quieter, and I'm not sure if she was being honest or just trying to hurt me, but she clearly messed up with him in her eyes. She called him her soulmate, and I almost started shattering things. I asked her why she didn't abandon me for him in the beginning. I would have understood then, but she says she just needed to get away from him because she knew she'd look horrible in front of her family if she brought him back. Apparently they did not like him either. She also stated that she could never and will never be with him because her ex and daughter would fight her over it. So returning to him legally was never an option. She immediately apologized and appeared to be taken aback by how firm I was about everything. She told me how big of a mistake it was, how much she would change and do everything I asked to remedy the problem. I told her no. She then informed me that we wouldn't be divorced because she could make amends for this. I informed her that there was nothing she could do to win my forgiveness. I will never forgive this, and she had the audacity to act astonished by it. I told her that I had opened an account in another bank and transferred half of the funds from the joint account into it this morning, and that the rest was hers. She can get it herself or I can acquire it for her, but the account will be cancelled. She simply nodded and said we'd probably have to go to the bank together to shut it. She went on and began packing her clothes gently, crying a bit, and, strangely, making warnings every now and again that she had better not leave anything behind. I let everything slide off my shoulders and encouraged her to take pictures of how she left her stuff and her daughter's things so that when she returns she can see I didn't touch them. Her parents have been called and are in amazement. They were both startled that Ryan was involved in any of this, and she spent time apologizing to me before leaving my house. The next day, STBX bombarded my phone with, "I love you. I'm sorry. We can fix this." Texts that made me consider flushing my phone. I wanted to turn it off, but my son's mother had him, so I needed it turned on in case of an emergency or a change in plans when he returned home. So I began responding to her texts by providing screenshots of the worst sections of their conversation and adding nothing of my own. My son's mother returned with my son and brought me food from my favorite Chinese restaurant. I didn't tell my kid the specific reason when I informed him, but he immediately inquired if she cheated because it was so abrupt, and I told him he was correct without further explanation. They stayed for a bit before coming home, and I've just been floating around the house, trying to keep things together. It's been around 2 or 3 days since I started writing this, and I'm headed to the gym, then to my lawyer's. This thing is already far too long, and things are changing so quickly that I could type indefinitely and never finish. My STBX's ex-husband is going to come by and get his daughter's belongings, and I'll do my best to convey to her that if she ever needs me, she may call. I'm also thinking of telling her ex that she ran around with Ryan on him because she has repeatedly stated that he is unaware, but perhaps I won't. That does nothing, really. Anyway, the first combat has been waged, and it appears that I am winning as much as possible given the conditions. Part of me wants to confront Ryan, but I'm clever enough to realize that would be a waste of time and effort. Time better spent working, going to the gym, or finding a way to express my gratitude to my son's mother for being an absolute MVP in my corner during this. Anyway, that's all I have for now. Sorry if this seems incoherent, but it took me a few days to compose. And of course, advancements continue. Update 3. Just before Christmas last year, a little more than 2 months ago, I learned that my wife was cheating on me with an old boyfriend. They had planned a lovely weekend together, but I wrecked everything for them by confronting her. This is going to be long. So, as an update, I have generally avoided contact with my STBX. I tried interacting with her through my lawyer if we had a legitimate reason to speak, but it made me feel like a child avoiding confrontation, even if that wasn't the case. So I opted to speak with her directly a few times. If you've been following the lengthy comment streams from my prior postings, you'll be familiar with what was discussed, but I'll go over it all again here as if it were the first time. The STBX's comments regarding Ryan were inconsistent at first. He was her soulmate 1 minute and then the one who got away the next. The next moment, he was a predator who refused to leave her alone. Our family and friends have all heard the truth, and the most of them have taken my side on the issue. Given the information I supplied in my lengthy piece, there was little reason to side with her. She has subsequently moved in with her parents for the time being, while I have remained in my house. It was obtained many years before I met her, therefore it is not a divorce issue. Strangely, Ryan, the AP, chose to write me this massive harangue sick of a letter. Only God knows why. It gave me the idea that she must have dumped him in wrath just after I gave her the boot because it contains phrases such, "We were repairing our relationship when you stole her from me. I've loved her for many years, so please don't put anything online about how I'm a cheat." It made me see red, and I wanted to physically assault the man. Then I saw reason again. Since she and my stepdaughter moved in, life in this house has been somewhat lonely. The stepdaughter's room is still vacant and I have to keep the door closed because seeing it empty always bothers me and I can't bring myself to do anything with it yet. She has a father, and he is a terrific father, which is why I still visit her once a week. I take her on bike rides or go out to dine together. When I asked her if she felt safe eating at my house, the poor thing burst into tears. She adores her grandparents but does not enjoy living with them. So she has begun spending more time with her father. Her father has invited me around a few times for a beer. We had a couple discussions regarding our mutual ex and Ryan. I believe I mentioned this in the comments on my last post, but he was aware that she was cheating on him the entire time. I spend a lot more time with my son and his mother now. One of my weekdays coincides with their schedule, so I'll pop in for dinner. And I've started giving him an extra day on weekends, and she usually joins us for dinner on Friday nights. I asked my kid if he wanted to talk about his feelings about my upcoming divorce, and he isn't saying much, but he's hurting. The first couple of times, he simply got this far-off stare and said, "I don't want to even think about her," despite the fact that he loved her and didn't expect her to do this to him. And when he said that, it hit me hard. We're continually thinking about how someone's affair affects us, as if it were a malicious act against us. Yet what she did to me via him hurt more than anything she could have done to me. I've talked treatment with him and his mother, but he swears he's fine. And if he feels he can't handle it, he'll contact us. He's a mature child and I trust his judgment. He is usually fairly open about how he is going. He and I spoke privately for the first time about his mother and my divorce and the reasons for it. I didn't want to at first because he's now screaming about adultery and has a great relationship with his mother, but he asked about it, so I went with nice honesty. I told him that his mother had wounded me just as much, but that what she did was a really poor choice, and that I'm no longer sad about it, albeit it took some time. Speaking of my son's mother, she has been there for me through much of this. She's mostly responsible for me having dinner with them once a week and keeping my son for longer periods of time because she believes it's better for me not to be alone in that house all the time. Many individuals have urged that she and I reunite. If I were to make that decision, I would want to wait until she had completed several treatment sessions. Possibly couples therapy, if she was in this ballpark. We did briefly discuss our own divorce and the infidelity that caused it. I've moved on and am no longer bothered by it, yet she discusses it as if she was just caught. It is not the first time I have done this, but I told her I forgive her. I even added this time that, based on how she described the event, it's likely she was preyed upon by some creep since she'd had too many drinks. This wasn't a guy she knew well and had only seen around her workplace a few times. If I recall correctly, he either didn't work in her area or worked at a different location. In either event, she has not seen him since a few days after the incident. It's also difficult to think about since, while it no longer bothers me on a regular basis, the truth is that I was thoroughly enjoying my life until she brought the awful news to me. When that connection began, the STBX helped to make things easier for me. But, once again, just when I think my life is going well and I'm content, infidelity disrupts it. It makes me very hesitant to explore another relationship if this is the outcome of all of my work and effort. All that said, I'm planning a trip to Disney World in July to try to clear my mind. Originally it was meant to be just me, my son's mother and my kid, but I persuaded the STBX to let my stepdaughter come along so she doesn't feel excluded. She'll most likely spend the time banging her next poor soul. But that's no longer my problem. Update 4. Hello again to everyone. It's been about 6 months since my first post on here. In short, one day, my wife of 4 years stated that an ex-boyfriend she used to write with appeared unexpectedly, asking if she might collaborate on an old mutual project. As you would have suspected, she had a long-standing affair. Their nasty emails to each other sickened me since they were so harsh, almost purposely so. It wasn't awful enough that she cheated on me, but he stated he wanted her to return home and meet me with him, so to speak. I maintained my composure for the kids' Christmas. She has a daughter, and I have a son. I confronted her, kicked her out, and avoided making any more contact. Ryan, her AP, sent me a few texts after the fact, claiming that I had no reason to be unhappy because in his opinion, I stole her from him, and that he'd been carrying this one-sided grudge for the last 4 years and spoke as if we had been enemies for quite some time. In short, my STBX's family didn't approve of him, therefore she dumped him. She went on to say they were soulmates, which is why she couldn't turn him down. Well, I've been maintaining my health by working out and working from home, but that will come to an end shortly. I've maintained communication with my stepdaughter through her grandparents and biological father, whom she also cheated on with this man, despite the fact that he has cheated on my STBX several times. He's a decent man to have a beer with, and despite his flaws, he appears to be a good father. I see her twice a week now, but never overnight. Even yet, I've left her former room empty since I find it too depressing to imagine doing anything else with it. She's been my princess, and she always gets happy when she comes to visit or when I show up to take her out to dinner or on a bike ride. After a while, my son concluded that he could benefit from therapy and has started visiting a doctor. His mother, my first wife, and I had been keeping an eye on him because he was quite close to his stepmother. She tried to contact him and apologize, but he refused to communicate with her. He became impetuous and had episodes of angry outbursts unconnected to her. And then I asked him if he believed he would benefit from treatment. He told me he felt betrayed by what she had done, that he loathed her. He missed his stepsister and simply wanted everything to be gone. And I felt deeply for him. I don't think we've ever talked or embraced as often as we have in the last several months. His mother has been on my side for most of this. And we've gotten a lot closer. Initially, she invited me over for dinner a couple of times a week since she thought it was unhealthy for me to spend so much time alone in an empty house. I'm around more frequently now, and we eat dinner together as a family many times per week. My parents and her parents have both seen this and have asked us if we would consider reconciling now that things are going so well between us. We both say we're content with the way things are, but knowing everyone is talking about us makes it tough not to talk about it ourselves. Except for the physical intimacy, we're acting quite similar to each other as we did when we were married, which is both reassuring and nice. But that will soon reach the point where it requires a lengthy discussion. All that has been stated thus far is that nothing will be attempted or discussed until our son's life is stabilized. These changes hurt him in terms of my STBX and how things are going there. According to what I've learned, she recently purchased a condo and is now moving on with her life. Her parents are terribly ashamed of what she has done. In their perspective, my stepdaughter routinely backtalks her mother. I'd like to tell you all that she's in terrible pain or that she's crying all the time, but that's not the case. STBX appears to be about to ruin another guy's life. I did, however, run into Ryan in the grocery store last month. He turned ghostly white and I should not have pointed him out to my brother. He began following him around and shouted variants of, "Prince Charming over here, fat loser is going to eat both those Red Barons tonight before he starts texting your wife. Guys, I forced us to go and we'll go shopping somewhere else." Though I did have a nice laugh over it. Update 5. I was browsing around on an old laptop and stumbled upon this gem of a chat. I altered the names, but this is essentially a copy and paste rendition of how fraudulent these two were. Ex-wife. I'm not sure if I am being paranoid, but I believe my husband is becoming suspicious. I'm not sure what I should do. I'm trying to act normal, but I'm beginning to worry. I am probably simply paranoid. He isn't tracking my phone, computer, or anything. He does try to glance over my shoulder or peek at my screen, though. I don't stop him when he does. We weren't discussing anything suspicious when he peeked. Ryan. I believe the best way to approach this is to maintain your current schedule. If you become more distant, he may notice. But, if you become overly nice, the same rationale applies. If you could do anything, I would suggest that you discuss the story in a professional manner and separate me from it. As a result, it will appear more like a professional connection than an old boyfriend. But I do not know him. I've met him once. Normally I have the honor of assessing the other half's mental aptitude, but I'm flying blind here and entirely trusting you. I say you stay precisely as you are. No change in routine unless you believe the book idea is effective, ex-wife. Okay, that is precisely what I was thinking. Okay, good. He can be a genius or a complete moron, and he is extremely guarded. As a result, interpreting his body language might be difficult at times. But sure, I need to start talking about the book because I believe he is wondering why I am constantly on here with you. I have not addressed the book at all. Ryan made an offhand comment. Oh, he's complaining about his boyfriend again. He needs to leave that jerk, lol. I understand he resides in Wisconsin. Stop whining, lol, ex-wife. No, he believes you're still married with a son and you're one of my old writing friends. That's pretty much all I've mentioned about you, save for our fling at the end of her ex-husband's name. Ryan. Okay. So, if the matter comes up, think of a small romantic corny gesture I recently made for my wife and how I look like a fool because of it. Lol. The greatest approach to avoid being a threat is if my family and yours are fairly similar. The more domestic I seem, the better. Ex-wife. Yes, I agree. But I don't want to start talking about you too much. I have not done so in the past. Why should I now? If he asks, I'll make things up on the spot. Ryan. Exactly. Ex-wife. I believe I will start getting interested about the book immediately. That way, if I appear ecstatic or stressed, I can use that as an excuse. Ryan. As you mentioned, my wife is doing concept work for it, which is one of the reasons you're excited. It's not a stretch. It establishes that I am a domestic and that she is fully aware of my conduct. And if she isn't worried, why should he? Ex-wife. Yes, I see it. Okay, I can handle it. It's probably all in my head anyway. Ryan. It probably is. Have something ready in case an accusation is made. Like, no. Oh my God. He's married and completely obsessed with his wife. He was telling me all of his pet names, and I was about to sign off. Lol. Ex-wife. Haha. Okay. Ryan. Apologies. I have a bunch of pre-made plots. The Smurf is frequently checking my phone. There is nothing. Ex-wife. We are not new to this. Ryan. Well, it won't be nearly as complicated because any changes in your behavior will be only temporary. Ex-wife. Yes. I believe I can do it, Ryan. You will be all right. We have done this before. Ex-wife. No, I'm confident I can accomplish this. Ryan. You got it. Ex-wife and my obsessive-compulsive personality. It's taking all in me not to compile a list of things to do before our excursion. LOL. I generally hide my weaknesses, but you can see and hear about them all. Lol. You poor thing. You must believe I am neurotic, Ryan. I enjoy seeing this side of you. I don't think you're neurotic, but your paranoia, preparation and excitement make me happy that I can still excite you like way. Ex-wife. For your sake, I will let you take credit for the most of that. Then I too am paranoid for no apparent cause. But you've certainly taken it to a new level. Update 6. This week, a year ago, I was sitting around trying to absorb my ex-wife informing me about her ex, Ryan, approaching her with the idea of creating a book based on their prior work together. It was an obvious front to advance their ongoing affair, and I was so naive not to recognize it. Anyway, I confronted her and pushed her out, and she went to live with her parents, bringing her stepdaughter along. I kept in touch with my stepdaughter for a long time and continue to make time for her, but she has had it worse than anyone else. I suppose I'll offer an update on it first. My stepdaughter was effectively taken by her biological father shortly after my previous update. I've stated it before, but her father is not from my country, and his citizenship is in the country from which he came. Every few years he would take his daughter to his native country to see his relatives, but this time he refused to send her back. His stated reason was that our mutual ex-wife was poison and he wanted his kid away from her. In the end, he shot himself in the foot on that front since 2 months later, he surrendered to pressure from his own family and returned her and is not returning because he will almost certainly be arrested if he returns to the United States. So he removed himself as a positive influence in her life, leaving her in the hands of someone we both consider poison. My ex's situation did not improve from there. She began dating a new man shortly after her divorce was finalized, but before her ex-husband fled with their child. I was ignorant of this until my former in-laws phoned me to inform me that she had been hospitalized. She and Ryan, her affair partner, had the same number of guests, resumed sleeping together, then, according to former Mill, broke up with him again to pursue a new relationship. Ryan drove her to a Motel 6, where he told her he was sick of being treated the way he was. When she attempted to walk back to her car, he snapped, lifted her over his head and threw her down on the concrete parking lot. He attacked and drove away a good Samaritan before stepping on one of her hands and choking her so severely that she had dark purple bruises and a damaged vertebrae in her neck. Thankfully, he's now in jail and faces a bunch of assault charges, possibly including attempted murder, although I haven't followed up on the legal elements of any of it. She is in physical treatment and recovering from the incident, where she was also concussed and is often fuzzy. Regardless of what she did to me, seeing her in this situation crushes my heart. My stepdaughter spends a lot of time with me these days, as I attempt to do everything I can to help the situation. She is naturally not in the best of moods, but spending time with my kid, his mother and me, at least provides her a good foundation to stand on. That leaves my first wife, my son's mother. Many people have expressed their want to see us reunite. In many ways, we have. Neither of us is forcing the other back into a relationship, but we have talked about our past. The infidelity that led to our separation and the fact that I have forgiven her. We are not formally back together, but we frequently spend the night at one another's homes. And it's been 4 days since we slept in different houses. We sleep apart, which I'm sure my son finds confusing, but we've been intimate on a regular basis for over a month. It's going quite smoothly. Nobody is pressing for anything more than what we have, and it appears to be working for the time being. I could go on for many more paragraphs, but I believe I'll end this update and address questions as they arise.